Chapter 1. Where am I? Drawn into the abyss of a black hole, Wukong traversed through the pitch-black void, his once unified essence with the divine dragon now dissipated, for it had transmuted into a part of him. In this transformation, Wukong inherited the dragon's extraordinary power, the ability to grant wishes now amplified beyond the original dragon's capabilities. For instance, he found himself capable of resurrecting those who were once deemed irretrievable. However, this was not the time for such musings. Wukong, unable to discern anything around him, communicated through thought to the dragon. Divine dragon, where am I? The dragon replied, I am uncertain as well. The destination of this temporal black hole is random, and we cannot predict it. But, divine dragon, why do I feel so utterly drained? Wukong inquired. This may be a consequence of the black hole. Yet, once we reach our destination, all shall be well, the dragon assured him. Just as Wukong was about to succumb to boredom and drift into slumber, a sudden glimmer of light caught his attention. Elated, he prepared to embrace the brightness, only to find himself propelled through the luminous beam, soon witnessing himself descending upon the thatched roof of a wooden cottage. Expecting a collision, he was astonished to discover that he passed right through it, landing within. There, he beheld a pale-faced yet exquisitely adorned woman lying on a wooden bed. Beside her stood a handsome man with flowing hair. Wukong, having no knowledge of their identities, was perplexed. As he pondered, he felt his body involuntarily surge towards the woman, ultimately merging with her. Upon his entrance, the woman let out a pained gasp, prompting the man to exclaim, Suyu, how are you faring? Heavenly Tianqing, I feel as though I am about to give birth, Suyu struggled to articulate. Without delay, Tianqing rushed to fetch warm water. However, as he reached the door, the absence of Suyu's voice startled him, compelling him to rush inside, where he found his wife cradling a naked male infant against the headboard. Suyu, have you given birth? Tianqing stammered, taken aback. Suyu nodded gently, caressing the infant, prompting Tianqing to dash over in delight. Wonderful. It's a boy. He shall surely grow up to be as handsome as I. Suyu did not chastise him, but instead held her child with a melancholic expression, lamenting, I wonder if I will live to see him grow. Upon hearing this, Tianqing's countenance darkened, and he reached out to feel Suyu's pulse. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Suyu gazed at her husband, anxious. What is it, Tianqing? Is it that my lifespan is already? Tianqing shook his head, stammering, Suyu, your ailment. It has miraculously healed. Hearing this, Suyu shook her head with a sorrowful smile. Tianqing, you need not console me. Tianqing insisted, Suyu, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, try using your powers. Suyu regarded him for a moment before setting the infant down and channeling her energy. After a brief moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. I am no longer separated from Wangshu. It is true. It is true. How splendid. Tianqing exclaimed, leaping with joy, displaying no semblance of adult composure. Though Suyu maintained a calm demeanor, the glimmer of joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She cradled the infant once more and asked Tianqing, what name should we give this child? Suyu, what do you think? I'm not adept at naming, Tianqing replied. How about we name him Yin Tianhe? Suyu proposed. Tianhe, the celestial river. Tianqing murmured, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Suyu, noticing his distress, reassured him, Tianqing, do not dwell on it. I am your wife now and shall always be. I merely wish to close the chapter on past memories. Tianqing smiled. Suyu, I harbor no grievances. If that is the case, let's name him Tianhe. Ha! Those unaware might think he is my brother. Observing Tianqing's foolish grin, Suyu shot him a playful glare before lovingly gazing at her son, pondering, Tianhe, did you truly save your mother? Yin Tianqing? Suyu? Indeed, you have surmised correctly, this is the realm of Xianjin 4. Wukong, by sheer happenstance, has found himself in this world, and by an even more curious twist of fate, he has been reborn, merging with the innocent and love-ignorant Yin Tianhe. The two share a striking resemblance, yet differ profoundly. Yin Tianhe yearns for a simple, untroubled life, fearing little except for his father, while Wukong fears his wife, Chi-Chi, who may now be forever out of reach. Chapter 2. The Rainbow's Seven-Colored Eyes. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Qingwan Peak remained as enchanting as ever, the waterfall still crystal clear, and the mountains echoed with the sounds of wild boars. From the woods emerged a young boy, a 7-year-old clad in primitive garb, effortlessly carrying a large wild boar upon his back. Approaching a wooden cottage, he called out, "Father, Mother, I've caught a wild boar." The cottage door swung open, revealing a handsome man in azure attire. "Well done, my boy. It seems you will not rest until you have hunted every wild boar in these mountains." "Father, I am hungry." The boy exclaimed. Indeed, he was Wukong, reborn as Yin Tianhe. When others addressed him, they called him Tianhe. I shall refer to him as Wukong. "What manner of stomach do you possess that allows for such an appetite?" Yin Tianqing marveled. Wukong scratched his head. "I do not know. The moment I see something delicious, I cannot help but eat." Yin Tianqing covered his face in exasperation. "Heavenly Father, how did I end up with such a son?" Suddenly, Tianqing let out a pained cry, clutching his head as a beautiful woman emerged, her beauty rivaling that of blooming flowers indeed. Her smile dimmed the brilliance of all blossoms. The woman knelt before Wukong, gently wiping the grime from his body. "Tianhe, you must be tired. Go wash up. Mother will prepare a meal." "All right," Wukong replied cheerfully, abandoning the wild boar to wash. Yin Tianqing, feeling dismayed, pondered, "Why does my son have such an insatiable appetite?" "So you shot him a disapproving glance? What of it? Tianhe is still young and in need of nourishment. If he is hungry, let him eat." With that, she lifted the wild boar, prompting Tianqing to gently intervene. As Su Yu turned to enter the house, she remarked, "And you dare criticize Tianhe? I have never seen you, as a father, return with even a single wild rabbit." Yin Tianqing, momentarily taken aback, smiled foolishly, while Su Yu shook her head in resignation as she entered the house. Meanwhile, Wukong, washing himself not far from the cottage, caught sight of his reflection in the water and was startled to discover that his eyes had changed color. "Divine Dragon, what has happened to my eyes?" Wukong inquired telepathically. "How can you even ask? From the moment you arrived here, you have been aiding that woman and man. However, her ailment was grave, and, as you absorbed it, it transformed into your energy. Now, you possess the rainbow, 7-colored eyes," the dragon explained with a hint of exasperation. "Rainbow 7-colored eyes? What does that entail?" Wukong queried. "Recall how your pupils turn green when you transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes. Listen closely. The rainbow 7-colored eyes manifest when you are not transformed. Red signifies rage. Should someone harm your most cherished person or possession, you will become furious. Orange represents, well, let us say it symbolizes lust, which you are unlikely to experience. Yellow denotes the ability to see through all things. You can perceive objects behind barriers and discern if someone is possessed by an entity. Green symbolizes monsters. It is advisable not to utilize this, though if you do, it should not pose a significant issue. Blue, a gentle gaze when you look at your most beloved. This hue will manifest in your eyes. Indigo allows for clear vision underwater. This is quite straightforward. Purple, Wukong, what I wish to convey is this. Purple symbolizes the utmost strength. However, but what? Wukong inquired eagerly, for he yearned to grow stronger. But the moment you reveal your purple pupils, Wukong, it signifies that you have lost all meaning in life. You feel as if existence is utterly devoid of significance, akin to a mere walking corpse. The dragon spoke slowly. "I don't quite understand." Wukong scratched his head. "To put it simply, imagine in your former world, if your Chi-Chi, son, granddaughter, and all those dear to you, along with every inhabitant of Earth, were to perish, leaving you all alone." "Wukong, do you comprehend now?" "I see. That truly is a daunting thought." Wukong frowned. At that moment, Wukong heard his father call out, "Brat, come back for dinner." "I'm coming." Wukong leaped out of the water, swiftly dressed, and joyfully ran towards the house. 3. A small test of skill. Slow down while eating. Tina, no one is competing with you. Inside the house, Wukong devoured his food voraciously, showing no semblance of a child, consuming large chunks of roasted pig with grease coating his mouth, while Suyu gently wiped his lips. Cloud Tianqing, on the other hand, was utterly disheartened his son could eat an astonishing amount at least 5 wild boars daily, with a record of 10 in one sitting. Before long, Wukong had finished 2 wild boars, leaving only the bones behind. Fortunately, Cloud Tianqing and Suyu had their fill, though they seemed not to have eaten at all. Wukong asked, "Father, Mother, aren't you going to eat?" Cloud Tianqing and Suyu exchanged glances and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, your father and mother are not hungry." Unbeknownst to Wukong, they were cultivators at a certain level of cultivation. One could absorb the essence of heaven and earth without the need for food. But Wukong would never deprive himself. Eat. Yes, that was his sole focus. After the meal, Cloud Tianqing and Suyu took Wukong outside. Cloud Tianqing said, "Brat, today I shall teach you some essential martial arts techniques for self-defense. My son must not be bullied by others." Suyu interjected, "Tianqing, are you truly going to teach Tianhe?" "Indeed, Suyu. I have long observed that although Tianhe may seem a bit foolish, his talent is extraordinary. Rest assured, I will only teach him some basic martial arts, nothing like the techniques of the Qianhua sect." "Very well then, Tianhe, you must study diligently," Suyu instructed Tianhe. "Okay," Wukong nodded. Cloud Tianqing began reciting a plethora of concepts that Wukong could not grasp principles of martial arts. Wukong had always learned by observing others demonstrate, rather than by listening to profound philosophies. Seeing that he had spoken for quite some time, while his son merely scratched his head in confusion, Cloud Tianqing sighed. Suyu suggested, "Tianqing, perhaps we should just let it be." Cloud Tianqing shook his head. "No, it is essential for him to acquire some self-defense skills. Brat, watch closely." Suddenly, Cloud Tianqing sprang into the air, landing atop a tree adorned with pink leaves, instructing Cloud Tianhe, "Brat, see if you can jump up here." Suyu looked up and remarked, "Tianqing, Tianhe is still quite young, aren't you placing undue pressure on him?" "Suyu, I believe Tianhe can only learn by observing us demonstrate." "Oh, Tianhe, when did you get up here?" Cloud Tianqing was taken aback to find Wukong, who had just been on the ground, now beside him in the tree. "Ah, Tianhe, how did you manage to come up here?" Suyu also noticed Wukong was already in the tree. "Me? I was up here a long time ago." Wukong scratched his head. "Up, already here?" Cloud Tianqing was momentarily stunned. "How did you ascend?" "I flew up," Wukong replied. "You flew?" Cloud Tianqing questioned, astonished. "Yes, just like this." Wukong demonstrated by leaping into the air once more, gracefully descending beside Suyu, who was rendered speechless in shock. Cloud Tianqing, still perched in the tree, was dumbfounded. "What has happened? This kid can fly? Surely I must be mistaken." Cloud Tianqing jumped down and asked Wukong, "Brat, when did you learn to fly?" "Me? I don't know, I just thought about flying and did it." Wukong scratched his head again. "Tianhe, children must not tell lies. Tell your mother. Who taught you?" Suyu crouched down to look Wukong in the eye. "I'm not lying, I really just thought about flying, and then I flew," Wukong insisted innocently. Seeing Wukong's earnest expression, both Cloud Tianqing and Suyu believed him. Suddenly, Cloud Tianqing burst into laughter. "Huh, this brat is indeed extraordinary. Suyu, we require a sword to fly using sword techniques, yet this boy can soar effortlessly without one. And at such a young age. Haha, I have no concerns about his escape capabilities. Next, we must focus on his techniques for confronting adversaries." Suyu shook her head at this and warned Wukong, "Tianhe, remember, unless in a critical moment, do not reveal your abilities casually, understand?" "Okay," Wukong nodded in agreement. "Brat, try to attack your father." Cloud Tianqing assumed a stance, addressing Wukong. Wukong was invigorated. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in combat. How could he possibly contain his excitement? Thus, he immediately assumed a combative stance, standing to the side. Suyu suddenly noticed a change in Wukong's eyes when he prepared for battle. They were different now, imbued with a seriousness absent from his youthful demeanor. Yin Tianqing also observed this transformation, pondering, "This little rascal, why does his gaze seem so piercing? It feels as though he can see right through me." Here I come. Huh. Wukong exclaimed before dashing forward with remarkable speed, startling both Yun Tianqing and Su Yue. By the time Yun Tianqing regained his composure, he found Wukong's small hand already striking towards him. He instinctively raised his arm to block, but despite successfully deflecting the blow, he felt a painful sting where Wukong had hit him. Just as Yun Tianqing prepared to retaliate, Wukong had already vanished from sight, only for him to hear Su Yu shout, "Be careful." Turning around, he saw Wukong had appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick, sending Yun Tianqing tumbling toward the edge of cliff, where he plummeted down. Tianqing, Su Yu cried out in alarm, rushing to the cliff's edge. Her relief. She saw Wukong slowly flying back up with Yun Tianqing on his back as they landed before Su Yu. She immediately checked on Yun Tianqing's condition. "Tianqing, are you all right? Don't scare me like that I'm fine." Yun Tianqing replied with a smile. Su helped him to his feet, and Yun Tianqing turned to Wukong, saying, "You little rascal, your skills are impressive. Are you some sort of prodigy?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a pinch at his waist and turned to see Su Yu looking at him disapprovingly. Realizing he had misspoken. "Hee, Su Yu, was my fault. I misspoke." Yun Tianqing chuckled awkwardly. "Humph," Su Yu huffed, then approached Wukong and lifted him up, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Tianhe, you are truly amazing. Is that so? Dad, can we fight a bit more?" Wukong was already eager for more combat. Yun Tianqing let out a dramatic exclamation, while Su Yu stifled a laugh, and Wukong remained oblivious, scratching his head in confusion. Descending the mountain, Su Yu gently offered a cup of hot tea to a woman who had changed into fresh clothes. Gazing at the gentle and beautiful lady, the woman felt a warm sense of comfort and smiled. "I'm fine now. Thank you, Aunt." Su Yu smiled back, and just then, the door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing Yun Tianqing and Wukong. The woman noticed Wukong's bashfulness as he shyly avoided her gaze, despite wearing rustic attire. He appeared even more charming and handsome. Yun Tianqing inquired, "Miss, what is your name? How did you come at Qingwan Peak?" The woman, regaining her composure, replied, "Uncle, my name is Han Lingsha. I came here to appreciate the beautiful scenery." "Appreciate the scenery?" Su Yu asked. "Yes, indeed. What's wrong?" Han Lingsha responded, a hint of nervousness in her tone. "Young lady, do not deceive us. I just saw some enchanting smoke fall from your garments. I suspect you are here to plunder tombs." Yun Tianqing stated, "You all know," Han Lingsha said, feeling embarrassed. "Dad, what is tomb raiding?" Wukong inquired, scratching his head. Yun Tianqing explained, "It's like when someone has been buried for a long time, and then eventually someone secretly digs up the grave and steals the valuable items inside. Do you understand?" "Oh," Wukong nodded, somewhat perplexed. Seeing Wukong's naive expression, Han Lingsha couldn't help but chuckle. "This is my son with Tianqing. His name is Yun Tianhe. He may appear a bit foolish, but he has a good heart." Su Yu introduced, "Big Brother Yun." Han Lingsha politely addressed, "Just call me Tianhe." "Big Brother Yun sounds strange," Wukong replied nonchalantly. That evening, Han Lingsha was taken aback by Wukong's voracious appetite. Watching him devour his food, she stifled a laugh. As did Su Yu, while Yun Tianqing wore a look of helplessness mixed with sorrow. The next day, Yun Tianqing and Su Yu suddenly said to Han Lingsha, "Lingsha, we would like to ask you for a favor." "What is it, uncle and aunt?" Han Lingsha inquired. "That we would like to request that you take Tina down the mountain for a bit of experience. He has been cooped up here for too long. And as you can see, he is quite naive. That I'm worried that he might be deceived if he ventures down alone." So you explained it. I see. "Well, I can take him down." Han Lingsha nodded in agreement. A day later, Yun Tianqing stood outside the door with a bundle in hand, alongside Su Yu, as they watched Wukong and Han Lingsha. Yun Tianqing handed the bundle to Wukong, saying, "You little rascal, inside are some rations and travel money. Remember, once you descend the mountain, people may not treat you as kindly as we do. However, do not harbor ill intentions, but always remain cautious, understood?" Wukong nodded. Su adjusted Wukong's clothing, saying, "Tianhe, once you are down the mountain, be sure to listen to Lingsha, understood?" "Oh, I understand," Wukong nodded, scratching his head again. Then Han Lingsha said, "Uncle and aunt, we shall be on our way now. Tianhe, let us depart. With that, Wukong left Qinghuan Peak, where he had lived for 19 years, under the watchful gaze of Yin Tianqing and Su Yu. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Wukong gazed at the bustling village and exclaimed, "Wow, so many people." Perhaps it was the long absence from crowds that stirred his excitement. "Tianhe, I will go find the village chief to see if we can stay here. You can wander around for now," Han Lingsha said in a sisterly manner before departing. Wukong was thrilled, despite the village being smaller than what he had known on Earth. It was still quite pleasant. Although the technology was not as advanced, he preferred the rustic charm. Dressed in his wild attire, Wukong strolled through the streets, observing various vendors hawking their wares. Many passers-by were captivated not by his attire, but by his strikingly handsome visage, almost mistaking him for a celestial being. "Zongzi for sale. Young master, how handsome you are. Would you like to try my family's traditional zongzi?" Wukong approached a vendor selling zongzi. "Ha, that sounds great," he replied, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, causing nearby women and young girls to momentarily hold their breath. Wukong unwrapped the zongzi and popped it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, it's so hot." "Ha, slow down, young man. It just come out of the pot." The vendor chuckled. Watching Wukong flail about from the heat, one could hardly reconcile his appearance with his endearing clumsiness, yet it only made people feel a desire to draw closer to him. After taking a breath and waiting for the zongzi to cool, Wukong began to chew, exclaiming, delicious." His handsome face puffed up with the food, making him irresistibly cute, prompting the nearby women and girls to feel an urge to nibble at him. "Even if just a little. So, young man, does it taste good?" The vendor chuckled. "Aha, indeed, it is quite delicious." Wukong responded with a smile, "Young man, why not purchase a few? They're just 1 copper coin each." The vendor, sensing an opportunity to earn some money, began to ponder. "Very well, but..." Wukong scratched his head. "What is it, young man? You wouldn't happen to lack funds, would you?" the vendor asked, somewhat skeptically. This skepticism was not unfounded, as Wukong's wild attire clearly indicated he had descended from the mountains in the past. Wukong had survived by hunting in Baobao Mountain until he met Bulma and began to engage with the world. "No, it's just that, from what I see, it seems you don't have enough for even a single meal." Wukong counted the zongzi on the stall and in the steamer. "Are you saying that this amount isn't enough for you?" The vendor was taken aback. "Yes, indeed. When I am on the mountain, I require at least 3 wild boars for a meal." Wukong replied with a foolish grin. The vendor was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Three wild boars for just 1 meal?" Wukong scratched his head again. "Exactly. So this little bit combined would barely amount to 1.5 wild boars, which is hardly sufficient to satiate my hunger." "Young man, I have at least 50 zongzi here. Is that truly not enough for you?" The vendor sought to clarify once more. "Well, I would need at least 100, and that would only leave me somewhat satisfied." Wukong nodded. "100? That would cost 100 copper coins. How about this, young man? I'll continue making them. Could you wait a moment?" "Oh, certainly," Wukong replied, as he took off his bundle and retrieved a bulging money pouch. He opened it, pouring out a large handful of copper coins and silver, along with some silver notes. "Young man, how do you possess so much money?" The vendor gazed in astonishment at the coins spilling from Wukong's hands. "It's from my parents. They feared I wouldn't have enough to eat, so they gave me extra money," Wukong explained, scratching his head at, "How should I give this to you? I know this shiny one is silver, and this round disc is copper, but what is this paper? It seems to have something written on it. 100 taels." Wukong innocently posed a question that left those around him in shock. "How much is 100 taels? 7 immortals? I'm no immortal," he continued. Eventually, some kind-hearted young women assisted Wukong in giving the vendor 100 copper coins. Wukong then tucked the remaining money away, mindful not to distribute it indiscriminately, for he understood the importance of saving. Unlike his previous life on Earth, where he was somewhat familiar with money, here it was altogether different. "Phew, haha, this should suffice." After waiting for about half an hour, Wukong scratched his head repeatedly until the vendor finally completed the zongzi. The vendor then wrapped them in a large cloth and handed them to Wukong, who held the hefty bundle with a silly grin, while the nearby women and little girls beamed with crescent-shaped eyes. "Tina, I'm back. Oh, what's in this large bundle?" Unbeknownst to him, Han Lingsha had returned and approached Wukong, eyeing the enormous package with curiosity. "Ha, This young lady and this young man must be friends, right? Hee, this young man is quite remarkable, declaring he wanted 100 zongzi all at once. It took me quite a while to prepare them. And now I must make more. The vendor chuckled at Han Lingsha. 100? Han Lingsha murmured, then uttered something that left those around her in disbelief. Is 100 enough? If not, let us buy a few more. Wukong scratched his head again. I'm not sure, but 100 should leave me somewhat satisfied. He said my father gave me a lot of money. Perhaps he was worried I'd go hungry. Oh, well then, Tianhe, if you think it's not enough, let us buy another 100, Han Lingsha suggested, completely oblivious to the astonishment of those around them. Having spent time with Wukong, she was well aware of his prodigious appetite. 3 wild boars were no challenge for him. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, and a lively chicken came bouncing toward Yuntian, flapping its wings in a frenzy, while a somewhat menacing-looking middle-aged man, wielding a broom, followed closely behind. Stop right there, you've driven me mad. Hurry back to your coop. The man waved his broom, yet the chicken continued to hop away. Alas, another incident from Uncle Song's household, the vendor remarked helplessly. What does that mean? Yuntian inquired, perplexed. Heath, young man, you may not know, but Uncle Song's chickens lay eggs 4 times a day for eggs each time. Yet this chicken behaves like royalty, never content to lay eggs in peace. The vendor explained with a smile. Ha, how amusing. A chicken can be a monarch. Han Lingsha chuckled, and Wukong joined in with a hearty laugh. Don't run. I'm exhausted. The middle-aged man panted heavily after chasing for some time. Uncle, let me help you, Wukong exclaimed, and in a flash he disappeared, only to reappear moments later with the chicken in hand, standing before the man. Not only were Han Lingsha, the middle-aged man, and the vendor astonished, but even the chicken held by Wukong seemed stunned, forgetting to struggle. Here you go, Uncle, Wukong said, handing the chicken to the man, who stood there dazed, accepting it with a stammer. Thank you, and no need for thanks. But do be more careful in the future, Wukong smiled. All right, thank you, young brother, the middle-aged man replied, turning to leave. As Wukong returned to Han Lingsha's side, she hurriedly asked, Tianhe, how did you get over there so quickly? Wukong replied, nonchalantly, I simply ran over in a flash. Ran over? Han Lingsha clearly found it hard to believe one could move that swiftly, covering such distance in the blink of an eye. Divine, divine, those around them erupted in excitement. What divine? I'm no immortal. Lingsha, why are you pulling me? Where are we going? Wukong suddenly found himself being dragged away by Han Lingsha. Tianhe, we should leave here quickly. Look at how they all view you as a deity, Han Lingsha urged as she ran. Wukong turned to see a crowd pursuing them. Without hesitation, he scooped up Han Lingsha, slung the large bundle of zongzi over his shoulder, and soared into the air. The pursuers halted in their tracks, then dropped to their knees, exclaiming, an immortal, Qianghua sect, what filling! Suddenly, Wukong furrowed his brow and said to Han Lingsha, Lingsha, it seems there are sounds of a scuffle nearby. Is there? My husband. Let us go take a look, Han Lingsha responded, already embodying the virtues expected of a woman. All right, Wukong agreed, leading Han Lingsha toward the source of the commotion. Before long, they arrived at the scene where a dashing young man clad in purple, sword in hand, was engaged in combat with several monsters. Wow, how impressive! Han Lingsha gazed at the man in purple attire, her expression tinged with astonishment, not due to his appearance, but rather at the mastery of his sword techniques. Is he truly formidable? It seems not so impressive, Wukong remarked, scratching his head. Husband, are you implying that individual is entirely ineffectual? Han Lingsha inquired. Indeed, his speed is exceedingly sluggish, and his strength leaves much to be desired. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he wouldn't stand a chance against me, Wukong inadvertently revealed. Super Saiyan? What sort of being is that? Han Lingsha asked, her curiosity piqued. Wukong found himself at a loss for words. To claim he was a Saiyan seemed inappropriate. Just then, a blade of chi shot towards Han Lingsha, who was standing beside Wukong. She screamed, in the next instant. Her beloved effortlessly deflected the attack with a casual sweep of his hand, prompting her to exhale in relief while marveling at his skills, for his lightness of foot was nothing short of remarkable. Lingsha, are you unharmed? Wukong inquired with concern. I am well. Thank you, my husband. Han Lingsha replied sweetly. Wukong turned his gaze back to the man, who now appeared to be panting heavily, clearly fatigued. It was no wonder, given the sheer number of monsters he faced and the considerable energy required for those sword techniques. Wait here for a moment, Wukong instructed Han Lingsha before vanishing in an instant, reappearing before the man to shield him from the oncoming monster's attacks. Who might you be? The man asked. Simultaneously, both he and Han Lingsha exclaimed. Be careful. Upon noticing several monsters charging towards Wukong, he suddenly transformed into an afterimage just as they were about to strike. The man was taken aback, as was Han Lingsha. Indeed, it was an afterimage. I am right here, Wukong declared, suddenly appearing behind the monsters. They turned to attack once more, but once again, he was merely an afterimage. This is no fun. I'm done playing, Wukong said, suddenly halting to block the monster's assault. Then with a mere flick of his hand, sent several of them flying, leaving trails along the ground. The man stood agape, utterly astonished by Wukong's prowess that I can scarcely believe such a highly skilled individual exists in this world. Wukong waved at Han Lingsha, who promptly bounced over, exclaiming, Husband, you are truly remarkable. Wukong smiled and produced a healing bean of his own cultivation from his pocket, offering it to the man. The man, puzzled for a moment, consumed it and immediately felt an invigorating surge of energy. His wounds healing instantaneously, he bowed deeply to Wukong, saying, Thank you for your timely assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name? Just as Wukong was about to respond, Han Lingsha interjected, His name is Yun Tianhe, and I am Han Lingsha, his wife. She leaned affectionately against Wukong, who blushed slightly, scratching his head in modesty, as, Oh, it is Master Yun. I am deeply grateful for your aid. I shall repay this debt in the future, the man said. At that moment, two beams of light descended from the sky, revealing a 15-year-old girl and a boy of similar age, both donned in purple garments. The girl exclaimed, Master Xing, please wait for us. I apologize, Master Xing. I truly cannot manage my junior sister. The boy said apologetically to the M. No matter. Let me introduce you. This is Master Yun Tianhe, and beside him is his wife. Master Xing announced. The girl gazed at Yun Tianhe in awe, exclaiming, Wow, you are incredibly handsome, with palpable excitement. Xuanji, do not be rude, Master Xing admonished. Master Yun, Master Madam, this young lady is Xuanji, and this is Huaishua. They are my disciples. Is it possible that you are so young, you have disciples? Wukong inquired, scratching his head. Taking on disciples is not bound by age, Huaishua replied. Oh, I see. I'm not very knowledgeable about such matters. Wukong admitted, his innocent demeanor eliciting laughter from Shinji. By the way, you seem to belong to a sect. Which one do you hail from? Han Lingsha asked. Madam Han, we are disciples of the Qianghua sect on Kunlun Mountain. Master Xing replied. Qianghua sect? What kind of sect is that? Is it delicious? Wukong inquired innocently, prompting everyone to sweat in exasperation. After a brief conversation with Wukong, Han Lingsha, and Master Xing, they learned that the others were returning to Chunzhou and bid their farewells. Wukong led Han Lingsha to the nearest city, named Shouyang City. As they entered the city, Wukong's stomach growled audibly. Han Lingsha smiled gently and said, Husband, allow me to fetch you something to eat. That would be wonderful. Wukong nodded in agreement. He watched as Lingsha dashed toward a nearby inn, while he began to stroll leisurely about. Suddenly, Wukong's peripheral vision caught sight of a poster on a wooden board, featuring a likeness that made him pause. Isn't that Lingsha? He mused aloud, tearing it down for a closer inspection. Indeed, it is Lingsha. There seem to be some words beside it. You have torn down the notice. Do you know where the woman in the picture is? A voice called out to Wukong. Turning around, he found two guards, both approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in uniform. One of them addressed Wukong directly. You mean this? I've seen her, Wukong replied. Where is she? The other guard pressed. She is, just as Wukong was about to speak, Han Lingsha approached him, asking, Husband, what is the matter? Lingsha, they are asking if I've seen you and have put up this poster, Wukong explained, pointing at the guards in the poster. Upon recognizing the situation, Han Lingsha understood. Her husband, unfamiliar with worldly affairs, had inadvertently torn down the notice that, oh dear, what should I do? Should I scold him? She thought. You there, you are the thief, Garde accused. Thief? Listen closely. I'm a bona fide bandit, Han Lingsha retorted with the confidence of a powerful woman, reminiscent of Chi-Chi. W. You dare. Garby snarled through gritted teeth. What? If you have the capability, come and catch me. My husband is exceptionally formidable, she declared, retreating behind Wukong. Are you attempting to intimidate Lingsha? Wukong frowned, assuming the guards were menacing her. This young man, she is indeed a thief. Do not be deceived, Garde warned. She is not a thief. She is my wife. Is that not so, Lingsha? Wukong turned to her for confirmation. Lingsha nodded, and Wukong continued. She is my wife, hence she cannot be a thief. What kind of reasoning is this? Is it possible that your wife could be a thief? If that is the case, do not blame us for being impolite. Two guards drew their swords. Wukong assumed a combat stance and declared, I shall not allow you to harm Lingsha. Behind Wukong, Lingsha, with tears in her eyes, murmured, Tianhe, you are truly kind. Stop. A man's voice came from behind the guards. The two guards turned around and immediately sheathed their swords. Bowing respectfully, Captain Pei Jian approached Wukong and Lingsha and clasped his hands together in greeting. My apologies. It seems my subordinates have mistaken you for someone else. Captain Pei, I did not mistake him. Look, that woman is exactly like the one in the painting, Garde exclaimed. Silence. It is not your place to speak, Pei Jian replied coldly, causing the two guards to fall silent, if that is the case. Then we shall take our leave. My dear husband, let us continue our journey. Lingsha spoke softly to Wukong, her gentle demeanor igniting jealousy in the two guards. Oh. Wukong was still trying to grasp the situation, but he was relieved to be able to leave. Just as Wukong and Lingsha were about to depart, a voice called out, Please wait a moment. They turned around, and Lingsha asked, Is there something else? Pei Jian produced a portrait from his robe and compared it with Wukong, stating, It is indeed a striking resemblance. What resemblance? Lingsha said, displeased as she longed for a moment alone with Wukong. That I beg your pardon. Sir, but you bear a strong resemblance to the person in this painting. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Pei Jian asked Wukong. Oh, I am called Yin Tianhe. Wukong scratched his head. Yin Tianqing is my father. He added, scratching his head again, Oh, you are indeed that man's son. Young Master Yin, I have finally found you, Pei Jian exclaimed joyfully. What do you mean, finally found? Please clarify, Lingsha inquired. This young Master Yin is the son of my family's benefactor. His father once saved my master's life, and now my master has tasked me with seeking him out. Now that we have located the son of our benefactor, I would like to invite young Master Yun to our residence for a discussion. I'm certain my master will be delighted, Pei Jian explained slowly. I see. Tianhe, do you wish to go? Lingsha asked. Tianhe, I have no interest in this at all, Wukong replied. Young Master Yun, you must accompany me. My master will surely host you well, Pei Jian urged anxiously. Lingsha, will there be good food? Wukong asked Lingsha. Lingsha paused, realizing that Wukong was only motivated by the prospect of a meal, before she could respond. Pei Jian quickly interjected, Yes, my master will prepare a feast for young Master Yin. Will you come? Then can Lingsha come along? Wukong scratched his head. That might not be convenient, Pei Jian hesitated. What do you mean? This young lady is still Tianhe's wife. Why can't she accompany us? Lingsha exclaimed with her hands on her hips. Well, if Lady Yin insists on coming, then very well, Pei Jian conceded. Wukong then took Lingsha's hand and followed Pei Jian towards the residence he mentioned. While the two guards muttered behind them, What a disastrous start. We thought we could achieve merit, but instead, it's all for naught. Indeed, a female thief suddenly transformed into the wife of the son of our master's benefactor. It is quite a chaotic turn of events. How much will you give me? This door is enormous. Following Pei Jian, Wukong and Lingsha arrived at a grand estate, and Wukong exclaimed at the sight of the red door. Hee, young Master Yin is too kind. Please, follow me, Pei Jian said with a slight smile. Oh. Wukong nodded, and Lingsha linked her arm with Wukong's as they entered. Once inside, both Wukong and Lingsha were taken aback by the sheer size of the courtyard. Adorned with lush trees, blooming flowers, artificial hills, and a pond filled with goldfish, presenting a delightful scene. Pei Jian led them to a large building and said, "Please wait here while I report to my master. I shall return promptly. All right." Wu Kong scratched his head, and after Pei Jian entered, he began to look around. "Lingsha, there's so many flowers and trees here, and so many ponds," Wu Kong exclaimed. Is that so? But it seems to pale in comparison to Qingwan Peak. "Don't you think, my husband?" Lingsha smiled. Yes, Wu Kong grinned foolishly, and as if discovering a new world, he suddenly jumped to the side of a pond, exclaiming, "Wow, Lingsha, come quickly. There are so many red fish." Lingsha looked at her husband with a mix of exasperation and affection. Although he appeared a bit foolish, he had a good heart and posed no threat to anyone. Lingsha felt no regret in choosing him. She believed Wu Kong was her lifelong support. "I wonder if they are edible?" Wu Kong scratched his head, gazing sadly at the goldfish bubbling in the pond. Nearby, a few maids in servant attire chuckled softly as they overheard Wu Kong's words. He asked if goldfish are edible. How amusing. Mayday laughed. "Shoo, keep your voice down. That if they are in the inner courtyard, they must be guests of the master. It's rather unexpected," Maidby remarked. "But honestly, that man dressed somewhat like a wild person is quite handsome." Another maid commented, "Indeed, though his clothing is a bit tattered, he is still charming. I wonder who the woman beside him is?" "Oh no, they are looking over here. We should leave," as Wu Kong intently watched the goldfish in the pond. Occasionally reaching out to scoop them, Lingsha stood behind him, casually observing her surroundings. An elderly voice suddenly called out, "Noble nephew!" Wu Kong and Lingsha turned around to see an elderly man, approximately 1.72 meters tall, with a plump figure, gray hair, and a white beard, standing before them. This is uncanny. The resemblance is astonishing. Truly, the student surpasses the master. I can hardly believe it. Had I not come personally, I would not have trusted Pei Jian's words. The old man exclaimed in astonishment. "What are you talking about, old sir?" Lingsha inquired, puzzled. "Why are you staring at my husband? You're not harboring any inappropriate thoughts, are you?" The elderly man then asked Wu Kong. "You are Yun Tianhe, correct? Your father is Yun Tianxing?" Wu Kong scratched his head and replied, "Yes, how did you know?" "Of course, I am Lu Shifeng, a man who has benefited from your father's kindness," Lu Shifeng remarked. "Niu Shifeng?" Wu Kong uttered some rather shocking words to, "My lord, it is Lu Shifeng, not Niu Shifeng. Please refrain from speaking carelessly." Lingsha quickly corrected him in a whisper. No matter, I just heard Pei Jian mention that my dear nephew is known for his straightforwardness and candor. Qualities I greatly admire." Lu Shifeng chuckled. Come, let us all enter the house," he said, turning to Lingsha. "I am his wife," Lingsha replied, linking her arm with Wu Kong's. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Shifeng said, regarding Lingsha with a somewhat awkward gaze, before smiling again. "Very well. Let us not keep our guests standing outside. That I have already instructed Shaoran to prepare the meal, and I shall ensure you are warmly welcomed. A feast awaits." Splendid. I've been quite hungry," Wu Kong exclaimed, patting his stomach and laughing heartily. Lingsha felt exasperated, while Lu Shifeng smiled. Upon entering the house, an elderly lady looked at Wu Kong and Han Lingsha with astonishment. "Is this truly the young master of the Yun family?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Shifeng laughed heartily. "Indeed, I did not expect my dear nephew to be even more handsome than Yun Xian." He then turned to Wu Kong and Lingsha, saying, "This is my wife, Ruan Ci. You may address her as Aunt Lu." "Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu," Wu Kong and Lingsha chorused together. "Oh, such good children. Now, please do not stand there. I shall have the food brought forth immediately. So do take your seats," Ruan Ci said. "What the lady says is true," Lu Shifeng added. Now we can finally eat," Wu Kong exclaimed. "Nephew and niece, please take a seat," Lu Shifeng urged. Suddenly, Wu Kong took down his bundle, retrieved his money pouch, and poured out the coins before Lu Shifeng, saying, "Uncle Lu, I have money. How much should I give you? Why are there two of you? My dear nephew, what is the meaning of this? Do you not enjoy stir-fried dishes and prefer cold dishes instead?" Lu Shifeng inquired. Wu Kong scratched his head. "I do not know. I only know that one must pay for food received from others and cannot eat for free." "Silly child, those selling to you are merchants and naturally require your silver. But we are different. We are friends of your father. Will we charge you for a meal? Wan Ci said kindly. Oh, is that so? Ling Sha? Wukong asked the nearby Han Ling Sha. Ling Sha sighed, of course. We are all family here, just like when you are with your parents. You do not need to pay for your meals. Ah, haha, I see now, haha. Wukong laughed foolishly. Though. May I inquire about your parents, dear nephew? Lu Shifeng asked that. Oh, certainly, but you should eat while we talk. Otherwise, the food will turn cold. Wan Ci interjected with a hint of exasperation. This is delicious, and that is quite good as well. You all should eat. It is truly delightful. Wukong exclaimed, sitting at the table and voraciously devouring a whole roasted lamb, having already finished one leg. Dear nephew, have you not eaten in quite some time? Lu Shifeng and Wan Ci were taken aback by Wukong's appetite. Fortunately, there was a whole roasted lamb, or there would not have been enough to satisfy him. Wukong, his mouth full of lamb, could not articulate clearly. Meanwhile, Ling Sha was wiping his mouth and patting his back while addressing the elders. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, you may not believe it, but his appetite surprised me too. When I was with my in-laws at Qingwan Peak, he devoured 4 wild boars. 4 wild boars. The elders were astonished, and then Wan Ci asked, Dear nephew, I ask you a question. Please, uncle, Ling Sha replied. Are you truly my nephew's wife? Or did you decide this on your own? Lu Shifeng suddenly inquired. Ling Sha hesitated, looking at Lu Shifeng, while Wan Ci tugged at her husband's sleeve and clarified. Ah, do not misunderstand. What your Uncle Lu means is whether you truly have feelings for Tianhe or merely regard him as family. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, let me be honest with you. Initially, I did treat Tianhe as my closest person because I have been an orphan since childhood. After my uncle passed away, I lived alone. However, as I spent time with Tianhe, I gradually realized that I have truly fallen for him, that he is very honest. Although he does not understand emotions, I have come to regard him as my lifelong support. I fear losing him, which is why I preemptively refer to him as my husband. Ling Sha slowly explained to Lu Shifeng and Wan Ci. Let's eat. Eat, Lu Shifeng said, taken aback by Ling Sha's candidness and sensing her deep affection for Wukong. Observing Ling Sha attentively tending to Wukong, a quintessential symbol of a devoted wife, Lu Shifeng sighed inwardly. Wan Ci whispered to Lu Shifeng, My dear, let the children handle their own matters. It is not appropriate for us to interfere. Alas, my lady, I once received kindness from Yun Xian, and now that I cannot see him, I do not approach this with a sense of indebtedness. I merely hope to bring together the heir and my dear nephew. But it seems, Lu Shifeng lamented helplessly, my dear. Wan Ci wanted to say more, but resigned herself to watching Wukong feast. Come, dear nephew, this is the renowned sweet rice wine, brewed with medicinal herbs and honey, making it exceptionally rich and smooth. Oh, give it a try. Lu Shifeng said, holding up a bottle of wine for Wukong. Good. This is my first time drinking wine, Wukong replied, his mouth full. I heard from my husband that your father particularly enjoys this wine. So, I retrieved it from the cellar. Wan Ci added, yes, that's so. My father likes it too. Very well, I shall have a taste, Wukong said, taking the bottle from Lu Shifeng. However, Ling Sha cautioned, Tianhe, can you handle it? My father enjoys drinking, and besides, it smells so fragrant. Ling Sha, shall we drink together? Wukong replied, inhaling the aroma of the wine. Perhaps not, Tianhe. You should drink sparingly. You cannot consume too much on your first try. Ling Sha smiled. Oh, Wukong nodded, then tilted the bottle to his mouth, gulping down the wine. Ling Sha exclaimed, Tianhe, why are you drinking so much? At that moment, Wukong had already emptied the bottle, and Lu Shifeng chuckled. It seems my dear nephew truly enjoys this wine. Just as he finished praising Wukong, he noticed Wukong set the bottle down, his face flushed, and he remarked, Why are there 2 Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu? Ling Sha, why are there 2 of you? Wukong is drunkenly slumped on the table, lost in a haze that I think it's better to forget about it. He mutters about his tail. What tail? Ling Sha inquires, gazing dreamily at Wukong's Super Saiyan form, only to be filled with confusion upon hearing his words. My tail. Without it, I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. What should I do? Wukong, reverting to his black-haired, black-eyed self, crouches down, scratching his head in distress. Indeed, Wukong is only able to become Super Saiyan 4 with his tail, and without it, he can only achieve Super Saiyan 3, which is quite exhausting. But considering it has been 19 years, why is he only now realizing he has lost his tail? Husband, what tail? What's Super Saiyan for? Ling Sha asks as she kneels before Wukong. Wukong looks up, frustrated, and says, alas, my tail has finally grown back. And now it's gone again. Ling Sha is bewildered, her head filled with question marks. At that moment, Lu Shifeng arrives with Ruan Xiaida. Why do you seem so anxious, my dear nephew? Lu Shifeng inquires, stroking his beard as he observes Wukong tugging at his hair. Wukong remains silent, merely sighing in frustration, while Ruan Xi glances at Wukong's attire, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dear nephew, that outfit suits you splendidly. Wukong, flattered by the compliment, scratches his head and murmurs, without my tail, I suppose it's better to let it go. How would Krillin and the others, who spent time with Wukong on Earth in his youth, react to this statement? In the dead of night, Wukong sits in the courtyard before the guest room, resting his head on Ling Sha's lap. Ling Sha gazes tenderly at him, her delicate hands gently stroking his hair, while Wukong closes his eyes in bliss, both savoring the beauty of the moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, Ling Sha sniffs the air and exclaims, what is that smell? Wukong sits up, also taking a whiff. It is so fragrant. Ah, husband, don't sniff it. It might be some kind of hallucinogenic smoke. Ling Sha quickly covers Wukong's nose. He gently removes her hand and reassures her it's nothing, just a pleasant scent. Ling Sha, do you hear any sounds? Ling Sha listens intently and replies, no, husband, what sound? It seems quite lovely. Wukong stands up and begins walking toward the source of his perception. Husband, wait for me. Ling Sha exclaims, hurrying to catch up with him. Oh, husband, there's so many monsters. Along their path, they see numerous creatures wandering in various backyards. Wukong frowns and says, Ling Sha, those are merely illusions, if you don't believe me. You can try touching them. Surprised, Ling Sha approaches the nearest creature, closes her eyes, and slowly reaches out to her astonishment. Her hand passes right through the creature's body. It is indeed an illusion. It really is an illusion. Husband, she says, patting her chest in relief. Continuing on their way, Ling Sha remarks, husband, that sounds like music. It's delightful. Indeed, it's truly beautiful. It seems to be coming from the courtyard ahead. Let us hurry over. Upon passing through the moon gate of the courtyard, they enter a garden filled with peach blossom trees, where the music grows increasingly clearer, enchanted by the exquisite melody and the beautiful trees. They pause to admire their surroundings. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ling Sha exclaims joyfully. Yes, so many flowers, so many trees, and even many fish. Wukong chuckles, scratching his head. Husband, you only think of fish, Ling Sha replies, slightly exasperated. Just then, a sweet, melodic laughter rings out from a distance. Following the sound, they cross a pavilion bridge and finally come face to face with the source of the laughter and music. Can one have many wives? The girl seated gracefully on a large stone before a house calls out with a cheerful voice. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, her hair cascades elegantly down her back, and her exquisite features, especially her slightly rosy lips, are captivating. Her delicate feet are adorned with blue shoes, and she holds a guqin in her hands. Heavens, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Though Ling Sha is a woman herself, she cannot help but marvel at the girl's beauty. The girl glances at Ling Sha, then turns her attention to Wukong, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. Not only is she astonished by Wukong's appearance, but she's also taken aback by the warm, inviting aura he exudes, along with his concealed prowess. Who are you, young lady? Wukong asks innocently. The girl pauses, a smile breaking across her face at his naive question, while Ling Sha interjects, husband, of course she is a girl. Just let me da-da. Oh, Wukong nods, then asks the girl, what is your name? The girl slightly bows and replies, I am Meng Li, the daughter of Lu Shifeng and Ruan Xi. It is an honor to meet you. Miss Lu. I am Han Ling Sha, and this is my husband, Yin Tian He. Ling Sha introduces herself with a polite gesture. Upon hearing Ling Sha refer to Wukong as her husband, Meng Li looks at them with surprise, her emotions a mix of astonishment and complexity. You are Master Yun and Lady Yun. She acknowledges, bowing once more. By the way, was it you playing the guqin earlier? Ling Sha asks Mengli. Yes, I was merely passing the time. Playing the guqin is one of my passions, Mengli smiles. Then, could you play again? I would love to hear it, Yukong requests. Ling Sha glances at him, surprised that he enjoys listening to others play. Since you wish for it, I shall gladly oblige, Mengli replies, placing her delicate fingers on the strings and beginning to play once more. In an instant, the beautiful melodies fill the air, and Yukong, though standing, taps his feet to the rhythm, while Ling Sha listens, entranced by Meng Li's performance. After a long while, as the final note fades, Yukong and Ling Sha burst into applause. Wow, that was wonderful. Meng Li humbly replies, you flatter me. My playing is quite ordinary. At that moment, Lu Shifeng rushes over, exclaiming, Meng Li, oh, dear nephew, you are here as well. Ah, Uncle Lu, are you still awake at this late hour? Ling Sha asks. I came upon hearing Li's music. Lu Shifeng smiled warmly and said, Father, you have arrived. This young gentleman, Yin, must be the son of my benefactor, right? Meng Li inquired of Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng nodded. Indeed, it was his father who entrusted you to my care. After marrying your mother, we have not been blessed with children of our own. So naturally, I am delighted to have your company. Now that you have grown up, as the saying goes, a man should marry and a woman should wed. I find my dear nephew to be quite admirable. Although he is already married, if you are willing, my dear, I can discuss the possibility of you marrying him with Brother Yin. Lu Shifeng's words left Ling Sha and Meng Li astonished, while Yukong scratched his head in confusion. Father, what are you saying? This is our first meeting with young Master Yin. How can you speak of such matters? Do you not fear it may offend him? Interestingly, Meng Li's tone was not one of displeasure, but rather of nervousness. Haha, my dear, I understand that I may have been a bit hasty, but I do not wish for you to miss out on a good match. That my nephew is not only honest and sincere, but he also possesses a kind heart. If you were to entrust your life to him, both your mother and I would feel reassured, Lu Shifeng said kindly. Father, Meng Li struggled to articulate her thoughts, then cast an apologetic glance at Yukong and Ling Sha before retreating to her room. Ling Sha, what did Uncle Lu just say? I did not comprehend a single word, Yukong asked Ling Sha, who, feeling a twinge of jealousy, responded, It is simply that he wishes to marry his daughter to you, to make you his wife. But I already have you as my wife. Why would I need another? Can one have multiple wives? Yukong scratched his head in confusion. The next day, as they prepared to set off for Ni Luo Rock, Lu Shifeng remarked, Ah, my dear nephew, you have arrived just in time. We were discussing matters concerning Ni Luo Rock. Come and listen. In the front hall of the Lu residence, Lu Shifeng, Ruan Ci, Lu Mengli, and Han Ling Sha were engaged in conversation when Yukong returned from his morning exercises. Oh, splendid, Yukong nodded. Lu Shifeng expressed with a hint of regret, It is rather embarrassing to admit that when I first arrived in Shouyang, I was ill-equipped to govern. Although the people here are not destitute, they certainly do not have an abundance of wealth, and there are few merchants in trade. Ruan Ci gently interjected, My lord, there is no need to dwell on past regrets. We must do our best and leave the rest to fate. Meng Li has since aided the people of Shouyang, which is also a blessing, is it not? Indeed, thanks to Meng Li's skilled hands, she transformed the fragrant herbs from the mountains into incense, which sparked a rush among merchants from various regions. Even catching the attention of nobility in the capital, is this very endeavor that has led to Shouyang's current prosperity, Lu Shifeng chuckled. Well, that's wonderful, but what does it have to do with monsters? Yukong, munching on a piece of sweet cake, remarked, while Ling Sha sighed in exasperation. Haha, Tinha, eat slowly, be careful not to choke, Ruan Ci said kindly. This is delicious. My stomach has been grumbling for ages. Yukong replied, his handsome face puffed out with the walnut cake, making him quite the amusing sight. Young Master Yin is quite the humorous one. Lu Mengli chuckled, then turned serious. To the northwest of Shouyang lies Ni Luo Rock, which is abundant in fragrant herbs. Most townsfolk go there to gather them, but recently there have been frequent attacks by monsters, and now no one dares to approach. That means a loss of livelihood. How unfortunate, Han Ling Sha lamented. Lu Shifeng added. The common folk are filled with trepidation. which is indeed concerning. Wukong piped up, If there are monsters, does that mean there will be a fight? The four fell silent, and Han Ling Sha, understanding Wukong's nature, explained, My husband enjoys sparring, and upon hearing of monsters, immediately thinks of it as an opportunity for a duel. Is that so? Then, young Master Yun, would you care to join us? Lu Mengli suggested, Of course. I would like to hone my skills as well. It has been quite a while since I last fought, and I fear I may be getting rusty, Wukong replied, shaking his arms. Young Master Yun is truly one of a kind in that case. Father, mother, once young Master Yun finishes his snack, we shall set off. The sooner we address this matter, the better. No need to wait. We can leave at once. I am brimming with energy, Wukong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Sprinting out first. Dear husband, slow down. Have some water first. Don't choke. Han Ling Sha picked up a cup of tea and hurried after him. Lu Shifeng chuckled with the others, then turned to Lu Mengli, saying, Mengli, I truly worry about you. Do not fret. Father, as long as my heart is tethered to you, I shall resolve it. Lu Mengli replied gently. Then Mengli, please take some snack for young Master Yun to enjoy along the way. Lu Shifeng instructed. All right, he'll be quite pleased. Lu Mengli nodded. Outside the Lu residence, Wukong was stretching his limbs while Ling Sha searched for any medicinal items they might need. Lu Shifeng said to Lu Mengli, Mengli, be sure to return early. I understand, father. Rest assured, she assured him. Tea that moment. Pei Jian arrived with a cart, and Lu Shifeng said, Mengli, you should take this cart for your journey to avoid tiring your legs. Father, we're going to exorcise demons, not for a leisurely excursion. We shall walk. Lu Mengli shook her head. Very well, but do be cautious, Lu Shifeng replied. Hey, why are you still chatting? I can't wait any longer. Let's hurry. Wukong approached Lu Shifeng and Lu Mengli. Father, I shall take my leave. Lu Mengli said her final words to Lu Shifeng before she, Wukong, and Han Ling Sha, who had packed the necessary herbs, slowly walked out of Shouyang City. Lu Shifeng watched the three as they departed, then turned to Pei Jian and said, Pei Jian, would you care to share a drink with me today? Yes, my lord. Pei Jian replied with a stoic expression. Sigh. How many times must I tell you to refrain from calling me my lord when there are no outsiders present? Lu Shifeng lamented, exasperated. Yes, my lord. You, sigh, never mind. Lu Shifeng shook his head and entered the Lu residence, while Pei Jian gazed at the now vanished figures of the three, murmuring, Miss, take care. As they approached Baigong Mountain, Wukong exclaimed, Wow, this mountain is enormous. He spun around, marveling at the vast expanse of Baigong Mountain. After ascending, heading west leads Tenai Luo Rock, while the northeastern side, Lu Mengli began, but was interrupted by Han Ling Sha. Isn't that the tomb of the former king of Huainan? Right, Mengli? Han Ling Sha chimed in playfully. Indeed, Miss Han is correct. Lu Mengli nodded. Oh dear, just call me Ling Sha. Miss Han feels so distant, she replied. Very well then, Ling Sha. Lu Mengli smiled. Now is this how it should be? Ling Sha giggled. What are you all talking about? You seem so cheerful, Dio share, so I can join in the merriment. Wukong urged. Wukong approached the two women, wearing an expression that conveyed his own curiosity. We haven't said anything, have we? It's just that we shall become very good friends in the future, he remarked. However, returning to the topic, the old man, King Huainan, certainly has a keen eye for selection. The terrain of Baigong Mountain is quite remarkable, embodying the dual embrace of the azure dragon and the white tiger from the four auspicious creatures, which allows the site to remain sheltered from the winds. Alas, there is only the city moat of Shouyang in front. If only it could gather water into a marsh, it would be perfect. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wukong scratched his head, pondering if their laughter was in response to this. Han Ling Sha, Lu Mengli, he sighed, forget it, I still want to find that monster as soon as possible. With that, Wukong shook his head and headed westward. Han Ling Sha and Lu Mengli exchanged glances and smiled faintly, following in Wukong's footsteps. Young Master Yun is the most humorous man I have ever encountered, Lu Mengli remarked, observing Wukong, who was scanning the surroundings. That's so? Not only is he humorous, but despite descending from a mountain, he possesses a kindness that is hard to come by. However, typically such individuals are at a high risk of being led astray, perhaps even sold off without realizing it. Han Ling Sha replied, Does young Master Yin not understand the myriad facets of life? Lu Mengli inquired. That of course he doesn't. He grew up on a mountain for 19 years and only recently came down with me. I too am puzzled as to why his parents did not teach him about the world. Han Lingsha pouted. Perhaps Uncle Yin and Aunt Yin wish to shield him from the impurities of this world. Lu Mengli suggested softly. Han Lingsha glanced at Lu Mengli and sighed. Perhaps, otherwise, Tianhe would not be so innocent and kind-hearted. But thankfully, he now has both me and Mengli. Lingsha, what do you mean by that? Lu Mengli asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Han Lingsha quickly corrected herself. I'm sorry, Mengli, I really don't know what I was saying. Lu Mengli shook her head, her gaze complex as she looked at Wukong's back, and said, It's fine, I don't hold it against you. Observing Lu Mengli's fixation on Wukong, Han Lingsha pondered whether Mengli harbored feelings for her husband. Otherwise, why would she gaze at him so, after walking for nearly an hour? Wow, what a large cave! Wukong suddenly exclaimed. Husband, what's wrong? Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli, engrossed in their conversation, were jolted back to reality and rushed to Wukong's side. Indeed, it's enormous. This must be the Luo cave. Right, Mengli? Han Lingsha remarked, gazing at the vast opening. Yes, this is the Luo cave. Let us descend quickly, Lu Mengli replied. Wukong immediately leaped down, almost as if flying, then ascended once more to tell the astonished Lu Mengli and the already accustomed Han Lingsha. It's so red inside. There are many pools and pillars. Young Master Yun, can you fly? Lu Mengli asked. Despite her own considerable strength, she found it rather presumptuous to claim one could simply fly. Witnessing Wukong, whose cultivation was indiscernible, so effortlessly was truly astonishing. Mengli, don't be surprised. You've only seen a glimpse of my husband's capabilities. When we encounter that monster, you will witness just how powerful he truly is. Han Lingsha laughed. Young Master Yun, could you tell me what your cultivation level is? Lu Mengli inquired. Wukong scratched his head. Cultivation level? My parents asked me the same, but I truly do not know what mine is. I just feel there's a presence far away that could contend with me, and there's also something in the sky. All right, husband, since you don't know, there's no need to elaborate further. Mengli, let us hurry down, Han Lingsha said, using the technique Wukong had taught her to lift both Lu Mengli and Wukong as they flew down together. Lu Mengli, surprised, exclaimed, Lingsha, you can fly too? What is a sword immortal? In Luo Cave, level 2. Heavens, what is happening? Han Lingsha gasped, staring at the ground littered with the corpses of monsters. It seems someone got here before us. Lu Mengli mused that I was hoping for a fight. What a pity, Wukong lamented. We are merely here to investigate why the monsters suddenly turn aggressive. We are not necessarily here to exterminate them. Lu Mengli clarified. The Huai monsters here are typically gentle. There must be some reason behind this, she added. Well, let us not linger on this. Let us move quickly. I'm feeling nauseous. Han Lingsha covered her mouth. Lingsha, are you all right? Wukong asked with genuine concern, causing Lu Mengli to feel a pang of envy. Han Lingsha shook her head with a smile. I'm fine. Husband, let us go to... Oh. The trio continued onward, and as they traversed the 3rd level, while walking, Han Lingsha suddenly slipped and fell into a muddy pit with a yelp. Who dug this pit? Who placed this broken brick here? I'll have their head. Han Lingsha exclaimed, rising and glaring at her mud-covered clothes in outrage. Lingsha, perhaps you should return to Uncle Lu's place. Your clothes are all dirty, Wukong suggested. Han Lingsha used magic to clean the mud from her clothes and shook her head, saying no, I want to exact my revenge, and marched forward like a determined warrior. Girls are truly strange. Is she upset about the mud? Odd. Pigs bathe in mud too, Wukong mused, scratching his head. Lu Mengli stared at Wukong in awe. Young Master Yin, what is it? Wukong asked Lu Mengli. It's nothing. At least Lingsha is all right, young Master Yin. Let us catch up, she responded before walking on to Wukong followed suit. Gradually, the 3 arrived at the eastern edge of the 7th layer of Luo Cave. Lu Mengli slightly wrinkled her nose and said, There's a scent of fragrant grass nearby. This way, follow me, Lu Mengli beckoned, leading them to a corner. Lu Mengli halted, and Wukong asked, What's wrong? Just as Lu Mengli was about to speak. They heard a soft sound from the corner. Meow. Is there a cat here? Han Lingsha wondered. At that moment, a tiny creature emerged from the corner, appearing as if it would never grow up. Wow, what is this? So small and adorable. Let me touch it. As Han Lingsha crouched down, intending to reach out and touch the adorable little creature, she was taken aback when it suddenly gazed at her in fear and began to retreat. Meow. Meow. Lingsha, what's wrong with them? They seem quite frightened of you, Yukong remarked. Mengli, perhaps you should give it a try, Han Lingsha suggested to Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli nodded and stepped forward, but before she could crouch down, the creature recoiled once more, leaving the two women quite helpless. Yukong, puzzled, observed, Lingsha and Mengli are both so beautiful. Why would it be afraid of them? He approached, eager to see if he could also touch the small animal. Han Lingsha immediately interjected. My dear, Yukong knelt down, and this time the little creature did not retreat, but regarded him with a complex expression. Yukong smiled gently, appearing quite amiable, and surprisingly, the little creature leaped into his embrace. Ah, what is happening? Why is it that you can hold this little cat? Han Lingsha asked in astonishment. That I really don't know. I just found them to be very cute and innocent, and it felt as though we communicated naturally. Yukong scratched his head and chuckled. Lu Mengli's heart raced. Could it be that young Master Yun possessed the ability to communicate with animals? It seemed the trapper had been found. Lu Mengli gazed at the little cat in Yukong's arms and asked, Who, where? Han Lingsha began to fume again. Then she looked at Mengli, who was fixated on the little cat in Yukong's arms, and inquired, Mengli, are you suggesting that they are the ones? Lu Mengli nodded. All right then, let me catch them this time. Just wait and see how I deal with you, Han Lingsha exclaimed. Hey Lingsha, don't be angry. They're quite pitiful. I can feel their pain. Yukong interjected, shielding the little cat from Han Lingsha's view. Taken aback, Han Lingsha turned to Lu Mengli, who nodded in agreement. I could see that moment. The little cat lifted its head and said, Meow, meow, bad humans. You killed both my father and mother. What? The three of them gasped in shock. Lu Mengli, speaking softly, asked, Hello, please don't be afraid. We mean no harm. You mentioned that your parents were killed. What happened? The little cat fell silent. Lu Mengli continued, Could you share your story with us? We truly have no ill intentions. The little cat retorted angrily, Meow, meow. Humans are all villains. We seek revenge. Lu Mengli inquired, Were those monsters lying on the ground your parents? The little cats hiding behind immediately burst into tears. Woo. Father and mother. The little cat in Yukong's arms asserted, Meow. No crying, don't give them a satisfaction. Yukong then asked, by the way, what did the people who killed your parents look like? The little cat replied. Meow, meow, he wielded a long sword. I know. It's what humans call a sword immortal. Sword immortal? Lingsha, Mengli, what is that? Yukong asked the two women. The sword immortal is a master of swordsmanship, transcending the ordinary, enveloped in sword energy. Impervious to harm, with white hair and youthful visage, moving with such swiftness that they can traverse hundreds of miles in an instant. People revere this sect as celestial, yearning to join them. Countless individuals chase after traces of the sword immortal, hoping for the chance to enter their ranks. However, this sect is peculiar. Unless one shares a profound fate, they may pass by without recognition. Yet, this does not deter the hearts of many from seeking them. Perhaps it is due to an ancient prophecy that those who can wield swords will ascend to immortality, traversing the three realms and possessing the spirit to alter the universe. Lu Mengli explained to Yukong. Yukong listened, somewhat confused but not entirely surprised, given his limited intellect. Thus, it seems that the recent incidents of monsters harming humans have likely attracted the attention of those sword immortals. Meow, meow. It's not the humans. They have depleted all the fragrant herbs, leaving the demon creatures with nothing to eat. Why parents merely intended to scare them, which led to a few deaths, the little cat explained. Han Lingsha was taken aback. Ah? Is that so? Lu Mengli asked the little cat. Do you have a place to go? If so, you should leave quickly. The Luron Cliff is now filled with poisonous insects and plants, not a place for you to linger. The little cat paused and replied, Meow. You won't kill us? Yukong gently patted the little cat's head, saying, How could we? You are so adorable. We could never bear to harm you. But if you stay here, without food, you starve to death? Moreover, if monsters kill humans, humans will seek revenge, And when humans kill monsters, they will not relent either. This cycle of violence will lead to no resolution. Wukong pondered aloud. Young Master Yun lumingly gazed at Wukong in astonishment, while Han Lingsha looked at him in disbelief. My dear, is that truly you? How could you speak such wise words? Wukong smiled and said, This is what my father taught me. He said that whether human or monster, there will always be karmic retribution. Lumingly nodded. Uncle Yin is indeed correct. Meow, I am Huai Mi, and these are my younger brothers Huai Hua, Huai Shi, Huai Jiao, and Huai Ji. Huai Mi leapt from Wukong's arms and introduced itself. Meow, I sense a warm aura from you, a connection to nature. Not all humans are entirely wicked, but when I grow up, I shall seek out that person and avenge my parents, the little cat declared, first addressing Wukong, then turning to Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha. Meow, let us go, as they watched the little cats depart. Lu Mengli sighed. How pitiful. To lose their parents at such a tender age, they will face great hardships ahead. Wukong added, Indeed, but regardless, they must rely on themselves in the future. Otherwise, they will never grow up. Just like how I hunt mountain pigs all by myself. My father can't even catch a rabbit. But, my dear, hearing you and Mengli say that has made my anger dissipate. They truly are quite pitiful. Han Lingsha chuckled. Wukong scratched his head, smiling, while Lu Mengli stifled a gentle laugh, saying, That big brother is very protective of his younger siblings. He will surely keep them safe. Just as the three were preparing to leave, one of the little cats they had just seen returned, clutching a brownish bead in its mouth. It dropped the bead before Wukong and the others and said, Meow. The leader is too shy to come himself. So he asked me to give you this. It is our only treasure. For us? Lu Mengli inquired. Meow. The leader said that people can be good or bad. You are good people and have treated us kindly. So we wish to express our gratitude. Huaiji explained, A treasure. Let me have a look. Han Lingsha picked up the bead and examined it, suddenly exclaiming, This? Is it real? This appears to be an Earth Spirit Pearl. Earth Spirit Pig? What is that? Unlike a pig, Wukong said in confusion. Han Lingsha shot him a disapproving glance and replied, It is said that there are 5 spirit orbs in the world. Water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth, all form from the gathering of spiritual energy. They are extraordinary treasures that my ancestors in the Han family once possessed the Thunder Spirit Orb, which is documented in our family records. Well, what does this have to do with any dish? Wukong inquired, Why, dear husband, stop thinking about food all the time. Han Lingsha replied with exasperation, Ha, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel hungry. Wukong chuckled foolishly. Han Lingsha continued, According to legend, the 5 spirit orbs each possess unique powers. If one could gather all 5, the results would be significantly different. Let me think. The Earth Spirit Orb allows one to instantly return to their starting point. Perhaps it could help us exit from Enluo Rock immediately. Han Lingsha exclaimed with delight. Indeed, if that is the case, it would save us quite a bit of travel. Lu Mengli nodded in agreement. Quick, let us give a try and find out, Han Lingsha urged. Thank you both. I shall attempt to use the Earth Spirit Orb, Lu Mengli said. Then, Han Lingsha began to activate the Earth Spirit Orb. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Baigong Mountain. Fantastic! The Earth Spirit Orb is truly remarkable, Han Lingsha exclaimed joyfully. Lu Mengli nodded in agreement, but then looked around and asked in confusion, Where is young Master Yun? Han Lingsha turned around as well, and, upon realizing Wukong was missing, became anxious. Where's my husband? Oh no, could it be that he is still down below? That is possible, as only you and I were standing closest, while young Master Yin was a bit farther away. Lu Mengli replied. Then let us hurry down to find him, Han Lingsha said, preparing to leap once more from Enluo Rock, but she suddenly paused mid-air, having been caught by a person who had appeared out of nowhere. Hey, Lingsha, why were you about to jump down? Wukong asked, holding Han Lingsha. Husband, weren't you still below? How could you have come up so quickly? Han Lingsha asked, puzzled. Wukong gently floated them back down to the ground and explained. I just picked something up and then instantly teleported to find you. I noticed you were about to jump, so I can't catch you. Instant teleportation? Both women gasped in surprise, fully aware of what it entailed and the level of skill required. Even the leaders and elders of certain sects could not achieve it, and even if they could, it would take considerable effort. Yet, Wukong appeared completely unfazed, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Little did they know. He had previously relied on instant teleportation to save others. By the way, Mengli, this is for you. Wukong set Han Lingsha down and took out a purple handkerchief from his pocket, handing it to Lu Mengli. Oh, I didn't even realize I had dropped this, young Master Yin. Did you perhaps delay your arrival just to help me retrieve it? Lu Mengli said, accepting the handkerchief while gazing at Wukong with a complex expression. Wukong scratched his head. Yes, you dropped it just now. You didn't TC, so I picked it up for you. When I noticed you were gone, I followed your aura to find you. There's something wrong with that? Young Master Yin. Lu Mengli's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Just call me Tianhe, and I shall call you Mengli. That will suffice. Wukong smiled. She gazed at Wukong's handsome smile. Lu Mengli nodded. Her expression softening. The scent of Wang Yao is quite fragrant. A familiar voice reached the trio's ears. They turned to see a young man and woman standing before them. What a coincidence. Han Lingsha laughed at, it's you. I remember your name was Yin something, right? The girl said adorably, tapping her chin and thought, I am Yin Tianhe. Wukong pointed to himself. Yes, it's Yin Tianhe. We truly meet again, the girl exclaimed, revealing herself to be Xuanji. While the boy beside her was naturally Huashu. By the way, what brings you here? Han Lingsha asked. We came to investigate the monsters around Shouyang City. We heard there were monsters harming people, so Huaishu replied. Well, you need not worry, for when we arrived, we discovered that the monsters had all been slain. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. What? How could that be? You're joking, Xuanji cried out in astonishment. Little sister, Tianhe is not deceiving you. We also came to investigate the reports of monsters harming people at Enluo Rock. Upon entering the cave, we found that all the Huang Yao had been pierced through the heart by a single sword. Perhaps the work of a sword immortal. Lu Mengli said gently, it must be Master Xing. He always acts a step ahead of us. We shall never catch up to him in this lifetime. Huaishu laughed. Really? Was it indeed Master Xing? Xuanji asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. For what this young lady says, such a lethal technique could only belong to Master Xing. Huaishu confirmed. Indeed, Master Xing is truly formidable. His swordsmanship is unparalleled among our peers. However, to be cautious, we should descend further to see if there are any remaining remnants, Huaishu suggested. Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli were startled and were about to speak when Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. Although Xuanji was somewhat haughty, she still felt a bit shy in front of such a handsome man as Wukong. What is so amusing? She asked. It's nothing. I was just reminiscing about the roasted meat of those Huang Yao. So delicious. Wukong said, astonishing both Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha. What? You actually roasted and ate them? They were already dead, Xuanji exclaimed in shock. What's the big deal? I always kill wild boars before roasting them. Wukong replied nonchalantly. Master, brother, let us leave. I'm feeling a bit unwell, Xuanji said, her face turning pale as she turned to Huaishu. Huaishu was equally taken aback by Wukong's words, feeling utterly flabbergasted by the idea of eating monsters. Well then, if that is the case, we shall take our leave, Huaishu said hurriedly. But before he could finish, Xuanji had already taken her sword, urging, hurry up, brother, let us go to Qinzhou, no more dawdling. With that, the two departed swiftly. Why are you looking at me like that? Wukong asked, puzzled by Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha's gazes. Both women burst into laughter. What is so funny? Do share your amusement with me. Wukong inquired. Indeed, there must be some amusing happenings. With a hearty laugh, he added, my dear husband, you truly have a knack for jesting. To suggest consuming monsters is utterly ridiculous. Han Lingsha chuckled so heartily that her stomach ached, momentarily disregarding the decorum of a refined lady, though it seemed she had never quite embodied such elegance. Yes, Tianhe, you truly are something. Even Mengli is a loss for words, she remarked with a grin. Lu Mengli glanced at him, her eyes glistening with barely concealed tears of laughter. Wukong scratched his head, his brows knitting together in a symmetrical frown that if I don't speak like this, they would descend upon us with malevolent intent. There's no choice in the matter. Yet look, they did heed my words and depart, did they not? Regardless, speaking of roasted wild boar, my stomach growls once more. Let us hasten back for a meal. With that, Wukong burst into laughter and strode towards Shouyang City. Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha exchanged glances, stifling giggles before following suit. By the way, I noticed they were flying on swords earlier. Which sect do they belong to? Lingsha, do you know? Lu Mengli inquired as they walked. Oh, they hail from the Qianghua sect, and the individual we encountered, who they referred to as Shu, is named Murongxing. However, he bore an expression as if the death of others was of no concern to him. Quite formidable indeed, yet still not as powerful as my husband, Han Lingsha replied confidently. Regarding Wukong's retreating figure, Qianghua sect? I have not heard of it. It appears to be quite a prestigious sect, Lu Mengli remarked with a slight nod. At that moment, Lu Mengli asked, Lingsha, are you both intending to pursue cultivation? Well, I suppose it could be considered, so, and my husband has been teaching me spells, though they seem somewhat different from the orthodox practices. For instance, that soaring flight is rather taxing on the body, Han Lingsha replied, pouting slightly that in truth, if you wish to go Mengli, we can journey together. We could attempt to act like a pig to eat a tiger. What do you think? Han Lingsha proposed. Eat a tiger? Lingsha, where is there a tiger? Wukong suddenly appeared before the two women, clearly drawn in by Han Lingsha's mention of acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Lu Mengli covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while Han Lingsha shook her head in exasperation that it's not about eating a tiger. It's about pretending to be a pig to catch a tiger. It's akin to you, my husband, being invincible. Yet when you wish to join an ordinary sect, you must conceal your true abilities. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger? I still don't quite grasp it. Nevertheless, I heard you mention something about the Qianghua sect? Wukong queried. Yes, husband. Do you wish to accompany us? We three could venture there together, Han Lingsha responded. Then, does Mengli intend to join as well? Wukong asked Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli hesitated for a few moments before nodding. Yes, I would like to go as well. Shall we set off after our meal, then? Hearing Lingsha speak of it so mysteriously, I am eager to experience this sword flight for myself. However, husband, if you intend to fly on a sword, you have no sword with which to do so. How will you perform this feat? Han Lingsha inquired. Right? Wukong suddenly remembered that he possessed only the golden staff and no sword, realizing he couldn't very well perform flying with a staff, though it was a creative thought. Then I shall return to Qingwan Peak after our meal and fetch my mother's Wangshu sword, Wukong declared. Very well, that sounds splendid. In the main hall of the Lu residence in Shouyang City. Oh dear, my precious daughter, you have finally returned. Are you injured? Did you encounter any dangers? Lu Shifeng lamented, a look of regret etched upon his face as he spoke to Lu Mengli. Alas, I'm such a foolish old man. The more I think about it, the more I regret allowing you to go. Father, please do not fret so. Look, I am perfectly fine. We are all in good spirits. Lu Mengli reassured him at this moment. Han Lingsha stood behind Wukong, who was devouring walnut cake, patting his back and chiming in playfully, esteemed county magistrate, you must keep your word. Don't let the officials chase after me again. Lu Shifeng exclaimed in delight. This is truly marvelous news. But what are the monsters? Lu Mengli replied, Father, allow me to explain the circumstances in detail, and I also have something of great importance to share with you and Mother. Ruan Ci smiled warmly. How rare. Why don't we discuss this in Liar's room? Turning to Wukong and Han Lingsha, she added, Tianhe, Lingsha has worked hard. You must be weary. You may take a moment to rest. Han Lingsha then tugged at Wukong, who was still indulging in his feast, and said, Since that's the case, we shall not intrude upon your family discussions. Husband, let us return to our guest room. Lingsha, why are you pulling me away? Wukong asked as they arrived in the courtyard. My husband, the family is conversing. We ought not to disturb them. Moreover, Mengli wishes to discuss our potential journey to the Qianghua sect, and it would be best for us not to meddle unnecessarily. Oh, Wukong nodded, then proceeded to stretch his body before addressing Han Lingsha. Lingsha, in that case, I shall return to Qingwan Peak briefly to retrieve the Wangshu sword. Indeed, husband, please take care and do not rush. Han Lingsha replied softly, nodding in agreement. Wukong nodded and slowly began to rise, ascending into the air before soaring off into the distance. Look, look, the son-in-law has taken to the skies, a distant mate exclaimed in astonishment. That must be celestial magic. Those immortals surely possess skills for traversing clouds and mist. The young lady's friend is truly remarkable. Another maid remarked, Shouyang City was not far from Qingwan Peak, so once Wukong ascended to a sufficient height, he could easily spot Qingwan Peak in the distance. At that moment, beneath a tree adorned with pink leaves on the edge of a cliff at Qingwan Peak, Suyu gazed serenely into the horizon. Tina, she murmured softly, and soon, excitement flickered in her previously calm eyes, for she spotted a familiar figure soaring towards her. Suyu waved her hand urgently. Tina, Tina, mother is here. Wukong gracefully descended before Suyu, who immediately leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Tianhe, I have missed you terribly. Wukong scratched his head. Mother, I've only been away for a few days, pouting like a little girl. Suyu replied, Mother doesn't care. Though you have only been gone a few days, you are so formidable that I cannot help but worry about you. By the way, where is Miss Han? Suyu glanced around for Han Ling Sha, inquiring about Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and said to Suyu, Mother, it is like this. 23 obtaining the Wang Shu sword on Qingwan Peak. Wukong held the Wang Shu sword that Suyu had bestowed upon him, while Suyu and Yin Tianqing stood beside him. You little rascal, I suspect that Miss Han is also of an extremely mean constitution. You must not allow her to come into contact with this sword. Otherwise, if it were to automatically bond with her, it would spell trouble. Yin Tianqing admonished seriously. Oh, I understand. Wukong nodded, and Suyu helped him adjust his attire, saying, Tianhe, where did you purchase this garment? It looks quite appealing. Ah, I bought it in the city. Well then, father and mother, I must take my leave, or else Ling Sha and the others will grow anxious, Wukong replied with a smile. Well, you little rascal, who would have thought you'd already be calling out to Ling Sha? It seems you two have been getting along quite well. Yin Tianqing remarked with a rather mischievous grin as he draped an arm around Wukong's neck. What do you mean, father? Wukong asked, puzzled, scratching his head at that moment. So you spoke to Wukong. Tianhe, you are right. It's best you go find Miss Han now. Wukong nodded, then leaped into the air and took flight. Not long after Wukong departed, the once smiling Suyu turned to Yin Tianqing and gently remarked, Tianqing, are you feeling a bit mischievous today? Yin Tianqing broke into a cold sweat. Well, Suyu, the weather is quite lovely today, isn't it? Indeed, if that is the case, allow me to show you what a lovely day truly feels like. Suyu's smile sent shivers down Yin Tianqing's spine. Perhaps it's not necessary, Yin Tianqing said, slowly retreating. Yin Tianqing, Suyu called out loudly, causing Yin Tianqing to freeze in surprise before hastily fleeing. With Suyu hot on his heels, the pair engaging in a playful display of lightness and agility. Suyu, do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Impulsiveness is the devil, he screamed, sending a chill down the spines of wild boars scattered throughout the mountains. Meanwhile, upon returning to the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, Wukong found that Han Ling Sha had already left. He paid it no mind and proceeded to the separate quarters of Lu Meng Li, where he encountered a maid. Oh, it is the future son-in-law. The young lady is in the pavilion. She seems to be troubled, so do try to cheer her up. Me? Wukong pointed at himself. The maid nodded, of course. It must be you who goes, and with that, she pushed Wukong inside at that moment. Lu Mengli was seated in the pavilion. Upon hearing a sound, she asked, Is that Tianhe? Wukong nodded. Yes, it is. I doubt that girl just mentioned you were upset. Is that true? Do not listen to her. Lu Ron just loves to embellish things. I was merely feeling a bit unaccustomed to the thought of being separated from my parents for so long. Lu Mengli said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. By the way, my parents have agreed that I will be able to travel with Tianhe and Ling Sha in the future. Lu Mengli added, regaining her composure. That is splendid. So, do you aspire to be a sword immortal? Wukong inquired. Lu Mengli replied, Throughout my life, I've spent day after day within this estate. Yet at times, I ponder my origins, what has transpired. Strange visions flash through my mind. Perhaps, once outside, I might uncover some clues. Did my father not tell you? Wukong asked again. Lu Mengli shook her head. Uncle Yin must have his reasons. Perhaps even he does not know. Besides, my parents care for me deeply, and having them in my life makes me the luckiest person in the world. Wukong nodded. Indeed, you are right. There are good people that I cannot articulate it well, but being together like this is rather nice. Lu Mengli then asked, Tianhe, what is Uncle Yin like? My father, he always calls me a little rascal. Despite me not being so, yet, he is always wary of my mother, Wukong replied casually. Huh, is Uncle Yin truly, as you say? Lu Mengli chuckled. Yes, indeed, but their relationship appears to be quite strong. Although my mother often defends me by scolding my father, it is clear to me that she holds deep affection for him, and he for her. By the way, Mengli, I wish to ask you something. Wukong said, turning to Lu Mengli. Yes? Uncle Lu always calls me worthy nephew, and those girls frequently refer to me as son-in-law. I do not quite understand what that means. Tianhe, did Uncle Yun and Aunt Yin not teach you to read and write? Well, a bit, but I am not particularly suited for studying. I can recognize many characters, yet their meanings often elude me. Wukong scratched his head. Well then, I shall find time to explain it to you gradually, Lu Mengli said. That would be splendid. As for son-in-law, it is merely a jest among the girls. They likely heard my father mention it and assumed I was to wed you. Does that mean marriage? Wukong asked, somewhat familiar with the term, having been married before, albeit not by choice. Yes, it means when a girl feels at peace in her heart when gazing upon you, she wishes to marry you, so that you may share a lifetime together, never to part, Lu Mengli explained. Never to part? Wukong's expression turned somber as he muttered, Chi-Chi, though Wukong was ignorant of matters of the heart. He still held great concern for Chi-Chi, with whom he had once shared every moment. Tianhe, why does he seem this way? Is he sad? Is he recalling something distressing? It is my fault. I should not have mentioned such things, Lu Mengli thought to herself, filled with self-reproach as she observed Wukong's sorrowful demeanor. Well, regardless, we shall remain together from now on, Wukong sighed and smiled. Yes, Tianhe, we shall, Lu Mengli replied. Equally smiling. 25 Wukong's departure. Is this what my father referred to as the sorrow of love? How curious. Why does my heart feel so heavy? Wukong gazed at the door of the room, pondering with a sense of discomfort. Ling Sha, I truly do not understand what I said to upset you, but if you despise my presence, I shall take my leave. That I hope that in my absence, you will find happiness. You have nearly mastered the soaring technique I taught you. Even if you cannot defeat your enemies, I believe you can escape. Wukong remained lost in thought, fearful of uttering a misstep in his words. Gradually, he made his way to an isolated spot, internally questioning the dragon. The dragon, having been awakened from an unknown slumber, inquired, Wukong, what brings you to me? Wukong, do you comprehend what emotions are? He silently pondered. Why do you ask that? From what I recall, you seemed indifferent to feelings, the dragon responded, bemused that I am uncertain myself. Ever since I was reborn in this world, it seems I have changed significantly, acquiring many individuals whom I hold dear and cherish. My father taught me that if you love someone, you should never harm them. To hurt them is to wrong them, and thus you ought to leave. Wukong spoke slowly. Wukong, to be candid, this is the first time I've heard your thoughts on emotions. I find myself both pleased and saddened for you. Pleased, because you have finally gained some understanding of feelings, albeit limited. Saddened, because you are facing one of the greatest adversities a man can encounter. This setback, though seemingly trivial compared to your battles with foes, is far deeper. Your conflicts with enemies are merely superficial, while matters of the heart test your capacity for love. That I believe that, despite not fully grasping emotions, you still feel a pang of sorrow, an ache within your heart, correct? Yes. Given this, Wukong, I advise you. This place is unlike your previous world, and it appears you are ill-suited for the women here. It may be best for you to depart. Depart? Where shall I go? Go wherever your heart desires, but ensure you do not encounter that woman who claims to detest you. Such an encounter would only breed awkwardness. The dragon said softly. After pondering for a moment and scratching his head, Wukong replied, but we promise to embark on our cultivation journey together. Wukong, consider this. You currently harbor a conflict with that woman. It is inevitable that communication will falter along your journey, creating a dismal atmosphere. Such circumstances could lead to even worse outcomes. Your heart is pure and tranquil. I wish not for you to tarnish your innate kindness over these matters. Otherwise, you would be no different from the vile Frisia, the dragon cautioned. Very well. I shall take my leave, Wukong concluded after a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, Wukong engaged in further conversation with the dragon before returning to his quarters to gather his belongings. As he picked up his pouch of money, he remembered that Han Lingsha had little wealth. Reflecting on what Yunti Yanking had taught him, he left several silver notes and a few ingots on the table, then hoisted his pack, opened the window, and soared to the rooftop. Glancing back at the rooms of Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli, he took flight, gradually drifting toward the horizon. Han Lingsha lingered in her guest room for an extended period, gradually regaining her composure as evening fell. Contemplating her earlier conversation with Wukong, she muttered to herself, "What is wrong with me? My husband is such a wonderful person. How could he possibly wrong me? I truly..." With that, Han Lingsha stepped out of her room and, after wandering for a while, arrived at Wukong's door. Finding his room shrouded in darkness, she assumed he had already fallen asleep. She stood at the threshold, adjusting her attire before calming her voice to call out, "Husband, husband." Receiving no response, she knocked on the door. "Husband, are you asleep? I have come to apologize. Would you kindly open the door?" Again, silence met her, leading Han Lingsha to conclude that Wukong was upset. In a moment of desperation, she invoked her own signature move. "Husband, I have brought roasted wild boar." Under normal circumstances, Wukong would have flung the door open in mere seconds to claim the boar. Yet this time, the door remained stubbornly shut. Sensing something amiss, Han Lingsha gently pushed the door, discovering it unlocked. As she stepped into the darkened room, the moonlight illuminated Wukong's neatly made bed, untouched. Upon glancing at the table, she spotted glimmering silver objects and promptly lit a candle. At last, she discerned that the table held silver notes and coins. "Why has my husband left silver for me?" Han Lingsha murmured, gazing at the money. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, "Could it be that my husband has left me?" In disbelief, Han Lingsha scoured the room for any hiding place, but found no trace of Wukong. She fought back tears as she exited the room, commencing a solitary search throughout the vast Lu estate. After a prolonged search, she still could not find Wukong, and in that moment, realization dawned upon her. Heartbroken, she understood that he had departed, choosing to abandon her due to her words that must have angered him. Suddenly, another thought struck her, prompting her to rush toward Lu Mengli's room. Mengli. Han Lingsha incessantly knocked on Lu Mengli's door. Creaking open, the door revealed Lu Mengli, clad in ancient sleepwear, startled by the sight of Han Lingsha's reddened eyes. Before she could utter a word, Han Lingsha grasped her hand, anxiously asking, "Mengli, where is Tianhe? Where has he gone?" "What? Lingsha, did you say Tianhe? He hasn't come here. What has happened?" Lu Mengli inquired, perplexed, unable to contain herself any longer. Han Lingsha's tears flowed freely as she collapsed into Lu Mengli's embrace, sobbing loudly. Lu Mengli gently patted her back, asking Lingsha, "Please do not cry. Come inside and tell me what's going on, will you?" Meanwhile, where was Wukong? 26. Entering the Huainan King's tomb after departing, Wukong did not venture far, but instead arrived at the fork near Bagong Mountain. He murmured, "Enluo Rock is over there. I've been there, this side. However, it's said to be a royal tomb, according to Lingsha. I haven't been there yet. Perhaps there will be something delicious." Wukong, ever the optimist, remained undeterred by any obstacles. Before long, propelled by his inhuman speed, Wukong found himself outside the Huainan King's tomb, where he encountered two guards. "Who goes there? This place is off limits." "Indeed, begone. Why can you stand here while I cannot pass?" Wukong inquired. The guard spoke with a tremor of fear. For Wukong's muscular frame and towering height of 1.85 meters dwarfed them, each guard barely reaching 1.7 meters. "Regardless, you simply cannot pass. Kindly return," one guard insisted. Is it too much to ask for a little politeness? "If you wish for me to leave, please say so nicely, rather than ordering me to go away," Wukong retorted, his irritation evident. "What of it? Do you wish to fight us?" The guard shot back, their bravado wavering under Wukong's glare. In truth, Wukong had no interest in a confrontation. He merely sought to tease them. With a single, unprecedented stomp, Wukong struck the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him, leaving several fissures that, the guards trembled in fear. How could they not? They had only witnessed elephants tremble the earth, but never a man. Realizing they were up against an immovable force, they hurriedly stood at attention, saying, "Ah, my apologies, esteemed sir. Please proceed." "Yes, esteemed sir, please," they echoed. Upon concluding his speech, he made a gesture of invitation. Wukong had merely scratched his foot moments before, not expecting to pass through so easily. Well, perhaps he would stomp again next time. After Wukong had moved past, the two guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wukong found himself in a dim corner and suddenly sensed a large stone shifting. He approached and touched it, only to see it crash down with a resounding thud, revealing a hole before him. "Oh, a hole! Perhaps I can enter," Wukong pondered, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. Descending further, in the royal tomb of Huainan, the main hall unfolded before him, adorned with two colossal stone lions. Wukong gazed up at them, exclaiming, "Wow, what magnificent lions! Oh, and their eyes even emit flames. How amusing!" However, after a brief moment of fascination, he found it less entertaining and continued onward. This was a royal tomb, bluntly a resting place for the deceased. Yet, Wukong felt no fear. After all, he had spent 8 years in hell, so what was there to be afraid of? The spirits should be the ones to fear him, at least in that realm. Suddenly, Wukong detected a menacing presence. He looked around and noticed a reddish apparition emerging from one of the pillars. It was another young girl, floating ethereally, clad in scant attire. "Is it hot here?" Wukong mused, watching the ghostly figure with curiosity. The female specter drifted closer, her ghostly eyes coldly scrutinizing Wukong, while his gaze reflected confusion and intrigue. Abruptly, she reached out to strike him, but Wukong did not flinch. He discovered her hand passed right through him, as if she were a mere figment of imagination. Then, with a sudden disappearance, she was gone. Wukong scratched his head, muttering, "What was that all about? If you want to fight, then let us have a proper fight." Continuing deeper into the tomb, he unknowingly found himself in the rear hall. "Ah, two toads!" exclaimed Wukong, rushing forward as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Before him lay a grand hall reminiscent of a palace, flanked by 2 stone toads, one blue and one yellow, standing resolutely on either side of a long bench. "They have colors, quite pleasing to the eye," Wukong remarked, smiling at the stone toads. Unbeknownst to the innocent Wukong, these were extraordinary medicinal herbs known as Yin Zi. Quebec. The blue toad represented yin, countering intense yang energy, while the yellow toad symbolized yang, repelling yin energy. They had to grow together for a millennium underground to transform into jade, and only after another millennium could they become potent enough for consumption. Finding them remarkably attractive, Wukong plucked the 2 toads and stowed them away in the storage ring given to him by the dragon. He then noticed another path ahead and leaped down, making his way along in the Dan chamber of the Huainan royal tomb. Wukong surveyed the floor strewn with shattered vials of medicine. "What a waste! So many potions discarded. They could have saved countless lives," he exclaimed. Spotting a piece of paper, he picked it up and read the alchemical instructions. Turning it over, he found a curious passage. At midnight, the king dreams among the clouds. The divine Lord Tai reveals himself amidst the luminous wheel, auspicious energy enveloping the realm, casting light across the 3 worlds as he lowers his gaze to show when the rooster crows at dawn. The furnace emits purple mist, the dragon soars, the top radiates brilliance, condensing into the crimson jade pot, the essence solidified like a divine pill. Thus one knows Tai Xian Xia Dan is complete. The king and the 8 sages bow in reverence, their hearts delighted to partake, ultimately achieving rebirth and ascending to the heavens. What does this mean? I don't understand. Wukong scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by the convoluted text. Suddenly, Wukong's ears perked up as he heard sound. Looking around, he noticed a jar shaking. What is happening? Is there a murderous aura? He murmured to himself. Bang! The jar shattered, releasing a thick cloud of black mist, and Wukong heard a cold voice of a middle-aged man echo. "Ha ha! This king has returned to the world." As the mist dissipated, a terrifying figure emerged, only his upper half visible, laughing maniacally. Then turning to Wukong with a questioning gaze, Who are you? And who might you be? Wukong inquired. How dare you speak so insolently to this king? Prepare to meet your demise. The man waved his hand, unleashing a powerful aura toward Wukong, expecting it to obliterate him. To his astonishment, Wukong simply waved his hand, dispersing the energy effortlessly. Your strength is commendable, Wukong remarked. Likewise, it is not particularly formidable, the man replied with a chuckle. By your appearance, you are not a disciple of that wicked Taoist, the man observed. By the way, why did you attack me? I don't even know who you are, Wukong questioned. You wish to know my identity. I am the king of Huainan. I once accumulated great merit to seek the Tao, only to be deceived by a shameless Taoist. He and 8 sages consumed the so-called Tai Xian Xia Dan, leading to our demise. That villain, fearing my vengeance, sealed my soul and those of the 8 sages within the crimson jade pot and fled. The man recounted slowly. And what happened next? Wukong asked. The man cast a glance at Wukong and continued, as the power of the jade pot waned. You mortals intruded here, your life force providing us with strength to escape sooner. In due time, I shall seek vengeance upon that wicked Taoist. Is this your writing? Wukong held up the paper for the man to see. The king of Huainan examined it and chuckled. Indeed, it is my work. By the way, you must be a ghost, correct? Of course, the king replied tersely. Earlier, I saw some wandering spirits outside. Shouldn't they be related to you? Wukong queried. It seems my servants have awakened as well. How delightful. The king of Huainan laughed heartily. First, I shall drain your essence, then proceed to eliminate every Taoist in the world. The king declared ominously. Are you planning to fight? Wukong asked. Indeed, the king affirmed. Very well. Let us compete then. With that, Wukong instantly appeared before the king, who had yet to react before Wukong's fist sent him flying. How is this possible? Your speed is incredible, the king exclaimed, feeling little pain as a ghost. What is wrong? Can't take a hit? I thought you could endure until I transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wukong remarked with a hint of disappointment. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. The king of Huainan seemed to be charging towards Wukong, as if possessed by madness. Wukong, observing the frenzied monarch, shook his head and sighed. You are but a specter, destined to enter the cycle of reincarnation sooner or later. Allow me to escort you on your journey. With that, Wukong's gaze sharpened, and placing his hands on his waist, he proclaimed, Kamehameha. A brilliant white light began to coalesce in his hands. The king of Huainan halted, gazing in terror at the luminous energy, exclaiming, no, please don't. Alas, it was too late. Wukong had unleashed his devastating Kamehameha, striking the king of Huainan with pinpoint accuracy. The radiance dispersed. Not a trace of dark mist remained, suggesting that the king had been utterly obliterated by Wukong's might. Staring at the now desolate tomb of the king, Wukong suddenly retrieved the yin-yang purple scroll from his ring and placed it upon the ground, stating, Very well, I have no desire to take your possessions carelessly. I shall leave it here. Afterward, Wukong sought an exit and proceeded onward. Chilling, eerie wind began to blow against him, prompting Wukong to ponder the heaviness of the malevolent energy in this place. Wukong, most of the souls here have met unjust fates, hence the overwhelming resentment. The divine dragon communicated telepathically. What then, divine dragon, shall we do about these restless spirits? It is unwise for them to linger in the mortal realm. Wukong inquired. Let us do this. Use your divine power to cleanse their grievances and guide them into reincarnation, the dragon suggested. Wukong, taken aback, replied, But wouldn't that still produce negative energy? The divine dragon chuckled. Fear not. The Dragon Balls have fused with you and will no longer generate negative energy. So that is the case. Very well. With that, a crimson light flashed in Wukong's eyes, and the entire mausoleum radiated a purifying aura. Wukong understood that these wronged souls had been cleansed and were now ready for rebirth. After completing his task, he followed the path leading out, while the spirits would forever remember Wukong as their benefactor. As Wukong emerged from the passage, he found himself at the foot of a mountain that resembled a bowl. Upon reaching the base, he realized it was Bowl Hill. I have arrived in Qinzhou, he remarked, glancing at the plaque above the city gate. Having entered a new town, his stomach growled in protest, prompting Wukong to pat his belly with a sheepish grin before stepping inside. Wow, this place is even more bustling than Shouyang City. Wukong observed as he took in the throngs of people and the spirited merchants hawking their wares, realizing the city was indeed much larger than Shouyang. Entering an inn, Wukong, having experienced the culinary offerings in Shouyang, was aware of where to procure food. "Young sir, you are quite handsome. Please take a seat over here." "How many in your party?" A waiter greeted him with a practiced smile at the inn's entrance. "Just one. I'm quite famished, so please bring me something delicious," Wukong replied, taking a seat at a nearby table. "Certainly, it will be ready shortly. In the meantime, please enjoy some tea," the waiter said, pouring a cup for Wukong before departing. However, inns are often frequented by a diverse array of patrons, and where virtuous souls like Wukong gather, nefarious individuals are sure to follow. Sure enough, a dramatic scene unfolded nearby. "Yang Xiong, you vile creature, always pretending to be so virtuous. You still want money, don't you? Name your price. I can afford it." A brutish man, resembling a bald warrior clad in attire reminiscent of the 18 Arhats of Shaolin, seized a beautiful woman seated beside him. "I've told you before, I will never give myself to you. I would rather die than be defiled by you," Yang Xiong retorted coldly, attempting to break free from the man's grip, but his strength proved overwhelming. The commotion drew the attention of all diners, including Wukong. Though he was not lustful, his father had taught him to defend women from those who would bully them. Wukong stood and approached the brutish man. Still trying to play hard to get. I'll kiss you right now." The man, brazenly, leaned in to press his lips against Yang Xiong's. However, what met his lips was not the softness of her mouth, but rather the succulent snout of a roasted pig. Ugh! He spat in revulsion, releasing his grip on Yang Xiong, who seized the opportunity to escape to Wukong's side. "Who are you, pretty boy? Are you in cahoots with this wench?" He scowled at Wukong, his jealousy palpable. "Wench? What is a wench?" Wukong inquired, puzzled. The entire room was stunned. You must be asking for a beating," the brutish man seethed, rising to confront Wukong. Yet upon standing, he realized he was at least a head shorter than Wukong, whose attire, though modest, accentuated his robust physique. The man seemed to falter in his bravado. "Seeking a fight? Very well, I shall oblige," Wukong declared, eager for a challenge. "All right, let us take it outside," the man blustered, trying to muster his courage. "Do you wish to select weapons?" Wukong asked. "I'll use this," the man declared, lifting a wooden stool, startling the innkeeper and the waiter. Yet, facing the notorious bully, they dared not intervene. "This will do," Wukong assessed the stool, then effortlessly crushed it in two with a swift grip. "Oops, I must have applied too much force that I'll pay for it." Wukong chuckled, unfazed. The brutish man gulped, feigning composure. "I have other matters to attend to today. I'll one tea hold this against you. Next time, we shall settle this properly," he stammered, swiftly retreating with an agility that belied his bulk. "Is he really just going to run away like that?" One patron mused in disbelief. "Of course, he easily shattered that stool. Do you think he could handle being shattered himself?" Another replied. "Excuse me, innkeeper, how much for that stool?" Wukong inquired at "That would be 20 coins," the innkeeper replied, wiping his brow. "All right," Wukong nodded, pulling out 20 copper coins to hand over. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he decided to eat elsewhere instead. Wukong approached a vendor selling buns and stated, "Good sir, I would like 100 meat buns." "Please." This proclamation sent shockwave through the nearby crowd, prompting the vendor to stammer. "Sir, did you just say 100? Wukong nodded, and the shopkeeper said, "Well, I happen to have exactly 100. If you buy them all, others will have nothing to eat. How about this? Dear customer, you purchase 50 meat buns and 50 red bean paste buns." Wukong replied, "All right, here is the money." After saying this, he handed over a silver coin, fully aware that such a quantity of buns would surely cost a considerable sum. Under the gaze of the shopkeeper and the onlookers, Wukong shouldered a bundle of buns, munching as he made his departure. However, as he walked, Wukong felt a persistent presence trailing behind him, but he turned into an alley, and the person followed suit, only to realize at the corner that it was a dead end, yet Wukong's figure had vanished. Suddenly, Wukong appeared behind the individual and inquired, "Why are you following me?" Yang Xiong, a woman of unfortunate circumstances, hailed from a humble background. Her life was rather unremarkable until her father was murdered by bandits. And her mother, unwilling to endure disgrace, took her own life. That time, she had been entrusted to others for her safety. Yet, as a woman, she observed that others managed to survive by completely disregarding their bodies, meaning they sold their flesh to any man. The notion of remaining with a man she loved was mere nonsense. However, Yang Seong was different. She possessed a delicate strength. Though outwardly resilient, her heart was fragile, akin to the white wolf that had just laid eyes on her, intending to take advantage of her. Had it not been for Wukong's timely arrival, the outcome could have been dire. I am so sorry. Young sir, Yang Seong exclaimed, startled by Wukong's sudden appearance. It was at that moment she truly beheld his handsome visage, becoming entranced by his striking appearance. Wukong waved his hand, and as Yang Seong regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just then, a rumbling sound startled both Wukong and Yang Seong, causing her face to redden even more. Are you hungry? Wukong asked. Indeed, it was Yang Seong's stomach that had growled. She had run out without having eaten anything. She stammered, her voice barely audible. Wukong pulled several buns from his bundle and offered them to Yang Seong. Initially, she intended to refuse, but upon seeing the kindness in Wukong's eyes, she could not help but accept them, murmuring, "Thank you, young sir," before delicately beginning to eat. Before long, Yang Seong had devoured all the buns, leaving Wukong somewhat astonished. The difference lay in the fact that while Wukong required a substantial quantity of food at each meal, Yang Seong had not eaten for quite some time. I have plenty more. Go ahead and eat. I'll buy some more, Wukong declared, handing over the entire bundle to Yang Seong. Cradling the package, her enchanting eyes gazing at Wukong. Tears began to well up in her eyes and fell involuntarily. Wukong, puzzled, asked him, "Why are you crying?" Yang Seong replied softly, "Young sir, you are far too kind to me. Oh, it's nothing, and my father taught me that boys should take care of girls. I'm not entirely sure, but this seems like caring, right? By the way, don't call me young sir. My name is Yentian, so just call me Tianhe," Wukong said. "That won't do. I shall still call you young sir Yun." Yang Seong insisted, shaking her head. "Just call me Tianhe. I dislike being addressed as young sir or anything like that. It feels odd," Wukong replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Seong's cheeks flushed as she said, "Then I shall call you Tianhe, and you may refer to me as Seong. Oh, that works?" Wukong nodded. Thus, Wukong and Seong strolled through the streets, occasionally indulging in delightful treats. Unlike other women who reveled in flaunting beautiful ornaments, she resembled a devoted wife accompanying her husband on a leisurely outing. As they wandered, they reached the bank of a river, where Wukong laid down on the grassy embankment, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels so wonderful." Seong observed Wukong's inherently benevolent demeanor and realized that he had already occupied a space in her heart. Yet a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Tianhe was unaware of love? Her intuition proved correct. Seong settled beside Wukong, resting her chin on her hands while gazing affectionately at his handsome face as he closed his eyes to rest. She was suddenly overcome with a desire to kiss him, but only if no one else was around. After a while, Wukong stirred, stretched his body, and with a series of cracking sounds, turned to Seong and said, "All right, I've rested enough. Let's continue our journey." "Tianhe, where are you headed?" Seong inquired. Wukong pondered briefly before responding, "I intend to visit the Cheonghua sect to cultivate immortality. I hear it is quite fascinating, and one can even learn to fly with a sword, and I wish to give it a try." "Can I accompany you?" Seong asked nervously. Wukong looked at her quizzically and replied, "Of course. Why would I deny you?" "Thank you, Tianhe," Seong exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy, for she did not wish to part from Wukong. Accompanying him on his journey was merely an excuse. As they continued, Wukong's keen ears picked up the sound of a beautiful melody. "Oh, is that the sound of a zither?" he remarked. "Indeed, it is quite enchanting." Seong agreed. Wukong nodded and headed toward the source of the music, with Seong following closely behind. As the sound grew nearer, they arrived at a small pavilion where a woman dressed in a flowing green gown was seated, playing the zither. Just as Wukong and Seong approached, she paused, looked up, and upon seeing Wukong, seemed momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure and politely nodding at both of them. Your zither playing is exquisite. Could you perform another piece? Wukong requested, bemused by his newfound interest in the instrument since arriving in this world. The zither maiden obliged, her clear voice accompanying the delicate plucking of the strings. The enchanting melody danced through Wukong's mind, and suddenly he was struck with astonishment and delight, for he felt his strength surging in the past. He would have needed to transform into a Super Saiyan to contend with foes like Cell and Frieza, but now he realized he could match the final form of Majin Buu. It was undeniable that the environment played a crucial role in one's growth, and that strength could be gained through means other than combat. When the performance concluded, the Zither Maiden stood and bowed to Wukong and Seong, inquiring, "How did you find my playing?" "It was truly magnificent," Seong smiled. "And what about you, young sir?" the Zither Maiden asked Wukong, who had been lost in thought. Wukong opened his eyes, his gaze deep and profound, akin to the boundless universe. "Indeed, it was truly delightful, and I feel my powers have increased," he said with a smile. "Oh, are you a cultivator?" the Zither Maiden inquired. Qinji inquired, "Not yet, but we're preparing to go to Chonhua Sect for cultivation to be why then. I should indeed become the kind of cultivator you mentioned." Wukong shook his head, to be why the way. "I just heard your tune, and it seemed to carry a tinge of sorrow. There's something troubling you." At that moment, Si Rong asked Qinji, a look of melancholy crossed Qinji's face as she softly replied, "In this life, it is inevitable to have many misguided thoughts. I have an unfulfilled wish that I fear I may never comprehend until my death. A wish." "What is it?" the two asked. "Allow me to recount my tale. Since childhood, I have been enamored with music, but I have also greatly admired the heroes and sages of this world. After reaching maturity, I ventured out, wielding my martial skills to punish the wicked, and it was quite exhilarating. Eventually, through music, I met the only son of the Qin family in Qinzhou. Although he was frail and lacked martial prowess, he was the finest person I had ever known. Before long, he took me as his bride. Together, we delved into musical compositions, and he taught me to read and write. Those were indeed the happiest days of my life. Alas, no matter how hard I tried, I could never embody the cultured and refined lady my in-laws desired. Gradually, despite having my husband by my side, life became increasingly unbearable. It was then that I began to contemplate re-entering the world of martial arts. Until one day, I inadvertently displeased my mother-in-law. That time, even my husband reproached me. In a fit of anger, I left a note and departed. Rather than endure humiliation at home, I thought it far better to be a wandering heroine. Not merely a heroine, every swordsman dreams of becoming a celestial swordsman, and I am no exception. After leaving home, I traveled extensively, seeking enlightenment. Wukong remarked, "Oh, so you also enjoy soaring through the skies." Qinji continued, "Perhaps human desires are insatiable. As my swordsmanship improved, I found myself frequently yearning for my husband. His health was never robust, and I worried for him. I concocted many excuses to return to Qinzhou to see him." "Did you eventually see him?" Si Rong inquired. "When I returned to Qinzhou, I learned he had passed away several months prior." Rong gasped. "Ah, how could this be?" Qinji sighed. "I heard that after my departure, his health deteriorated significantly. My mother-in-law arranged a marriage to bring him joy, but shortly after the new bride arrived, he departed. I had envisioned countless scenarios of our reunion. I would prefer him to scold me and not forgive me than to have it in this way." "What can we do to assist you?" Si Rong asked. Qinji replied softly, "It is too late for regrets now that I have no knowledge of where the Qin family buried him. I simply wish to go to the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda to light incense before his memorial tablet, seeking his forgiveness for my past ignorance." "Light incense? Can't we just go directly to the pagoda?" Si Rong suggested. "You do not understand, young lady. The 1,000 Buddha Pagoda in Qinzhou houses sacred Buddhist relics, and the pagoda is guarded by holy light. Therefore, not only locals but also many affluent individuals travel great distances to send the memorial tablets of their loved ones here, hoping their souls receive the Buddha's protection. The Qin family is no exception. They have even donated money for the pagoda's repairs and have good relations with the abbot. Perhaps the Qin family has informed them of something, as the monks do not allow me to enter the pagoda." I have considered sneaking in at night, but the sacred relics are protected by warrior monks. Turning to Wukong, she said, I can see that you possess exceptional skills, and I humbly request your assistance in allowing me to enter the pagoda to pay my respects to my late husband. Is that all? Sure, I have nothing else to do, and going to Chonhua sect is merely a matter of time. I also wish to see how formidable those monks of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda truly are. Wukong replied nonchalantly. When I first heard of my husband's passing, I was utterly heartbroken. Remembering that he disliked my wielding a sword, I vowed never to use my martial skills again. Who would have expected that so many unforeseen events would follow? Since then, I have played my lute on the streets of Chenzhou, hoping to find a kind-hearted and skilled individual to assist me to I roam, exclaimed angrily. Those Qin family members are truly excessive. A person has already passed away, and paying respect should not be an issue. I will help too. Wukong turned to Si Rong and asked, Can you fight? At that moment, Si Rong realized she had no martial skills, which made her feel utterly embarrassed. Entering the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Given this, Tianhe, you must be cautious and return early. I will be waiting for you to tea the hour of Su, within a guest room of an inn. Si Rong gazed at Wukong with warmth in her eyes. Wukong nodded, responding normally. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. I will return soon. Si Rong nodded, then helped Wukong tidy his clothes slightly before watching him depart. In the quiet of the night, Wukong walked silently through the streets. All the while attuning himself to Qin Ji's presence, he continued until he boarded a small boat and crossed the stream, soon spotting a towering pagoda in the distance. Before long, he saw the familiar figure and called out with a smile. Hey, I'm here. Qin Ji, who had been quietly awaiting Wukong, was startled by his sudden presence, astonished that he had approached her so silently. Fortunately, Wukong was a good person. Had it been a nefarious thief, the outcome would have been dire. Indeed, young Master Yun keeps his word and has arrived a bit early. Qin Ji said, still somewhat flustered as she gazed at Wukong's handsome face, secretly wondering, how could I be so nervous? After all, I am a married woman. Wukong, unfazed by her thoughts, glanced at the pagoda and then asked, It is so tall. By the way, where are the monks? Aren't there supposed to be monks in a temple? Qin Ji replied slowly, monastics seek tranquility and maintain an open temple at all times. But the sacred relics within the pagoda are of great importance, so the monastery has stationed guards at, I see that IT sounds quite simple, yet the door appears to be locked. How do we get in? Qin Ji examined the pagoda, noting the closed door and unsure of how to enter, when Wukong exclaimed, Hey, there's a window over there that's open. Qin Ji looked in the direction Wukong pointed and saw the open window. A wave of joy washing over her. She said to Wukong, In that case, let us enter through there. Wukong nodded, and the two made their way to the open window, leaping inside one after the other. As they ventured further in, they were confronted by two fierce-looking monks, who barked, This is a sacred ground of Buddhism. Unauthorized personnel must leave at once. Qin Ji's expression grew serious, while Wukong stated, We merely wish to go to the top floor to pay our respects to someone. That is still unacceptable. Get out. You are being unreasonable. Qin Ji retorted coldly, drawing her sword to strike at the two monks. However, the monks guarding the night were not to be underestimated, wielding their staffs. They quickly deflected Qin Ji's fierce attack and responded with a strike of their own. Qin Ji sensed the danger and performed a backflip to evade, then lunged forward with her sword once more. The other monk glared at Wukong and warned, If you wish to live, leave at once. Wukong scratched his head, saying, I'd rather not. I don't wish to return to hell. Indeed, it is true, the memories of my existence in the depths of hell remain vivid, particularly those unpalatable meals. However, upon hearing this, the monk perceived it as an affront and, in a fit of anger, brandished his staff towards Wukong, exclaiming, Seeking death, prepare to face my wrath. Crack. At that moment, Wukong was lost in reverie, reminiscing about his past in hell, oblivious to the staff that was hurtling towards his head. The sound of the impact did not faze him, but the monk, in stark contrast, appeared to witness something terrifying. Trembling as he gazed at the staff in his hand, which was, to be precise, broken in half, the monk stammered, rendered speechless as he glanced between his shattered staff and Wukong. Wukong, having opened his eyes, found a monk standing before him and promptly assumed a serious fighting stance, stating, my apologies. I was just reflecting on the past. Shall we commence our battle now? Still intent on fighting. The monk, already shaken, felt a sense of dread. He swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his brow as he observed Wukong, who appeared eerily calm. Strangely enough, the monk could not hear Wukong's breathing, for Wukong had entered a state of tranquility, akin to a still lake, embodying the principle of remaining motionless while the enemy remains still. Hey, are you not going to make a move? If not, I shall take action. Noticing the monk's continued inaction, Wukong swiftly appeared behind him and delivered a swift strike, sending the monk flying and into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on another front, Qingji, wielding her exceptional swordsmanship, gained the upper hand. Clang, with a deft flick of her sword, she sent the monk's staff soaring, then rose to deliver a powerful kick, propelling him away. Are you all right? Wukong inquired, approaching Qingji, who had successfully subdued her opponent. Yes, I am fine, Qingji replied with a nod. Then let us proceed onward. Wukong glanced back at the two unconscious monks before addressing Qingji. Nodding in agreement, Qingji sheathed her sword, and together they ascended the adjacent staircase. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the Thousand Buddhas Tower, the pinnacle of their ascent, Wukong and Qingji found themselves face to face with a woman clad in yellow, quietly kneeling by a table adorned with a spirit tablet. As they approached, they heard her soft voice. I knew that someday you would come. Though we have never met, I can recognize you at a glance. You are? Qingji inquired. Can you not discern? I recognize you instantly, the woman replied. You are Qingyi's. Qingji exclaimed in astonishment. His concubine, Jiang, the woman interjected, her tone composed. Until my lord's passing, I remained unrecognized as his wife. Rest assured, my status shall forever be that of concubine. I never thought of it that way. Qingji murmured, regardless of your thoughts, in the hearts of my lord and his parents, my standing surpasses that of a wife 100-fold. Had it not been for my lord's benevolent nature, considering a fragment of past affection, would you have ever taken the rightful place of the primary spouse? Qingji fell silent, perhaps contemplating the truth in Zhang's words. You seem to be taking things a bit too far. After all, he has passed away. What significance do such trivial matters hold? Wukong interjected unexpectedly. If only his former comrades were present, they would surely be astounded. Young master, your words ring true. There is nothing to contest. After all, during my lord's lifetime, I attended to him day and night, preparing his medicine and clothing. He cherished me as a precious gem, Jiang responded. After a brief pause, she continued, in unity, spouses share their hearts. Even if his ailment is beyond remedy, these fleeting months were akin to a divine couple. Suddenly, Qingji shook her head, exclaiming, No, please do not say any more. Jiang smiled gently. What is it? Do you not enjoy hearing of my affection for my lord? Are you aware that a woman's jealousy can lead to 7 reasons for divorce? It is no wonder that my lord's parents hold you in such disdain. I implore you, cease your words. I have come merely to offer incense to my lord, and shall depart shortly. Qingji lamented. Depart? Indeed, you may abandon him, just as you have in the past, Jiang retorted with a mocking tone. Qingji hastily replied. No, that is not my intention. Jiang interjected. What do you mean by not your intention? Do you not realize? Ever since my lord's departure, I have feared his solitude and have come here daily to accompany him. From dawn until dusk, yet you left him for a full 4 years. Not 4 days, nor 4 months, but 4 years, Qingji, with a bitter expression, stammered. I. Jiang shook her head. No need to speak further. The words you wish to express would only bring my lord distress, if he were aware. Qingji fell silent. Jiang continued, if you wish to offer incense, you may, but you must agree to one condition. Qingji asked, what condition? I shall comply as long as it is within my capacity. Jiang assured her, do not worry. It is a simple request. I ask that after you have completed your offering, you leave Qinzhou immediately, never to return. You do not belong here. Once again, Qingji fell silent, contemplating her response, while Wukong understood that it was not the moment to intrude upon their exchange, remaining a silent observer. After a long pause, Qingji raised her head and said, I agree. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall not set foot in Chunzhou again. Good. Remember your promise. I believe my lord would not wish to see you again, Jiang remarked softly. Qingji, in silence, approached the spirit tablet, took 3 sticks of incense, ignited them, and knelt before the tablet, bowing 3 times without uttering a single word, only performing the actions. Once she completed the offering, Qingji stood and addressed Jiang. Thank you. I take my leave. Joining Wukong, she stated, Young Master Yun, let us depart. At the Chunzhou ferry, Qingji remained silent, prompting Wukong to scratch his head, admitting to himself that he truly could not comprehend the depths of such passionate emotions. Whether in love or hate, are you all right? Wukong asked. Qingji lifted her gaze to meet Wukong's eyes briefly before lowering her head and softly assuring, Young Master Yun, do not worry. I am well. Wukong scratched his head again. Do not deceive me. While I may not understand emotions, I am aware of the sorrow that accompanies losing someone dear. With a serene silence enveloping the air, Qingji gazed at the shimmering surface of the river as Wukong slowly spoke. I've heard my father say that love is simply love, and hatred is merely hatred. Emotions can be complex or straightforward, yet ultimately, it hinges on the hearts of 2 individuals. There is no need to overthink it. Qingji turned to Wukong and remarked, Young Master Yun, your words. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. My father said that to genuinely care for someone means to bring them joy every day, even if that person does not harbor feelings for you, or does not even know you. Qingji nodded thoughtfully. Whether the living or the departed, it matters not if it is true or false, if she brought joy to her husband during their time together. I'm left with nothing but endless gratitude and a sense of shame. She then, like Wukong, gazed at the river's surface to be by the way. Now that your wish is fulfilled, where will you go next? Wukong inquired. Me? I wish to accompany Qin, making the vast seas my home. Wherever I go will be my place. Qingji replied softly that, in truth, I have lost count of how many times I yearn to relinquish all worldly ties and simply follow my husband. Yet, I feel unworthy of him. I cannot bear to face him. Qingji said bitterly, I tell myself that at the very least, I must set aside my martial skills and diligently gather the remnants of musical scores from throughout the ages to fulfill my husband's wishes in life. Perhaps then he would be willing to meet me in my dreams. Noticing Wukong's concerned gaze upon her, Qingji gently shook her head. There is no need for you to worry about how I should proceed. I am quite clear in my heart. When I am not by my husband's side, he must also be in great pain and sorrow. As for me, I am merely reaping the bitter fruits of the past. What right do I have to seek liberation through death? Wukong replied. I am grateful to young Master Yin for your assistance, allowing me to fulfill my wish. Qingji, in return, can only offer a humble performance. At this, Qingji stated, "Oh, is it singing?" Wukong asked. Qingji nodded. Indeed, young Master Yun. Please follow me. Wukong followed Qingji to a secluded grove, where he beheld her gracefully settling before a prepared guqin, her delicate hands resting upon the strings. Instantly, the clear, melodious notes and Qingji's enchanting voice filled the air. Gentle rain falls, soft winds sway, relying on a love that lingers long. The song, sweet and melancholic, resonated deeply, evoking tears, and even Wukong could not help but feel a profound sadness, acutely sensing the pain within Qingji's heart. Wukong, it seems your state of mind is elevated. You are truly a genius. The divine dragon within Wukong communicated silently. Divine dragon, are you saying my abilities have improved? Wukong inquired mentally. Indeed, Wukong, it appears your arrival in this world was not entirely a mistake. At the very least, you have come to understand the warmth and coldness of human emotions, the entanglements of love and hate, experiences you had not encountered before, thus leading to your substantial growth and power. It seems I am rather fortunate. However, I have lost my tail and can no longer transform into Super Saiyan 4. Wukong expressed his concern. Fear not. Your tail has merely integrated into your body. And in the future, when you transform into Super Saiyan 4, you will not require the tail or moonlight. Moreover, should your power continue to rise, Wukong, you may surpass Super Saiyan 4 and attain Super Saiyan 5. At which point you could return to your original world. Really, Divine Dragon? Wukong asked, astonished. Indeed, thus your current strength does not solely depend on battle. It can also be enhanced through your state of mind. As martial prowess is merely a surface-level attribute that I understand, Divine Dragon. I see now that I've been too hasty in the past. I could see this moment. The playing Qin and the listening Wukong remained unaware of the impending sorrowful scene that would unfold at the 8th level of the Thousand Buddha Tower. Upon returning to the inn, Wukong was immediately met with Si Rong's worried gaze. Tianyi, are you all right? I was so concerned for you, Si Rong said, carefully checking Wukong for any injuries. Wukong shook his head and smiled. I am fine. Do not worry, that Si Rong nodded, but noticed Qin absence and asked, by the way, where is that sister Qin? Wukong sighed, alas, she has fulfilled her wish and must leave Qinzhou. Si Rong remarked, is that so? It is no wonder. Her husband has passed away. How could she possibly remain in this sorrowful place alone? She then continued, Tianyi, could you share with me what transpired in the tower? Wukong agreed, and soon the two engaged in a lengthy conversation that lasted well into the night. The following morning, Wukong, who had been dozing at the table, was roused by Si Rong shaking him. Tianyi, wake up. Wukong groggily opened his eyes and asked him, what is it? Si Rong replied, it's bad news. Something has happened. Yesterday, a woman committed suicide in the Thousand Buddha Tower, and it seems she was the one you mentioned. Named Jiang. Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Really? But then quickly regained his composure. Actually, I think there is nothing wrong with what she did, Si Rong inquired. What do you mean? She wished to join that man below. It was her own desired, my father used to say that people have the power to choose their own lives and deaths according to their wishes, and regardless of right or wrong. It is a remarkable thing, as Si Rong gazed at Wukong, surprised that someone so inexperienced in matters of the heart could express such thoughts. Though these words were imparted by his father, she still found it astonishing and praised. Tianyi, you speak so well. Wukong scratched his head and smiled before continuing. By the way, perhaps Qin has already learned of it, but since she is leaving, she should not be too saddened, as Si Rong remarked, that Jiang may not have been loved by her husband in life, but in death she must strive for it. Such sentiments are indeed touching. Turning to Wukong, she said, Tianyi, you must promise me that no matter what happens, you cannot die. You cannot leave me behind. Wukong questioned, what are you talking about? I never said I would die. Besides, no one exists who could make me perish. Si Rong suddenly threw herself into Wukong's embrace, holding him tightly. Tianyi, I do not care. I do not want you to leave me. You have already occupied my heart. I do not ask for you to marry me. I only wish to follow you. Wukong scratched his head. Haven't I always told you to follow me? Is it necessary to act this way? Si Rong looked up at him and nodded. Yes, I understand now. Tianyi, I want to be with you. Never depart. Wukong nodded, but an unwelcome sound interrupted. Goo goo goo. Tianyi, you must be hungry. Let us go downstairs for breakfast. Silently, Rong let out a soft laugh. Wukong chuckled and nodded in agreement. Then the two of them strolled out of the room. As they reached the staircase, they overheard some guests engaged in idle chatter below, discussing the tragic fate of the Jiang family. Have you heard? Another calamity has struck the wealthiest family in the city. Which Qin family do you mean? Who else could it be? Their daughter-in-law took her own life last night at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. The coroner examined her and confirmed she died from poison. What is even stranger is that the monks guarding the pagoda claimed someone broke in last night, yet they can't describe the intruder's appearance. The abbot has decided to close the monastery for 3 months. The Qin family surely won't let this go easily. Is it truly so? How do you know this? My cousin works in the kitchen at the monastery. So, of course, I'm in the know. Alas, it's lamentable how passionately devoted some women can be. Even after their husband's demise, they remain so steadfast. Wukong and Rong approached the table to have breakfast. Suddenly, Wukong heard a familiar voice. Oh, that woman looks so pitiful. Wukong turned around, raising a half-eaten bun and calling out vaguely, Hey, we meet again. Ah, you're here too? The voice was feminine and reminiscent of a young girl. Indeed. I was just about to look for you, Wukong replied, swallowing the bun hastily but nearly choking. Rong quickly handed him a cup of tea, saying, Take your time, Tianhe, have some water. Observing their intimate exchange, Xuanji and Huaishua exchanged astonished glances. Xuanji inquired, "Who is she to you? Why is she so kind to you?" Yukong glanced at Surong, noticing her slight blush. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Her name is Yang Surong. She expressed her desire to join your sect, Qianghua, Yukong explained. What? You both wish to join our Qianghua sect? Xuanji exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that is precisely why I sought you out. What is wrong with that? Yukong nodded in affirmation. However, I observe that your skills and cultivation level hardly necessitate you becoming a disciple. Huaishu interjected. Is that so? I recall my father saying that the worthy should go first. You in the Qianghua sect can fly with swords, but I cannot. So, I wish to learn to be by the way. Don't you have two ladies accompanying you? One of them even claimed to be your wife. Xuanji bluntly stated, causing Sirong's complexion to turn pale. As for them, Ling Sha has grown to despise me, and doesn't he wish to see me anymore, so I decided to leave. My father advised that if a girl dislikes your presence, it's best not to impose, Yukong said as he sipped his tea. Did you have a quarrel? Huaishua asked. I'm not certain. All I know is that Ling Sha surely harbors ill feelings towards me. And what about the girl in purple? Xuanji pressed. Are you referring to Ming Li? I have no idea. Perhaps she is with Ling Sha, Yukong replied. What on earth is happening between you all? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Xuanji furrowed her brows in perplexity. Xuanji, let's not meddle in others' affairs. We should seek out our master. Uncle, Huaishua whispered to Xuanji. Xuanji nodded and then suggested, Brother, why not lend them a hand? After all, Master often says we should harbor good intentions. Ultimately, whether they can join the sect depends on their own efforts. Huaishua sighed, alas, you are truly just a child. He then turned to Yukong, saying, in that case, since we've encountered each other multiple times, perhaps it is fate. Yukong asked, really? You are willing to help me join the Qianghua sect? Huaishua nodded, while Xuanji exclaimed, yes, but whether you can join ultimately depends on you. I'm not concerned about you, but rather about this elder sister. She glanced at Surong, whose complexion had improved slightly to me. I'm fine. I can go as well, Surong replied with a faint smile. Very well. We didn't catch up with Master Xing, and we're on our way back to the sect. Why not take you both with us on our swords? Huaishua proposed. Yukong nodded. Great. I've been eager to experience what flying on a sword feels like. Are you ready? East Gate of Qinzhou. Huaishua turned to Yukong and Surong, asking. Yukong nodded, and Surong affirmed, yes, I'm ready. All right, let us go. With a wave of his hand, a sword suddenly hovered before Huaishua, while Xuanji had already stepped on her own sword. Yukong also drew out Wang Shu, prompting Huaishua to exclaim in astonishment. This sword has an unusual design. Xuanji looked at Wang Shu and remarked, Brother, this sword looks rather peculiar. It lacks a proper guard and deviates significantly from the usual form. Perhaps the one who forged it merely sought to attract attention. Well, I never thought much of it. After my parents gave me this sword, I've used it ever since that I wasn't until I descended the mountain that I realized it indeed looks quite different from other swords. Yukong scratched his head. Huaishua replied seriously, yet we cannot hastily draw conclusions. This sword possesses immense spiritual energy and harbors a strong chill. He then turned to Yukong, asking, didn't you notice, Brother Yin? Using a sword daily. Wouldn't the cold energy harm you? Yukong shook his head. Not at all. I've wielded this sword for quite some time without issue. It merely feels cool to the touch. It's perfect for summer. That is true. Brother Yin's prowess is indeed unfathomable, so this chill likely poses no trouble for you. Huaishua chuckled. Nevertheless, regardless of whether a sword possesses spirit, the wielder must have the corresponding strength to wield it effectively. Otherwise, a person cannot control the sword, and the sword cannot protect its bearer, which is an unfortunate reality. Huaishua's tone shifted back to seriousness. Yukong nodded in confusion, and Huaishua stated, now, let us cease our idle chatter and commence our journey. Xuanji, already growing impatient, exclaimed, all right, let us depart quickly, but do exercise caution. Should anything fall from the heavens, neither I nor my senior brother shall intervene. With a playful giggle, she took off into the sky. Huaishua managed a resigned smile and subsequently sent the earlier incantation towards Wang Shu, who immediately floated before Yukong and the others. Yukong leaped onto the sword and then pulled Surong up beside him, and together with Huaishua, they pursued the direction in which Xuanji had flown. Upon reaching the small town of Boxian, Wukong, having just soared into the sky, remained blissfully unaware of the two ladies approaching from the eastern gate of Qinzhou, one clad in red and the other in purple. In the air, Wukong stood atop Wang's Shu sword, while Serong clung tightly to his waist from behind. Wow, is this what it means to fly on a sword? Although the speed is not particularly swift, it is quite enjoyable, Wukong remarked with a grin to him. Flying on a sword was far slower than the Nimbus Cloud, let alone the soaring technique that followed an explosive burst of energy. Observing Wukong's ease, both Huai Shuo and Xuanji were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the sword-flying technique they had painstakingly learned was being utilized by someone who seemed to have no urgency to reach their destination. Not long after, the four arrived at the quaint town of Boxian. This is indeed quite fun, Wukong chuckled. Indeed, you truly stand out, but ultimately, you must rely on your own abilities to ascend the mountain and pass the trials to be accepted as disciples. Huai Shuo replied with a smile. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Thank you so much, Wukong responded cheerfully. Well then, we shall escort you this far. You can inquire around the town to learn how to ascend the mountain. Xuanji said playfully. Yes, indeed, in that case, we shall take our leave here. Perhaps our next meeting will find us as fellow disciples, Huai Shuo said, clasping his hands in farewell. Wukong and Xuanji returned the gesture, and with a hint of impatience, Xuanji tugged Huai Shuo as they soared away on their sword. Serong, shall we? Serong, what is the matter? Wukong intended to suggest they inquire together, but upon turning back, he noticed Serong's unhappy and somewhat melancholic expression. I'm fine. You need not worry, Serong forced a smile. Although Wukong was somewhat foolish, he was not entirely oblivious. He sensed that Serong bore some hidden sorrow and inquired, Serong, if there is something troubling you, please share it with me. Serong glanced at Wukong with tear-filled eyes, then suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing. Wukong, puzzled, gently patted her back and asked, Serong, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Through her tears, Serong murmured. Tianhe, do you have a wife now? Wukong scratched his head. I'm not quite sure. It seems I might, but I was somewhat dazed when Ling Sha referred to me as her husband, and I don't quite understand. Serong lifted her head, ceasing her tears to ask, Husband, are you saying she has forcibly taken you as her husband? Wukong nodded, and Serong's sorrow transformed into a smile. Then, if that is the case, I want you as well. Huh, Wukong exclaimed in surprise, asking, you don't mean you wish for me to be your husband, do you? Serong shyly nodded. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong replied in a voice barely above a whisper, well then, starting today, I shall call you my beloved. Wukong was taken aback. Beloved? Is that another term for husband? You all are quite peculiar. Why are there so many names for husbands? Serong explained, Beloved, you are still quite naive to the world. You will gradually come to understand. Wukong nodded. All right then, I am rather hungry now. Let us find something to eat first. With that, Wukong and Serong walked side by side in the town in the bustling inn. Wukong observed a peculiar figure reminiscent of a Tibetan person from his previous world, and remarked, What is with this attire? The man chuckled. The western regions differ from the central plains. We have lived in such houses for generations to shield ourselves from the wind and sand. He continued, I see you are headed for the Immortal Mountain. Oh, you know we are going to the Immortal Mountain. Serong inquired, astonished. The man chuckled again. Of course, it is evident. This young gentleman carries a sword, which certainly indicates he is not here for trade, but rather to visit the Immortal Mountain. The deities atop the mountain are known even to many from the central plains, and those who come here seek to meet them. Serong asked, Then, can you tell us the way to the mountain? The man replied, Certainly. Everyone here knows. Upon leaving Boxian town, head south to reach the mountain, but few ever get to meet the deities. Wukong questioned, Why is that? The man explained, There are monsters along the mountain path that can be quite dangerous. Many have fled back to the town, and others have ventured forth never to return, perhaps taken by the deities themselves. Serong tightened her grip on Wukong's hand in surprise, while Wukong reassured her, Do not worry. Those monsters shall not be able to defeat us. Seeing Wukong's unwavering confidence, Serong felt reassured and returned a gentle smile. Suddenly, She seemed to recall something and turned to the man. It appears that everyone in town speaks the Central Plains dialect and holds great reverence for the sword immortals, or as they refer to them, the deities. If it weren't for the differences in houses and attire amidst the surrounding yellow sand, one could hardly tell this is the western regions. The man explained, Miss, Boxian Town has become an oasis due to the deity's compassion, allowing the waters from the immortal mountain to flow down. Everyone must remember this kindness. May the deities bless us. Without water, the people of the Central Plains would not come to trade here. The Central Plains dialect was taught to us by those merchants. After spending a night resting at the inn, Wukong and Surong set out the next day, following the direction indicated by the innkeeper. As they ventured along the Taiji immortal path, Surong furrowed her brow, gazing at the lush greenery surrounding them. Why, beloved, I did not expect to find such a verdant place here, she remarked. Wukong scratched his head in agreement, but suddenly paused, sensing a faint aura of danger. Being a delicate girl, Surong only knew a little self-defense. She did not anticipate learning much at Xianghua sect, and perhaps was not even as skilled as Wukong. Therefore, she resolved to follow him and learn at his side. However, upon hearing of a potential monster, she instinctively clung to Wukong, trembling. Is there truly a monster? Wukong replied, nonchalantly, of course. How could it be a trial without monsters? As they conversed, a creature resembling both an eagle and a bear suddenly descended from the heavens, an embodiment of the bizarre and the extraordinary. The monster's vivid crimson eyes fixated upon Wukong and Xiong, as if it intended to devour them whole. Alas, had it been the ordinary folk of yore, they would have succumbed to fright or become mere prey. However, now, they faced the formidable Wukong, the mightiest being in the universe. Xiong, do not be afraid, Wukong reassured, gently patting her delicate back. In that moment, Xiong felt a profound sense of security in Wukong's embrace, as if the very heavens could collapse without a care. The tension that had gripped her dissipated, and she merely nodded. Wukong cast his gaze upon the creature, observing its wings flapping incessantly, rising and falling in an erratic rhythm, its body shifting hues from blue to brown like a chameleon. Wukong, feeling the creature's aura, was somewhat disheartened. Even Krillin could easily handle such a foe. He had hoped to witness something extraordinary in this so-called trial. But alas, it seemed otherwise. Extending his palm towards the creature, Wukong noticed it staring intently at his hand. Suddenly, a small yellow dot appeared in the center of his palm, gradually enlarging until it resembled a basin. Not an exaggeration, but rather a means to prevent the creature's remains from tainting this beautiful place. With a resounding whoosh, Wukong unleashed his energy wave upon the creature. Initially curious about the phenomenon emerging from Wukong's hand, the creature soon realized its imminent demise. Alas, it was too late to evade. The energy wave was merely 2 steps away, and as it attempted to take flight, it sensed a blade of energy descending from above. Caught off guard, this formidable monster met its end, obliterated by the combined force of the energy wave and the sword-like attack, leaving not a trace behind. It's all right now, Xiong. The monster has been vanquished, Wukong whispered to her. Xiong cautiously glanced toward the creature's former position, confirming the absence of anything but a crater. Turning to Wukong with affectionate eyes, she softly remarked, My lord, you are truly remarkable. I have no regrets in following you. Wukong, taken aback, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Hey, you can come down now. Almost immediately, a purple figure descended, greeting Wukong with a respectful gesture. I trust you are well. Wukong chuckled. Indeed, it's good to see you again. This time, I'm prepared to undergo your trial and join the Xianghua sect. The newcomer was none other than Morongxing, who replied, I see in that case. I truly should not have intervened just now. But no matter. You are already aware, so you may simply observe our trial later. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. It seems you are quite confident. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, and I hope to see you at the sect. Ding bowed once more before soaring away. That moment, Xiong lifted her head and asked, My lord, who was that person? Wukong replied, Oh, I've forgotten his name, but I vaguely recall it being Xing. He's also from the Xianghua sect and appears to hold a significant position, Xiong remarked. He looks quite young, not much older than us. Yukong shrugged. What does that matter? In the world of the proficient, age is irrelevant, that I will gladly learn from anyone capable. Seong laughed. Then, if a mere child were to appear, would you also take him as your master? Yukong responded. Why not? Even if I do not call him master aloud, I would regard him as such in my heart, seeing Yukong's earnestness devoid of any pretense. Seong gently cautioned, My lord, you are truly a person of great integrity, but you must not trust others too readily, for that could lead to misfortune. Amidst their musings, Yukong, with his formidable prowess, had rather seriously dispatched the monsters obstructing their path to the underworld. Thus, after a little over an hour, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Cheonghua sect. The magnificent architecture and stunning scenery were awe-inspiring, with the entrance alone exuding an impressive aura, despite the 2 guards stationed there. Is this truly the Cheonghua sect? It possesses such grandeur. Seong, an ordinary woman, was undeniably stirred by her first sight of such an esteemed establishment. Yukong, however, surveyed the surroundings with a nonchalant demeanor, accustomed to wonders far beyond this. He had traversed the realms of the King of Worlds, the underworld, and the heavenly realm, where technology thrived beyond comprehension. Seong, let us proceed inside, Yukong suggested. Seong nodded, and they advanced. The 2 guards promptly stepped in front of them and declared, Please halt. No one may enter unless they are disciples of this sect. Yukong replied, We have come to take the trial to become disciples. Could you kindly relay this? Mingguang interjected, The sect leader has issued a decree. There are numerous matters to attend to, and we cannot accommodate you. Please return. Seong exclaimed in disbelief. Surely, you jest. We have labored hard to reach this place. Mingchun added, If you're unwilling to descend, you may stay at Taishangjing for a few days. Few days? How many days is that? Seong's pouting expression was undeniably adorable. Seeing her, Mingchun hesitated slightly. We are merely carrying out orders. Please do not make this difficult for us. Mingguang, unable to tolerate his companion's indecision, chided, There is no need to converse further with them. He then returned to his post. Mingchun, reluctantly acquiescing, returned to his position as well. Seong, about to express her ire, was pulled away by Yukong. Why, Lord? Why are you leading me away? We have worked hard to climb here. Are we truly to leave? Seong protested, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Yukong waved his hand dismissively. It seems they genuinely have pressing matters. Perhaps we are simply here at the wrong time. Let us stay for a few days. Stay for a few days? But that place we just came from is so cold. I don't want to go back. Seong recalled the frigid location they had just traversed, shivering at the memory. Very well. I shall escort you down the mountain. I will carry you. Yukong offered after a moment of contemplation. No, I do not wish to leave you. Regardless, we must find a way in. Otherwise, I shall not be at peace, Seong declared, leaning against Yukong with a playful pout. Yukong scratched his head in confusion, unsure of how to proceed when suddenly, footsteps approached. Turning, he saw a man dressed in Cheonghua sect attire approaching. He glanced at Yukong and Seong, momentarily taken aback, then composed himself and addressed Yukong. The sect leader wishes to see you both. Yukong surveyed the surroundings and, pointing to himself in disbelief, asked, You mean us? The man, resigned, nodded slightly. Seong inquired, But didn't you just say we wouldn't meet? How is it that we're seeing each other now? Feeling a bit flustered, Seong hastily detached herself from Yukong's embrace, composed her emotions, and addressed the man. I'm unaware of the details. I am merely conveying a message from the sect leader. However, once we meet the leader, it is imperative that you do not speak or act recklessly. Regardless of whether you are disciples of this sect or not, one must adhere to the established rules and decorum. It appears you are a couple. Even so, excessive displays of intimacy must be avoided. The man spoke slowly. Yukong nodded, and Seong echoed his gesture. Then, please lead the way, Seong requested. Subsequently, Yukong and Seong followed the man closely behind. Along the way, both were captivated by the surrounding architecture, particularly the grand statue at the center. Hey, who is that person? Yukong asked the man, gazing at the large statue. The man replied nonchalantly, She's the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman. The Nine Heavens' mysterious woman? Seong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Indeed? Wow. It seems that joining the Cheonghua sect is truly a splendid choice. Wouldn't you agree, my husband? Si-hong turned to Wukong. Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Who is the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman? I don't know her. Is she powerful? Si-hong sighed, and the man also appeared somewhat exasperated upon entering the hall. They spotted a figure standing with their back to Wukong and the others atop a high platform. Sect leader, the disciples have brought them here. The man informed her. Step back. The woman responded with a voice that was both cold and clear. Yes, the man replied, and exited the hall. The woman turned around, revealing a breathtakingly serene face before the two. Si-hong felt a twinge of jealousy, while Wukong remained unperturbed, observing the duo's unflinching demeanor and lack of tension. The woman nodded with satisfaction and turned her gaze towards Wukong, scrutinizing his face with an intensity that caused her breath to quicken. Fortunately, as a seasoned sect leader, she quickly regained her composure. I am the sect leader, Suyao. May I ask your name? Wukong answered me. I am Yentian. Yentianking, is he your father? Suyao inquired. Yes, do you know my father? What about my mother? Yentian asked. Your mother? Could it be Suyu? Suyao questioned, uncertainty lacing her tone. Wukong smiled in surprise. Wow, sect leader, you even know my mother? Then we are acquaintances. Suyao regarded Wukong's smile. Although he appeared merely a child in her eyes, she sensed a maturity within him, suppressing a flicker of unease within her heart. She said to Wukong, Today, while in the house of respecting heaven, I divined with the heaven pearl and learned that a child of an old friend would come. Surely, the omen speaks of you. My parents have been here? Wukong queried. Indeed, but regrettably, they departed the mountain midway, Suyao replied. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Suyao suddenly asked, Does her father harbor any regrets that he instructed you to ascend the mountain to seek a master? Wukong shook his head. No, I came of my own accord, along with Si-hong, and why father and mother are living well on Qingwan Peak. Suyao appeared startled, as if she had received a shocking revelation. You mean? Your mother is still alive? Wukong, puzzled, responded, Yes, what of it? Suyao murmured to herself, No, it cannot be. Su. She has lost Xia. How can she still be alive? Sect leader, what are you talking about? What is she, huh? Wukong, with keen ears, caught snippets of the conversation. Suyao shook her head. It is nothing. Since this is the case, let it be. Our sect has significant matters at hand, and I did not wish to complicate things, however, considering the bonds of old friendships. I shall allow you a chance to prove yourselves. Should you pass the trial, I will make an exception and permit you to join the sect. Wukong nodded. That is agreeable. I do not wish to leverage my parents' acquaintance to gain favor. I aim to rely on my own abilities to pass the trial. Seeing Wukong's solemn expression, Suyao felt her long-suppressed heart begin to flutter. What if we fail? Si-hong, who had remained silent, asked. Then it would indicate that your fates with the immortals are shallow. And you would have to leave the mountain? Suyao explained that. Oh, well then, Si-hong nodded. When you are ready, step forward, Suyao instructed. Wukong stepped forward without hesitation, and Si-hong followed suit. Both approaching Suyao caught the scent of masculinity emanating from Wukong. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her breathing became noticeably rapid. Observing Suyao's entranced gaze, Si-hong, aware of Suyao's feelings for Wukong, felt a twinge of jealousy and hostility, leading her to cough lightly. Startled by the interruption, Suyao quickly regained her composure, reflecting on her own behavior, questioning how she could lose her usual poise before him. He was younger than her. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Calming herself, Wukong stated, We are ready now. Will you not guide us? Suyao replied, Oh, very well. She then began to recite the incantation. Concentrate. By the decree of the mysterious woman, let all spirits be informed, freely traversing. Ascend to the purple microde of blue light enveloped Wukong and Si-hong, and shortly thereafter, their figures vanished. Suyao clutched her chest, murmuring, What is happening to me? Why am I behaving so inappropriately? Could it be that I truly have feelings for him? No, this cannot be. I have only met him for the first time. Is this what they call love at first sight? In the next moment, Wukong and Si-hong found themselves in a realm reminiscent of outer space, distinguished by the presence of a platform and floating gourds. Where is this? Wukong spun around, observing their surroundings. Why, husband? What are those gourds in the sky? Si-hong asked, perplexed. Wukong glanced at them and said, Let me retrieve one and see. With that, he soared upward, grasped the gourd floating above him, and descended. Pop! Do not misunderstand. It was merely the sound of the gourd's stopper being removed. Wukong sniffed. It smells delightful. Si-Hong also took a whiff and remarked, it resembles wine, my husband. Wine? Wukong inquired, as he reminisced about the honey wine he had tasted at Uncle Lou's. With that thought, he lifted the gourd and absent-mindedly poured a bit into his mouth. Si-Hong was taken aback. After all, they were in the midst of a trial. What if drinking interfered with their progress? My lord, how can you drink at this moment? She exclaimed. Wukong set down the gourd, smacked his lips, and murmured, It doesn't taste as delightful as Uncle Lou's honey wine. Si-Hong chuckled. Oh, my lord, you're truly amusing. Wukong scratched his head and laughed, discarding the gourd. Just as he turned to leave, Si-Hong suddenly pointed upwards. My lord, look. Wukong gazed up and was astonished to see that in the very spot where he had just removed the gourd, another one had appeared. What is happening? I just took it, drank from it, and threw it away. Wukong furrowed his brow at my lord. This is an illusion. The distinction between reality and fantasy is elusive. We should continue with the trial, Si-Hong advised. Wukong nodded and began to walk along the path ahead. I never would have imagined that the sect leader is a woman, and a stunning beauty at that, Si-Hong remarked while secretly observing Wukong's expression. Noting his neutral demeanor, she felt a surge of joy, knowing he was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. However, she added with a hint of envy, but it seems you may have developed feelings for her. Feelings? What do you mean? Wukong asked, perplexed. Si-Hong smiled gently. It means I, like a concubine, have taken a liking to you. Wukong responded, like me? Surely, she isn't just another woman seeking to become my wife. Si-Hong nodded, unabashedly stating, yes, precisely that. Wukong was at a loss for words. But his keen eyes suddenly caught sight of someone in the distance. There is someone over there. Let us ask them for directions, he said, rushing forward. Si-Hong stomped her little foot and, clutching her skirts, called out sweetly, My lord, wait up. Don't leave me behind. With a screech reminiscent of a car's brakes, Wukong halted before the figure, and in the next moment, Si-Hong arrived, panting and leaning against him, exhausted from running. My lord, why did you run so fast? I'm quite tired, she said, exhaling a fragrant breath. I apologize. I didn't realize my strength. Wukong chuckled. Ew. I shan't speak to you anymore, Si-Hong pouted, turning away with playful indignation. This was meant to be an act of flirtation, yet the oblivious Wukong mistook it for disdain, akin to how Ling Sha treated him. Si-Hong had hoped for an apology from Wukong, but his silence lingered. She gradually turned to observe him out of the corner of her eye, and was taken aback. Wukong stood there, somewhat forlorn, unsure of what to do, exuding an aura of despair rather than the warmth he usually radiated. My lord, are you all right? What troubles you? Si-Hong hurriedly asked. Wukong replied softly, You, like Ling Sha, must dislike me, which makes me somewhat sad. Si-Hong was astonished that her playful act had elicited such a reaction. She quickly embraced Wukong and gently reassured him. Silly my lord, I could never dislike you. I adore you. That was merely me being playful. I will explain everything to you in due time. Oh, Wukong nodded, still somewhat subdued. An elderly man, seated atop a large gourd and soundly asleep, was before Si-Hong and Wukong. The old man continued to snore, oblivious. Si-Hong, mildly irritated, nudged Wukong, who gently prodded the old man. Excuse me, sir. Finally, the old man stirred, mumbling, Fine wine. Suddenly, Si-Hong shouted, Wake up! The force of her voice startled even Wukong. The old man blinked awake, his eyes still clouded with sleep, and exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, my dream wine. It's all gone. All gone. Ah, did you not see that I was napping? You've disturbed me, and now I cannot enjoy the fine wine from my dreams. Wukong said apologetically, We sincerely did not mean to disturb your slumber. We merely wish to inquire how to leave this place. The old man observed Wukong, noting the absence of any signs of decay or foolishness, and remarked kindly, so you're little ones from the Qianghua sect. Wukong nodded. Indeed. Do you know anyone from the Qianghua sect? Can you guide us on how to exit? The old man sighed, Alas, your ruckus has awakened the wine spirits in my belly, and they're clamoring for attention. Are you hungry? I have plenty of buns. Would you like some? Wukong offered, rummaging through his pack. The old man shook his head. What use are buns? I am the wine immortal. I require wine. Come now, why are you so stubborn? Drinking too much is harmful to your health. You know, Sihong protested. The old man laughed heartily. Huh. Who cares about drunkenness? When drunk, the world is vast and boundless. Wine is good. Wine is splendid. Wu Kong mused. Is my father also so fond of wine? The wine immortal continued. Speaking of which, you two have disturbed my sweet dreams, causing me to miss out on the fine wine for my slumber. Yet you still expect me to assist you? How naive. After a pause, he added, I was dreaming of honey wine, a rarity I haven't tasted in ages. It was truly exquisite. Honey wine. My father loves it too. Wu Kong laughed. The wine immortal regarded Wu Kong. Is that so? I can see from your eyes that you speak the truth, not merely flattering me to make me happy. We are fated to meet. However, he continued, since you have deprived me of my drink, you must bring me wine. Here is the deal. Fetch me 99 jars of fine wine and fill this barrel behind me, if I can indulge. I shall certainly assist you. 99 jars. Sihong exclaimed. I assent that rather excessive. What of it? I value wine above all. I would rather go without food than without wine. Off you go, but how can you drink so much without getting dizzy? The last time I had just a little, I couldn't handle it, Wu Kong replied. You child, how amusing. Asking for a favor while questioning everything. This brings to mind a long-ago tale of a young man who delighted the old man greatly. Upon closer inspection, you bear quite a resemblance to that individual. The wine immortal chuckled. My lord. Is he referring to the elder? Si Rong whispered to Wu Kong. Wu Kong nodded. It appears my father has also graced this place with his presence. The wine immortal declared, enough of idle chatter. Off you go. Should your pace falter, I shall be quite displeased. Wu Kong and Si Rong, with no option left, rose to assist him in procuring the wine. My lord, with so many, where shall we store them? Si Rong lamented, gazing at the sky filled with gourds, nearly overwhelmed. Here, I possess this, Wu Kong replied, producing a bag. This bag it is known as a treasure bag, capable of holding countless items. Not just 99 jars of wine, but even 99 billion jars could fit within, Wu Kong grinned. Wow, my lord, you never cease to amaze me. Just how many secrets do you hold? Si Rong gazed at Wu Kong with admiration. Having spent considerable time around women, Wu Kong found himself unexpectedly blushing at her gaze. Oh, my lord, you're blushing. You're actually shy. Goodness, Si Rong exclaimed as if witnessing a grand spectacle. Well, let's find the wine. The wine, Wu Kong stammered, grabbing the nearest gourd and placing into the B8G.S. I Rong chuckled and leaned down to assist, handing gourds to Wu Kong. Phew, we've finally finished. Si Rong, how many do we have? After a little over an hour, they had completed their task. Why, lord, I just counted. You found 542 bottles, while I found 500, which means we have 43 bottles extra. Si Rong exclaimed in surprise, having become quite engrossed in the task. We'll take the extras back for my father. After all, he enjoys his wine, Wu Kong replied with a smile. That's fine. But where shall we put these extra 43 bottles? Si Rong inquired. No worries. I have another bag. We shall store them here. Wu Kong produced another B8G.S. I Rong, feeling displeased, snatched the bag from him, saying, my lord, since you have so many bags, this one shall be mine. Wu Kong pondered briefly, then relented. All right, suit yourself. Just remember to give the wine to my father when the time comes. Si Rong nodded with a smile, and the two turned to walk back to the wine immortal. Hey, old immortal, we're done. Si Rong called out to the immortal. Good, that was quite swift. Just pour them into the cauldron behind me. The wine immortal replied, somewhat dazed. Together, Wu Kong and Si Rong poured the 99 jars of wine into the cauldron, which fit perfectly without a drop spilling over. It seems he calculated it well. Otherwise, such precision would be improbable. Si Rong remarked. Oh, by the way, old sir, since we've finished, what about the exit? Wu Kong asked the wine immortal. No need to rush. No need to rush, I shall send you on your way. The wine immortal waved his sleeve, and a teleportation array appeared before Wu Kong and Si Rong. I asked at it. Can we return now? Si Rong queried. Of course not. There are further trials awaiting you. Oh, Wu Kong nodded. What other trials remain? Don't be hasty, young one. Let me think for a moment. You have successfully passed the trial of Wind AS for the next. He glanced at Si Rong beside Wukong. I see you are quite fortunate, young lad. This flower-like girl beside you must be quite fond of you, so you may skip the trial of lust? What do you mean by fond? I am his wife. Si Rong corrected bashfully. The wine immortal burst into laughter. Oh, haha, it seems I misjudged. Very well, we shall waive the trial of lust. I can see you are not the lecherous type. Off you go to the trial of wealth. Quickly now, I wish to indulge in fine wines, and then take a deep slumber. You must hasten to pass your trials. Oh, very well. Thank you, immortal Wukong bowed, then took Si Rong's hand and stepped into the teleportation array. Moments later, they vanished. This person appears rather unremarkable, Wukong observed, fixating on an elderly man riding a dancing lion, yet adorned in the garb of a wealth deity. His expression was stern, clutching a large jade scepter. Staring ahead as if everyone owed him a fortune, his mount mirroring his demeanor, he is so serious. He doesn't speak, Si Rong whispered to Wukong. This trial seems formidable. Let us inquire, he said. Addressing the figure, excuse me, how does one pass this trial? Not difficult, not difficult. Just make me happy, the man replied with an air of arrogance, provoking an urge to strike him. And how might we make you happy? Si Rong asked. Just find me 10 precious stones, and remember only the most valuable 9-eyed stones. I have no interest in anything else. Wukong and Si Rong exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what that was. What do they look like? They asked. You don't even know that. You must be woefully ignorant. Clearly, you are destined to be impoverished, the wealth deity scoffed, his eyes wide with disbelief. 9-eyed stones are golden stones. How could you not know something so simple? Finding them will be a waste of your time and effort. Now, go fetch 11 9-eyed stones for me. Why an extra stone? Si Rong questioned, since you asked me. The extra one is my reward for answering you. Now, go find 12 precious stones, the wealth deity declared with an air of superiority. Is he trying to deceive us? Shouldn't he, a wealth deity, be generous? Si Rong murmured in dissatisfaction. Little girl, don't think I can't hear you slandering me in whispers. I answer your queries. There are many wealth deities in the heavens. If I don't find ways to gather wealth, how could I share it? Just the cost of my attire is not insignificant. He added, now, go find 13 9-eyed stones. Si Rong was about to lose her temper when Wukong pulled her back, saying, let us not provoke him. The more we speak, the more he'll demand. We should just go find them. Xiling pondered, were it not for my husband holding me back, I would surely beat you. For I possess no martial skills. The god of wealth stroked his beard and replied, that remark is free of charge. You, little one, are quite clever. Off you go and return swiftly. Reluctantly, Wukong and Xiling set off to find the gemstones. Xiling had reached her breaking point. God of wealth, we have brought you the gems you requested. An hour later, Wukong and Xiling stood before the god of wealth, holding a pouch of 9-eyed stones. The god of wealth chuckled heartily. Splendid, splendid. Hand them over. Just as he was about to take them, Xiling swiftly snatched them back, placing them behind her and saying, not so fast. Wukong inquired, Xiling, is something amiss? Xiling addressed the god of wealth. Have you examined them closely? Are these the ones? Indeed. Now hurry and give them to me. The god of wealth appeared ready to explode with anger. Xiling, however, remained unfazed, giggling, since you are the god of wealth. Surely you understand the principles of trade? Haven't you heard of the saying, money for goods? With a wave of her hand, a teleportation array materialized. The god of wealth nodded solemnly. That is indeed reasonable. Xiling turned to Wukong. My dear, please count how many gems I placed in your pouch. Wukong nodded and began to count. Oh, there are 3 extra, totaling 16. Upon hearing this, the god of wealth's eyes widened in disbelief. Since the god of wealth covets these gems so dearly, they must be quite valuable. I could just happen to acquire a few extra to sell later. Xiling remarked cheerfully to Oh, so you intend to make a profit? But I am quite wealthy, Wukong replied. Oh dear, my husband. Xiling stamped her little foot and leaned closer to Wukong, whispering, I don't care about your riches, it's just that my actions are for. The god of wealth heard nothing, but saw Wukong nodding vigorously. However, isn't it a bit improper? We could have managed on our own, Wukong murmured. What does it matter, my dear? You are too kind-hearted. You will face misfortune if you continue this way, Xiling admonished him. Well, if that's the case. Very well, Wukong conceded with a nod. You must not. These gems are not ordinary. You cannot take any excess. The god of wealth growled fiercely. Xiling scoffed. We are indifferent to your demands. The door is open. I shall give you 13 gems, cash on delivery. She spoke defiantly, unafraid of the god of wealth's intimidating demeanor. Impudent. How dare you speak to the god of wealth in such a manner? None of you shall leave. The god of wealth suddenly emanated a murderous aura. Oh, you wish to fight? Wukong positioned himself protectively in front of Xiling, that we agreed on cash for goods. Are you reneging on the deal? Do you not understand the principles of trade? Xiling peeked out from behind Wukong. You have some nerve. These young individuals do not value their lives. Do not presume that the god of wealth only counts money and does not fight. The god of wealth was genuinely enraged. Very well, let's fight. I relish a good brawl. Wukong chuckled, stretching his limbs with a series of cracking sounds. The god of wealth glanced at Wukong, swallowing hard, suddenly regretting his earlier bravado, for he now realized he could not gauge Wukong's strength. Moreover, it appeared that Wukong was not an ordinary person, unlike the woman beside him. This was problematic. No one ever thought to take extra gems. Every challenger was usually cautious and compliant. You intruders, especially you. The god of wealth pointed at Xiling, his voice trembling with indignation. That Wukong's expression hardened. If you wish to fight, then fight me, not bully a woman. Xiling felt a warm and sweet sensation in her heart. Wukong was her protector, shielding her from all harm. Xiling, step aside. I would not want you to get hurt, Wukong advised. Xiling understood she could not assist and nodded. Very well, my dear, be careful. She then stepped back. Wukong addressed the god of wealth. Shall we fight here or down below? The god of wealth was momentarily speechless, so furious that his beard bristled, while Xiling erupted in laughter. Fuming, the god of wealth mounted his lion and descended. Wukong smiled slightly, then soared into the air, gradually landing before the god of wealth. The god of wealth froze, realizing he could not discern Wukong's cultivation and that he could fly, indicating he was no ordinary man. This could lead to dire consequences. That I have arrived. Prepare yourself, Wukong exclaimed with excitement, eager for a fight. Without further ado, he launched a punch. Wow, you are sneaky. How dare you initiate a surprise attack? The god of wealth, caught off guard, sported a black eye, covering his face and gritting his teeth at Wukong. That I apologize. I was overly excited. It has been so long since I fought. I could not contain my enthusiasm. Wukong chuckled sheepishly. The god of wealth grasped his jade scepter and declared, Come at me. However, just as he readied himself, he found Wukong had vanished from sight. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him, and upon turning, he gasped, What? Ah! With a resounding thud, Wukong delivered another punch, sending the god of wealth hurtling from his lion. Now sporting his second black eye. Oh, my husband, you are incredible. You have turned him into a panda. Xiling gleefully exclaimed, finally releasing her pent-up frustrations. My apologies. I may have used too much strength. Are you all right? Wukong asked sheepishly. You and this little minx are no good. The god of wealth growled. What did you say? Though his voice lacked power, it sent shivers down everyone's spine, including Wukong, who felt a familiar echo reminiscent of Chi-Chi's tone. Turning around, he witnessed Xiling striding toward the god of wealth, her every step seeming to crush his heart. Wukong instinctively turned back, hearing the god of wealth's cries of agony. Wah! It hurts so badly. You were so fierce a moment ago. Dare you call me a little minx again? Xiling retorted with a cold smile. Please stop kicking. You've struck my precious, the god of wealth pleaded. Humph, kick? I intend to stomp. Another scream erupted from the god of wealth. Oh no. Even Wukong couldn't help but feel a chill between his legs. And he dared not turn around, fearing he might catch a glimpse of Surong, who bore a striking resemblance to Chi-Chi. In his heart, Wukong silently mourned for the god of wealth, hoping he could endure the onslaught. We meet again. Oh, please, stop hitting me. I concede. The god of wealth has already been beaten into a state resembling Marshal Tianpeng, with not a single part of his face appearing presentable. Even his long beard has been styled by Surong to look like that of a circus magician. Oomph! You bully others with your power. Is the god of wealth truly so great? Is he not human? If you weren't born of your mother, could you still be the god of wealth? How dare you look down upon your kind? I believe you are utterly unworthy of the title, Surong scoffed. Indeed, even if one is an immense deity, in the end, one is still a life, a small being nurtured by one's mother. Wukong reflected, touched by Surong's words. I was wrong. Please stop. I will let you pass, just don't hit me anymore. The god of wealth mumbled, clutching his battered face. Then hurry up, Surong retorted. The god of wealth shuddered and waved his hand, causing the magical array to change colors. Surong shot him a glance and said, If you dare to play tricks, I will be sure to greet you properly. She emphasized the word greet heavily. After casting one last look at the god of wealth, Surong walked over to Wukong and said, My dear, let us depart. Wukong snapped back to reality and replied, Oh, all right. The two stepped into the teleportation array, and, just as they were about to vanish, a package fell to the ground, opening as it landed, revealing several extra nine-eyed stones. Have we truly returned? Wukong pondered, only to find himself in the palace of Xiao. Indeed, it occurred much faster than I anticipated. Suyao's calm, yet oddly excited voice reached them. That's because Wukong began to unveil the truth without hesitation, but Surong, already prepared, covered his mouth and interjected, because we all worked diligently to overcome the challenges. Suyao nodded, and only then did Surong release her grip, casting a playful glance at Wukong. Wukong, perplexed, scratched his head, as he was not one to lie easily. Excuse me, was that all real? Wukong inquired. Life is but a fleeting dream. Who can discern the illusion from reality? You merely had your consciousness exit your body, experiencing a dream within a dream. Suyao explained slowly that we practitioners of immortality strive to transcend the great dream of life and death to glimpse the true essence of the world. I don't quite understand, but as long as I act with a clear conscience and do not harm others for my gain, then I shall proceed, Wukong stated. Upon hearing this, both Surong and Suyao looked at Wukong with surprise. While he glanced at his own body and then behind him, scratching his head, I have nothing on me. Surong shook her head in exasperation. Her dear husband was simply too honest, which perhaps explained why so many girls were fond of him. Suyao regarded Wukong with a complex expression. Although he appeared to be under 20, he exuded a sense of maturity. He seemed like an ordinary person on the surface, yet he possessed an innate ability to instill a sense of security in others. Yentian, may I have a look at the sword you carry? Suyao asked Wukong. Wukong nodded, drawing the sword from his back. Suyao examined it closely. From where did you acquire this sword? It was given to me by my parents. Wukong replied. How does it perform? I seldom use it, but when I do, it feels quite comfortable to wield, Wukong answered. Has there been any recent change? Suyao continued at AS for changes I recall when I was with Lingsha at Qinghuan Peak. Although she did not touch this sword, it suddenly began to emit light, and then it vanished, Wukong recounted thoughtfully. Suyao remained silent, while Surong speculated, could it be that this sword once belonged to the Qionghua sect? Suyao did not respond to Surong, but directed her attention back to Wukong. This sword is extraordinary. You must keep it safe and not treat it lightly. She shifted her tone to one of seriousness. Our sect has always revered the sword. By refining swords and cultivating immortality, one can reach the realm of unity with heaven and man. You have a divine weapon at your disposal as you begin your journey, which will undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. So, shall we soon commence our studies in immortality? Surong inquired. You are an ordinary woman. Although you possess no cultivation, your foundation is quite solid, that if no mishaps occur, it is entirely possible for you to become an immortal in the future, Suyao replied to Surong. Really? Surong exclaimed with joy, but then her expression shifted to one of melancholy as she asked, Then how long will it take for me to achieve some accomplishments? Suyao answered, The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. It is determined by chance and fate. Oh, very well then, Surong nodded, but suddenly remembered that her husband was a person of profound cultivation, capable of defeating even gods, and thus felt reassured. I had initially intended for a senior elder of the Xian generation to personally instruct you, but alas, he is currently away, and I must seek another candidate. Although this individual will be your Shishu in name, we must adhere to the rules and respect the teachings of the master, Suyao explained. What does that mean? Wukong asked Sorenji. It means that regardless of the other person's age, as long as they enter the sect before us, we must address them as Shishu. Serong clarified, though. I see. Who is that person? Wukong inquired of Suyao. Just then, a figure entered through the door and respectfully addressed Suyao. Disciple Murong Ziying has come, as ordered. It's you? Serong exclaimed in surprise, and Wukong chuckled. Looking at him, oh, we meet again. 3 individuals nodded in unison and stepped out of the hall together. Suyao, who remained behind, slowly turned around, her gaze lingering on Wukong's departing figure, revealing a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Outside the hall. Must we truly address you as Shishu? You don't appear to be much older than us. So perhaps we should simply call you Xiang instead. It was evident that Serong was reluctant to refer to Ziying as Shishu. Being called such by someone of a similar age felt rather awkward. This is the sect master's intention, and I have no choice in the matter, Ziying replied with resignation. And what about you, my husband? Serong inquired of Wukong. Me? I'm indifferent, as long as I can learn things I do not yet know. I have no preference for what I'm called, he responded nonchalantly. Serong sighed, recognizing that she would have to call Ziying Shishu after all. Suddenly, Wukong recalled something and asked Ziying, by the way, do you know my parents? My father is named Yenti Yanking, and my mother is called I heard from the sect master that they were once members of the Qianhua sect. Ziying shook her head. I have never heard of them. As newcomers to our sect, you ought to focus on your cultivation and refrain from concerning yourselves with trivial matters. You should head to the disciples' quarters to rest shortly, so as not to miss the morning lesson tomorrow. Disciples' quarters? Where is that? Wukong inquired. The quarters are located beside the Jinwu Ping on the front mountain. Your room is the one with the stone lion at the entrance, Ziying explained matter-of-factly. Stone lion? Oh, I know the one. I saw it over there earlier. It's not too far. Just a few steps will get me there, Wukong remarked while gazing ahead. Get some rest. We have an early class tomorrow, Ziying said before departing. Seriously? So cold. They were so polite when we were down the mountain, but now she seems as frigid as ice. Serong huffed in dissatisfaction. Let it be. When in another's domain, one must adhere to their customs. Besides, we came here to learn about sword control. Wukong chuckled. Serong gently adjusted Wukong's collar and advised, my dear, you're simply too naive. Sometimes, it's wise to be a bit shrewd to avoid being deceived without realizing it. Wukong scratched his head. Who would deceive me? Serong sighed. Oh, this husband of mine, but at least it's not all bad. He won't go chasing after other women. The two walked side by side toward the disciples' quarters, with Wukong arriving at the door marked by the stone lion, while Serong stood at the entrance of a room on the left. Dear, take care and rest well, Serong said to Wukong. Oh, I will. And you too, Wukong replied before entering the room, with Serong following suit. In the depths of night, Wukong lay on the wooden bed, his hand supporting his head as he gazed at the ceiling. This is the Qianhua sect, so much better than the turtle hermit and his companions, especially compared to the king of the underworld and the divine realm. Wukong reminisced about the past. Goten Gohan Xiaofang, how are you? Have you been eating on time? By the way, Chi-Chi, although it was unintentional, it seems I have found another girl with whom I share a relationship akin to ours. You won't accuse me of seducing a young lady, will you? Wukong pondered. Furthermore, his expression turned serious. Vegeta, are you still striving to train hard, hoping to defeat me? That night, Wukong drifted off, accompanied by thoughts of bygone days. Tomorrow would herald a new day. Excuse me, Wukong. The following morning, Ziying arrived at Wukong's room only to find him absent. She then made her way to Sairong's door and knocked, at a voice from within asked, Who is it? It is I, your Shishu. The door opened to reveal Sairong, already dressed in Qianhua attire, looking quite different. Ziying inquired, Where has Tina gone? You mean my husband? At this hour, he would have already run several laps around the Qianhua sect. He should be returning soon. Sairong remarked, glancing outside at the sky, as he rises early and is quite capable of running. Ziying asked. Sairong nodded. Indeed, look, isn't he returning now? She pointed behind him. Ziying turned to see Wukong approaching, clad in Qianhua attire and nibbling on corn. Sairong, I roasted a few ears of corn. You should have some too, Wukong said, extending a wrapped bundle towards her. Sarong smiled as she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, my dear," and even gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Wukong's face flushed, a rare occurrence, as he scratched his head and said to Xing, "Sure, Shu, you've come too. Have some as well." Xing shook her head. Grains are tainted with impurities. One should avoid them early in the day to ensure one's cultivation progresses. What does that mean? People need to eat. I don't know if those who practice immortality require food, but we certainly do, especially Sarong. She's a girl and hasn't learned any martial arts. So how can she go without food? Wukong exclaimed. Sarong looked at him with gratitude and admiration, realizing how kind he was to others. Very well. After you finish breakfast, come to the Jinwu Ping, Ving said, shaking her head in resignation before departing. My dear, why are you so good to me? Sarong gazed at Wukong with adoration. Wukong scratched his head. My father taught me that one should treat girls with consideration, as they are typically more reserved. Thus, if there's a girl I care about, I must always think of her well-being. Care about me? Sarong asked, her eyes sparkling with joy. Of course, why not? I don't understand why you girls call boys husband, but from what I gather, it suggests a spousal relationship. So naturally, I must care for you, Wukong replied. Sarong leaped into Wukong's embrace, holding him tightly. My dear, I love you. Wukong scratched his head again, and as Sarong lifted her head, her eyes widened in disbelief. My dear, your eyes. Wukong pointed at his own eyes. What's wrong? Did they change color? Yes, they have turned blue, Sarong replied. Wukong chuckled. Don't worry. I possess a unique ability known as rainbow, seven-colored eyes. When they turn blue, it signifies that I am only focused on someone I truly care about. Sarong softly declared, My dear, it is an honor in this lifetime to be by your side. Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Please do not speak in such a manner. It makes me quite uncomfortable. With a chuckle, Sarong replied, All right, enough of that. Did not our master just summon us to the sword dance plane? Wukong suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Indeed. Sarong, you should hasten to have your breakfast. We must not be late. With their hearts at ease, they arrived at the fabled sword dance plane after finishing their court tea this moment. Morongxing had been waiting there for quite some time. Well, since you have joined the Chonghua sect, you must be aware of some of the rules within our sect, Xing stated with a serious demeanor. The front mountain is a place for all disciples to engage in self-cultivation. The Changtian sword platform, used for forging swords, is located above the Wuling Sword Pavilion. The rear mountain, the Sifong Valley, serves as a place for disciples to reflect on their past mistakes. The sword forest leads to forbidden grounds, which must never be approached. Remember this. If that is the case, then the Shushan sword sect is also a renowned sect of cultivation. Besides Shushan and Kunlun, are there not other places where people practice cultivation? Sarong asked in astonishment. Xing remained silent for a moment before responding. The matter you inquire about seems not to bear much relevance to your entry into our practice, does it? What's the harm? It is all cultivation. Surely there is some relation. A master. You ought to enlighten your students, should you not? Sarong retorted with a pout, clearly dissatisfied. Xing remained silent. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. You call yourself a master, yet you are rather stingy, Sarong remarked indifferently, while Wukong scratched his head, showing little interest in the conversation. When it comes to realms of cultivation in the mortal world, there are indeed the 10 continents and 3 islands, the 10 great caves, the 36 lesser caves, and the 72 blessed lands. However, not all of them have interactions with one another, Xing stated with a hint of resignation. Sarong exclaimed, Wow. With so many places for cultivation, they must all be well hidden, right? Xing replied, Not necessarily. Those destined to encounter them will naturally do so. Tea this moment, Wukong asked. The sect master mentioned that significant events are to unfold. May I inquire what those events might be? Xing slowly explained. Do you know that the world contains a demon realm that operates like the stars in their orbits, with its own predetermined celestial paths? Demon realm? Sarong gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. What is a demon realm? Wukong questioned, perplexed. Xing elaborated. Demons are unlike humans. They do not share close bonds and mostly dwell in seclusion within mountains and forests. Existing with cold-blooded, beastly instincts, when they gather in groups, they are often led by immensely powerful and brutal demons, whose strength is unfathomable. Pausing briefly, Ziying continued, our Qianghua sect resides atop Kunlun Mountain, a place renowned for its spiritual essence. Yet unexpectedly, it also lies along the celestial path of a certain demon realm, drawing near every 19 years. Are you suggesting that? Surong asked uncertainly. Ziying nodded. Indeed, 19 years ago, our sect engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the demon realm. Though I did not personally witness it, I have heard tales of the devastation that ensued. Now, the demon realm is set to descend once more, and those demons are far more ferocious than ordinary spirits. Possessing profound magical abilities, should the Qianghua sect fail to withstand them, the mortal realm will be in peril, and countless lives may be lost. Ziying added, in the battle atop Kunlun Mountain 19 years ago, more than half of our disciples suffered casualties, and the previous sect master tragically perished. It is even rumored that there were traitors within our ranks. How dreadful! And there were traitors? Surong exclaimed. Ziying affirmed. Yes, Wukong inquired. What was the outcome? Both sides suffered, Ziying replied. Wukong and Surong fell silent, both struggling to believe that this place, rich in spiritual energy, had once been a battlefield, a bloody one at that. Now, with the impending arrival of the demon realm, even the sect master claims to be unable to discern the true extent of their powers. That it could very well serve as significant support for our Qianghua sect. As for you, Surong, you're merely an ordinary woman and initially should not have been accepted. But in light of your sincere desire to learn and participate in the trials, I shall teach you some practical spells. In times of danger, they may aid in preserving your life, Ziying stated. And what about you? Will you not charge in recklessly? Wukong asked, if necessary. Then it is only natural, Ziying replied after a moment of silence. Why speak of such fatalistic notions? When the demons attack, we shall do our utmost to defeat them. I refuse to believe we can lose. Moreover, I have sensed an unusual energy gradually approaching us. But rest assured, I can feel the strongest energy within, Wukong said, waving his hand dismissively. Ziying and Surong were taken aback. And Ziying hurriedly asked, Oh, you can sense it? Could it be that you're not an ordinary person? What do you mean by not an ordinary person? Wukong began to say he was a scion. But realizing this was not his original Earth, and the people before him were not the familiar comrades he once knew, he thought better of it. I am just an ordinary person, albeit someone with rather formidable cultivation. Wukong smiled. That's so. Then how can you sense them? Ziying queried, puzzled. Actually, that is also a form of my cultivation ability, known as qi. It may differ from yours. The qi I practice involves calming my heart to a state akin to a tranquil lake. As long as my heart remains as serene as a lake, I can sense any movements within a certain proximity. Wukong explained slowly that a state akin to a lake. A lake state, Ying murmured, while Surong gazed at him dreamily. Thinking, my husband, you truly are worthy of being my husband. Suddenly, Wukong's pupils dilated, and he smiled at Ziying. Congratulations, your cultivation has improved. Ziying, too, felt her strength had indeed increased. What Wukong had taught her was distinct from the Qianghua sect's teachings. The qi of the Qianghua sect was sword qi, while Wukong's qi was the essence of nature. The sword qi primarily relied on the sword, whereas the essence of nature could be found anywhere. Thank you, Tiana. I believe if our Qianghua disciples could learn this technique, it would greatly enhance our chances against the demon realm, Ziying said, clasping her hands in gratitude. Lingsha, Mengli, Kinheim, no need for that. By the way, you should quickly teach us the incantation for sword control. That is what I most wish to learn. Wukong waved his hand and smiled, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Indeed, I have been rambling. I shall now impart to you the foundational heart method of our sect. It is essential to understand that Qianghua regards the sword as the embodiment of righteousness in the world. Practitioners of the sword must discern right from wrong and adhere to propriety. Even without a sword in hand, one must possess the wisdom of the sword. Ziying began to recite the incantation. After a while, Ziying finished the incantation and asked, So, have you all understood? Wukong scratched his head. These profound phrases are somewhat difficult for me to grasp, but when separated, I can still comprehend some of it. By the way, does that incantation include the sword control technique? Ving nodded slightly, stating, "The disciples of our sect primarily practice swordsmanship. However, the cultivation of other weapons is also permissible. The essence of the way of sword mastery lies within the heart rather than in form." "It resides in the heart, not in the form," Si-Hong murmured thoughtfully. Ving continued, "As Si-Hong has only just begun her training, her progress may be a tad slow. Yet, with the assistance of Tianhe, I believe it will not pose a challenge. You two may practice here for now. I have matters to attend to and shall return in no more than 2 hours." "What? This master uncle just left us behind?" Junyang exclaimed in disbelief. Si-Hong, feeling dissatisfied, turned to Wukong and said, "My dear, please teach me that I wish to become a person of cultivation. I do not seek to be formidable, only to be able to protect myself. I do not wish to be a burden to you." Wukong nodded. "All right, but let us first practice this mantra." Si-Hong agreed, and the two began to delve into their studies. An hour later, "Wow, I can also control a sword now. It isn't too difficult." A young man clad in blue was soaring through the sky, standing atop a slender sword. "Indeed, my dear, even I, a girl who has just begun to dabble in cultivation, have managed it," another young woman exclaimed, also flying on her sword. "All right, let us descend. It would be unfortunate if Master Uncle returns and cannot find us," Wukong declared as he halted. Si-Hong nodded, and the two turned back, slowly descending to what a thrilling experience. "Though it seems our speed is not particularly swift," Wukong remarked with a slight pout. "Oh, my dear, do you possess a faster means of flight?" Si-Hong inquired with curiosity. "I have two. One is called the Cloud of Somersaults, and the other involves expelling one's own energy to fly swiftly," Wukong explained. "The first one I somewhat understand, but what is this second method of expelling energy?" Si-Hong asked, puzzled. "Well, Si-Hong, since you have yet to learn about energy, I will teach you now so that you can understand what it is. With my assistance, you will surely master it quickly, and then you will be able to fly." Wukong assured her. "Really? Thank you, my dear. You are so kind." Si-Hong beamed, playfully tapping Wukong's cheek. Wukong, feeling bashful, scratched his head, and in that fleeting moment, the color of his pupils turned orange before returning to normal. "Then let us begin." "Is this energy?" Si-Hong gazed intently at the small point of light that appeared between Wukong's palms. Wukong nodded. "Yes, indeed, this is energy." "Wow, incredible. Si-Hong, you are learning faster than I did. It took me at least 2 days. Yet you have grasped it in just under an hour," Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Si-Hong smiled shyly. "That is all thanks to you, my dear. I am not that clever." Wukong chuckled heartily, scratching his head. "Oh, do not say that. When I learned, it was quite exhausting, and you have hardly broken a sweat. I am confident you will master it in no time." Si-Hong gazed at Wukong with a beaming smile. Wukong glanced at the sky. Frowning, "Did not Master Uncle say he would return in 2 hours? Why has he not yet come back?" Si-Hong replied, "My dear, perhaps Ving has encountered some issues that have delayed him. Shall we descend the mountain and find some amusement?" Wukong nodded, his eyes lighting up. "Yes, that sounds splendid. I wish to return and see my parents. You should come along." Si-Hong was taken aback. Wukong's words implied that she would meet his parents, causing her to feel a mix of nervousness and anticipation. At that moment, a fellow disciple of the Qianghua sect approached Wukong and Si-Hong from behind. "Junior brother, junior sister, senior brother, what brings you here?" Wukong asked as he turned. The individual replied, "The sect leader requires your presence." "Master Ving is also there. I understand." "Thank you," Wukong acknowledged with a nod, and the person departed after returning the gesture. Wukong turned to Si-Hong. "Let us go." Si-Hong replied, somewhat glum. Wukong smiled gently. "Tomorrow, I will take you out for a day of fun." "All right." Si-Hong's demeanor brightened instantly. "Yes?" She playfully tapped Wukong's cheek again, and together they walked toward the Hall of Suyao. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Suyao, a girl's voice, tinged with urgency, echoed, "Master, is Qianhe truly here?" Suyao replied calmly, "Do not fret. I have sent someone to seek him out, and he shall arrive shortly." Unbeknownst to Suyao, she pondered why this girl was so anxiously searching for Wukong. That moment, Wukong and Si-Hong entered the hall, and Wukong instinctively raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, Master, did you summon me for something?" Suddenly, Wukong spotted 2 very familiar faces, exclaiming in surprise, "Lingsha! Mengli!" You're not the Qin Ji, are you? Complex emotions swirled within him. Surprise, confusion, and doubt flooded his mind. He could hardly believe he was seeing Ling Sha and Meng Li again, and so soon at that. You have arrived. Qin Ji, you too. Wukong feigned nonchalance, though even he was uncertain of why he felt compelled to evade Ling Sha. Husband, I. Ling Sha hurriedly approached Wukong, attempting to grasp his hand, but was intercepted by another figure. You. Who are you? Why are you blocking me? Ling Sha exclaimed angrily at Sihong. Husband? You refer to him as my dear? Could it be that you are the other wife mentioned by Xuanji and Huaisha? Sihong inquired coolly. My dear. You call him my dear? This cannot be true. You must be deceiving me. Ling Sha questioned incredulously, turning to Wukong. Husband, is this true? Wukong scratched his head. I am unsure how to respond. In any case, Master, I think I shall return to my room for a bit that I feel, unwell. With that, Wukong ignored the others and left. Seeing Wukong depart so abruptly, Sihong coldly addressed Ling Sha. Humph. Is this how you treat your husband after such a long separation? How laughable. With that, she scoffed twice and hurried out, leaving Ling Sha standing there in a daze. What just happened? Qin Ji softly inquired of Meng Li. This time, it was not only Ling Sha who was excited to see Wukong. Meng Li was equally exhilarated, for she had realized that ever since Wukong departed, her life felt devoid of something profoundly significant. It was only later that she recognized the reason for this emptiness, Wukong's absence. Alas, this matter is simple yet complex. I find myself at a loss. Meng Li sighed. Qin Ji, being a woman, could easily discern the situation that had just transpired, knowing that she had no place to interject. However, she suddenly felt a deep sadness, especially when she witnessed Wukong rush out. It felt as though something was tugging at her heartstrings. Little did she know that the place reserved for her beloved in her heart was growing distant. While another presence was gradually taking its place, for Zi Ying and Su Yao, they appeared indifferent, though Su Yao's expression revealed an untraceable sorrow. In Wukong's room, he lay on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts. What should I do? Ling Sha has come, Meng Li is here as well, and even Qin Ji has arrived. I thought something good might happen, but it turns out to be. Oh dear, what should I do? This is so frustrating. Wukong continued to scratch his head in vexation. Darling, are you all right? Came Si Rong's voice from outside the door. Wukong opened the door with a creak and replied, I'm fine, before turning back inside. Si Rong followed him in, closed the door, and sat beside Wukong's bed. Looking at him, she gently said, Darling, you shouldn't be unhappy. Eventually, you'll all meet again, that I know, but she detests me. That's why I left her. Yet, I forgot they would also come to Cheonghua for cultivation. How could I be so forgetful? Wukong lamented as he continued to tug at his hair. Si Rong felt a pang in her heart as she held Wukong's hand. Gently smoothing his hair, she said, Darling, don't overthink it. What is meant to happen will happen. You cannot escape it. The reality is right before you, and you must face it, don't you think? Wukong sat up, crossing his arms, and asked, Si Rong, do you think Ling Sha still dislikes me? Si Rong paused, then responded, Darling, that woman was so excited to see you. I could tell she harbors no hatred towards you, but rather, she loves you deeply. Deeply love? Wukong inquired as Si Rong explained. Darling, I am a woman, and I understand a woman's heart. Men often fail to grasp the intricacies of our feelings. Sometimes, we may act a bit spoiled and say unkind things to those we cherish. But it is merely a jest. However, I have never spoken to you in such a manner because you are an honest man who always believes in others. That I do not wish to cause you to leave me, as that woman did. After a pause, she asked Wukong, Darling, will you forgive her? Forgive her. Did she make a mistake? Wukong asked, puzzled. Si Rong replied, I cannot say for certain, but I can see that she wishes for your forgiveness and desires to be with you. Wukong scratched his head. To be honest, I didn't know what happened back then that I said a few words, and she ended up crying, saying she hated me, calling me a lecher and a scoundrel. It hurt my heart a little, so I left her some money and walked away, forgetting that they would come here to S. I Rong smiled softly, saying, Darling, you must learn to be clever. Being honest is commendable. But being overly naive can lead to misfortune. That I understand that. But at that moment, I thought it was just, Yet my heart truly felt heavy, as if I couldn't breathe, and why father once said that I must not allow the girl I care about to feel sad. So, I had no choice but to leave, Wukong explained, as Rong held Wukong's hand, saying, "Darling, you are a wonderful person. I am just an ordinary girl, and I feel content to be with you. However, regarding Ling Sha, I believe you should test her feelings to ascertain whether she genuinely seeks your forgiveness." "How should I test her?" Wukong inquired. "Let us do it this way." Rong leaned closer to Wukong's ear and began to whisper. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. Then he remarked, "Wow, this idea seems rather creative." As for Ling Sha and her companions, they naturally completed their trials through various means to become disciples of the Qianghua sect. With Murong Ziying serving as their master point one day, Wukong rose early to begin his morning run, only to find a woman, who was well aware of his habits, waiting for him even earlier. "Husband," came a timid voice from Han Ling Sha's lips. She knew Wukong was somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, yet that did not justify her hoping he wouldn't be upset. After all, even a corner dog would leap over a wall, let alone Wukong. However, after a lengthy conversation with Rong the previous day, Wukong gradually realized that he should form his own opinions and not rely excessively on others. Now, when faced with matters of the heart, his turmoil had lessened somewhat. "Ling Sha, you're up early," Wukong said flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeing him like this, Han Ling Sha felt a surge of anxiety and concern. For in her mind, Wukong had never spoken to her in such a manner. His words now lacked any hint of joy or sorrow, which pained her deeply. "Husband, please don't be angry. It was my fault for being jealous and making assumptions. Will you forgive me?" Han Ling Sha pleaded, grasping Wukong's hand with a pitiful look. "Ling Sha, please stop. True, I'm emotionally inept, but I am not entirely ignorant. When you said you hated me, I had no choice but to leave. Now you wish to be with me. I understand your intentions, but what about Rong?" Wukong spoke slowly. With each word, Han Ling Sha's face grew paler, and in despair she cried out, "Husband, Tianhe, do you truly wish to cast me aside? I merely, and she broke down in tears, covering her face that, "Oh no, this is not good." Wukong thought to himself he had meticulously calculated everything, but had forgotten how to handle a crying Ling Sha, revealing his true self. "Ling Sha, please don't cry. I was only teasing you. I haven't truly forgiven you," he said, attempting to coax her with a smile, revealing his white teeth. Ling Sha stared at him with her still red eyes, and after a moment, she burst into laughter, throwing herself into Wukong's embrace, playfully hitting him while reproaching, "You wicked husband. You tricked me and scared me. Oh, you know how much it hurt my heart just now?" Wukong gently patted her back and whispered, "I just wanted to see if you truly cared for me. If you didn't, you might have walked away right then." Ling Sha lifted her head, gazing at Wukong, and asked, "Husband, who taught you this? I recall you would never act this way." Suddenly, Ling Sha seemed to understand. "It was Rong, wasn't it?" Wukong nodded, scratching his head in embarrassment as he said, "Well, yes, but please do not blame her. She is quite pitiful herself at tea that time. She was almost bullied by a bald man." With a chuckle, Ling Sha laughed. He, bald man." She then buried her face once more in Wukong's chest, relishing the familiar embrace. With a contented sigh, Ling Sha declared, "Husband, please do not leave me again, that I cannot bear to be without you. From now on, I shall refrain from making random conjectures and will obediently be your wife." Wukong's face flushed crimson, his gaze turning a deep blue as he gently replied, "Ling Sha, I would not oppose your sentiments. However, Hong has also expressed her desire to be my wife. You know I am unable to refuse her. If I were to do so, as you mentioned, I would be labeled a heartless person. I did not fully comprehend what a heartless person is, but it seems to imply abandoning someone for another. Hong has stated that regardless of how many wives I may have in the future, she is willing to follow me. What do you think, Ling Sha?" Ling Sha listened in astonishment to Wukong's words, pondering, when did my husband become so mature and his words so profound? Yet, despite her surprise, Ling Sha softly responded, "Husband, whatever you decide is fine with me. It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives, as long as you do not leave me as you did last time. You know, during that time, I felt as though I had lost all hope for survival. Therefore, as long as you do not betray my trust, I shall not concern myself with how many women you marry. The last part of Ling Sha's statement carried a hint of dissatisfaction, perhaps even jealousy. Naturally, any woman would feel envious and discontented at the thought of her husband taking multiple wives. However, Ling Sha was now fearful, afraid that Wu Kong might abandon her once more, and if that were to happen, she might truly lose her will to live. After sharing a tender moment, Wu Kong commenced his morning exercises, which consisted of running and practicing martial arts, ensuring he did not break a sweat but nonetheless strengthened his physique. Before long, he finished and approached Ling Sha, who was habitually wiping away his sweat. Having received similar treatment from Si Hong, Wu Kong said nothing. "By the way, husband, have you also taught Si Hong martial arts?" Ling Sha inquired, as if recalling something. "Yes, indeed. Now that you are here, I can teach you both together, saving us future trouble." Wu Kong nodded in agreement that, "Husband, would it be possible for you to teach Meng Li and sister Qinjia martial arts as well?" Ling Sha asked hesitantly, for she believed only those like herself, as Wu Kong's wife, were entitled to learn from him. Meng Li and Qinjia wished to learn too? Very well, no problem at all, Wu Kong replied without a second thought. Really? Ling Sha asked incredulously. Wu Kong, puzzled, responded, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to teach?" "No, that's not it. It's just..." Ling Sha struggled to find the words, ultimately deciding to let it be. If her husband was willing to teach, then so be it. After all, having Meng Li follow him was a commendable choice, as was having sister Qinjia. The two walked together towards the sword dance square. Upon arrival, they saw Meng Li, Qinjia, and Si Hong practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of Zi. In our sect, we emphasize the unity of man and sword. When your heart holds the sword, it matters not whether your hands wield one, Zing said nonchalantly, seemingly devoid of any profound meaning. As she spoke, Zing summoned a sword from the sword rack with her energy, allowing it to dance in the air before returning moments later. "Wow, how magical!" Si Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "The world is full of wonders. Those who cultivate immortality must inevitably differ from ordinary people." Meng Li chimed in with her clear voice. Qinjia watched enviously as they displayed superior sword skills. In the past, she had only sought techniques and internal power, lacking any insights akin to semi-mortal arts, thus harboring a desire to learn. Upon noticing Wu Kong's arrival, Ziying clasped her hands together and said, "Tianhe, you have come. Perfect timing. I must take my leave. Please assist them in establishing a solid foundation. This will make their learning far more effective." Without awaiting Wu Kong's response, she departed. "Seriously, she's gone again. How unfortunate to have such a master," Si Hong grumbled, but immediately approached Wu Kong with a smile, saying, "Husband, you have arrived?" Wu Kong nodded and replied with a smile, "I am here to teach you martial arts." "Really?" "Indeed." Although it was a perfectly normal exchange, an awkward atmosphere ensued, as aside from Meng Li's response, Qinjia had also chimed in. Meng Li's reaction was somewhat understandable. After Wu Kong's departure, she found herself harboring a vague shadow of affection for him, and upon his return, she felt their figures had completely merged in her heart. It was clear that Meng Li had developed feelings for Wu Kong. So she too was heartbroken after his absence. Not just Ling's. As for Qinjia, Wu Kong had only offered her a small favor. Even if it was an act of gratitude, there was no need for such exaggerated excitement. "By the way, before we proceed, could you tell me how it is that you, Ling Sha, and Meng Li came to be with Qinjia?" Wu Kong inquired. "Oh, it is like this. When we arrived in Qinzhou, we heard about a virtuous woman in a tower who had committed suicide. We investigated and encountered Sister Qinjia, who was about to leave. Upon learning of our intent to cultivate immortality at Xianghua sect, she decided to accompany us here." Meng Li explained slowly. "Oh, I see that's quite fortunate. At least you do not have to break your promise and return to Qinzhou," Wu Kong said to Qinjia. Qinjia remained silent, merely nodding. When Wu Kong mentioned her painful past, she felt she should be heartbroken. Yet curiously, the pain in her heart had dulled over time. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Kong had gradually found a place in her heart as well. Help is on the way. In the palace of Xianghua sect's leader, Suyao, she called out with an icy demeanor. Within moments, a disciple of Xianghua sect entered, kneeling respectfully before her. "Leader, what are your orders?" "Summon Yantian. I have matters to discuss with him," Suyao replied calmly. though her tone hinted at urgency. Understood. The disciple promptly exited the hall. Meanwhile, Wu Kong was with Ling Sha, advising Ling Sha, remember not to rush. Relax and envision yourself as a tranquil lake. Yes, just like that. Wu Kong was diligently guiding her with utmost care. Seeing that Ling Sha was progressing well, he then turned his attention to Si Hong, Meng Li, and Qingjia. Husband, I can already fly, Si Hong exclaimed, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. Wu Kong chuckled. Ha, you are doing wonderfully. You learned to fly so quickly. It took me a long time back then. And the spiritual energy here is far more abundant. As Wu Kong approached the meditating Meng Li and Qingjia, he observed that both women were seated on the ground with their eyes closed, their hands forming a protective shape. Respecting their focus, Wu Kong refrained from interrupting, curious to see if their diligent efforts over the past few days would yield any results. Indeed, it was not long before he noticed small spheres of energy manifesting in the centers of their palms. Phew, this is quite exhausting, Meng Li remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Turning to Wu Kong, she inquired, Tianhe, how long did it take you to learn this energy? Me? Wu Kong pointed to himself, and soon all eyes were upon him. Scratching his head and fidgeting with his fingers, his brow furrowed into a symmetrical pattern as he replied, approximately several years. If I recall correctly, it was about 3 years. Back then, I learned how to harness energy, gradually enabling me to fly, and, subsequently, to master techniques like the energy wave point. 3 years. The women exclaimed in astonishment, for their own learning durations paled in comparison to Wu Kong's. Yet, recalling Wu Kong's previous mention of being a child during his training, and the fact that the spiritual energy here was far superior, they realized that their own progress had been remarkably swift. Why heavens, dear husband, how many secrets do you possess? Suyong asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Secrets? I have none. What could I possibly keep from you? Everything I know, I've shared. Wu Kong pondered aloud. Indeed, I have no secrets left. I've even told you that I am a scion, although you all claim to have no idea what that means. At that moment, Qingjia interjected. Actually, we are merely puzzled because someone as young as you, Tianhe, possesses such profound cultivation. When you sparred with those monks of the temple, it took merely a gentle touch to render them unconscious. Thus, we are eager to ascertain just how formidable you truly are. Wu Kong scratched his head. Oh, I'm not sure how powerful I am at it. Seems that here, I can sense a potent energy from a great distance. And there is also something in the sky, in the sky. The women gasped in disbelief. Yes, indeed. There's a rather strong presence up there, and the energy I mentioned from afar. It feels like it belongs to a dragon. Wu Kong said, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A dragon. The women exclaimed again, thoroughly astonished by Wu Kong's revelations. I'm uncertain, but I have encountered dragons before, so that energy should belong to one. Wu Kong mused, unsure whether it was indeed a dragon or perhaps something else. Are you truly immortal? How can you know so much? Suyong asked, covering her mouth in astonishment. Ha. Of course I'm immortal. Just a mortal who can fly. Wu Kong chuckled, his innocent grin eliciting suppressed laughter from the women. At that moment, a disciple from the Qianghua sect approached Wu Kong and the others, momentarily captivated by the spectacle of 100 flowers blooming. Before addressing Wu Kong, Junior brother, the sect leader requests your presence for a discussion. Ah, very well, I shall go at once, Wu Kong replied, nodding before turning to the women. Continue your practice. I shall return to teach you all later. Yong began to voice her thoughts, but soon realized that Wu Kong and the disciple had already walked away. What is the matter, Sister Suyong? Ling Sha inquired, noticing Suyong's hesitance. Sister Ling Sha, I wanted to accompany my husband, Suyong admitted, her tone laced with disappointment. Why is that? It's not like they're going out for fun. Ling Sha questioned, perplexed, while Meng Li and Qingjia cast quizzical glances at Suyong. Feigning regret, Suyong sighed, alas, you're unaware, but the sect leader, she is Suyao, and it seems she has taken a liking to my husband. What? The collective gasp resonated, their voices echoing with disbelief. Suyao had been in a state of distraction these past few days. Approaching 40, she had entered the prime of womanhood, yet as a cultivator and leader of a sect, romantic entanglements were the least of her concerns. However, recently, Her long-sealed heart began to thaw upon encountering an innocent young man, and it became increasingly difficult to suppress her feelings. Each day, as she meditated on her bed, visions of his strikingly handsome and utterly charming smile filled her mind, pure, untainted, and exuding an aura of hardiness, a rare find for Xiao, who had been the sect leader for decades. Sect leader, Yun Tianhe has arrived. A voice interrupted her thoughts and you may leave now. Xiao waved dismissively, her demeanor composed. The disciple bowed and exited, leaving only Xiao and the bashful Wukong standing awkwardly. Sect leader, what business do you wish to discuss with me? Wukong inquired. Xiao hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. In truth, she herself was uncertain why she had summoned Wukong, and now it seemed too late for regrets. I have something to discuss with you as well. It has, Xiao struggled to find the words. Our naive Wukong suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Oh, I understand. Sect leader, do you wish to learn energy too? Energy? Yes, that essence, Xiao replied, first taken aback, then nodding eagerly. She had recently observed not only the rapid advancements in the cultivation of the women around Wukong, but also the unexpected growth of the once envied genius, Murongxing, which stirred feelings of envy within her. Upon inquiring about Murongxing's progress, she learned that it was all due to Wukong's influence. Then, shall we begin your lessons now? Wukong asked. Yes, Xiao affirmed with a nod. Wukong stepped closer to Xiao, causing her to flinch. What are you doing? She asked, startled. Wukong, appearing genuinely innocent, replied, Sect leader, you wish to learn energy, don't you? If I don't demonstrate it for you, how will you know? At that moment, Xiao wished she could slap herself. She had initially thought Wukong meant something entirely different. Yet, if he were to proceed in that manner, would she even resist? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unaware of Xiao's inner turmoil, Wukong began to conjure a small sphere of light in his palm, just as he had shown Suyong and the others. This. Energy? Xiao inquired, her eyes fixated on the glowing orb. Indeed, it's quite easy to learn, especially since the spiritual energy here is abundant. However, utilizing this energy can be quite taxing. But for you, sect leader, I believe it won't take long before you can fully master it. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. What was a perfectly ordinary statement from him transformed into words of admiration in Suyao's ears, causing her heart to swell with joy. This man, who was over a decade her junior, seemed to possess the essence of a youthful boy. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was no less than some of the more mature gentlemen, perhaps even surpassing them in excellence. Then, what should I do? Please teach me the incantation, Suyao implored. Wukong nodded and proceeded to impart the secrets of energy gathering to her. True to her role as sect leader, Suyao quickly memorized the techniques. However, when it came to the practical application of gathering energy, she found herself struggling. With a furrowed brow, she gazed at her clasped hands, biting her delicate lip as beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead. Sect leader, there's no need to rush. Take your time. It took me several years to master it, Wukong advised, noticing her evident impatience. Several years? Suyao exclaimed, suddenly recalling how Si Hong and the others had learned so swiftly. But how could Si Hong and the others manage it so quickly? Actually, as long as you maintain a calm and composed mindset, you will soon be able to gather energy. Si Hong and the others achieved it this way. Impatience is simply counterproductive. Wukong spoke with a seriousness that sent a shiver through Suyao's heart, her gaze upon him becoming increasingly infatuated. Wukong stepped within half a stride of Suyao, moving behind her, and, with her heart racing, he took her hands in his own, gently guiding them together as he whispered in her ear, "Do not be anxious. Relax and think of joyful things. Women truly are peculiar creatures." After a few days of absence, Wukong fulfilled his promise to take Si Hong out for a day of fun. However, during this time, Si Hong had bonded splendidly with Ling Xia and the others. The saying goes, a woman is like 500 ducks, and with 2,000 quacking in her ear, how could she not feel frustrated? What is all the fuss about? We just heading down the mountain together. In truth, Mengli and Kinheim also wished to join the outing, not for any particular reason, but because Mengli had developed feelings for Wukong, and amidst the crowd, she found it difficult to confess as for Kinheim. Her situation was quite complex. Dear junior brothers and sisters, please hold your steps. When Wukong and the others reached the mountain gate, the previously humble gatekeeper called out to them, "You're the only one here today? Another hold-up? Is it forbidden for people to come and go freely?" Si-Hong asked, recognizing a familiar face. Ming-Chun forced a smile. "Sister, you may not know, but as newcomers, you lack the necessary qualifications if you wish to descend a mountain. You must have the permission of your elders, the sect leader's command." Si-Hong suddenly covered her mouth, chuckling, while the others joined in, for Ming-Chun was blissfully unaware that the handsome Wukong before him was destined to become the future husband of their sect leader. "Then there's no issue." "Indeed. Master Ving has sent us down the mountain for a task," Ling Sha chimed in playfully, her nature mirroring that of Si-Hong. "Sometimes mischievous, sometimes obedient, It's master. Then the junior brothers and sisters should exercise caution." Ming-Chun, clearly taken in by Ling Sha's charm, clasped his hands in respect before turning back to his post. Seeing that all was well, Wukong led the way down the mountain, unaware that the girls behind him were teasing him. If that gatekeeper knew that my husband is destined to be the sect leader's future husband, I wonder how he would react." Si-Hong laughed. "Indeed, I can already envision his expression, which is typically quite foolish." Turning even more dazed, Ling Sha chimed in, sharing in Si-Hong's amusement. Mengli and Kinheim exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of resignation and wry amusement. These two girls were simply, yet Mengli seemed to harbor no significant grievances. Ling Sha refrained from addressing that senior brother so casually. "After all, he's a disciple of the Qianghua sect," Mengli remarked. Ling Sha turned back, walking backward with her hands clasped behind her, and quipped, "Oh Mengli, why the sudden concern for that gatekeeper? Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Before Ling Sha could finish, Mengli suddenly blurted out, "Ling Sha, don't say such nonsense. The one I like is not him. It's Mengli abruptly covered her mouth, unwilling to continue. Alas, Ling Sha and Si-Hong, sharp as they were, immediately seized upon this slip. Mengli, I knew it. You have feelings for him too," Ling Sha exclaimed, embracing Mengli in delight. "Ling Sha," Mengli was at a loss for words. There's no need to deny it. I can tell how you look at him when he teaches us martial arts. Your gaze is unmistakably fond," Si-Hong teased, reveling in her discovery. "You Mengli's thoughts have been completely laid bare." Her cheeks flushing crimson, Ling Sha and Si-Hong, having uncovered this new revelation, exclaimed, "Oh, look at her blush! Ha ha ha! Oh dear, that hurts!" Suddenly, Ling Sha and Si-Hong let out a cry, turning to discover that Wukong had stopped, resulting in their backward collision. "What were you all talking about? What with the blushing?" Wukong looked at Mengli, noticing her flushed cheeks. Mengli, your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell?" "And no, I'm fine," Mengli stammered, quickening her pace to move ahead. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with Mengli? She seems different from her usual self. Ling Sha and Si-Hong exchanged glances, stifling laughter. "You'll find out soon enough, dear husband." With that, they hurried after Mengli. Beside Wukong stood Kinheim, who felt his gaze upon her. Her heart raced inexplicably. "What is wrong with me? I am a married woman, but Tianhe is truly wonderful, and even on our wedding night, Kinheim." "Are you unwell too?" Wukong inquired. Instinctively, Kinheim touched her face, realizing it was indeed warm. "And no, I'm fine," she blurted before sprinting away. Wukong furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "What on earth is going on with them? Women are truly strange. Where to next?" A voice interrupted the sky, where several flying swords soared, carrying their riders. "I don't know either." "Mengli, please suggest something," a red-clad woman inquired of the purple-clad woman flying beside her. The group consisted of Wukong, Si-Hong, Ling Sha, Mengli, and Kinheim. Thus far, they had departed from the Qianghua sect, yet they seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. While they had descended the mountain, they had yet to decide where to go. As I journeyed from Chunzhou, I beheld the endless smoke and dust rising from the southeastern region of Boxian town, which appeared to stretch infinitely. "Shall we venture there to take a look?" Mengli pondered for a moment before speaking. "Very well. Let us go," exclaimed Wukong as he surged ahead, his sword slicing through the air at an accelerated pace. "Oh, my dear, do slow down." We cannot keep up? Cried Si Rong and Ling Sha in alarm. To be honest, they were not overly concerned about Wukong, for he could soar through the skies without any weapon, unlike them who had only recently learned and were still unaccustomed to flying. A careless mistake could lead to trouble, especially for Meng Li and Qin Ji. 10 minutes later. Wow, why does the soil here differ so greatly from that of the other town? Wukong marveled at the sandy ground beneath him. Perhaps it would be best to transport all this sand away, he mused. However, it seems there was once a river here. It must have dried up to become this way, Qin Ji observed, pointing it along. Deep trench in the ground. This truly a desert. I have read that when the earth dries, trees wither, and people are compelled to migrate, Meng Li remarked, her voice tinged with melancholy. If this is a desert, then perhaps an oasis lies just beyond. Let us go and investigate, Wukong suggested. Indeed, you speak wisely. Let's explore together, Si Rong agreed, nodding to the others. Ye a village, here lies a village, but I wonder if anyone still resides here. Upon arriving at a desolate settlement, Wukong and the others felt a sense of unease. Hark! Is that a cry for help? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it truly is. Si Rong and the others listened intently, confirming the distressing sounds. They hurried towards the village. In there. Meng Li pointed to a dilapidated house. Let us enter quickly. The cries have diminished significantly, Wukong declared, leading the charge. However, upon entering the room, the sight before Ling Sha and the others left them horrified. A destitute woman was grasping a small child, and the anguished cries emanated from the very child she held. Stop this at once, cried Ling Sha and Si Rong in unison. Startled, the woman released her grip, causing the child to tumble to the floor. Rong glared at the woman. What are you doing? I know I wasn't, the woman stammered, panic evident in her eyes. That child is so young. What enmity could you possibly harbor against him to wish him dead? Ling Sha admonished. No. I did not. The woman continued to protest in a state of distress. That moment, a middle-aged man entered behind Wukong and the others, immediately addressing the woman. Heavens! Ulan, how could you commit such a foolish act? Village chief, I entered upon hearing the cries, but I never expected you. The village chief's disappointment was palpable. Ulan collapsed to the ground, her eyes red-rimmed as she trembled. Village chief, I had no choice. If there were any other way, I could never bring myself to harm my own flesh and blood. The girls were taken aback. What is happening? Is he truly your child? What could compel you to consider killing your own? Meng Li inquired. Had it not been for the child's extraordinary spirit energy, we would not have heard his cries. Ulan shook her head in despair. What could I do? This child's sister died before reaching 1 year old due to the severe lack of water and food. How could I bear to watch him perish before my eyes? The village chief interjected. Ulan, I understand your sorrow since your husband and daughter passed away, but no matter how dire the circumstances, one must endure. Only the heavens possess the power to take a life that if you proceed with such an act, your soul will never find forgiveness. His voice rang with righteous indignation. Water spirit pig? Is it delicious? Village chief, what should I do? Ulan asked in agony. Wukong stepped forward, producing a large bundle. Did you not say there was no water or food? All that I possess is yours, as he revealed his bounty of buns and rice dumplings. Ling Sha and the others followed suit, offering their provisions as well. Ulan stood there, stunned in his silence, while the village chief scrutinized Wukong and the others, then exclaimed, You're a tire. My heavens, you are servants of the deities from the celestial mountains. Suddenly, the village chief knelt before them, pleading, We beseech you, could you pray to the gods on behalf of our village and restore the Moonlight River to its former glory? Startled, Qin Ji and the others urged. Please do not rush. Tell us what has transpired. Just then a familiar voice echoed from behind. Indeed, I too wish to understand the situation. Master Uncle? Wukong and the others exclaimed in surprise as Murong Xing arrived. I was looking for you. The disciples guarding the mountain informed me of your descent, and I used the techniques taught by Tianhe to track you down. Xing explained that, Oh, haha. Wukong chuckled. Did you not mention that the disciples of the Qianhua sect should assist those in peril? By mere happenstance, we discovered such a water-scarce village at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. It is only right that we lend our aid. Ling Sha added, I am aware of that, but you have all brazenly used the sect leader as a shield for your descent. Such audacity is remarkable, Ying remarked suddenly. Zing, do not turn your back on me. This was my decision alone. It does not concern Ling Sha and the others. Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. The girls exchanged astonished glances, disbelief etched on their faces, while Ling Sha and Si Rong's eyes glimmered with affection and admiration. So, it was you who insisted on descending? Zing queried Wukong, embodying the duality of a close friend and a respected mentor. Indeed, Wukong nodded, gesturing for the others to remain silent. The village chief, witnessing their exchange, inquired of Zing, and you are? Zing bowed slightly. Esteemed elder, I am Murong Zing, a disciple of the Kunlun Xianghua sect. Might you enlighten us as to why this village suffers such drought? If we can assist, it is our duty to do so. You are indeed from the mountains. Heaven has shown us mercy. The village chief exclaimed with great excitement. He then proceeded to recount the origins of the matter. It had been quite some time since Moon Crescent Village was a beautiful oasis, nourished by the Moon Crescent River that flowed down from the Kunlun Mountains, sustaining all the inhabitants of the village. Hekati, the river's source, lay a grove of trees. Though not extensive, they were remarkably lush. He paused for a moment and continued. However, during my grandfather's generation, many merchants from the Central Plains arrived in the village, claiming that the grove was home to the legendary Kunlun sacred wood, which could fetch a handsome price if cut down. How could this be allowed? Exclaimed Ling Sha and Si Rong in shock. The village chief sighed deeply. Alas, at that time, although the village's priest vehemently opposed it, the others yearned to become as affluent as the merchants from the Central Plains and ultimately consented to the felling of those trees. After they were cut down, the waters of the Moon Crescent River gradually dwindled. Everyone was filled with regret, seeking various means to restore the water source, even constructing a new altar to pray to the heavens. But to no avail, the deities have been angered in recent years. The Moon Crescent River has completely dried up, and many have succumbed to severe illness due to the lack of water. Some young and strong individuals have left in search of a new life elsewhere. Never to return, Zi Ying inquired. Elder, why not migrate to another place? This area is fraught with peril and truly unsuitable for settlement. The village chief sighed again. Alas, how can the orphans and widows of this village endure such a long journey? More importantly, Moon Crescent Village is the ancestral home of our forebears. The village chief. Am I to abandon this sacred land? Si Rong questioned. Is there truly no other way? The village chief nodded. There are methods, but they are exceedingly challenging. I have heard from the late priest about a treasure known as the Water Spirit Pearl. With it, the water source could be restored, and everything would revert to its former state. Water Spirit Pearl? The others, except for Wukong, expressed their astonishment. Water Spirit Pig? What kind of pig is that? Is it delicious? Wukong suddenly blurted out this classic line that I apologize for disrupting your meditation. Dreamly said gently. The Water Spirit Pearl is a remarkable gem, akin to the Earth Spirit Pearl we currently possess, yet its purpose differs. The Earth Spirit Pearl aids our escape through earth manipulation, while the Water Spirit Pearl allows one to control water freely. I Rong pulled Wukong aside to quietly explain, hoping to prevent him from uttering any more outrageous remarks. I see now. I thought it was just another pig. How could there be so many pigs? Even more than on Qing Wan Peak. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, setting aside Wukong's antics. Zi Ying addressed the village chief. I shall inform our leader and see if we can borrow the Water Spirit Pearl. The late priest's words should not be taken lightly. The Water Spirit Pearl is indeed a treasure of the world, and I believe its power will surely rejuvenate the river's source. The village chief was immensely touched, trembling as he said, Thank you. Thank you so much. You truly are messengers of the heavens. Ulan also spoke with a trembling voice. Thank you. Dreamly reassured him. Do not worry. This child possesses immense willpower and will surely grow to be a strong and outstanding young man. Thank you all. Thank you, that moment. Zi Ying spoke. There is no time to waste. Please follow me back to the mountain and inform our leader of this matter. Wukong and the others nodded. Stepping out of the house under the grateful gazes of the village chief and Ulan. So, are we heading back to Qianghua sect? Outside, Wukong asked Ziying. She nodded. Indeed, at this juncture, we must return to discuss this matter with our leader. For, she turned and continued, the water spirit pearl is in our leader's possession. Wukong and the others calmly nodded. Then let us depart. Charge! Wukong summoned Wang Shu and leapt onto it, swiftly soaring into the sky at an impressive speed. Wait for us. Si Rong and Ling Sha summoned their respective swords and followed suit. Dream Li and Qin Ji exchanged glances, both seeing evident amusement and resignation in each other's eyes, before also taking to the skies. Poor Ziying was left alone, trailing behind an hour later. Outside the Qianhua Palace of the Qianhua sect, Ziying stopped Wukong, who was about to stride in boldly, and instructed the others, You wait here. She then entered alone. Hey, didn't Yao Er say I could come in any time? Wukong said, arms crossed, feigning displeasure. Yao Er? Is she the leader? The previously silent Qin Ji inquired. Yes, indeed. She said I could visit whenever I wished. Yet here I am left waiting outside. Wukong grumbled, his brow furrowed in exaggerated symmetry, though he was not genuinely upset. My dear, you are quite something. Privately, you may refer to our leader as Yao Er, as she will soon be a sister to me and Si Rong. However, this is the Qianhua sect. You have already disrupted her meditation, and yet you blame her for making you wait outside. Ling Sha remarked with a smile as she approached Wukong. I Rong chimed in with a laugh. My dear, Ling Sha is right. After all, she is the leader. While she may have said you could visit any time, it would be wise to consider the circumstances. Though Ziying is our senior, she is still an outsider and may attract gossip. Wukong listened, somewhat confused, nodding along. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and said to the women, Wait here for a moment. Without waiting for Ling Sha and the others to protest, he dashed away. Where are you going, dear? We are about to enter. Dear. No amount of calling could deter him. You may enter. The leader has summoned you. Ziying emerged and informed Ling Sha and the others. Reluctantly, they entered, waiting for Wukong to arrive later. Inside the hall, Ying recounted everything that had transpired, confirming it with Si Rong and the others. Ah, is that so? This is what you wish to convey. The leader, Su Yao, inquired. Ziying nodded. Indeed, I implore the leader. If we can utilize the water spirit pearl, alleviating the drought in Moon Crescent Village will be no difficult task. Su Yao remained silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, I cannot permit this. The group was taken aback. Leader, Su Yao replied coolly, the water spirit pearl is a treasure of our sect, not to be loaned lightly. Moreover, with the demon realm on the verge of attack, we should not complicate matters further. Ying exclaimed anxiously, but those villagers are in dire straits, and, as disciples, we too wish to find a way to assist them. Su Yao maintained her cold demeanor, replying, Ying, you must understand, the world is rife with hardships. As cultivators, it is our duty to aid the needy. Yet how can we possibly manage every plight in the realm? Ziying wished to argue further, but Su Yao's resolute expression silenced her. My decision is final. Let this matter be laid to rest. With that, she turned away. However, if anyone had witnessed Su Yao's countenance at that moment, they would have trembled and pointed at her, exclaiming, Sect leader, how can you be like this? Just as Ziying was about to inform Ling Sha and the others of her intention to leave, a commotion erupted outside the hall. What is happening? Su Yao inquired. Turning around, that sound, could it be? Suddenly, the hall door swung open, and the gazes of several individuals fell upon a rather small object at the entrance. What could that be? Si Hong and the others wondered aloud. Just as Wukong's voice rang out, I'm so sorry. I've interrupted your tranquility. I brought a wild boar with me that I hope you won't hold it against me, huh? A wild boar? I fear no one, for I am a husband. After exiting, Kinheim did not venture far, but began to stroll aimlessly, her thoughts still lingering on the recent events. Have I truly developed feelings for Tianhe? She incessantly questioned herself. Could it be that I really? Truly, Kinheim murmured softly, I could see this moment. Her heart was less burdened than before, for she had spent considerable time with Wukong, and his innocent demeanor had reopened her heart, which had long been closed off. Though unintentional, Kinheim found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Yet, would Tianhe reciprocate my feelings? I am a married woman. Although my husband is no longer present, would Tianhe still want me? Kinheim grappled with her conflicting emotions. Suddenly, she halted, lifted her head, and her eyes gleamed with determination. It matters not. I remain whole and pure. Tianhe is such a wonderful person. Though others may adore him in the future, I shall not yield. I must seize this opportunity. With that, Kinheim smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her expression conveying, love is not so complex. As long as I cherish someone, that is enough. Meanwhile, in the disciples' quarters, Wukong lay sprawled on his bed, fast asleep. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound pierced the silence, yet Wukong remained blissfully unaware. The noise persisted until a loud knock echoed. "Who is it?" Wukong grumbled, sitting up groggily. "Husband, it's us," came Si Hong's voice from outside. Wukong slowly trudged to the door, opened it without glancing at who stood there, and turned back to lie down again, resuming his slumber. Kinheim, Mengli, Si Hong, and Lingsha could only smile wryly. After all, it is no surprise that one would be irked by being disturbed during their sleep. "Oh, by the way, husband, did you hear any strange sounds?" Si Hong inquired, shaking Wukong gently. What is it now? Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night." Wukong replied disgruntledly. "We heard a noise, so we came to check," Lingsha explained. "Tianhe, why not get up and take a look with us?" Mengli gently prompted. Reluctantly, Wukong sat up, scratched his head, and with his eyes still closed, asked, "What sound? I can't hear anything." Just as he prepared to recline once more, something caught his attention. His eyes widened, fully alert now. "I heard it. There's indeed a sound. Right? Husband, we weren't mistaken, were we? Let us see what is causing it." Si Hong urged. Wukong nodded and began to search the room, ultimately focusing on a celestial blue sword resting on the table. "Wang Shu, it's this one," Wukong declared, picking up the sword. "Yes, that's it. It's emitting the sound," Lingsha affirmed, pressing her ear against the blade. "Though the sound is faint, it has a remarkable effect on us. This sword is extraordinary," Kinheim remarked. "Wait a moment," Wukong suddenly said, and the sword began to levitate, its tip pointing in a specific direction. As the group stepped outside to investigate, Wukong asked, "What lies in that direction?" "I heard my master mention that it is a forbidden area," Lingsha responded. "Forbidden area?" Wukong echoed, puzzled. "The forbidden area is a place that no one may enter, save for the sect leader," Mengli explained. "Then let's go take a look," Wukong declared, disregarding Mengli's caution. "Tianhe, you can't go there," Mengli exclaimed in alarm. "Oh, what is there to fear? My husband is the sect leader's consort. Do you truly believe Yair would punish him?" Si Hong shrugged nonchalantly. Wukong patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, "That's right, I am the husband. Who am I to fear?" On the back mountain of the Qianghua sect, a lone male accompanied by 4 females strolled leisurely. One of the women in blue whispered something into the man's ear, causing him to suddenly exclaim in surprise. "What? Is that not permissible?" Lingsha pouted. "I am not sure, but even if it were a dream, all 5 of us couldn't possibly go together." Wukong scratched his head in confusion. "The world is vast, filled with wonders," Si Hong replied playfully. "I am truly amazed at your ingenuity. Though it is rather far-fetched, it is better than having no ideas at all." Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "You see, Si Hong and I are quite clever, aren't we?" Lingsha giggled. Wukong chuckled foolishly. Clever, clever. However, he soon turned away, his expression shifting to one of resignation as he muttered softly to himself, "Women, wow, what a massive sword." As Wukong and the girls chattered excitedly, they finally arrived at a grove. But the eerie atmosphere sent shivers down the spines of all but Wukong, who remained unfazed. Is this sword merely decorative? Wukong circled around a large stone sword standing in front of the grove and inquired, "I don't know, my dear. If you wish to find out, why not simply ask Sister Yaoer directly?" Situ Rong suggested. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" I seem to have become rather muddled." Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Just then, the sword in Wukong's grasp, the Wangshu sword, emitted a sound once more. "Has the sound grown louder? Have you all noticed?" Ling Sha asked the others. "Yes, it seems we may be on the verge of encountering the true source. Perhaps just ahead. Let us hurry inside." Wukong nodded. The women agreed, steadying their emotions, and followed closely behind Wukong into the woods. There is such a large clearing here. As Wukong and the others reached the center of the woods, they discovered a vast open space devoid of trees, only strewn with branches. I suspect this might be for some other purpose of Sister Yaora. It seems there is a door ahead. Let us go take a look. Situ Rong proposed. As Wukong prepared to step forward, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his pupils constricting, and his figure vanished in an instant. Ling Sha and the others, who were following closely, were taken aback by Wukong's sudden disappearance. Just as they heard the piercing screams of two women. Turning around, Ling Sha and Situ Rong saw Wukong gripping Meng Li and Qin Ji in his arms, promptly shoving them behind him. The earlier screams had belonged to them, leaving Ling Sha and Situ Rong puzzled as to why Wukong had suddenly embraced them. Had Wukong finally developed feelings? Perhaps he was taking advantage? They were mistaken. Not only were they wrong, but even Meng Li and Qin Ji, who had just been caught off guard in Wukong's embrace, were mistaken as well. Their thoughts mirrored those of Situ Rong and Ling Sha. Yet when the four women finally grasped the reason behind Wukong's actions, understanding dawned upon them. Wukong regarded the half-formed figure enveloped in a blue light before him with a cold gaze. Uncertain whether it was human or ghost. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Wukong inquired. "Be why the master's command. Intruder shall be executed without mercy." The figure responded in a voice devoid of emotion. "You are the guardian of the forbidden area?" Situ Rong exclaimed, having just been discussing the absence of guardians with Ling Sha moments before. "Be why the master's command. Intruders shall be executed without mercy." The figure repeated its phrase, unmoved. "Are you like some sort of robot, only capable of uttering that same line?" Wukong asked the women. They all shook their heads, uncertain. Wukong turned back to the figure. "Hey, if we leave now, will that suffice?" This time, the figure remained silent. Wukong anticipated its disappearance, but instead, the figure gestured with a phantom hand, directing a beam of blue light straight at Wukong. Be careful." Wukong enveloped the women with his energy and swiftly dodged to the side, while the spot where they had just stood was struck by the blue light, resulting in a resounding crash as a large crater formed before them. "Incredible. This is the first time I've witnessed such a formidable technique," Qin Ji remarked. Having roamed for quite some time, she had only seen semi-mortal beings achieve such feats. Today, however, she was astounded by the ephemeral figure's casual display of power. But if she were to witness Wukong's true capabilities, would she be left speechless? Indeed, but my dear, are you unharmed? Situ Rong asked Wukong. Wukong shook his head, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of the women. "No worries, let us consider it exercise." Wukong stepped 10 paces closer to the ethereal figure, assuming a combat stance. "Your strength is commendable. I am quite eager to engage in a duel with you." The figure remained silent, and another beam of blue light shot towards Wukong, but he stood his ground, while the women's hearts raced in anxiety. Ling Sha and Situ Rong couldn't help but cry out, "Be careful, my dear." Despite having witnessed Wukong's prowess, their concern remained whenever he engaged in combat, and it was no wonder that it was said that women in love often acted foolishly. Just as the blue light was a mere centimeter from Wukong's nose, it seemed poised to pierce through. Yet, Wukong's figure remained unmoving. The familiar scene unfolded. As the blue light struck Wukong, his figure began to fade away. The women's hearts collectively sighed in relief. Meng Li and Qin Ji even patted their chests, exclaiming, "Phew, that was close." After sharing a glance, Meng Li noticed the shared understanding in Qin Ji's eyes and softly asked, "Sister Qin Ji, do you?" Qin Ji smiled gently and replied, "Yes, Meng Li, I have come to terms with it." Meng Li remained silent, responding to Qin Ji with a smile. "What? Mother, are you saying you never loved father?" Wukong, though lacking in emotional understanding, grasped the essence of love between a man and woman, akin to his bond with Ling Sha and the others. "Yes, Tianhe, the reason I married your father was that he once saved me, driving away the chill within me and seeking out renowned physicians across the land." Seeing your father's weary face, I momentarily softened and agreed. Su Yu spoke slowly. "What do you mean, mother? You married him out of pity?" Wukong queried, perplexed. "Tianhe, I have mentioned before that you are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. In terms of relationships, your mother possesses more experience than you, so do not inquire further for now, Suyu said, gently patting Wukong's head. Mother, I know about the underworld, the place where souls go after death. Shall we go find father? Wukong suggested. Suyu shook her head. Tianhe, there is no need. I conveyed everything to your father before he passed. He bore no resentment towards me, only expressing that he could no longer care for me. Yet he harbored no regrets about our time together. He said he lived a tiring life, but it was worth it, and that in the next life he hoped to find a woman just like me. Mother, father, was too devoted, wasn't he? Wukong asked. Perhaps, Tianhe. You must promise me, do not emulate your father, willingly dedicating your life to a woman who does not love you, understand? All right, mother, then let me ask you one last question. Rest assured, I understand you well. I will not meddle in your affairs, Wukong said after a lengthy pause. Tianhe, I know what you wish to ask. Who is the one your mother loves? Suyu replied. Wukong nodded, and Suyu smiled gently. Tianhe, could you allow me to answer that question in due time? I beg of you. Very well, mother. I shall not press you. Oh, by the way, mother, may I take you down a mountain? As for father, your father cherished this place above all. Let him remain here forever, Suyu said, gazing at the spirit tablet of Yun Tianqing. Wukong fell silent. Outside the room, he asked Suyu, mother, do you have that jade with you? Jade? Lingguang Zhao Yu? Suyu inquired. Yes, that's the one that's with me. Why do you ask? In your embrace, mother, hold me tightly, for I wish to take you soaring through the skies. As Wukong clasped Suyu's delicate form. They gradually ascended into the heavens, gliding amidst the myriad stars of the night sky, and inhaling the enchanting fragrance of the deep night. Suyu found herself entranced, her eyes gently closed in bliss. How beautiful, Suyu remarked, gazing at the resplendent full moon. Oh, you like it, mother? Wukong inquired. Yes, I do, she replied. Then I shall often take you flying to behold such sights, if you wish, Wukong declared, oblivious to the deeper undertones of his words. However, Suyu, being a mother and a wife, possessed a keen understanding of such implications, reminiscent of days gone by in the intoxication of flower shadows. Lost in thought, Suyu suddenly shook her head. Noticing her distraction, Wukong asked, Mother, are you all right? Regaining her composure, Suyu smiled and reassured him. I am fine, dear. That is good, he responded. Suddenly, Suyu posed a question. Tianhe, will you truly keep your promise from earlier? Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong replied. Of course, I will. He failed to notice the expression on Suyu's face. All he could see was her radiant smile, illuminated by the moonlight, which stirred the heart and soul as she nestled against him. Emitting a soft murmur, in the sky, they appeared as a pair of lovers. Where is my husband? If he does not return soon, the dawn will break, Ling Sha fretted, pacing back and forth at the stone gate of the forbidden grounds of the Qianghua sect. Her anxiety palpable. Oh, do stop wandering. My eyes are growing weary, Si Rong complained as she stood up to confront Ling Sha. How can I not be anxious? What if something has befallen my husband? Ling Sha exclaimed. You need not worry excessively. Tianhe is a fine person, and with his formidable skills, nothing could possibly hinder him. Mengli gently reassured Ling Sha. Wow, Mengli, I never realized that since joining us. You've become so trusting of him. Si Rong teased at Si Rong. How could you? Mengli blushed, flustered by Si Rong's interpretation of her good intentions. Enough with the teasing of Mengli. Look at how you've affected her. Qingji comforted Mengli like a protective older sister. Si Rong and Ling Sha exchanged amused glances, and when they looked up at the sky again, they suddenly exclaimed in delight. There he is. It's our husband. He has returned. Qingji and Mengli quickly raised their heads, and indeed, the figure descending was none other than Wukong. Oh, it seems he is carrying someone, Si Rong observed keenly. Indeed, that silhouette appears quite familiar. Could it be? Ling Sha, initially perplexed, gasped in astonishment as the figure drew closer. Mengli and Qingji also noticed that Wukong was indeed carrying someone. It could not possibly be a man. They could not fathom that Wukong had an affinity for the same sex. If not a man, then it must be a woman. Why did Ling Sha bear such an expression? Wukong finally landed on the back mountain of the Qianghua sect and announced, Mother, We have arrived, still entranced in Wukong's embrace. Suyu opened her eyes upon hearing his words. When she realized where they were, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This is not. Mother, this is the Chonghua sect, where you and father once resided, right? Wukong replied with a smile. Suyu turned to Wukong and inquired, Tianhe, how did you come to be at the Chonghua sect? Mother, after Ling Sha and I descended the mountain, we encountered members of the Chonghua sect. I heard there was a technique for flying with swords, which sounded quite entertaining, so I joined to learn it. However, it seems my swordsmanship is lacking. Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Tianhe, Suyu sighed deeply. Alas, could this be fate? By the way, mother, do you know Yaoer? Wukong asked. Yaoer? Suyu looked at him in confusion, suddenly exclaiming, could it be Sister Su Yao? Yes, it appears her name is quite similar to yours. Wukong chuckled. Oh, you know Sister Su Yao? Suyu asked. Yes, indeed, and she expressed her affection for me, wishing to become my wife, Wukong said, blinking innocently, leaving Suyu utterly stunned. Tianhe, what did you say? She said that. How could it be? Suyu could not help, but inquired, I do not know. We have arrived, mother. Look, Ling Sha and the others are waving at us, Wukong noted as they reached the back mountain. Spotting Ling Sha and the others beckoning, Wukong landed gracefully before them, and as Ling Sha and the others gazed at the enchanting Suyu in Wukong's arms, they were momentarily rendered speechless. As if enchanted, they had seen many beautiful women, but none could compare to one so breathtaking that her beauty transcended mere mortal descriptions. The atmosphere grew hushed until Ling Sha joyfully approached Suyu and said, Grandmother, grandmother? Meng Li and the other girls gasped, their mouths covered in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend that Ling Sha would refer to this woman as grandmother, implying that she was indeed Wukong's mother. Ling Sha, it has been a while. I never imagined you would truly become Tianhe's wife, Suyu said warmly, taking Ling Sha's hand. Indeed, grandmother. It has been too long, and I have missed you dearly, Ling Sha replied. Nestling against Suyu like a well-behaved child at this moment, Wukong interjected. This is my mother, Suyu. Mother, these are my friends, Lu Meng Li, Qin Ji, and Si Rong. And Si Rong is also my wife. Suyu was astonished by Wukong's revelation, while Si Rong blushed but gracefully approached Suyu, saying, Grandmother. Seeing yet another beautiful woman married to her son brought Suyu joy, yet a twinge of inexplicable melancholy, or perhaps jealousy, bloomed within her. Well then, you all must get along well, understand? Suyu's gentle tone enchanted both girls. She then turned to Meng Li and Qin Ji, asking Wukong, Tianhe, are they also? Wukong scratched his head, unsure how to respond. When the playful Si Rong chimed in, yes, they are also our husbands' wives. The four sisters are together every day. This revelation once again stunned Suyu, her gaze towards Wukong filled with a myriad of complex emotions. She could hardly believe that her son possessed such charisma to attract for such beautiful women, and he had just mentioned that his sister seemed to harbor feelings for him as well. Tianhe, you are indeed a complex child. Your mother finds it increasingly difficult to understand you. Suyu mused inwardly. Grandmother, grandmother. Meng Li and Kinheim, with a bashful demeanor, approached Suyu and offered a respectful greeting. It seems that the allure of the heavenly river is not to be underestimated, as it has captivated the hearts of four young ladies, which fills me, as their mother, with immense joy. Suyu felt a tumult of emotions stirring within her as she uttered these words. By the way, mother, look at this. Could it be the Lingguang Zhao Yu? Wukong inquired, directing his gaze towards the groove in the stone door. Only then did Suyu come to her senses and began to survey her surroundings, exclaiming after a moment, Isn't this a forbidden area? Indeed, mother, have you been here before? Wukong asked. Tianhe, how could you bring mother to the Chonghua forbidden ground? This is a violation of our sect's rules. Suyu's tone turned serious. Wukong was taken aback by Suyu's words, and even Ling Sha and the others were momentarily stunned, as they had never witnessed Suyu's anger before. Ling Sha had spent a few days with Suyu, who had always been exceedingly gentle. It was surprising to hear her voice turn so sharp upon learning they were in a forbidden area. I'm sorry, mother, Wukong said, lowering his head in apology as if he had committed a grave error. At that moment, Suyu seemed to regret her earlier words, realizing that she was no longer a disciple of Qianghua. What was wrong with her visiting this forbidden ground? She approached Wukong and gently caressed his face, saying, "Tianhe, I apologize. Mother should not have spoken to you that way." "Mother, I wish to go inside and take a look." Wukong pointed towards the groove. "Tianhe, do you truly wish to enter?" Suyu asked, this time without a hint of anger. "Yes," Wukong nodded. Upon hearing this, Suyu retrieved the green Lingwang Zhao from her bosom and handed it to Wukong, saying, "Take it." "Thank you, Mother," Wukong replied joyfully. Seeing Wukong smile, Suyu felt an inexplicable lightness in her heart. As if all her worries dissipated whenever she beheld his radiant expression, Wukong positioned the jade within the groove and gently placed it inside. A muffled sound echoed, and then Mengli exclaimed, "The barrier has vanished. We can push the door open now." Wukong clapped his hands and said, "I'm coming," then exerted force to push the stone door, with Wukong's strength and the dull sound of the stone shifting. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black interior. "It's so dark," Sihong remarked. "Let us light a fire," Kinheim suggested. "We can summon light using our celestial arts," Mengli added, and the other girls quickly realized that their training in celestial arts would come in handy now. Only Suyu, upon Wukong opening the door, felt an indescribable sensation rising within her. "Mother, are you coming in too?" Wukong called back to Suyu, who was standing at the threshold. Suyu seemed to be grappling with an internal struggle. "Mother, since you are here, you should come in with us." Lingsha and Sihong each took one of Suyu's arms and gently pulled her inside. Suyu, caught off guard, was drawn as they walked along the dark stone path. The girls summoned light with their celestial arts, yet they failed to notice that Wukong, who led the way, did not use any magic, for at that moment, his pupils had turned yellow, a sign that he could perceive everything clearly. Gradually, Wukong suddenly said, "There's light ahead." Simultaneously, his pupils reverted to their normal black. "Indeed, but don't you feel it's gotten much warmer?" Kinheim observed. Sihong and Lingsha fanned their faces with their delicate hands, exclaiming, "Yes, it does feel warmer." Without further conversation, they continued onward, but when they reached the source of the light, they were all left speechless, for the scene before them was astonishing, reminiscent of Wukong's homeland, the volcanic magma of Baozi Mountain. "No wonder it's so hot. There's lava," Sihong remarked. "Let us keep moving. There's a path over there. If we don't hurry, we might just perish from the heat," Lingsha said, pulling Sihong along as she led the way down a side path. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, feeling rather helpless. These two young girls were truly something. Just then, Sihong and Lingsha hurried back, appearing as if they had been frightened by something. Wukong asked, "What's wrong?" "Up ahead, it's so cold." Sihong shivered, pressing tightly against Wukong, her body trembling, and Lingsha mirrored her reaction. "What's happening? Why is it hot one moment and cold the next?" Wukong questioned, perplexed as he looked to Mengli and Kinheim for answers. Both Mengli and Kinheim shook their heads, and it was Suyu who spoke up. "This should be a place of ice and fire coexisting." "Ice and fire coexisting?" Wukong and the four girls exclaimed in surprise. Suyu nodded. "Yes, this was originally a training ground, but it later transformed into a forbidden area." As she spoke, it seemed she was lost in recollection. "There was such a training place? I had thought only the spirit time room existed." Wukong remarked, observing the stark contrasts of heat and cold on either side. "Darling, what are you talking about? What is the spirit time room?" Sihong inquired. "Oh, it's nothing to me. By the way, I seem to sense a faint presence ahead. It feels human. Shall I go take a look?" Wukong suggested. Sihong and Lingsha appeared somewhat apprehensive, and Wukong reassured them, "Don't worry. If you stay close to me, you won't feel so cold." Upon hearing this, the girls huddled closer, and indeed, a warm aura emanated from Wukong, prompting them to draw even nearer to him. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but when she saw the four girls clustered around Wukong, she too could not resist inching closer, finding solace in that comforting warmth, which calmed her heart significantly. "All right, let us continue forward," Wukong declared. The six of them pressed on. Eventually, they reached the icy domain, where Wukong's keen eyes spotted a peculiar ice pillar ahead, with a yellow sword embedded beside it. "There's someone inside," Yukong observed with his golden eyes. There is indeed someone. It looks like a corpse, Si Hong said, peering closely, fear evident in her expression as she clung to Yukong. Don't be afraid. It's all right. Huh. Mother, what is the matter? Yukong noticed something unusual about Su Yu's demeanor. It's impossible. It can't be, Su Yu muttered in disbelief, staring intently at the person encased in the ice. Her voice laced with incredulity. Who are you? Do you not realize that trespassing into the Qianghua forbidden ground is a grave offense? The voice of the person within the ice resonated like a shard of ice itself. Wow, it's true. They're not dead, they're still alive. Ling Sha and Si Hong chattered nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. The tone of the person encased in the ice seemed rather peculiar. Yukong and the others also sensed something amiss. However, Yukong instinctively glanced at Su Yu, only to find her beautiful eyes fixated on the ice column, glistening with what appeared to be unexplainable tears. Senior brother. Su Yu uttered those two words as if engulfed in profound anguish. Senior brother? Yukong and the others were utterly astonished. Then you must be my uncle. No? Yukong inquired of the individual within the ice. Uncle? You are Su Yu's son. The person within the ice responded, gazing at Yukong. Yes, I am Yin Tianhe, Yukong affirmed with a nod. The individual continued. It seems your father is indeed Yin Tianqing. You truly are my uncle. Otherwise, how would you know? Yukong chuckled. Tan. The celestial river hangs in the heavens. Su Yu, having wed Tianqing, why then did you choose such a name? The person questioned Su Yu once more, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her heart. Su Yu spoke, Senior brother, I am sorry. The events of that year were entirely my fault. Do not place the blame on Tianqing. Let bygones be bygones. I have no desire to dwell on the past. Memories are like smoke. Let us forget what can be forgotten. Su, without Shia's support. How have you endured these 19 years? The individual queried again. Senior brother, Su Yu began, but the person interrupted. We are no longer siblings. Let us address each other by our names, after a moment of silence. Su Yu replied, Senior, Xian Xiao, 19 years ago, after I gave birth to Tianhe, I thought I would lose my essence without Shia's support, yet for reasons unknown I lost contact with Wang Shu, and my illness was thus cured. So, it is, the person murmured, is Tianqing well? Xian Xiao asked once more. Tianqing has passed away, Su Yu replied softly. Tianqing has, Xian Xiao was evidently taken aback. Not only he, but even Ling Sha exclaimed, What? Grandmother, grandfather, how could this be? He was fine when I took Tianhe away. How could this happen? Yukong restrained Ling Sha, who was about to press Su Yu for answers, saying, Ling Sha, do not disturb my mother. Let me speak with you. Xian Xiao, why are you encased in the ice? Su Yu inquired. Xian Xiao fell into silence for a moment before slowly responding. Su Yu, I did not wish to speak of it, but my current state is entirely due to you and Tianqing. If Shiha and Wang Shu lose their mutual support, they will lose their essence. You are aware of this outcome. However, at the moment of my affliction, Su Yao and Elder Chong Guang sealed me here. And thus it became a forbidden area. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Su Yu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. There is no need for apologies. Everything has a cause and effect. This, I believe, is merely a hurdle in my life. Xian Zhao's tone softened considerably. Senior brother. So he called out to Xian Xiao once more. Su, remember when we both cultivated Shiha and Wang Shu together, believing we could ascend to immortality? Yet, it turned out that the demon realm descended on that very day. It seems all is predestined. Senior brother, after all these years, have you given up on ascending? Su Yu questioned. Ascend? Su Yu, I shall not shy away from telling you that I have never relinquished that dream. Though I have not cultivated for 19 years, my strength has not diminished. It seems I can ascend to immortality without relying on Shiha and Wang Shu. Xian Zhao's tone carried a hint of pride. Senior brother, had you chosen to accompany me back then, you would not have had to endure such torment. Why must it be so? Haha, I have said it before. Everything has a cause and effect. All is predestined, and I do not blame others. Everyone except for Su Yu heard Xian Zhao's laughter for the first time. Su Yu fell silent, and at that moment, Yukong, having finished discussing Yin Tianqing with Ling Sha and the other women, approached Su Yu. She seemed to find solace, leaning against Yukong's embrace. burying her delicate face into his chest, softly weeping. Wukong gently patted Su Yu's slender back while addressing Xian Xiao. "Uncle, I am unaware of the matters between you and my parents. But from your conversation, I can deduce that your sealing is indeed linked to my parents." Xian Xiao replied. "Tianhe, do not blame others. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at oneself." "What do you mean by blaming oneself? I do not understand that. I only know that if one has committed wrongs causing another to suffer, one must make amends." Thus, Wukong glanced at the weeping Su Yu in his arms and then looked up at Xian Xiao. "I shall assist you in breaking your seal. You say you will help me break the seal?" Xian Xiao chuckled. "Child, you are quite humorous, just like your father." Wukong shook his head. "I'm not jesting. I realize this ice column is protected by immensely powerful spiritual energy, making it quite challenging to break. I suspect it requires the aid of special items for you to free yourself. Am I correct?" Xian Xiao was taken aback. "You truly are Tianqing and Su Yu's son. How could you know so much?" Wukong scratched his head and smiled. "To be honest, I've been through quite a lot myself." "You are truly an interesting lad." "Hush, someone else is coming. Today is quite lively," Xian Xiao suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Ling Sha and the other women surrounding Wukong quickly clustered around him, while Su Yu hurriedly stood up from Wukong's embrace. Hastily wiping her tears, the footsteps grew closer. Could it be that the sect leader has discovered we are in the forbidden area? Qin Ji expressed her concern. "Oh, what is there to fear? The sect leader is here, and our esteemed sect leader is present. What is there to dread?" Si Rong boldly declared. Thankfully her voice was not loud, or else Xian Xiao would have heard. "You are indeed here," upon recognizing the newcomers. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. "Uncle Master, do you not know that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences?" Ling Sha exclaimed, patting her chest as she addressed Ziying. "You are quite audacious, not resting in your quarters at this late hour, yet daring to come to the forbidden area. Do you not know you are violating the rules of the sect?" Ziying chastised. "You say that, yet you have come here yourself," Si Rong retorted. "You all." Ziying was exasperated. Xian Xiao interjected. "Since you are already here, why raise such a ruckus? There is nothing extraordinary within this forbidden area." Only then did Ziying notice Xian Xiao within the ice column and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Xian Xiao." "Xian Xiao." Ziying's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Uncle Master Xian Xiao." "What? Uncle's uncle? Does that not imply?" Except for Su Yu, the others exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "Great Uncle Master!" "Uncle Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects." Ziying knelt respectfully before the ice pillar and inquired, "Whose disciple are you, to possess the sword box forged by the frost moon's icy essence?" "I am Murongxing," she replied clearly. "I have been fortunate to receive martial arts teachings and sword forging techniques from Elder Zhong. Zonglian, how fares he now?" Xian Xiao asked. "Master has long since passed away," Ziying responded. "Alas, I did not expect so many old acquaintances to have departed. Nevertheless, did he inform you of my presence in the forbidden area?" Xian Xiao continued. "Master never spoke of it. He only instructed me that should I meet you, Xian Xiao Shi Shu, in this lifetime, I must treat you with utmost respect. If you have any commands, I shall fulfill them without question, even at the cost of my own life. I am but a forsaken individual, not wishing to make a fuss over this matter. Regardless, I shall dutifully obey Master S instructions, without questioning the reasons." "Good, good." Xian Xiao seemed quite pleased. In that case, I shall assign you 2 tasks. First, the matters concerning the forbidden area today must not be disclosed to the sect leader, Xian Xiao stated. "This, very well." Ziying hesitated, but having spoken, could only acquiesce. Second, the other individuals who trespassed into the forbidden area were merely driven by curiosity. You may let them off lightly, but do not pursue this matter further." "Disciple obeys," Ziying replied respectfully. Thank goodness, thank goodness. No need for the tiger bench and chilly water." Wukong sighed in relief. "What is this tiger bench and chilly water?" Ling Sha and Sarong, who did not comprehend, asked, while Meng Li and Qinjia looked at Wukong in confusion. Even Siwei could not help but gaze at him. That refers to having me lie on a bench while my buttocks are whipped with a braid dipped in chilly water. Haha, Yukong scratched his head and chuckled. Uncertain if he articulated it correctly. A burst of laughter escaped the ladies, blooming like 100 flowers. All right, you have lingered in the forbidden area long enough. It is time for you to return. By the way, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Please, Shu, Xing replied. This lady beside Tianhe is also your Shu, my former junior sister. You must treat her well and not neglect her. Yes, Shu. Xing cast a surprised glance at Si. In that case, we shall take our leave for now and return another day. Yukong waved his hand to Xianxiao. Another day? Ha! Very well, Xianxiao laughed, then looked at Siyue with a complex expression. Siyue returned a glance of similar complexity before following Yukong and the others out of the forbidden area. With the fluttering of ethereal phoenixes and the lingering of prolonged returns, my thoughts wander endlessly. Forever at odds with my desires in endless calamity. When shall I take flight? Soon. After everyone had departed, Xianxiao softly recited this poem. Mother, are you well? Why do you seem so lost since returning from the forbidden area? Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, everyone gathered in Yukong's room, undeterred by the cramped space, save for Xing. Tina, I'm fine. No need to worry, Siyue replied with a gentle, beautiful smile, though only Serong and a few others could discern the complexity behind it. Grandmother, are you truly all right? Serong and Lingsha, now quite affectionate towards Siyue, addressed her with an endearing tone. Mengli and Qinjia wished to do the same, but felt too shy to speak, instead expressing their concern through their eyes. I assure you, I am quite well. It is late. You should all rest. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Siyue concluded and stood up. Mother, where are you going? It's late. You should sleep. Yukong immediately interjected, with Yukong's words. The rest finally realized that each room contained but a single bed. What to do now? Ving should have arranged a room for grandmother. Serong pouted in dissatisfaction. How about this, grandmother? You can sleep in my room. I can share with sister Qinjia, Mengli suggested to Siyue. Observing her daughter's-in-law's concern, Siyue felt deeply touched, yet shook her head. No, thank you. How could I take your room? Besides, I miss Tianhe greatly and wish to converse with him. I see then, grandmother, we won't disturb you. We will take our leave to rest. Call us if you need anything, Lingsha said obediently. Siyue nodded, and the ladies exchanged farewells before exiting the room. Outside, they began to chat on their way back to the disciples' quarters. Hey, why do you think grandmother seemed so sorrowful upon seeing Xianxiao? How would I know? But I can tell that Xianxiao seems to have feelings for grandmother. Oh, you mustn't say such things. Be careful not to anger grandmother, or your husband might ignore you. That is not necessarily true. From their conversation, I sense they might have once been in love. Even Mengli thinks so. Could it really be? The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Sister Qinjia, in Yukong's room. The candlelight still flickered. Mother, you should sleep in my bed, Yukong offered, inviting Siyue to sit beside him. What about you, Tianhe? You should take the bed. I cannot sleep, Siyue smiled, shaking her head. Now that you mention it. I seem unable to sleep as well. Let us chat instead, and I wish to hear your stories, Yukong said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Siyue chuckled softly, ruffling Yukong's hair. Tianhe, you truly are? As if the earlier troubles had dissipated. Sitting by the window, Siyue leaned her head on Yukong's shoulder, and he asked, Mother, tell me about your past. It must be quite extraordinary. Siyue glanced at Yukong, sighed, and began, Tianhe, did you not ask me once whom I truly love? Yes, I did, Yukong replied. The one I once loved is your uncle, Xianxiao. Is that so? Yukong's response was calm, lacking the surprise Siyue had anticipated. Raising her head to meet his gaze, Siyue asked, Tianhe, are you not astonished? Yukong smiled. Mother, those words I spoke on Xingwan Peak were merely learned from Serong and Lingsha. You know I'm clueless about emotions, a veritable emotional blind spot. Be honest, I never paid much attention to whether you love father. But I do know that during your time on Xingwan Peak, you must have been very happy that Su nodded in response. Indeed, those days were truly carefree, devoid of any burdens. Each day, my only responsibility was to care for you and your father. That is the essence of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. As the morning light streamed in, accompanied by the refreshing air and the gentle chirping of birds, Wukong gradually awoke from his slumber. Initially, he intended to stretch lazily, as was his habit, but he suddenly realized that his arms felt sore, as if something was weighing upon them. Turning his head, he discovered that Suyu was curled up nearby. Resembling a delicate jade maiden, lost in deep sleep, that Wukong's gaze, once innocent, was now captivated. Suyu, a celestial beauty, appeared even more enchanting in her slumber. Her exquisite features, flawless skin, and graceful figure were unparalleled, especially in this moment, where Wukong felt as though he was witnessing the beauty of women for the very first time. He stared at Suyu's rosy lips, which parted and closed gently with her breath. Had it been someone with ulterior motives, they might have acted upon their desires. Suddenly, Suyu's brows twitched, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, only to meet the unwavering gaze of her son. Suyu was taken aback to find her son staring at her so intently right after awakening, his eyes filled with awe, which left her feeling both bashful and pleased. "Tianhe, good morning," she said with a soft smile, looking at Wukong, who was still transfixed. Wukong, as if under a spell, merely replied, "Mother, good morning," his gaze still fixed upon her. Observing Wukong's earnest admiration, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Tianhe, have you seen enough?" "Wow, mother, your smile is truly beautiful," Wukong exclaimed in admiration. As Suyu's delicate face flushed, and she retorted, "What do you mean beautiful? Mother is old. There's nothing beautiful about me." Wukong resolutely countered, "No, it's true, mother. You are breathtakingly beautiful. This is the first time I've realized how captivating you are. It seems many must have admired you back in the day." Suyu sat up, brushing her slightly tousled hair, and asked, "How do you know that many admired me back then?" Wukong also sat up, scratching his head with a silly grin. Just a guess. What if I said there were none?" Suyu's tone shifted as she inquired. "Then I would prefer to believe that there are no wild boars on Qinghuan Peak," Wukong replied, blinking innocently. "Look at what you're saying, hee. Suyu laughed again, adding to her mature charm a tea that moment. She gazed around the roof, taking in the familiar yet unfamiliar environment, and sighed at Wukong. Hearing her sigh, asked, "Mother, why are you sighing?" Suyu glanced at him and said, "Seeing these familiar houses reminds me of the past when I was here." Wukong tapped his head and said, "Oh, so this is what they mean by being moved by the scenery." Suyu nodded. "Yes, that's precisely it. Unfortunately, much has changed. Many of my fellow disciples who entered the sect with me perished during the battle in the demon realm. Mother, I said I would help prevent that. Don't worry, I won't resort to force unless absolutely necessary." Wukong reassured her. Suyu nodded. "Yes, Tianhe, I am no longer a disciple of the Qianhua sect. B.Y. writes, I should not involve myself in these matters. But now that I have returned, and you have become a disciple, whatever you choose to do, I shall not interfere. However, you must promise me one thing." "What is it, mother?" Wukong asked. "Regardless of the circumstances, whether you succeed in persuading them or not, you must live well, that I cannot bear to lose you," Suyu said, seemingly unaware that her words bore a deeper meaning. "Yes, I promise," Wukong nodded solemnly. "Oh, by the way, mother, do you want to meet Yao, the sect leader?" He nearly let slip the intimate title. Suyu paused for a moment before responding. "I will have to meet her eventually, so it is better to do so sooner rather than later." "Then let us have breakfast first, shall we?" Wukong suggested. "All right," Suyu agreed. He embraced her and returned to the house just as a group of disciples, fresh from their morning practice, passed by. Fortunately, Wukong had been quick, or they might have been caught as they were having breakfast. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Wukong knew without a doubt who it was. Who else could it be? However, this time, he might have guessed wrong. When he shouted for Dabing and opened the door, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the pastry he held fell to the ground as he exclaimed, "You're sect leader." In the days leading up to this moment, Su Yao had felt an odd sensation in her heart, one that was both strange and familiar. Perhaps it was due to the impending arrival of the demon realm. Upon realizing this, she decided to seek out Wukong to discuss the matter. However, she felt that the closer she got to Wukong's room, the stronger this feeling became. Finally, she knocked on the door, and at the instant Wukong opened it, she discovered the true source of her unease. Suu. Su Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. "Sister." Suyu had not anticipated such a swift reunion, but remained calm as she addressed Su Yao. It is not convenient to talk here. Please follow me to the main hall, Su Yao suggested, aware that their conversation could be overheard by passing disciples. That Wukong and Su Yu followed Su Yao toward the main hall. But soon after they began walking, four women appeared at the entrance of Wukong's room. It was obvious who they were. Wow, I didn't expect you to meet so soon, Ling Sha exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean by that? Meng Li inquired. Ling Sha pouted. The sect leader is named Su Yao, and our grandmother is named Su Yu. What connection could there possibly be? Qin Ji chimed in. They must have been fellow disciples once. I Rong added in astonishment. Wow, that explains why our grandmother seems so familiar with this place after coming here. Si Rong. Do you want to hear about our grandmother's past? Ling Sha asked. Sister Ling Sha, you're at it again, Si Rong replied. Let us go, Meng Li. Sister Qin Ji, let us join her. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Oh, don't be so stubborn. After all, we are also the daughters-in-law of our grandmother. It would be good to understand her past. In the main hall, Wukong and Su Yu stood opposite Su Yao, who opened her mouth to speak. Please, have a seat. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Su Yu each took a seat on a stool, while Su Yao sat across from them, and thereafter, silence enveloped the room. After a considerable time, Su Yu broke the silence, saying, Sister, how have you fared these past 19 years? Su Yao replied softly, neither well nor poorly. As the leader, there are always matters that keep one occupied, but that is only to be expected. Sister, I apologized. Su Yao inquired. Why do you feel the need to apologize to me? Su Yu hesitated. If it weren't for me back then, perhaps, she began, but was interrupted by Su Yao. It's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. If anyone should be apologized to, it is another, not me. I understand. I've already met him, Su Yu acknowledged, well aware of whom Su Yao referred to. You have met him? Could it be? Su Yao turned to Wukong, who scratched his head and said, I'm sorry. I took my mother to the forbidden area and met that Uncle Xian Xiao as well. Su Yao did not express anger, merely sighed, alas, it has come to this. Nevertheless, Su Yu, having been sisters under the same master, there was a question I never had the chance to ask you back then. May I do so now? Please, ask away. What, in your view, is the essence of cultivation? Others seek to become masters of the art at any cost. Yet you seem indifferent to it all. Do you not desire to become a cultivator? Su Yao voiced the confusion that had lingered in her heart. Su Yu smiled slightly. Sister, if you had asked me this question back then, I might not have known the answer myself. However, after descending from the mountain and spending over a decade at Qingwan Peak, I have come to realize that the most beautiful thing in this world is not the pursuit of immortality or invincibility, but rather the ability to live joyfully. Joyful. Su Yao asked, astonished. Su Yu nodded. Indeed, when I married Tianqing, he told me that when I first entered the sect, I appeared cold and indifferent, yet my eyes reflected wisdom. I suppose I was also unaware of why I chose to join Xionghua's sect. I asked that so. Su Yao managed a wry smile before asking, and what of Tianqing? Has he not come? Su Yu fell silent. And at that moment, Wukong spoke up. My father has passed away. What did you say? Tianqing. Su Yao was taken aback. Su Yu nodded. Yes, he sacrificed himself to expel the cold energy within me, but unfortunately, it backfired. Not long ago, he departed from this world. He has likely entered the cycle of reincarnation by now. Who would have thought Tianqing's life would be so fleeting? Su Yao reflected with a heavy heart. Sister, before he passed, Tianqing asked me to convey one thing to you and brother. He wished to personally apologize. Su Yao waved her hand dismissively. Let it be. Let it be. Regardless of the past, we must forget it and embrace the future. Mustn't we? Indeed. Sister, since we're on the subject, what of Tianhe? Su Yu turned to Wukong, only to find him engrossed in devouring the pastries on the table. Su Yu and Su Yao exchanged a knowing glance and sighed at the boy's antics. Are you all done talking? Water. Wukong choked, prompting Su Yu and Su Yao to hastily pour him tea the same moment. Both Su Yao and Su Yu extended a cup of tea toward Wukong. Su Yu initially regarded Su Yao with curiosity, but soon widened her eyes in surprise, for she noticed Su Yao's delicate face flushed crimson, especially as Su Yao avoided her gaze. Sister, you truly. Su Yu could hardly believe it. What do you mean, truly? If you don't give me water soon, I might just go see my father, Wukong quipped. Meanwhile, outside the Chonghua Sec Hall, two maidens were leaning against the doorway, accompanied by two others standing behind them. It's evident, isn't it? The one grandma liked back then was that Uncle Xianxiao. One girl remarked, just look at her. She was so beautiful and 19 years ago. She must have been remarkable. But it's surprising that she ended up with Uncle Yin instead of Xianxiao. Being with someone one does not love, merely to forget another they do love. Could loving someone truly be so difficult? Si Rong and Ling Sha observed the sorrowful expressions of Meng Li and Qin Si San San, offering consolation. Oh dear, what are you all fretting about? Aren't we together now? We promised. No one is allowed to leave without consent. Ling Sha, how can you say that? I love Tianhe, and you all know this. Qin Ji's cheeks flushed as she protested. Shoo, keep it down. We must continue eavesdropping, Si Rong urged, signaling for silence as she and Ling Sha resumed their clandestine listening. Back inside the hall, Su Yu inquired, is it true that you, sister, are the sole leader of Chonghua sect now? Indeed. Since Chongwang, Qingyang, and others have chosen to retreat from worldly affairs, I have taken on the mantle of leadership alone. Su Yao affirmed. Wow, that must be exhausting. Managing so many people, I hardly see you sleeping, Wukong expressed his admiration. However, I've heard that if a woman neglects her rest, it can adversely affect her skin, causing premature aging and the onset of menopause. He added, recalling what he had learned as Wukong spoke of skin, a subject of utmost importance to women, especially to Su Yao. She gasped, are you implying that I might be? Might be, covering her face with her hands. Yes, I heard from Ling Sha and the others that if a woman frequently neglects rest, her skin loses moisture and becomes increasingly dry, leading to aging. Wukong elaborated. Upon hearing this, the girls outside, except for Ling Sha, stifled their laughter, and Si Rong teased, Ling Sha, your words have been firmly etched in his memory. Feeling both agitated and embarrassed, Ling Sha pouted and muttered, that scoundrel, that wretched husband, making me look foolish in front of my sisters, as is often said. When a couple's hearts are united, Ling Sha's small complaint elicited a familiar, yet strange feeling in Wukong. Achoo! Wukong suddenly sneezed. Tianhe, what's wrong? Are you coming down with a cold? Is it because you slept on the roof last night? Su Yu asked with concern. What? You slept on the roof? How could you? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. Wukong scratched his nose, signaling that he was fine. It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose. I'm all right at by the way, you all carry on. I'll step outside for a moment, SUU, and Su Yao nodded, and then Wukong turned to walk towards the door. It's silent now. Indeed. What is going on? Could it be that the conversation has come to an end? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Wukong's head appeared, gazing calmly at Si Rong and Ling Sha as he remarked, I knew there was a reason behind my recent sneeze that, Good morning, my husband, Si Rong responded. Ling Sha and Si Rong, upon Wukong's unexpected arrival, hurriedly feigned nonchalance and greeted him. Well, I hold no grudge against you. However, what are you doing here? Have you both also taken a liking to eavesdropping like Qin Ji and Meng Li? Wukong had known Qin Ji and Meng Li for quite some time, viewing them as refined young ladies. Yet he remained oblivious to their gradual influence from Ling Sha and Si Rong. We're sorry, Tianhe. We were listening to Grandma recount her past, Qin Ji stated, appearing as though they had committed some wrongdoing that if you wish to know, you could simply enter and listen or ask my mother directly. Why linger at the door? I sensed your presence inside and thought you would join us. Yet here you are, merely standing at the entrance that I truly do not understand, Wukong expressed, perplexed at, Is that so? Well, we just arrived, Si Rong replied with a playful giggle. Oh, very well, why mother is reminiscing with Yao but I believe we should not intrude. Speaking of which, I am inclined to visit the forbidden ground to see Uncle Xianxiao. After all, I promised to help him lift his seal, Wukong said, stretching his body. Then let us accompany you, Meng Li suggested, her feelings for Wukong intensifying, and she could no longer resist the urge to follow him wherever he went, just as Si Rong and Ling Sha did. Right, we shall. Wukong had not finished speaking when another voice interrupted. Good at Wukong immediately squatted down, feeling defeated. I'm so hungry. Let me eat first before we go. The four women burst into laughter. After finishing a hearty meal, Wukong, along with Si Rong, Ling Sha, Qin Ji, and Meng Li, set off towards the Forbidden Grounds. However, on their way, they encountered the rather troublesome Zi Ying. Their senior, "Good morning, Master," Wukong greeted, followed by the other four girls. Zi Ying wore her signature icy expression. "Where are you all headed?" "To the Forbidden Grounds." Well, Wukong found himself at a loss, scratching his head as he realized he had been seen through by Zi Ying, who was unaccustomed to deceit. "Humph, you're truly lacking in ambition, solely indulging your own curiosity," Zi Ying spoke sternly. "Hey, why are you angry? We are merely fulfilling a promise," Si Rong responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Promise?" Zi Ying inquired, puzzled. Indeed, last night, he explicitly vowed to assist Senior Xian Xiao in lifting his seal, so we're going to see if there's a way to do so, Meng Li explained. "Is that so?" Zi Ying replied. "Yes, and furthermore, Senior Xian Xiao has also agreed to let us visit him again," Qin Ji added. "Very well, but I cannot accompany you. Firstly, I have pressing matters to attend to, and secondly, unlike you, I lack the freedom to enter the Forbidden Grounds at will. Nonetheless, I shall speak to the sect leader on your behalf. However, upon your return, you must inform me of how to lift the seal on my senior." Zi Ying concluded after a moment of silence. "Of course," Wukong nodded. "That is good. Additionally, be discreet in your actions. You must not let the other disciples see you, or it will lead to unnecessary trouble." Zi Ying cautioned. "All right, we understand. Why must you be so verbose?" Ling Sha waved her hand impatiently. Zi Ying sighed lightly, her lips twitching as she walked past them. "An ice block is indeed an ice block. Always so cold." Si Rong murmured softly, "Daha." Si Rong, perhaps Master is simply naturally reserved. It may not be easy for her to change. That I believe that if we offer her understanding in the future, it will be sufficient." Meng Li chuckled, covering her mouth. "Understanding her? I think it would be easier for her husband to awaken his feelings." Ling Sha pouted, clinging to Wukong's arm. "How did I end up in this conversation again?" Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. "Nevertheless, Master is right. We should hasten to the Forbidden Grounds, lest those disciples return and cause us trouble," Qin Ji suggested. The group nodded in agreement and continued towards the Forbidden Grounds, pausing occasionally to ensure no other disciples were watching. "Let us tread carefully," Wukong urged earnestly, and the girls solemnly nodded, as if preparing for a covert operation. After an hour of advancing, the five finally arrived at the Forbidden Grounds once more. The difference between day and night here was striking. They observed that while the place appeared quite ordinary during the day, it exuded an eerie atmosphere at night. "Well, that is irrelevant. Let us enter quickly," Wukong declared, leading the way inside, with the others following closely. Once again, they traversed the contrasting realms of ice and fire, arriving before the ice pillar. "Is it you all?" Xian Xiao remarked, somewhat surprised. "Did we come at the wrong time?" Wukong asked, confused. "Not at all. What brings you here?" Xian Xiao replied. "Actually, it's quite simple. That I promised to help you lift your seal, and I want to know why you were trapped here. That I vaguely understand it has to do with my mother's departure." Wukong inquired. Xian Xiao fell silent. "Cannot say?" Wukong pressed. "Past events, since you wish to know. I shall enlighten you." Xian Xiao began recounting the tale from years gone by, eliciting varied expressions and emotions from the five present. "After your mother and father departed, I trained under Shi He, but without the support of Wang Shu, I gradually succumbed to my inner demons. Before I fell into madness, I was sealed here by Su Yao and others." Wukong, having heard only fragments before, was eager to learn the complete story, prompting his initial question. "But you mentioned your powers have not diminished. Surely, you can break free from this ice pillar?" Si Rong queried. "Naturally, but I have my reservations," Xian Xiao responded. "Reservations? About what?" Qin Ji asked. "That I am afflicted by the scorching yang fire. Since being frozen, I have diligently practiced my self-created ice condensation technique to maintain balance. If I were to break the ice, I am confident I would not repeat the same mistakes. However, to ensure absolute safety, I require 3 items of utmost cold and darkness to assist me." Xian Xiao explained that, such remarkable treasures exist. Wukong was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Where can I find it?" Xian Xiao did not respond directly but posed a question instead. "Tianhe, are you truly willing to assist me?" Wukong nodded resolutely. I speak what I mean and do what I say. Since I have promised, I shall certainly help you. Besides, you have been imprisoned for over a decade. Is that not sufficient? If it were me, I would not endure it for even 19 hours. A smile emerged on Xuanqiao's face, trapped within the ice pillar. Very well. Since you have expressed it so, I shall not refuse again, for doing so would seem pretentious. However, you may withdraw your offer at any time. I shall not hold it against you that I will not, especially since I have already given my word to my mother, Su. Does your mother desire you to rescue me? Yes, uncle, that I wish to share something with you, which you may already know. Back when my mother married my father, her heart has always belonged to you, though she never spoke of you after her marriage. I'm certain she has not forgotten you. Wukong uttered these words for the first time. Is that so? Xin Xiao asked calmly. Indeed, uncle, I do not wish to interfere with the past affections between you and my parents. My father is no longer here, and my sole wish is for my mother to find happiness and joy in the days to come. Therefore, I shall honor any request she makes. Tiana, you are truly filial. A worthy child of your mother, Xin Xiao praised. Is that so? Perhaps. The atmosphere fell into silence, which was broken by Meng Li, who asked, Senior Xin Xiao, forgive my youthful curiosity, but may I inquire about something? Xin Xiao replied, feel free to ask. And since it appears you are Tiana's wife, you may address me as uncle. Just as he does, Meng Li's cheeks flushed, yet she maintained a serious demeanor as she asked, do you still love my mother? At this question, the three women, aside from Wukong, were taken aback, unable to fathom that Meng Li would dare to ask such a thing. Yet, they were equally eager for Xuanqiao's response that is love or indifference truly of such significance. Xian Xiao mused softly, of course it is important. Do you not realize that whether man or woman, true happiness lies only in being with the one they cherish most? Si Hong exclaimed urgently, is that so? I may have once believed that, but having been part of the Qianghua sect for many years, my heart has become largely consumed by the pursuit of immortality, leaving my understanding of emotions somewhat unclear. Xin Xiao replied. Then, have you never loved my mother? Ling Sha inquired. I can assure you, I have loved deeply, so intensely that I once contemplated forsaking my ascension to remain with Su Yu forever. However, I failed to seize that opportunity. You may think me foolish, for at that time, the allure of ascension was nearly irresistible. And having spent years mastering my dual swords, how could I simply abandon that quest? Xuanqiao's words seemed to release a heavy burden from his heart. Thus you relinquish my mother, the one you loved most, in pursuit of ascension? Wukong could not help but ask. Indeed, and during that time, we were embroiled in a fierce battle with the demon realm, suffering countless casualties. Your mother implored me to abandon thoughts of ascension, but alas, I scorned her for her sentimentality. And so our relationship came to an end and a profound silence enveloped them once more, until Wukong suddenly questioned, is ascension truly so wonderful? Tianhe, you are still young. Ascension is the aspiration of every cultivator, a yearning to become immortal and to enjoy eternal life, roaming the heavens and earth without restraint. Yet compared to that, I find that being with the one I love is the ultimate goal, for those other pursuits seem trivial in comparison, Wukong asserted. Although Wukong's words lacked philosophical depth, they stirred a wave of emotion among the women. Particularly Xiong, Tianhe, your mother, much like you, saw through such matters early on. When her father praised her beauty, she simply remarked, beauty and ugliness are but the skin and bones. What difference does the superficial allure make? Upon hearing that, I sense your mother was not one driven by the desire for cultivation when she joined the Qianghua sect. Perhaps only she truly understands her motives. Xin Xiao spoke gently. Beauty and ugliness. The women repeated this phrase. With Si Hong and Ling Sha, the two mischievous girls, revealing expressions of concern. You need not fret or feel sorrow, for you have chosen well in finding a husband who can truly be entrusted with your lives. Xin Xiao reassured them upon noticing their distress. The women blushed at his words, rendered speechless by their shyness. Oh, by the way, where should I seek the 3 cold artifacts? Wukong recalled the matter at hand and asked, if you are indeed intent on assisting me, you may traverse the Zuhuan behind our Sex Mountain, leading to a place known as King Fengjian. The 2 elders, Qingyang and Chengguang, who dwell there should possess knowledge of where to find the 3 cold artifacts. Xian Xiao instructed. After a pause, he added, "Mention my name. If they are willing to assist, that would be splendid. If they are not, do not press them. Rest assured, we shall set forth immediately," Wukong replied, preparing to depart, only to be called back by Xian Xiao. "Wait a moment. I neglected to inquire, have you always had a fear of the cold?" "Fear the cold?" Wukong appeared puzzled, prompting Sihong to clarify. "It means to be afraid of coldness, duh that. I'm not afraid at all. In fact, I have never felt cold or hot," Wukong answered naturally. Xian Xiao expressed astonishment. "How peculiar! With your constitution, you should not," he murmured. "Perhaps it is due to the severance of ties with Wangshu. Very well. You may proceed. Remember, should it prove too difficult, do not force it," Xian Xiao cautioned. "Understood," Wukong responded, turning to the women. "Let us depart." The 4 women replied in unison, and together they left the SUU. Xian Xiao once again murmured her name. Upon exiting the forbidden grounds, Wukong suddenly halted his steps. The women regarded him with curiosity, and Sihong softly asked, "What troubles you, my husband?" Wukong's mood had shifted from what it once was. Previously, he faced all matters with optimism, unencumbered by hesitation, especially in matters of the heart. However, since arriving in this strange yet familiar world, he felt increasingly distanced from his former self. Or perhaps that self was becoming increasingly blurred, leaving him unable to recapture that sense of joy. Sigh. Wukong exhaled, rubbing his forehead, uncertain whether it was worry or something else. "That my husband. Why do you sigh?" As Ling Sha noticed Wukong sighing, she pondered the unusual sight, for Wukong was never one to express such discontent. In her eyes, he was invincible. The Qin Ji approached Wukong, observing him with closed eyes, seemingly troubled. Gently, she offered her jade hand to massage his temples and softly inquired, "Tianhe, are you feeling weary?" Wukong, still with his eyes shut, replied, "I do not truly know. All I am aware of is that after experiencing certain events, I suddenly realized how naive I had been, completely unaware of the myriad complexities of this world." Mengli then approached Wukong, saying, "Tianhe, do not let these matters weigh so heavily upon you. Remember, in my eyes, you shall always be that fearless Tianhe who confronts all challenges with a smile. You are, and will forever be, my most beloved Tianhe." "Thank you, Mengli," Wukong replied with a smile. "And as for us, dear husband, you must not overlook us, that we shall always support you." See Rong and Ling Sha chimed in, refusing to be outdone. "Very well, I shall not neglect you." Wukong gestured for Qinji to cease her ministrations, then opened his eyes and stretched his body, declaring, "All right, let us proceed to the main hall to inform my mother and the sect leader." The girls nodded in agreement, and together made their way towards the sect leader's grand hall. Upon exiting the forbidden area and passing by the disciples' quarters, they encountered a familiar face, Xianji. "Ah, we meet again," Wukong exclaimed with a smile. "How does it feel to be here? Is it arduous?" Xianji, resembling a petite lowly despite not being particularly short, wore an adorable expression, her cheeks round and dimpled, evoking a sense of affection. "It's not too bad, really. Much easier than when I was practicing before, though there are far too few wild boars here," Wukong chuckled as he scratched his head. "Haha, you are quite amusing. This is the first time I've heard a disciple from Qiong Hua speak like this." "You're the first," Xianji laughed heartily. After her laughter subsided, Xianji noticed the other girls behind Wukong and was about to greet them when she spotted a new face. She circled around Qinji, scrutinizing her before exclaiming, "This sister looks quite familiar. Are you also with Tianhe?" Qinji nodded, replying, "Indeed, little sister." "Little sister? Hee, I suppose I am now a sister too, but calling me little sister feels rather unflattering." "Just sister will suffice," Xianji remarked, revealing her lively personality. "All right then, sister, is that acceptable?" Qinji smiled. "Wow, you are so beautiful. Tianhe, why is it that you're always surrounded by such lovely women? Are you experiencing a stroke of good fortune in romance?" Xianji observed, noting how every time she saw Wukong, he was accompanied by at least one beauty. "Of course. But you, sister, will undoubtedly become a great beauty in the future as well," Ling Sha said, playfully ruffling Xianji's hair. Xianji immediately recoiled, covering her head, pouting in protest, "Don't touch my hair." I'm not a child. Wukong and the others chuckled in silence, while Meng Li inquired, by the way, where's brother Huai Shuo? Qin Ji pursed her lips and replied, oh, he is probably off pursuing that junior sister who joined before you all. What do you mean? Does he no longer like you? Ling Sha asked. What do you think? He used to cling to me, but since that junior sister arrived, he has stopped coming around. However, that's all right. I'm still young and prefer to avoid entanglements in love for now. It's quite nice to focus on my training and enjoy life, Xianji responded nonchalantly. Wow, I never imagined that upon our reunion, brother Huai Shuo would have shifted his affections. Si Rong exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, the unpredictability of life. There is no need to dwell on it, and perhaps Huai Shuo and Xianji simply aren't meant to be, Ling Sha added, by the way. Where are you all headed? Xianji inquired. Seeing that Xianji did not appear as troubled as anticipated, the group chose not to pry further. Hearing her question, Wukong replied, we are on our way to see the sect leader. The sect leader? Oh, by the way, I just passed by the sect leader's hall and saw an incredibly beautiful woman inside. So stunning I cannot even describe her. It seems she was quite close to the sect leader. How curious. Xianji exclaimed, pointing animatedly. Hee, that is my mother, Wukong smiled. Your mother? Impossible, Xianji stuttered, pointing at Wukong in disbelief. Do you not believe me? Then why not join us and witness it for yourself? Si Rong suggested proudly. Fine, I shall go. I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears, Xianji insisted, determined to tag along. Then let us proceed, Wukong declared, leading the way, with the girls and Xianji following closely behind. Yes, they walked. Xianji pouted adorably, her cheeks round and rosy, while Si Rong and Ling Sha playfully poked her, giggling incessantly. Meng Li and Xinji stifled their laughter behind their hands. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the sect leader's grand hall that ate tea that moment. Wukong and the others realized a pressing concern. Why was there no disciple guarding the entrance? When a sect leader called for someone, where would the disciples emerge from? Ling Sha and the others lingered at the entrance while Wukong stepped inside the hall, calling out, Mother, I have returned. Su Yu and Su Yao were engaged in a light conversation, their focus on Wukong, and by coincidence, he entered just at that moment. Tianhe, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Su Yu asked, smoothing out Wukong's slightly disheveled clothing. I want to see Uncle Xian Xiao with Ling Sha and the others, Wukong replied, feeling a bit awkward. You want to see him again? Su Yu responded without much surprise, her hands pausing momentarily before resuming their task, calmly inquiring, Mother, why are you so calm? Wukong couldn't help but ask, Tianhe, your mother has already discussed this matter with your senior sister. You need not be so reserved, Su Yao interjected, nodding in agreement. You should have informed me before venturing into the forbidden area. If other disciples had seen you, it could have led to unnecessary trouble. She added, Why you sound just like Ziying? Wukong remarked, scratching his nose at Ziying. Is he the one carrying the sword? Su Yu inquired. Mother, you have met him? Wukong asked in surprise. Yes, he came by not long ago. I only just learned that he is a disciple of the Zhonglian sect. Su Yu replied, Oh, I never expected to see you all again. How remarkable. Su Yu reflected with a hint of nostalgia. All right, junior sister, let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on the past. Consider what I just told you, Su Yao urged as Su Yao clasped Su Yu's hand in a gesture of comfort. Thank you, senior sister. Dazed and confused, they exited the hall, where Wukong and Su Yu beheld an unexpected sight at the entrance. Wukong inquired, Oh, is Xuanji very tired? Why is she asleep? It turned out that Xuanji had already nestled into Si Rong's embrace. Si Rong chuckled, It's not surprising. Your earlier call of mother must have overwhelmed the little junior sister, causing her to faint. That's so. But surely it wouldn't cause her to faint. That's rather exaggerated. Wukong responded, perplexed. Su Yu said, We must hurry and carry her back to the room. Otherwise, she might catch a chill. Right? Si Rong agreed. And with that, she scooped up Xuanji, and the group swiftly made their way to Wukong's chamber. After gently placing Xuanji on Wukong's bed, Wukong suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I've forgotten something crucial. Su Yu asked, What important matter? Wukong replied, It's about helping Uncle Xianxiao break the seal. Yu remained calm and directly inquired. So, Tiangi, do you have a solution? Yes, Uncle said that if we collect the 3 cold artifacts, he would have a greater chance of breaking the seal, Wukong explained. Upon hearing this, Suyu asked, 3 cold artifacts? Indeed, Uncle Xianxiao mentioned that we can find the 2 retired elders at Qingfeng Gorge, who possess the 3 most extreme cold items in the world to assist him in breaking free from the ice. Mengli elaborated. Suyu merely nodded, but the others were puzzled as to why she had seemed so anxious and heartbroken upon seeing Xianxiao earlier, yet now appeared so composed. Mother, why are you so calm? Wukong couldn't help but ask. Yes, grandmother, isn't Uncle Xianxiao the one you truly love? Si Rong also inquired. Hearing this, Suyu suddenly declared, no, it's not. He is no longer. Suyu abruptly sat down on a stool, turning away in a flustered manner. Mother, are you all right? Wukong asked with concern, placing his hands on her shoulders. Si Rong, sensing the moment, knelt beside Suyu and said, I'm sorry, grandmother. I shouldn't have asked that. Suyu took a moment to compose herself and smiled at Si Rong. It's fine, I'm all right. Standing up, Suyu addressed Wukong, Tiangi, since this is the case, I implore you to help my uncle find those 3 cold artifacts, so he can break free from the ice. Consider my compensation to him. Compensation? Wukong questioned, confused. Well, just remember that. And by the way, don't mention this to senior sister for now. I will find an opportunity to tell her myself. You all should hurry to find those 3 cold artifacts, Suyu instructed. Then, Mother, you. Rest assured, I will wait for you here. There's no need to worry about me. Suyu replied with a gentle smile. All right then, we shall take our leave, Wukong said, casting one last glance at Suyu before he and the other girls departed the room. After their exit, Suyu sat on the stool, holding the Lingguang Zhou jade in her hand, murmuring, Why did I just think to say that my brother is no longer the one I love? Why has a shadow vanished? Could it be? Suyu stood at the door, gazing blankly at Wukong's receding figure, which was growing increasingly distant ahead of the other girls. By the way, should we invite Xing? Wukong suddenly asked. Surprisingly, all 4 girls shook their heads in unison. I Rong remarked. No need to invite him. That ice-block face, I certainly don't want him tagging along. Wukong replied, a bit troubled, but that's not fair. Otherwise, he'll be nagging us again that, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Wukong turned to see the very person he had mentioned. Morong Xing, the ice block, approaching. So, do you all have a plan? Xing asked as he arrived before them. Qinja nodded. Yes, Elder Xianxiao said we only need to collect 3 items of extreme cold. Is that true? Xing's tone was urgent. Why are you so agitated? Lingsha asked, puzzled. Naturally, does the sect leader know about this? Xing pressed. Mengli shook her head. Not yet, but grandmother will inform the sect leader. Master Suyu, that's even better. Are you all going together? Xing inquired. Of course. Si Rong replied, seemingly proud. It's a pity that the demon realm will soon arrive. Otherwise, I would have liked to join you. Xing said wistfully, Oh, just focus on your own matters. Don't worry about us. We will surely find them. Si Rong and Lingsha insisted, eager for Xing to stay behind. Xing cast a puzzled glance at Si Rong and Lingsha before saying, Then, this burden falls to you all. And he turned to leave. Am I seeing things, or is that really Xing? Si Rong exclaimed, Lingsha, pinch me. Huh? Why are you pinching me? Wukong asked calmly, feeling a sudden poke at his waist. My dear, doesn't it hurt? Lingsha inquired incredulously. Wukong scratched his head. Not at all. Si Rong approached and pinched Wukong's waist as well, asking, Does it hurt? Wukong shook his head, leaving the 2 girls, along with Mengli and Qinjia, astonished. All right, enough pinching. Let us head to Qingfeng Gorge. Qinjia said, stopping the 2 mischievous girls. Reluctantly, they had to admit that Wukong was indeed tough as nails. I remember, Qingfeng Gorge should be in this direction. It's where Elder Xianxiao mentioned, Mengli observed as they walked down a long corridor. Then let us proceed, Wukong stated. Before long, the 5 arrived at Qingfeng Gorge. Wow, this place is beautiful, with so much crystal-clear water. Si Rong exclaimed in admiration at the enchanting environment. There are houses over there. Let us go take a look, Wukong pointed out, noticing 2 wooden cabins atop a small hill nearby. After navigating the wooden bridge over the river, the group arrived at the cabins. Wukong called out, Is anyone there? Echo. Tiangi. Shouting like that is rather rude, Suyu chided. Meng Li remarked, and then Qin Ji called out. Disciple Qin Ji requests an audience with the two esteemed elders on urgent matters. Immediately, a voice of an elderly man resonated. Did Su Yao, the sect leader, send you? Before she could respond, the voice continued. The sect leader governs with wisdom, and we have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. There is nothing we can do for her. You may return, Meng Li replied. It is not the sect leader, but rather it was the esteemed elder Xian Xiao who sent you tea that moment. Two beams of light appeared before Wukong and the others, revealing two figures, one clad in a blue robe with hair as white as snow, and the other, remarkably, possessed a youthful countenance despite his white hair. Are you the esteemed elders Qing Yang and Cheng Wang? Meng Li inquired with a bow. Indeed, did you just mention Xian Xiao? Qing Yang asked. Yes, Meng Li nodded. How could you junior disciples possibly meet Xian Xiao? Cheng Wang questioned. It was I. I brought my mother's Lingwang Zhao Jie to the forbidden grounds. Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Qing Yang, astonished, exclaimed, You bear a striking resemblance to someone. Cheng Wang interjected. Qing Yang, do you see clearly? He is not that person. It is merely a resemblance. Who are you referring to? Is it the father of Tianhe? Sarong asked. Qing Yang stroked his beard. As disciples of the sect, how could we not recognize? Cheng Wang, sounding somewhat impatient, interrupted. Enough of this idle chatter. Xian Xiao has sent you for a significant matter. Speak quickly. Oh, he said he wishes to break the ice. Wukong responded. Wukong added. However, he mentioned he needed 3 ultimate cold artifacts of the world, and that you would know their whereabouts. How does Xian Xiao seem to be able to break the ice? He must be utterly confident. Qing Yang inquired. I do not know. I only know he expressed great assurance. Wukong shook his head. With a blazing sun raging within Xian Xiao, how could a mere few cold artifacts possibly suppress it? Cheng Wang mused. Perhaps Xian Xiao has cultivated some method to counteract the blazing sun, Qing Yang suggested. Cheng Wang furrowed his brow. Could it be the ice condensation technique? Qing Yang nodded. Perhaps, yet it is astonishing that within a mere 19 years, he could manage to suppress the yang energy within him. Xian Xiao is indeed a prodigy. Alas, fate has dealt him a cruel hand, leading him to be sealed in ice. His nature has always been solitary and proud, never seeking help from others. Now that he has entrusted us, Cheng Wang and I shall certainly do our utmost to assist. Qing Yang suddenly asked Wukong, Young brother, are you the son of Yunti Yanking and Suyu? Wukong nodded. Yes, Qing Yang murmured. This, perhaps it is the will of heaven. Young brother, is your sword named Wangshu? Qing Yang inquired upon noticing the sword at Wukong's back. You know of this sword? How come you all call it Wangshu? Your sword, along with Xuanqiao Shiha's sword, are both treasures of our sect. Indeed, I had a feeling this sword was somewhat special, Wukong said, pouting. Cheng Wang suddenly said, Wait, Qing Yang, why can't I sense the spiritual energy of Wangshu? What? What is happening? Qing Yang exclaimed in surprise. Mother, you really move quickly. What do you mean there's no spiritual energy? Wukong asked, bewildered. Young brother, how long have you been using this sword? Cheng Wang queried. For over a decade. It feels quite comfortable to wield. Wukong recalled. Have you experienced any peculiar phenomena while using it? Cheng Wang pressed. Peculiar phenomena? None. It feels like an ordinary sword. Wukong replied. How could that be? Qing Yang frowned. Is there something wrong with my husband's sword? Ling Sha interjected. The astonishment on their faces deepened, prompting Sarong to question, Why are you all so surprised? This young lady, were you born in the year of the Ean at the hour of the Ean? Qing Yang inquired. Ling Sha, incredulous, replied. You even know when I was born? How extraordinary! We did not mean to imply that. It merely relates to Wangshu. Qing Yang continued. In any case, have you felt any anomalies in your body? Anomalies? No, I am perfectly fine. Ling Sha shook her head after pondering. How strange. Regardless, listen well. While there are not many ultimate cold artifacts in the world, there are at least 5, though they are hard to locate. Finding 3 would be quite a feat after a pause. Qing Yang continued. I have only heard of a few legends, one of which is the Guangji Han II, which appeared hundreds of years ago by the seaside of present-day Jima. while Kunlun refers to the scales of a great fish from the north that swam near Chaohu several years AGOAS for the third artifact. I am unsure. I only know it is said to be hidden within the legendary cave of the Flame Emperor in Shinnok. Shall we not venture to these locations? Are you coming too? We intend to go alone. Yukong scratched his head. Humph. You have spirit. Then go on your own, Chunwang scoffed. Did I say something wrong? Yukong inquired, confused. It matters not. It is beneficial for young people to gain experience. Should you encounter difficulties, return to Qingfeng Stream, and we shall certainly assist you, Qingyang said, stroking his beard. Go on. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, the group began conversing. Han Lingsha remarked, that Elder Chunwang has likely achieved an immortal form. Though his hair and brows are white, his face appears remarkably youthful. That could simply be the result of his cultivation techniques. The lifespans of the two elders surpass that of ordinary people by 20 or 30 years, but they are not immortal, Qinji responded. How dull. I've searched through all the texts in the library and found no record of a disciple from the Qianghua sect achieving an immortal form. Lingsha pouted. Library? Texts? Wukong asked, bewildered. Ah no, nothing of the sort. I meant to say, when shall we embark on our quest for those 3 items? Of course, we shall set off immediately, but where should we begin our search? Wukong promptly declared, since both elders say it is no simple matter, then it matters not which we choose. Let us commence with the light-level cold map, Mengli suggested. Very well, we shall head to Jimu. I can guide you, as I am familiar with the way, located in the northeastern direction by the seaside. Lingsha chimed in. Indeed. Departing from Qingfeng Gorge, Wukong and his companions arrived not far from the mountain gate. Wishing to avoid further interaction with the gatekeeper, which had become quite bothersome, we shall soar on our swords. Agreed. The 5 of them summoned their swords, just as they were about to take flight. They heard Tianhe. Turning around, they discovered that Suyu was running toward them. Mother, what brings you here? Wukong inquired. Suyu approached Wukong, breathing lightly. Tianhe, Mother has thought it over. Please take me along. You wish to join us? Mother? Yes. Seeing Suyu's resolute nod, Wukong invited her to stand upon his sword and called out, Let us be off. With a mental incantation, 5 swords ascended into the A.S. Lingsha led the way. And Wukong attended to Suyu. He remained unaware that Suyu was lost in reverie, embracing his waist. Suddenly, Wukong turned to Suyu and asked, Mother, what is Xuanji? Suyu lifted her gaze. That little girl. After she awoke, she returned to her room. Room 437.0. Tianhe, are we in search of the cold artifact? Suyu queried. Indeed, we are heading to Jimu to seek some sort of map. Wukong responded, uncertain of the specifics. By the way, Mother, does the sect leader know about this? Wukong asked once more. Yes, Mother has informed senior sister, Suyu replied. Wukong turned back, slightly astonished. Wow, Mother, you are quite swift in your actions. That Suyu smiled gently and continued. Tianhe, do you recall when I mentioned that my most beloved was Xian Xiao? Wukong replied, I remember. What of it? Did you catch what I said formerly? Tianhe, soon, I shall reveal to you whom Mother truly loves, Suyu said. Is that so? Ah, Mother, Lingsha and the others are flying ahead. Hold on tight. I will accelerate. Noticing that Lingsha and the others were increasing their speed, Wukong felt the urgency to catch up before exhausting his energy. Suyu smiled softly, tightened her embrace around Wukong's waist, and with a mental incantation, he gradually caught up with the others. Without a doubt, although the speed of flying on swords could not match Wukong's energy-based flight, it was still swift enough, taking merely 10 minutes to reach the location of the light-level cold map, Jimu. However, upon disembarking, they were greeted by a bustling city adorned with festive decorations. Lingsha observed with curiosity. Wow, it seems quite lively. Is there a celebration? Celebration? Then is there food to be had? Wukong mused, reminiscing about the delightful feast during past gatherings. His stomach let out a loud protest, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. His trademark gesture elicited laughter from the ladies. How about this? I will buy some food for Tianhe while you gather information. Suyu suggested. Grandmother, I shall accompany you. You are far too beautiful. And with me by your side, you will be safe. Surong playfully took Suyu's hand with a sweet smile. Very well, let us proceed. We shall meet at the bridge ahead, Suyu said as she led Surong into the throng. All right, Let us go. Wukong turned to the three ladies. Indeed. When Wukong's striking visage was paired with the ethereal beauty of Qin Ji, Meng Li, and Ling Sha, their presence in the bustling marketplace was akin to a bombshell. Goodness, am I dreaming? Is this truly human? A passerby exclaimed, staring in awe at Wukong and his companions. The my word. It's my first time seeing three stunning beauties. That young man in front is exceptionally handsome. Another bystander gushed. The crowd began to fixate their attention on Wukong and the four ladies. Why does everyone seem to be staring at us? Wukong asked, puzzled. Is it not due to Meng Li and Sister Qin Ji? As well as myself? Ling Sha replied with pride. Ling Sha, Meng Li, and Qin Ji chided in embarrassment. Their cheeks flushed, much to the delight of the onlookers whose desire was apparent. We should hasten to inquire if anyone knows the whereabouts of the light-level cold map. Qin Ji suggested. Wukong and the others nodded, but realizing this area was not suitable for inquiries, they continued onward. Fortunately, upon reaching the front, they noticed that the previous commotion had dissipated, yet many individuals were running toward a particular direction. Wukong casually grabbed a young man. Excuse me, do you know anything about the light-level cold map? The young man, impatiently disregarding their appearance, replied, Ugh, don't talk to me. I must hurry to the Fox Immortal Temple. If I don't deliver the offerings promptly, who knows what might happen? Another young man rushed past, adding, yes, if we miss the time, we could incur the Fox Immortal's wrath, and that would be disastrous. Just as Wukong was about to question the second young man, a distressed voice called from behind, Has anyone seen my daughter, Lian Bao? The first young man crossed his arms and scoffed, I say, Xia Shusheng. You ought to take care of your own daughter. If you lose her, why ask us? Just a moment ago, she was right beside me. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. No need to panic. I'll help you search. A burly man who appeared to be a butcher offered in a deep voice. The second young man remarked, Today is the grand celebration in Jammu. Everyone is honoring the Fox Immortal's birthday. Why must this happen now? He paused. If we anger the Fox Immortal, we all might suffer the consequences. The Fox Immortal, perhaps it was he who took Lian Bao, Xia Yuanchang murmured. What? You mean little Lian Bao was taken by the Fox Immortal? Then I might not be able to assist you, the butcher said before walking away. The second young man retorted, Xia Shusheng, have you not shown sincerity in your congratulations to the Fox Immortal? Otherwise, how could such misfortune befall you? Just then, an elder approached Yuancheng. Is it true that Lian Bao was taken by the Fox Immortal? Xia Yuancheng shook his head and said, I do not know. I am merely guessing. Lian Bao has always been well-behaved and wouldn't he wander off randomly. The elder responded, If you say so, then so it is. You seem to possess an uncanny ability to sense things, and more often than not, your instincts have proven to be accurate. Thanks to you, we have narrowly avoided numerous calamities. But this time, how can we assist you? As they watched the butcher depart, the young man remained silent, while Xia Yuancheng firmly declared, Do not trouble yourselves. I shall go find Lian Bao myself. The elder sighed. Alas, one by one, they departed. That man surnamed Xia is truly unfortunate. His daughter is missing, yet no one is willing to help, Ling Sha murmured. I noticed his anxious face was pale with worry. I think we should lend him a hand, Meng Li suggested softly. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. However, I believe we should first meet with the elders and then search together. Otherwise, they might become anxious, Qin Ji remarked. Yes, let's hasten to that bridge, they agreed to tea last. Wukong and the others arrive at the designated meeting point, a bridge, but upon their arrival, they discovered Su Yu and Si Rong were already waiting there. Su Yu and Si Rong held a large bundle, and their appearance was quite incongruous with their beauty. Wow. Elder Si Rong, how much did you buy? Ling Sha asked, astonished at the sight of the two large packages. Si Rong pondered for a moment and replied, We bought 20 buns, 20 pancakes, and a jug of wine. Wine? Ah, Si Rong, I almost forgot. During our trials in the illusion, didn't we stash a great deal of wine in our rings? Wukong exclaimed, finally recalling. Right? How could I forget? Look at me, having wine already yet still buying more, Si Rong said with an embarrassed laugh. Rings? Si Rong, I hadn't even noticed you were wearing one. Dear husband, you are partial. I want one too. Ling Sha pouted, playfully reaching out to Wukong. Wukong chuckled and, with a flourish, produced 4 rings. Ling Sha quickly snatched one and placed it on her ring finger, giving Wukong a peck on the cheek. "Thank you, dear husband." Wukong then turned to Meng Li and Qin Ji, saying, "You both should take one as well." Meng Li and Qin Ji shyly accepted a ring each from Wukong, adorning their ring fingers and gazing at the rings with great fondness. Wukong noticed he seemed to have one extra, but soon found a recipient. He approached Su Yu and offered, "Mother, this one is for you." Upon hearing Si Rong mention the ring, Su Yu stood rooted, unable to believe that a surge of jealousy had suddenly welled up within her upon hearing those two words, when she saw Ling Sha and Wukong playfully asking for a ring, and then Wukong giving one to Meng Li and Qin Ji, who were all affectionately caressing their rings. Su Yu outwardly feigned congratulations, yet inwardly felt an overwhelming urge to cry, self-deprecatingly thinking, "I am the mother of Tianhe." What am I thinking? Never mind, as long as I can be by Tianhe's side from now on, it is enough. What more could I ask for? However, just as she finished her thoughts, her son approached her. Extending his hand and repeating his earlier words, Su Yu remained speechless, staring blankly at the ring glistening in the sunlight, utterly silent and motionless. "Mother? Mother!" Wukong waved his left hand in front of Su Yu, calling out to her, "Da." Su Yu, lost in her thoughts, was jolted back to reality by Wukong's voice and the movement of his hand. Looking at him, "Mother, what were you thinking? You should take this ring." "This, Tianhe, how could mother?" Su Yu gazed longingly at the ring in Wukong's hand, but her identity compelled her to refuse. "Elder, since Tianhe wishes to give it to you, you should accept it. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his kind intentions." Qin Ji said as she held Su Yu's hand. "Indeed, Elder, this ring has significant utility. Watch that Si Rong demonstrated by magically placing the food-laden bundle into the ring. Astonished Su Yu. "This ring, my husband says, is a storage ring and can hold many items." Su Yu hesitated, but with the encouragement of Qin Ji, Si Rong, and the beseeching gazes of Meng Li and Ling Sha, not to mention seeing her son standing there, scratching his head and looking aggrieved, she finally smiled and said, "All right, I shall accept it." Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately handed the ring to Su Yu. "All right, let us go," Su Yu declared, yet as she turned, unbeknownst to the others, she slipped it onto her ring finger. As they walked, Meng Li suddenly exclaimed, "All right, we said we would help that Mr. Xia find his daughter. Who are you talking about?" Si Rong and Su Yu clearly did not understand what Meng Li was referring to. Qin Ji recounted the situation in full detail to Su Yu and Si Rong that in that case, let us assist him. Perhaps we can uncover the whereabouts of that cold weapon for Mr. Xia, Su Yu suggested. "Okay," Wukong responded, turning to lead the way toward the direction where Mr. Xia had just departed. The remaining women exchanged puzzled glances, with Ling Sha asking, "Okay, what does that mean?" The others shook their heads. And Ling Sha, hands on her hips, remarked, "My husband truly is something else, always engaging in inexplicable antics and uttering strange phrases. All right, let us hurry and catch up. It will be unfortunate if we lose him." Si Rong urged as she pulled Su Yu along at that moment. Wukong had followed Xia Yuanqing's aura to a narrow alley, where he noticed Xia Yuanqing was inquiring with passers-by, but unfortunately, they all shook their heads. Wukong approached and patted Xia Yuanqing on the shoulder, causing him to wince and exclaim, "Ouch, that hurts." Holding his shoulder and sweating profusely, Xia Yuanqing looked at Wukong, who sheepishly scratched his head and apologized. "I'm truly sorry. I did not mean to be so forceful." This reminded Wukong of the time he accidentally sent Chi-Chi flying out of their house. "No, it's all right. I wonder what brings you here." "Young sir, I'm still searching for my daughter." Xia Yuanqing, rubbing his shoulder, looked at Wukong as if recognizing him. "Ah, you are the one from earlier." Before Wukong could respond, Si Rong, who had rushed over, interjected, "We have come to help you find her daughter." "You mean to say you wish to help me find my daughter?" Xia Yuanqing asked, astonished. "Indeed, we are here to visit, and upon hearing of your daughter's disappearance, we wish to offer our assistance," Su Yu said warmly. "Ah, truly a fairy," Xia Yuanqing exclaimed, momentarily entranced by Su Yu's ethereal beauty, though his pressing concern brought him back to reality. "I see you all possess remarkable presence. Might you?" Xia Yuanqing had some inquiries. "We are disciples of the Qianghua sect, possessing a modest understanding of swordsmanship. The Qingji gracefully bowed and said, "I see. So you are cultivators? How splendid. By the way, I believe my daughter Lianbao has likely been taken away by the fox spirit of Inxiang Mountain. If you are willing, please accompany me to rescue her." Inxiang Mountain is located to the northeast of the Fox Spirit Temple. Upon hearing that Wukong and the others were cultivators, Xia Yuanqing's face radiated with joy. But why would that fox spirit abduct your daughter? Shouldn't he, the fox spirit, be protecting the realm? Ling Sha inquired. Xia Yuanqing's expression grew troubled as he replied, "This is a complex matter, but for now, I simply wish to find Lianbao and ensure her safety. No need for further discussion. Let us first locate your daughter," Meng Li stated. Xia Yuanshang clasped his hand together and said, "Thank you. I shall forever remember this great kindness." Arriving at the mountain where Xia Yuanshang claimed the fox spirit resided, they found the environment to be as enchanting as Qingluan Peak. Ling Sha couldn't help but murmur, "That fox spirit resides in such a splendid place. Quite the connoisseur of comfort." As they continued walking, Xia Yuanshang suddenly halted. While the others looked on in confusion, he exclaimed, "Lianbao, I can hear her voice." To everyone's astonishment, Xia Yuanshang seemed to vanish from sight. What? Instantaneous movement. Wukong scratched his head. Inspecting the area where Xia Yuanshang had stood at SEU remarked that Mr. Xia must possess remarkable abilities. Otherwise, how could he recognize our identity as cultivators from the Kunlun Xianhua sect? Indeed, what the elders said holds merit. This mountain seems unusual. We must exercise caution. Qingji added. "Very well. I can track Mr. Xia's aura. Let us hasten," Wukong declared. Ling Sha, Serong, Qingji, and Meng Li, all having learned the art of sensing energy from Wukong, prepared to move when they suddenly exchanged glances. Realizing something amiss. This is bad. Are we being toyed with by a celestial being? As the group followed the increasingly faint aura of Xia Yuanshang, they finally discovered his whereabouts. That child is Lianbao? Meng Li gasped, staring at a young girl standing foolishly next to an unknown creature while nibbling on her fingers. "Mr. Xia, what has happened to him?" Serong exclaimed, as they realized Xia Yuanshang was sprawled on the ground. The unknown creature chuckled. "Ha ha ha, he's fine, just fainted." SEU coldly retorted, "As a celestial beast, you should protect mortals. Why do you harm them instead?" The creature, indeed the fox spirit, appeared as a fox-faced humanoid, holding a bell in its hand. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the fox spirit sneered. "How amusing. It seems there are quite a few busybodies today. Your question is rather foolish. Having become a celestial, what fun would it be if I couldn't toy with mortals?" Su Yu replied icily, "For beasts, cultivating to become celestial is a difficult path, often taking thousands of years. Do you not fear divine retribution for your actions?" The fox spirit scoffed. "Divine retribution? Ha! Ridiculous. I'm already a celestial. Can anyone revert me to beast form? Alas, elder, why speak so much? Let us directly teach this filthy fox a lesson and reclaim Mr. Xia and his daughter," Ling Sha declared, brandishing her dual weapons. The fox spirit dismissed her with a laugh. "You think you can take them back? Not so easily." With that, it shook the bell in its hand, and suddenly several identical copies of itself emerged. "Is this an illusion?" Meng Li exclaimed. "I was rather bored, and now it seems someone has delivered themselves to me. Don T say I'm bullying you. If you can identify the real one among these five, I shall release Mr. Xia and his daughter without hesitation." The fox spirit proclaimed proudly. "That despicable fox. Let us just defeat him." Serong fumed. Her anger rekindled after a previous encounter with the god of wealth. "Wait. Despite his demeanor, he is still a celestial being. We are unaware of his full capabilities. So let us play by his rules for now," Qingji advised, blocking Serong from advancing. "What should we do? The more I look at him, the more I dislike him. My dear, do you have a plan?" Serong pondered and decided to ask Wukong. "Don't forget, Wukong has faced off against those with splitting techniques multiple times, usually employing the same strategy." Wukong replied confidently, "No problem. Leave it to me," he continued, cracking his neck with a smile. "With my dear taking action, success is assured," Ling Sha declared proudly. "Now you all close your eyes," Wukong instructed. "Huh? Why?" Serong asked, puzzled. "Just fight." Why must we close our eyes? It's not like we haven't seen you fight before. Don T asked. Just close them. You'll regret it if you don't. Wukong insisted once more. Very well, Suu. Sensing Wukong's intention, was the first to comply, and the others followed suit, seeing that they had closed their eyes. Wukong approached the fox spirit, who grinned. Oh, a striking young man has come to meet his demise. How unfortunate. But it seems those behind you are your women. How about, once you're gone, I take good care of them. I promise to treat them well. Ha ha ha. The laughter from the fox spirit was jarring. The others, especially the impulsive Lingsha and Sarong, were seething with rage, but recalling Wukong's warning, they stifled their anger and kept their eyes shut. Hearing those words, Wukong maintained a stoic expression, though anger simmered within him. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but not those directed at the women he cared for. Wukong raised his hands before him, palms facing inward. The fox spirit, seeing this, found it laughable. Oh, are you trying to play ghost catching? Ha ha ha. Wukong smiled slightly, then his expression turned serious as he enunciated Tai. Yang. Quan. A blinding light erupted from Wukong's palms. And as the fox spirit laughed, the word solar fist reached its ears, eliciting a sense of impending dread. Simultaneously, 5 cries of anguish rang out as the fox spirit felt a sudden assault on its body. My eyes! It wailed, clutching its face, the bell falling from its grasp. You may open your eyes now. Wukong addressed the 5 women. Upon hearing his words, they immediately opened their eyes, realizing that the 5 fox demons that had just been present had now merged into one, which was now writhing on the ground, clutching its eyes and screaming in agony. Looking back at Wukong, they noticed that he had somehow rescued the girl. Wonderful! Exclaimed Lingsha and Sarong in delight. Tianhe, what technique did you use? Qingjie gazed at Wukong with admiration as she inquired. Oh, I learned it from a friend. It's called the solar fist. This technique can temporarily blind the enemy, allowing for an easier escape, Wukong explained. A friend? Tianhe, when did you form such an acquaintance? Mengli asked incredulously, for Wukong had always been with them. How could they not know who he befriended? Yet, truth be told, there was much they remained unaware of. That, Wukong faltered, unsure of how to articulate this, that if it were mentioned a friend from another realm, they would undoubtedly think he had lost his senses. Fortunately, at that moment, the temporarily blinded fox demon began to regain its sight, alleviating Wukong's predicament, though it gritted its teeth and spat. Damn it, using such underhanded tactics. All's fair in war, Sarong retorted, pouting with pride. How can you, as cultivators, resort to such deceitful measures? The fox demon scoffed shamelessly. Oh, and you dare call yourself a celestial being when you abducted someone's daughter without cause. If we are the deceivers, what does that make you? A lecher, perhaps? Lingsha interjected, hands on her hips, adopting a posture of a strong woman as she pointed to the fox demon. What lecherous behavior! Nonsense! The fox demon seethed with fury upon hearing someone suggest that it was toying with a little girl, especially one as foolish as this one. Then what do you intend to do with this little girl? Sarong coldly retorted. It's all because of him, the fox demon replied, pointing at the prostrate Xia Yuansheng, who dares to tarnish the reputation of us scattered immortals. Scattered immortals? Mengli queried, her confusion mirrored by the others, including Wukong, who were equally oblivious to the term's meaning. Are you all truly unaware? The fox demon was on the verge of exasperation. It had stated the matter so plainly, yet Wukong and the others still did not comprehend. This foolish scholar was utterly useless. Who would have thought he was a mountain deity? The other women, aside from Wukong, all displayed expressions of astonishment. What? Mr. Xia is not a mere mortal, Qingjie exclaimed, taken aback. The fox demon wore an expression of shared disbelief. See? You're surprised too, right? Xia Yuansheng, who was evidently a mountain deity, chose to masquerade as an ordinary person, mingling with common folk while raising a daughter who was just as foolish as he. Did this not render him the laughingstock of all scattered immortals? Mengli retorted, how he chooses to live is his own affair. It does not concern you. The fox demon shook its head disdainfully. Laughing, not at all. He is weaker than I am, and yet so overconfident, always thwarting my plans. Whenever I wish to play tricks on someone, he insists on stepping in to avert disaster for them, clearly opposing me. Pausing for a moment, it continued, "Today is my birthday, and I intend to teach him a lesson. It brings me an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Sua, coldly chastised as a mountain deity and earthly immortal. It is only natural to protect mortals. How can you behave so?" The fox demon raised its nose high, proud and haughty, responding, "Do not preach to me about lofty principles. This scholar is both foolish and dull, and raising a daughter as dim-witted as himself. How could I not find him displeasing? You are the truly foolish one." Mengli could not help but frown deeply, having never encountered such despicable behavior from one who claimed to be an immortal. It seems I must take action. However, I was negligent earlier, failing to notice this little one's underhanded tactics. I shall reveal another move now. The fox demon, brandishing a bell it had picked up at some point, shook it, and suddenly, the lotus treasure that had been beside Wukong appeared between him and the fox demon, morphing into 4 identical figures, much like the fox demon's earlier trick. "Not again. What do you want? If you wish to fight us, then do so. Stop dragging this out," Ling Sha exclaimed, her temper flaring. "Haha. If you can identify the real one among these 5, I shall set her free, but do not use that trick again, or I shall consider it cheating." The latter part directed towards Wukong. Seeing there was no alternative, the women anxiously turned to Wukong. "Darling, what shall we do?" Tia, noticing her daughter's-in-law's distress, quickly reassured, "Do not fret. Let Tina think." In truth, Wukong was equally unsure of how to proceed. If it had been a combat scenario, he could discern the genuine one based on their aura, but the girl before him lacked any martial prowess, compounded by her being a simpleton. This presented a dilemma for Wukong. Noticing Wukong's furrowed brow, the fox demon mistakenly believed it had secured victory, unaware that Wukong's next words would lead to its downfall. "Haha, what is the matter? Can't guess. Humph. I suggest you all leave. This foolish scholar is beneath my notice. I merely wish to toy with him, not take his life. However, if this scoundrel continues to disrupt my affairs, I will not let him off so easily." Suddenly, the fox demon froze, for as it laughed heartily, the 4 lotus treasures had merged into one, leaving the fox demon astonished. "How is this possible? No way. You're just guessing?" The fox demon shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Wukong. Wukong smiled slightly. "In truth, I was unable to guess earlier, but your recent words have led to your defeat. When you insulted Mr. Xiao before, I noticed the anger in the lotus treasure's eyes. Thus, when you insulted again, I was able to deduce her location based on that. You cheated. This does not count." The fox demon bellowed in frustration. "What cheating? If we win, it counts as cheating." Qin Jie replied coldly. "Do not forget, while she may not be as clever as the other children, the bond between father and daughter is no different from anyone else's. You all. Fine. Since this is the case, watch as I deal with you." The fox demon, enraged, let out a derisive laugh, preparing for battle. "Be cautious. Its aura has intensified." Wukong warned the women behind him as he assumed a fighting stance. Ling Sha, Serong, Mengli, and Qin Jie nodded, having learned to sense the rising energy around the fox demon. "That I will make you all pay for this." The fox demon roared as it charged towards Wukong, its closest target. Wukong skillfully dodged the fox demon's initial attack, preparing to counter, only to realize that the demon's true target was not him, but rather Ling Sha and the others. As the fox demon suddenly charged forward, the women were taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise that, in the blink of an eye, they evaded the attack, leaving behind a substantial crater at the spot of impact. Each of the 5 women skillfully dodged in different directions, positioning themselves at a distance, gazing at the crater with expressions of astonishment. Truly, the power of an immortal is formidable. Upon witnessing their successful evasion, Wukong felt a sense of relief, just as he was about to speak. An urgent cry rang out, "Tianhe, be careful!" With a resounding thud, the sound of fist meeting flesh echoed, and Wukong suddenly felt his face struck with tremendous force, a sharp pain surging through him. Naturally, Wukong cried out upon being hit. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, his abdomen was struck with another forceful blow, sending him flying across the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. Tianha! The women gasped, their hearts aching painfully at the sight of Wukong lying motionless on the ground. Tears welling in their eyes. Suyu was in tears, for he was her beloved son. How could she allow him to come to harm? With tears streaming down her face, she glanced at the ring on her ring finger, her expression hardening as she momentarily forgot that she was unarmed, rushing at the fox demon with bare hands. Humph. Overestimating oneself, the fox demon scoffed, though Suyu had not engaged in combat for a long time. Her past training with dual swords had endowed her with formidable strength, even without Wang Shu by her side. As she struck toward the demon's chest, the fox demon sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow. Suyu retracted her hand and executed a spinning kick, only to have it blocked by the demon's left hand. Observing Suyu's martial prowess, Ling Sha, Si Rong, Meng Li, and Qin Ji were momentarily stunned, inwardly exclaiming, "Grandmother is incredible. She is formidable even without using celestial techniques." However, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with an immortal was rather futile. The fox demon shook its bell, sending a beam of light towards Suyu. The latter attempted to evade, but was met with a powerful explosion, creating yet another crater beneath her. With two fingers poised at her chin, Suyu began to chant incantations, then suddenly pointed at the fox demon, firing a similar beam of light. The fox demon, caught off guard, failed to dodge it, and the light exploded upon contact. Yet, as the mist dissipated, the fox demon stood unharmed, leaving the women in awe of the true might of an immortal. "How infuriating! Grandmother, I'll assist you." Upon seeing Suyu on the brink of a tough battle, the four women each drew their weapons and joined the fray. Ling Sha had mastered the dual rings under Wukong's tutelage, wielding them with remarkable ease, and when paired with Suyu's martial skills, they proved to be an impressive combination. Any ordinary martial artist would have already succumbed to exhaustion. However, they were now facing an immortal, who was anything but simple. Qin Ji, naturally, wielded a sword, having previously fought against monks at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda with Wukong's assistance. Her skills had greatly improved since then. Today, she was a force to be reckoned with. Her swordplay sharp and formidable, a testament to her growth influenced by the one she had come to love, Wukong. Meng Li, on the other hand, could not engage in close combat due to her reliance on the qin. She resorted to enchanting melodies to distract the fox demon, but as a novice in celestial arts, how could she hope to control such a powerful foe? Si Rong had only recently begun her training and had just learned to wield sword. It was unrealistic for her to sustain prolonged combat. In an awe-inspiring display, the five celestial maidens launched a simultaneous assault against the fox demon, their battle cries resonating through the air. Yet, as expected, when mortals clashed with immortals, it was the mortals who ultimately suffered. Meng Li, relying on her music as an attack, was the first to be struck, the fox demon unleashing a more potent melody through its bell. With a soft thud, Meng Li's qin fell beside her as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, blood spilling from her lips. Meng Li! The other four shrieked in unison, but in that critical moment, there was no time to falter. The fox demon waved its sleeve, unleashing a blast of energy that struck Si Rong, sending her crashing beside Meng Li, also spitting blood. This time, two cries rang out, as Ling Sha and Qin Ji were simultaneously struck by a powerful blast from the fox demon's palm, collapsing beside Meng Li and Si Rong, both also coughing up blood. "Are you all right?" The four women weakly inquired of one another. Shaking her head, Si Rong replied, "But, grandmother," with only Suyu and the fox demon left battling, the anxious women, now injured, felt helpless to assist. Although Suyu was a seasoned practitioner, 19 years of neglect, coupled with the aftermath of separating from Wang Shu, had drained her strength. The fox demon unleashed another beam of light from its bell towards Suyu. "Grandmother!" The women cried out in desperation. This time, Suyu could not evade, for she was fatigued. With a resounding impact, she was struck and sent flying. Lying on her back, Suyu gazed up at the sky, blood trickling from her mouth as she stared vacantly at the clouds, which seemed to gather into the innocent smile of her beloved Wukong. "Tina." Suyu closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. "Mother," but some unknown moment, A voice and presence that filled her with immense comfort reached Su Yu's ears. Opening her eyes, she beheld the very figure she had longed for, the one she cherished deeply. Tianhe, is mother dead? Su Yu gazed at Wukong with a dazed expression. Wukong smiled gently, shaking his head. No. Mother, you are alive and well. As long as I draw breath. You shall never perish. Tianhe. Overcome with emotion, Su Yu nestled her head against Wukong's embrace. In an instant, Wukong teleported to the side of Ling Sha and the others, gently placing Su Yu down before turning to them. I'm sorry for your injuries. I will avenge you. My husband, please be careful. Tianhe, take care. The women struggled to speak with their hands clutching their chests. Wukong, deeply moved, retrieved several celestial beans from his ring, distributing them to the women for their consumption, while he rose and slowly advanced toward the fox demon. Could it be that Wukong was merely feigning death moments ago? Was he truly indifferent to Ling Sha and the others' injuries? The truth was far from it. Wukong was not afraid of death. Death held no terror for him, for he had faced it before. However, as he lay on the ground after being struck, the slumbering divine dragon within him whispered urgently, Wukong, your responsibilities have grown increasingly weighty, though it may not be your duty to protect the earth as before. You now have something even more crucial to safeguard. Is it Ling Sha and the others? Wukong inquired. That is for you to determine, Wukong. You have spent many years in this world. Surely you have begun to understand the depths of emotion. Otherwise, why would you have left behind silver notes when departing from the Lu residence? Why did you save people at the inn? Why did you assist at the 1,000 Buddha Pagoda? Why did you help your mother rescue Xin Xiao? All these actions have become the fundamental reasons for your transformation. And oh wonder, I feel as though I have changed significantly. I no longer possess the same impulsiveness to act on whims as I once did. In the past, I relished the thrill of battle. Yet after spending time with my mother, Ling Sha, Meng Li, Si Rong, and Xin Ji, I have unexpectedly discovered an increasing fondness for living a stable life. I find this quite delightful, as it deepens my appreciation for existence. Wukong murmured. Indeed, Wukong, you are no longer the same Wukong you once were. You are evolving into a brand new version of yourself. As you continuously interact with those around you and care for the ones you cherish, you're already transformed. Do not dwell on other matters. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Remember to protect those near you, especially the ones you hold dear, the dragon said in a profound voice. Understood, Wukong replied with a smile, and in that moment, he had indeed changed. That moment, Wukong stood not far from the fox demon, who coldly smirked. Humph, it seems you are not as simple as you appear. Those previous blows seem to inflict no harm, but this time, I assure you, I shall show no mercy. Wukong's previously cheerful countenance suddenly turned icy, his pupils gradually shifting to a vivid red, and his aura began to intensify. Husband, his aura is rising, the girls whispered among themselves, sensing the change. Suddenly, Si Rong exclaimed in astonishment, what an overwhelming aura, stronger than that of the fox demon. The fox demon, too, was not in a favorable position, as a sense of regret surged within him upon witnessing Wukong's crimson eyes and the potent energy surrounding him. His legs began to tremble. You have harmed those I love, and I want you to regret this, Wukong stated coldly, devoid of emotion, yet his words deeply moved the girls behind him, making them feel no resentment for their injuries. The fox demon remained silent, but his trembling legs and the cold sweat pouring from his brow reflected his terror. As a celestial being, he had never before encountered such an overwhelming presence in a mere mortal. With a sudden burst of energy, Wukong launched himself toward the fox demon at blinding speed. Before the demon could react, Wukong's fist struck his cheek, sending him skyward. Wukong leapt into the air, positioning himself above the fox demon, and with a resounding thud, he brought his fist down upon the demon's back, driving him forcefully to the ground. The intense impact and overwhelming pain left the fox demon gasping for breath. He had never experienced such agony before, and now he understood how painful it was to be struck by someone he had previously deemed weak. Wukong landed gracefully, seizing the struggling fox demon and delivering a punch to his cheek while declaring, "This is for Meng Li." Another punch landed on the demon's eye, This is for Si Rong. And this is for Ling Sha. Wukong struck the demon's chest. This is for Qin Ji. A punch to the demon's chin sent him soaring once more. Wukong leapt into the air again, this time executing a reverse kick while shouting, "This is for my mother!" The fox demon was struck, violently expelling a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Writhing in pain. It hurts so much. He groaned, utterly incapacitated. Wukong descended, casting a cold glance at the suffering fox demon, who was surely regretting his earlier arrogance. This was the consequence of underestimating others. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped the fox demon, and as it faded, the demon's form vanished, leaving only his clothing behind, within which something was stirring. Upon discerning the movement, Wukong spoke calmly, "Given that you are a celestial beast and have undergone a millennium of cultivation, I shall spare you this day. However, should you commit evil again in the future, I will not merely revert you to your original form. Now, begone," Wukong commanded, and the fox fled swiftly, seeing the fox had escaped. Wukong turned to the girls with concern. "Are you all right?" Moved by Wukong's genuine concern, the girls responded softly, "We're fine, really." Grandmother," Ling Sha cried out. Wukong looked over to see Ling Sha cradling Suyu, who lay unconscious. "Did she not consume the celestial being?" Wukong asked anxiously. "She did, but grandmother is not awakened," Ling Sha replied, equally distressed and could see that moment. The long unconscious Xia Yuancheng stirred, groggily surveying his surroundings. "What is this, father?" came the dazed call from Lian Bao nearby. Xia Yuancheng rushed to Lian Bao's side. Embracing her with concern, "Lian Bao, you'll be worried sick. Are you all right?" Lian Bao continued to call out, "Father." Wukong lifted Suyu and stood with the girls, while Meng Li reassured Xia Yuancheng, "Do not worry. We have driven the fox demon away. Lian Bao is unharmed." Xia Yuancheng expressed immense gratitude. "Thank you so very much. However, I did not expect you to be a mountain deity as well." "That is quite impressive," Si Rong remarked. Xia Yuancheng chuckled wryly. "What does it matter if I am a mountain deity when I cannot even protect my own daughter?" "That is not true. We all heard the fox demon say that your past kindness to many has incurred his wrath." Ling Sha interjected, "It is a pity that when trouble arose, those same people were unwilling to lend a hand." Xia Yuancheng shook his head. "I cannot blame them. They are all good-hearted individuals. But when one is faced with the might of heaven and earth, it is only natural to feel fear." Wukong remarked, "Your daughter is truly devoted to you. It is thanks to her that we were able to see through the fox demon's deception." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuancheng fell silent for a long while before replying, "You are aware, then, that Lian Bao is different from other children, that I simply wish for her to suffer less." After a pause, he continued, "I had originally intended to take her away from Jima to travel the world, but I could not let go of the matter with the fox demon. Now that you have driven him away, I can leave with peace of mind." Xia Yuancheng bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance. It seems this young lady has sustained an injury. If you do not mind, please accompany me to my humble abode to tend to her wounds." "Very well. We appreciate your kindness," the girls replied. "Follow the path southwest of the Jima Fox Immortal Temple. You may reach my humble home by traversing the seaside promenade. I shall await your visit," Xia Yuancheng stated. Understood. As they watched Xia Yuancheng carry Lian Bao down the mountain, Meng Li murmured, "The bond between that father and daughter is truly heartwarming." Ling Sha added, "Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu share a similar bond with you, do they not?" Meng Li nodded. "Indeed, as long as the connection is deep, nothing can obstruct the communication of hearts. We should hurry down the mountain to the Xia residence. Grandmother remains unconscious, and we cannot afford to delay." Qin Ji urged. "Agreed." Wukong and his companions descended the mountain at random, as Suyu remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jima, they found their path obstructed by several individuals. "Surely they do not mistake us for deities again," Ling Sha remarked, observing the familiar scene reminiscent of the village beneath Qinghuan Peak. "Could it be that we must take to the skies once more?" Wukong replied in astonishment. I could see that moment. The leading figures, whom Wukong and his companions had previously encountered, were the elderly man, Youthbi, and the butcher. Youthbi inquired, "Did you truly drive away the fox immortal?" "Yes, indeed," Wukong responded, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected fervor of the youth. Benefactor? Unexpectedly, Youthby exclaimed with great excitement. Huh. Wukong was momentarily stunned. The elderly man then spoke. Benefactor, you may not be aware, but that fox immortal coerced us into offering tributes each year. Yet only engaged in nefarious deeds. When we prayed for calm seas, he stirred up tempests. When we beseeched for favorable weather, he brought drought upon us. Our suffering was truly unbearable. Wukong murmured, then my punishment was indeed mild. The butcher added, we were just about to ascend the mountain to assist in searching for Xiao Lianbao, only to discover that Scholar Xia had returned with him, claiming that you had banished the fox immortal. I can hardly believe my ears. I must inquire further to find peace of mind. Mengli questioned, oh, are you planning to ascend the mountain? But were you not afraid of the fox immortal? The butcher replied, we of course still harbor fear, but after much contemplation, we feel an unsettling anxiety within us. One cannot be selfish in this world, so we have no choice but to take the plunge. It is better than living with a knot in our hearts for eternity. You all, Youthby remarked, indeed, Scholar Xia has assisted us greatly. If we neglect him, would it not be tantamount to ingratitude? Youth A added, I am terrified of the fox immortal. Disturbing the great immortal at Yinxiang Mountain is something I would not dare to contemplate. Yet I am even less willing to be scorned for lacking loyalty. The butcher nodded, exactly. I may not be well educated, but I understand the importance of loyalty. I have also rallied our neighbors, the Wang and Sun families, who intend to ascend the mountain as well. However, we had no inkling that you had already driven away the fox immortal. Ha ha. The Qingjie smiled faintly. It matters not. To possess such a spirit is already commendable, and it is not in vain that Scholar Xia offered you his assistance. Youthby asked, will the fox immortal return? Wukong replied, no. Sihong interjected, triumphantly declaring, he has already been reverted to his true form by my husband, and has long since fled. You need not worry. Youthby exclaimed in delight, is it truly so? Hearing this from you brings me great relief. Such a monumental piece of news. Everyone hurry and share it with the others. Youth A echoed, indeed. Everyone know. With that, they dashed off. The elderly man then spoke, benefactor, you are the great benefactors of Jima. Please do stay and witness tonight's lantern festival. Ah, that sounds splendid. We shall certainly attend. Lingsha and Sihong responded with excitement. The elderly man turned and departed. Is this what it means to be chivalrous? Wukong inquired. Indeed, Mengli nodded. The Qingjie murmured, alas, it is not unusual for demons to harm others, but who would have thought that even immortals could wreak havoc? What we have witnessed today is truly alarming. Wukong said, let us hasten to Scholar Xia's residence. My mother is still unwell. Moments later, Wukong and his companions arrived at Xia Yuanqing's home. Upon entering, they saw that Xia Yuanqing had changed into fresh garments and was waiting anxiously. Quickly, lay this young lady upon the bed. I shall fetch a doctor. Xia Yuanqing guided Wukong and the others to a room on the lower level and prepared the bed. Thank you. Wukong gently placed Su Yu on the bed. Tucking her in. Oh, by the way, Wukong called out to the departing Xia Yuanqing, Mr. Xia, there is no need to find a doctor. My mother has already taken her medicine and is not in serious danger. Merely in a state of unconsciousness. Oh, I see. You mean, this young lady is your mother? Xia Yuanqing exclaimed in shock. Yes, indeed. Who would have thought that in this world? Alas, I've been quite ignorant, Xia Yuanqing said with a wry smile. Hee, the world is vast, and wonders abound, Lingsha giggled. Suddenly, Lingsha ceased her playful demeanor and solemnly asked, is it true that mountain deities can achieve immortality? What must mortals do to extend their lives? Xia Yuanqing replied slowly. Though immortals may live for thousands of years, there will inevitably come a day when their time ends. Mortals, who live from birth to death in but a century, naturally envy the immortals. Yet compared to ephemeral insects, are we not long-lived? Fate is predetermined, strength and weakness defined. This is the so-called heavenly principle. Why must we seek to disrupt it? Lingsha wished to inquire further, but Xia Yuanqing interjected, enough of such topics. With your talents, you are bound to succeed in your cultivation, and perhaps in time, you will find yourselves among the ranks of immortals like me. With that, Xia Yuanqing exited the room. noticing Ling Sha's troubled expression. Qinjia, Mengli, and Si Hong surrounded her, asking, "What troubles you, Ling Sha?" Ling Sha regained her focus, and, seeing Wu Kong seated by the bedside tending to Su Yu, exchanged a glance with the others, prompting them to step outside the room. "Sister Ling Sha, what is the matter? You are not usually like this," Si Hong asked with concern, for in her eyes, Ling Sha was always cheerful and carefree. Ling Sha remained silent, her expression conveying deep discomfort. Mengli reassured her, "Ling Sha, do not be anxious. The matter concerning your village will surely find a resolution." "What about the people from my village?" Si Hong inquired, puzzled. "Alas, I can share this with you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. You must not let my husband and mother-in-law know," Ling Sha sighed. "All right, the village where I grew up, along with my kin, survives by tomb raiding." Ling Sha smiled faintly. "Surprised, are you? This is also why I encounter my husband. Had I not ventured to Qingwan Peak for tomb raiding, I would never have met such a wonderful person. But why would you engage in tomb raiding?" Qin Ji, asking the way. "In truth, what I seek to steal is not gold or jewels, but rather a means to liberate my kin from their fated doom. For due to tomb raiding, my people seldom live beyond the age of 30. Little did I expect, Sister Ling Sha, that you would keep this secret until now." Si Rong and Ling Sha embraced each other, offering comfort. Ling Sha smiled and said, "It is nothing, truly, I had always wished to live joyfully among you all. Yet I find myself unable to." Qin Ji gently interjected, "Ling Sha, you're being far too hard on yourself. Your plight is indeed our plight. We can help you keep this from Tian He and Granny. And we shall also assist you in finding a solution." "Thank you, Sister Qin Ji," Ling Sha replied, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes with gratitude. Mengli remarked, "However, if we find ourselves at an impasse, it seems we must turn to Tian He. Unless absolutely necessary, we must rely on ourselves and not always depend on our husbands." Si Rong stated resolutely that indeed that moment, the unconscious Su Yu was lost in a dream. Envisioning herself and Wu Kong residing upon a mountain that bore a resemblance to Qingwan Peak, yet was not in her dream, Si Rong and the others frolicked in a brook, while she and Wu Kong sat upon a large rock. Observing their playful antics, "Mother, look how joyous they are," Wu Kong said gently. That indeed, Su Yu nestled against Wu Kong, murmuring blissfully, "Mother, may I call you by your name?" Su Yu gazed up at Wu Kong. "Tian He." Su Yu lifted her head to meet Wu Kong's gaze. "Mother, I love you just as I love Ling Sha and the others," Wu Kong stammered nervously. "Tian He, what do you mean? You love mother?" Su Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yet her heart fluttered. "Tian He, can you repeat that?" Su Yu gazed into Wu Kong's eyes, pleading, "Mother." Suddenly the image of Tian He before Su Yu began to fade away. "Tian He! Tian He! No, do not leave me. I love you, Tian He!" The unconscious Su Yu cried out, causing Wu Kong, who had intended to comfort her, to freeze in shock, for he understood the implications of her words. It was unmistakably a confession. "Tian He!" Su Yu abruptly sat up. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to search for Wu Kong. Upon seeing him seated beside her, she hesitated for 2 seconds before enveloping him tightly in her arms. Repeatedly saying, "Do not leave me, do not leave me, Tian Mother," Wu Kong stammered, taken aback. Su then regained her senses, realizing it had merely been a dream. She composed herself and looked at Wu Kong, asking, "Tian He, do you love mother?" Wu Kong nodded yes. "What kind of love is it? Is it merely the love of a child for a parent?" Su Yu asked anxiously. "No, it is not. Mother, I cannot quite explain it. But from the moment I took you away from Qingwan Peak, I felt something unique toward you that I do not know how to articulate it. Every time I am with you, my heart finds peace. When you are happy, I am happy. When you are sorrowful, I feel sorrow too. It seems as though we have become one," Wu Kong expressed earnestly, gazing at Su Yu. "Are you serious? Tian He, you love mother, don't you?" Su Yu asked with delight. Wu Kong shrugged. "Honestly, I do not know if it qualifies as love. All I know is that when I saw you unconscious, my heart ached so deeply that I could hardly breathe. It was more painful than any wound on my body. But now that you are well, I feel as if the storm has passed, and I am filled with joy." "Tian He." Su Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she leaned against Wu Kong's neck, holding him tightly, and he instinctively embraced her in return. Tian-he, just being by your side brings me immense satisfaction. I will not leave you, and you must not leave me. Indeed, I shall not depart from you. Wukong replied gently. Then, so you spoke softly, please do not call me mother in private. What shall I call you instead? Call me Xiao Yu, or you heir, so you said, blushing profoundly. How can this be? Wukong exclaimed. Astonished at Su sat up, gazing at Wukong with a forlorn expression, asking, Tian-he, do you despise me? No, how could I? Wukong stood up, pacing anxiously, scratching his head, causing flakes of skin to fall. That it's just Wukong paused, managing a wry smile. It seems like we are entangled in a forbidden romance. Upon hearing this, a troubled expression returned to Su Yu's face. She too was distressed, pondering why, despite her brief encounter with Xian Xiao, the memories seemed to have blurred. Tian-he, I am sorry. Su Yu's voice was hoarse. Mother does not understand why she has developed feelings for you. You are my child. Yet during our time together, I have gradually transformed the bond we share from that of mother and child into something else. Tian-he, am I a wanton woman? Su Yu looked up with tear-filled eyes, her heart-wrenching expression evoking deep sympathy. Wukong, despite his usually dense demeanor, could not remain unmoved. Seeing Su Yu's despondent face and hearing her heart-rending words caused his eyes to blur with tears. Mother, in truth, I cherish you deeply. I love being with you. Wukong returned to Su Yu's side, gazing at her with a tender expression he had painstakingly learned, softly declaring, as long as you do not mind our relationship, nor the whispers of others, I vow to care for you for a lifetime. Upon hearing Wukong's sincere words, Su Yu remained silent, yet the tremors of her body and the tears that flowed uncontrollably betrayed her emotions. She could hardly believe that a mother-son love had blossomed within her. However, now that it had come to this, she was resolute. Once she had made up her mind, she would not waver. Tian-he, Su Yu leaned against Wukong's embrace, savoring the warmth of his hold and the alluring scent that enveloped her, which brought a profound tranquility to her heart. Wukong held Su Yu quietly, yet his mind was in turmoil. Astonished that he had uttered such sentimental words moments ago, could it be that I have begun to understand emotions? Is this what Ling Sha and the others refer to as enlightenment? Wukong pondered. Outside the door, Ling Sha and the others had ascended to the upper level of Xia Yuanqing's home. Xia Yuanqing presented a painting to the women, saying, Come and see. This is the Guang Jihan Tuesday. It is said to be an artifact left behind by the winter god. By chance, I acquired this Guang Jihan too, and it emits a shimmering light. Ling Sha exclaimed joyfully, It sparkles. How beautiful! Clearly, it is an extraordinary treasure. Xia Yuanqing smiled and remarked, It seems that girls are quite similar. Jinglan is particularly fond of this as well. Jinglan? Meng Li inquired at, She's my beloved, Xia Yuanqing stammered, blushing. She must be a wonderful person, Si Rong giggled. Xia Yuanqing's face radiated happiness as he reminisced. Jinglan is both gentle and beautiful. In the past, I resided in the mountains near Jima, and every night, I would unfold the Guang Jihan to atop the mountain, making it appear as if stardust had descended. That was Jinglan's favorite sight. Qin Ji asked, Where is she now? Isn't she living with you? Xia Yuanqing said with a bittersweet smile, She has been gone for several hundred years. Perhaps she has been reincarnated, enduring cycles of rebirth. I am an earth immortal. While she was but a mortal, our paths diverged, Xia Yuanqing continued. Qin Ji expressed her sympathy. I am sorry to remind you of such sorrow. Xia Yuanqing shook his head with a gentle smile. No need for concern, least in that lifetime. Jinglan and I grew old together. I stayed by her side, watching her return to the earth. Many lovers in this world face countless tribulations, ultimately fated to part ways. Jinglan and I were fortunate enough to find happiness. How could I dare to wish for more? At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase. Indeed, as long as one lives happily in this lifetime. Other matters are futile to ponder. The women turned to see Meng Li and the others exclaiming in delight. Tian-he, Xianggong. Mother, you have awakened. Are you all right? Wukong and Su Yu approached the women, nodding before turning to Xia Yuanqing, saying, Thank you, Mr. Xia. How could I dare to speak of it? You are my benefactors. Had it not been for you, I might never have seen Lien Bao again, Xia Yuanqing replied, affectionately ruffling the hair of the nibbling Lien Bao. Oh, by the way, your earlier words were quite magnanimous, Xia Yuanqing remarked, handing the Guang Jihan to Yukong. Here, you may keep this Wang Jihan Tuesday. At that moment, Lien Bao tugged at Xia Yuanqing's clothes, her sweet voice chiming. Daddy, stars, Lien Bao likes. Xia Yuanqing lovingly patted Lien Bao's head, gently saying, Lien Bao, do you also like the Guang Jihan too? But these older brothers and sisters are our benefactors. We must repay them. Can you be good and listen? Lien Bao seemed to comprehend Xia Yuanqing's words, nodding. Xia Yuanqing smiled. What a good child. So you apologized. I am sorry. We did not intend to take something precious from you. It is just that. Xia Yuanqing shook his head with a smile. It is of no concern. The Guang Jihan too serves no purpose by my side and is better bestowed upon those in need. Thank you, Yukong replied, accepting the Guang Jihan too from Xia Yuanqing's hands. Yet he failed to notice the astonished gaze from the latter. Yukong examined the Guang Jihan too closely, murmuring, Indeed, it is quite beautiful, and it shines. He then peered through the rolled-up eye of the painting as if using a telescope. With a chuckle, the women laughed at Yukong's antics, while Xia Yuanqing inquired, Little brother, don't you feel cold? Cold? Not at all, Yukong replied, gazing at Xia Yuanqing with curiosity. Cold? Ling Sha also found it puzzling and approached Yukong. Smiling, Xianggong, let me take a look. She reached for the Guang Jihan too, but unexpectedly her delicate hand recoiled upon contact, exclaiming, Ah, so cold. What? Meng Li and the others were equally astonished, and they all approached Yukong. Touching the Guang Jihan Tuesday indeed, they each withdrew their hands in unison, exclaiming, It really is freezing. Suyu touched it as well, yet appeared accustomed to its chill, saying, This painting possesses a cold, energy, madam. You have a keen eye? Xia Yuanqing nearly called her young lady again. However, this little brother seems unfazed by such frigid energy. Could it be that he has cultivated a particularly potent yang energy? Xia Yuanqing inquired of Yukong. Yukong scratched his head. No, I have never learned any yang energy techniques. Xia Yuanqing expressed his delight. It seems that this little brother possesses extraordinary talent, being impervious to the cold. Hearing these words, Yukong's wives were naturally elated. But the most overjoyed was Suyu, for she believed that Yukong's resilience to the cold must be a result of him saving her and severing her ties with Wang Shu. Oh, by the way, I have no use for this bao. I might as well give it to you, little brother, and find it a true owner, Xia Yuanqing said, producing a dark green bao and handing it to Yukong. This I cannot accept, Yukong said, scratching his head as he took the bao da. It is of no consequence, so I shall take my leave. After today, I do not know when we might meet again, Xia Yuanqing said with a bow. Does anyone else know you are leaving? Si Rong asked. Xia Yuanqing contemplated and replied, I plan to take Lien Bao to the night market to see the lanterns. We shall see then, though I do feel a bit reluctant. Ling Sha smiled. If you are reluctant, then come back to visit us. When Lien Bao grows up into a young lady, it will surely surprise everyone. Xia Yuanqing laughed heartily. Ha, by then, I shall remain unchanged. That would indeed astonish everyone. After a little more conversation, Yukong and the others departed from the Xia residence, only to find that night had fallen. Yukong placed the Guang Jihan too into his ring. And not long after, two young boys approached them, holding a basket. Big brother, big sister, these things are for you. Said boy A. Boy B added, I heard Grandpa Zhu say that you were the great heroes who drove away the fox spirit. These offerings were originally intended for the fox spirit, yet now they are all bestowed upon you. The Qin maiden smiled and said, We have no need for these. You should keep them for yourselves. Si Rong, embodying an elder sister's demeanor, remarked, Little ones, the fox spirit fled because of its own misdeeds and the retribution it faced. There is no need for you to thank us specifically. Boy, he shook his head resolutely and declared, No, that cannot be. Grandfather Zhu said one must always be grateful and repay kindness. Otherwise, one cannot be considered a true man. Boy, he turned to Boy B and said, Come on, let's go. Yes, they were about to leave. Boy B called out to Yukong and the others, Big brother, big sister, when I grow up, I want to be a hero like you and help many, many people. Seeing that the two boys had already run far away, There was no way to return the offerings, and they could only accept them with a sense of resignation that let's just accept them. Otherwise, it would be a pity to disregard their heartfelt gesture. So you said with a smile that, oh look, there are fish. I absolutely adore fish. Back at Qinghuan Peak, it was either wild boar or fish, Yukong commented as he glanced at the blue words, spotting several fish within. Look at you, someone brings us gifts, and you're only concerned about the fish, Suyu chuckled as she playfully tapped Yukong's forehead. Yukong scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Hee, I happen to be hungry. Roasting them would be delightful. Hearty laughter erupted from Meng Li, the Qin maiden, Si Rong, Ling Sha, Suyu, and Yukong. Meng Li pointed towards the street, where lanterns adorned the stalls and rooftops, exclaiming, look, those lanterns are the very ones we mentioned during the day. Let us go take a look. Si Rong and Ling Sha, hand in hand, dashed ahead. Hey, wait for us, Yukong shouted, with the others following closely behind. At this moment, the residents of Jima, dead, were devoid of any worry. Since the fox spirit had been chased away by Yukong, all apprehensions had vanished, allowing them to revel in joy and drink heartily. Children occasionally scampered past Yukong, their innocent laughter reminding him of his own childhood. Tianhe, what are you thinking about? Suyu asked, noticing Yukong lost in thought. Yukong snapped back to reality and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reflecting on how blissfully carefree these children are. Tianhe, you've changed as well. You used to be just like the little ones, Meng Li said, moving closer to Yukong with a smile. Yes, that's so. I suppose it is true, as one interacts with more people and experiences. One inevitably matures, Yukong replied with a grin, taking Meng Li's hand in his own. Surprised by Yukong's unexpected gesture, Meng Li felt a rush of warmth. Thankfully, it was nighttime, or else her blushing face would certainly invite teasing from Si Rong and Ling Sha. Tianhe, her heart fluttered sweetly. Tianhe, while you hold Meng Li's hand, do be mindful that the Qin maiden may feel a tinge of jealousy, Suyu teased as she admired the beautiful lanterns lining the streets. Ah, Yukong said, chuckling awkwardly, and then grasped the shy Qin maiden's delicate hand. The Qin maiden, much like Meng Li, felt a similar warmth in her heart. Husband! In the distance, Ling Sha and Si Rong came running towards Yukong. Look, husband! They exclaimed, presenting the items they held. This is a lantern, meant for floating on a lake to make wishes, they explained. Yes, that's so. Then let us hurry. Yes, upon reaching the lakeside, they found a multitude of people gathered, already releasing lanterns onto the water. The 6 of them settled in a less crowded area, igniting their lanterns before placing them gently upon the lake, watching as they slowly drifted away, hands clasped together in silent wishes. Si Rong, what did you wish for? Si Rong, grinning, turned to Ling Sha. Ling Sha was momentarily taken aback, prompting Si Rong to quickly apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. She then raised her voice to ensure Yukong heard. Sister Ling Sha. Your wish is surely bound to come true. We will always be together. Is Meng Li not human? Ling Sha inquired of Si Rong. As Rong smiled sweetly, of course. It's quite similar to yours. I simply hope that we can live peacefully together without any disturbances. Indeed. May that be so, Meng Li murmured. And you, Meng Li? As for me, I wish for my parents to remain in good health and live to a ripe old age, Meng Li replied with a smile. You are truly kind-hearted, Meng L. By the way. What about you, Qin maiden? The Qin maiden gently touched her hair and replied, I have no particular wish. I merely hope that we can all be happy together. The group settled on a hillside, kindling a bonfire that wafted delightful aromas into the air. It smells wonderful. Grandmother, you are truly amazing, Si Rong exclaimed, sitting beside Suyu with a bright smile. Little girl, Suyu said, playfully tapping Si Rong's nose with a gentle smile. Oh, we forgot to ask what wishes you and grandfather made. Si Rong suddenly remembered and turned to Suyu, pouting playfully. Grandmother, what did you wish for? Ling Sha joined in. Please tell us, dear grandmother. Meng Li and the Qin maiden cast expectant glances as Suyu smiled and said, of course, it is the same as yours. Yet, she thought to herself, how could I reveal my true wish at this moment? Suyu looked over at Yukong, who lay back on a stone, eyes closed in the moonlight, and asked, Tianhe, what about you? Yukong opened his eyes, glanced at Suyu, and replied, as for me, I naturally wish for all of your wishes to come true. You all know me. I do not covet wealth or gold. I simply desire to be joyfully together with you. Meng Li settled beside Wukong, resting his head on her lap as she caressed his handsome face. Tianhe, you are truly kind. Oh, is that what you think, Meng Li? She nodded with a smile. Wukong turned to the other girls and asked, Is that so? A unanimous nod followed. Wukong smirked. In that case, it does not matter to me. After all, as long as we are happy, that is what counts. Just like this time, helping others brought them joy. And in turn, it made me even happier. For a hero, what one seeks in life, aside from vanquishing evil and upholding justice, is not precisely for this very sentiment, for the smiles on people's faces? So you gazed at the bustling crowd below and remarked, Grandmother is indeed correct. They nodded in agreement. Yet, it is not just us. Many yearn for such a blissful life. Alas, the reality is often cruel. Do not speak so dismally. Everyone is quite cheerful at present. Let's not utter such sorrowful words. Surely, we will be as joyful as today in the future. See, Rong chimed in, waving her hand with a smile. By the way, we have already found one. How about I take it to Uncle first? Wukong said as he sat up. Tianhe, I shall accompany you, Meng Li offered. Very well, my dear. Please wait here for us. Suyu gently replied, Tianhe, be swift in your return. She added softly. Wukong nodded, then summoned his sword, soaring towards the Qianghua sect. Before long, they arrived at the mountain gate. We're here. Meng Li, what troubles you? Wukong noticed something amiss with Meng Li, and no, I'm fine. Tianhe, she replied with a faint smile. Yes, that's so. You should rest here while I deliver the item to Uncle and return to you. Wukong suggested, removing his outer garment and placing it on a step for her to sit upon. Touched by his gesture, Meng Li said, Tianhe, thank you. Wukong smiled slightly. It is nothing. Now, please rest here. I shall return shortly. In the forbidden area behind the mountain, Wukong exclaimed, Uncle, look! We have retrieved one, as he presented the Guangji Han Tu with a grin. Xin Shao observed Wukong's joyful demeanor and inquired, Why do you appear even happier than I? Hee, I cannot say for certain. Is that not permissible? Wukong scratched his head. Xin Shao felt a mix of emotions, astonished that someone had expended such effort for him since his sealing. Very well, Tianhe, you have done splendidly. How about we become sworn brothers? He proclaimed dramatically. Sworn brothers? Wukong grasped part of the concept. Well, what do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Wukong nodded. Okay, you shall regard me as your elder brother, and I shall see you as my younger brother. From this day forth, you're my only kin in this world, Xin Shao declared with a smile. All right, Wukong nodded, then hesitated, but you and my mother are of the same generation. If I become your brother, it might... Etiquette? What does that matter? The Qianghua sect adheres to such rigid decorum, resulting in the emergence of overly pedantic disciples, Xin Shao scoffed. Very well, I have no objections, Wukong shrugged. By the way, where are the other ladies and your mother? Wukong asked. Oh, Meng Li is waiting for me at the mountain gate, that I plan to return with her to assist my mother in finding the other two Han artifacts. Wukong explained. Xin Shao remarked, Tianhe, you are indeed extraordinary. My observations reveal your cultivation is not inferior to that of your esteemed Xing Shu, and despite the complexities of affection, you remain unfazed. Truly a prodigy. Wukong, feeling bashful, replied, You flatter me, elder brother. Xin Shao laughed heartily. Why do you not rejoice at such praise? Wukong shook his head. No, I'm truly happy. Once Xin Shao ceased his laughter, he suddenly grew serious. Tianhe, you must be cautious of Meng Li. There is something about her that seems unusual. Unusual? What do you mean? Wukong asked, puzzled. Xin Shao replied, Well, I cannot articulate it clearly. It is just her aura. Aura? Wukong remained confused. It may not be of the human race. What? Are you suggesting that Meng Li is not human? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Point 90. Guess. That is merely my speculation. Perhaps I am mistaken and muddled. Do not take it to heart. Wukong nodded. All right, let us proceed. I wish to meditate for a while. When the other two artifacts are found, we shall retrieve them together. Wukong nodded as he exited the forbidden area. At the mountain gate, Meng Li was in a state of distress. Point 4. For 7. Meng Li cradled her head, eyes shut tightly, her brow furrowed, not from a headache, but due to the sudden appearance of strange yet familiar images in her mind. Meng Li. A shadow faintly emerged, seemingly a woman. Meng Li. Return, Meng Li. Ah. Meng Li appeared to be in anguish when she suddenly felt someone tapping her shoulder. Meng Li. Are you all right? Wukong inquired as she opened her eyes to find him. And she smiled faintly. I am fine. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Are you unwell? Wukong placed his hand on her forehead, then compared it with his own, muttering, The temperature is quite high. It seems you're nearing a fever. Without hesitation, he scooped Meng Li into his arms and carried her towards the sect's inner chambers, startled by his sudden embrace. Meng Li thought to call out, but realized it could cause a commotion. So she could only whisper, Tianhe, what are you doing? What? You are ill, so I'm taking you back to your room to rest. If you were to get hurt, Ling Sha and the others would surely blame me. And seeing Wukong's concern, Meng Li obediently nodded. Arriving at the disciples' quarters, Wukong gently placed Meng Li on her bed and tucked her in. Just as he was about to rise, she grasped his hand. What is it? He asked. Please don't go. Will you stay with me? Meng Li requested that Wukong smiled, of course. Suddenly, Wukong exclaimed, how about I tell you a story? It might help you fall asleep more easily. Is it a story? Meng Li inquired. Well, would you like to hear it? Sure, please go ahead, Meng Li replied with a slight smile. Wukong cleared his throat and began. Once upon a time, there existed a place known as Baozi. Nestled within the mountains, where there lived an elderly gentleman and a young boy in a quaint little house. In truth, the boy had been found by the old man while wandering in the mountains. And there was something peculiar about him. What was strange about him? Meng Li asked. What do you think? Wukong chuckled, gazing at Meng Li. Yet his laughter, tinged with a hint of mischief, appeared to Meng Li as an ambiguous smile, stirring a flurry of speculations that Meng Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, You are naughty. Wukong, taken aback by her sudden reproach, responded, How am I naughty? You simply are, Meng Li retorted, both shy and flustered. What do you mean? How could I possibly be naughty? Is it not simply that the boy has a tail? Wukong scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Meng Li's face reddened further as she realized her own wild imaginings, almost leading her to, So it was just a tail? But why does he have a tail? Meng Li skillfully shifted the topic. Wukong, naturally, did not press further and continued. The old man was unaware of the reason, but seeing the boy all alone in the depths of the mountains, he felt pity and decided to adopt him. However, the old man soon discovered that the boy had a rather foul temper and enjoyed destroying everything good around him. Yet at times, he could be quite well behaved. On one occasion, while the old man was carrying the boy on his back to pick apples, the boy accidentally fell off and tumbled down a cliff. Did he come to any harm? Meng Li asked, captivated by the tale. Wukong shook his head with a smile. No, he was fine, but when the old man found him, the boy had sustained an injury on his head. Upon waking, the boy's temperament had completely transformed. He became exceedingly kind and well-mannered. Could it be due to the injury on his head? Meng Li inquired again. Wukong nodded. Indeed, then just a few days after the old man had rejoiced in this change. Suddenly, on the last day of the month, during the full moon night, the old man and the boy were outside gazing at the moon when, unexpectedly, the boy underwent a transformation. Wukong's tone shifted. Even Meng Li, despite being a lady, felt a twinge of fear at the change in his voice. The boy's heart began to race, and his muscles swelled, growing larger and larger until, ultimately, until what? Do tell me, Meng Li urged, anxious for the continuation. Wukong, resting his chin on his hand, chuckled. Well, you shall have to guess, Meng Li pouted. More guessing? Wukong continued to laugh. Guess, guess, guess away. How annoying. Always making me guess, and I can't figure it out. Meng Li pouted, adopting a charmingly spoiled demeanor, which was quite a departure from her usual gentle elegance. Wukong chuckled. All right, I won't make you guess anymore. Let me tell you, the boy ultimately transformed into a great ape, possessing immense strength. Yet he lost his humanity. The old man tried every means to dissuade him, but unexpectedly, in the end, the old man was tragically crushed by him. Crushed, Meng Li listened intently. And then, Wukong smiled softly. After the full moon passed, the boy returned to his original form. Yet he had no recollection of what had transpired. When he saw the old man's lifeless body, he was filled with sorrow and guilt, believing it was his fault for having insisted on taking the old man out to play. From that day forth, every night he stayed indoors and only ventured out during the day to find food. Wukong was about to continue, but he noticed Mengli had already fallen asleep. Wukong, feeling no embarrassment, gently covered her with a blanket and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. In her slumber, Mengli seemed to sense it, as a satisfied smile graced her lips. Wukong moved to the window, gazing at the luminous moon. In that moment, he would typically have been fast asleep, yet he found himself still awake, pondering. I never thought I would truly step into the realm of emotions. However, turning to look at the slumbering Mengli, he smiled gently. It feels quite nice. Actually, it seems I have overlooked the feelings of many in the past. While battles certainly bring satisfaction, they often invite unnecessary troubles. Wukong placed a hand over his heart, speaking softly with regret. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry for having neglected you in the past. Now, all I can offer is a simple apology if I have the fortune to meet you again in the future. I will cherish you dearly. Mengli turned in her sleep. Wukong quietly approached her and adjusted the blanket that had slipped off her shoulders. Contemplating, he realized he was unable to sleep, and since Mengli was already resting, he couldn't seek out Suyu and the others, and Xianxiao had forbidden disturbances. Hence, he could only. In the inner chamber of the main hall, Suya was seated cross-legged on her bed, clad in a nightrobe, seemingly engaged in meditation. Suddenly, she caught a familiar scent and was about to call out when, upon opening her eyes, she nearly cried out and instinctively struck out. Wukong, curious about what Suya was doing, had approached her quietly, but it seemed he had gotten too close for comfort. What are you doing? You scared me to death, Suya exclaimed, patting her chest. I'm sorry. I was just curious, Wukong replied, scratching his head with a grin. Suya shot him a disapproving glance, descending from her bed, donning her outer robe, and asked, Do you need something from me? Can't I come and see you, if I have nothing to do? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take my leave then, Wukong mumbled as he turned to walk away. Suya quickly exclaimed, Wait, when did I say you should leave? Well then, what do you want me to do? I just wanted to chat, but if you don't want to, I'll leave, Wukong asserted, appearing genuinely innocent. Observing Wukong's genuinely harmless demeanor, Suya realized she could no longer tease him in such a manner. All right then, you didn't say we couldn't chat, and you didn't say we could, he replied. What expression is that on your face? What are you up to? What do you think? Surely it can't be. Will you come or not? All right, my dear. In a moment of resignation, he reluctantly kissed Xiao. Leaning against Wukong, Xiao gently spoke, Junior sister, she informed me that you wish to assist Xuanya in breaking the ice. Is that correct? Wukong nodded. Yes, indeed. Xuanya mentioned that if we can procure 3 items of utmost coldness and chill, he stands a significant chance of breaking the ice, Suyao replied. Is that so? It seems all of this is fated. Destiny brought me to you, allowed me to meet my junior sister, and granted you the opportunity to encounter Xuanya. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable, perhaps, but ultimately, the choices we make are ours alone. What concern is it of heavens? Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Suyao lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. You are much like your mother. She once said, My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I understand your mother. She is gentle on the outside, yet strong within. Once she decides on a matter, she will not waver, just as she resolved not to engage in battle with the demon realm and descended the mountain with your father. Suyao elaborated. Wukong pondered for a moment. I have heard that the 19-year term is approaching. Does this mean the demon realm will soon make its move? Yes, Suyao nodded. Initially, I had no intention of allowing you to enter our ranks. But, it seems fortunate that I did, for otherwise I would surely have regretted it. Your cultivation is commendable, and with Xuanya's support, I believe we will swiftly eradicate the demon realm. Suyao confidently clenched her delicate fist. Wukong grasped Siyao's hand and shook his head, causing her to express confusion. What is it? Are you unwilling to assist me? Wukong replied, shaking his head. It's not that I refuse to help. I simply cannot comprehend why. Upon encountering one another, you resort to mutual combat and slaughter, and why Mother spoke of the many lives lost in those times. Is it not true that many of your fellow disciples perished as well? Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. However, it was unavoidable. The demon realm suffered significant losses too, and their ruler was gravely wounded by the Great Clarity Master. Thus, we cannot simply swallow our grievances. Wu Kong sighed. Alas, when will this cycle of conflict come to an end? Xiao, somewhat irked, withdrew from Wu Kong's embrace. Humph. I knew you would not assist me, if that is the case. I shall team up with Xuanya. We shall not require your help. With that, she returned to her bed and drew the curtain. Observing Xiao's stubbornness, Wu Kong thought better of it and turned to leave the room. Moments later, Xiao pulled back the curtain and softly murmured, I'm sorry. As Wu Kong exited the Grandmaster's hall, he gazed up at the moon, shook his head, and sighed, then made his way towards Meng Li's chamber. He gently opened the door and quietly closed it behind him. Approaching Meng Li's bedside, he took a stool and sat down, resting his hands on the edge of the bed. He hadn't anticipated that his visit would upset Xiao. Indeed, women are often perplexing creatures. Lost in thought, Wu Kong gradually drifted into slumber on the peak of a certain mountain. Lin Sha anxiously inquired, Why haven't my husband and Meng Li returned yet? Could something have happened? Surely not. My husband is quite formidable. Lin Sha, do refrain from being such a harbinger of doom. Si Hong retorted, displaying her displeasure. I could see that moment. Qing interjected, Do not worry. Tianhe can revert scattered immortals to their original forms. His strength speaks for itself. He must have gone to see Xuanya's uncle. Indeed, perhaps he's gone to boast about acquiring a cold artifact. The three women's conversation went unnoticed by Xiu, whose expression was a mix of sorrow and indifference. Eventually, Qingji noticed Xiu's demeanor and whispered to the other two, Shu. Pointing at Xiu, Lin Sha and Si Hong ceased their chatter. Having also observed Xiu's expression, their instinctive reaction was to fall silent. Xiu, naturally, caught wind of their actions and offered a slight smile. What is it? Si Hong seated herself beside Xiu, wrapping her arm around her gently. Grandmother, I apologize. Xiu dismissed her concern. What is there to apologize for? Lin Sha approached from the other side. We are aware of your past with uncle, and we inadvertently touched upon a wound. We are truly sorry. Xiu affectionately patted the heads of the two girls and smiled. It is of no consequence. That is all in the past. I harbor no sorrow now. As long as Tianhe aids him in breaking the ice, I have nothing left to worry about. Qingji inquired, Grandmother, do you not love Xuanya's uncle deeply? Xiu replied, I understand what you wish to ask. But I must say, time truly alters everything that I am destined not to be with him. Even if he relinquished his aspirations of ascension, our fates are no longer intertwined. Why is that? Did I not mention? Time can change everything. Furthermore, Grandmother has already found someone she cares for. Xiu abruptly closed her mouth, nearly revealing too much. What? Grandmother, you have someone you like? Lin Sha and Si Hong exclaimed in surprise, even though they had learned from Wu Kong that Xiu's affections were not for Tianqing. Who could it be? Noticing Lin Sha and Si Hong's eagerness to inquire further, Xiu hurriedly feigned calmness. It is late. I shall retire for the night. You two should also get some rest. With that, Xiu lay down on the spot. Seeing that Xiu had settled down, Lin Sha and Si Hong felt it unwise to press further. They exchanged glances with Qingji, who waved her hand in resignation. Lin Sha and Si Hong shared a knowing look. Let us sleep then. Indeed, the campfire continued to crackle, while Qingji, Si Hong, and Lin Sha had fallen into slumber. Only Xiu lay awake, unable to find rest. What to do? What to do? Si Hong and the others now know of my affections for another. Yet if they were to press me further, how would I respond? Alas, Tianhe, do you know how troubled your mother is right now? Tianhe. Wu Kong, deep in sleep, felt a gentle shake and opened his eyes to find Meng Li. Tianhe, we have slept through the night. We must find Grandmother and the others, or they shall grow anxious. Wu Kong stretched lazily. All right. Having skipped breakfast, Wu Kong exited the room and soared through the air on his sword alongside Meng Li. Meng Li, are you feeling well? Wu Kong asked as they flew. Yes, I'm feeling much better, Meng Li replied with a smile, appreciating Wu Kong's concern. That is good. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to tell me. Understood. After a brief moment, Wu Kong and the others arrived at the location of Siyue and her companions. Still asleep? The sun is shining on your backs, Wukong exclaimed as he and Mengli dismounted from their swords, noticing that several of the girls were still in slumber. Ah, my dear, you have returned. Ling Sha and Si Rong were roused by Wukong's call, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they greeted Mengli and Wukong. Qingji also sat up and said, Tianhe, you are back. I will prepare breakfast. Oh, no need for that. I've already purchased them on the way, Wukong replied, conjuring several large meat buns with a flourish. Wow, meat buns, Si Rong and Ling Sha exclaimed joyfully, attempting to snatch the buns from Wukong's hands. However, he held them high, declaring, Go wash your faces and rinse your mouths, or else you won't get any. With a chuckle, Mengli and Qingji laughed, while Si Rong and Ling Sha pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Fine, I will go, you naughty husband. Wukong handed the meat buns to Mengli. Noticing that Siwa was still asleep, he approached her, crouched down, and gently nudged her, saying, Mother, wake up. Siwa struggled to open her eyes, sitting up and turning to Wukong, saying, Tianhe. Wukong froze, his gaze vacant, prompting Siwa to inquire, Tianhe, what is the matter? With a wry smile, Wukong replied, Mother, you seem to resemble a panda. In any case, there are many things in this world that we cannot foresee. All right, enough of that. Look, we are almost there. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were nearing their destination. Wukong and Siwa were the first to arrive at the entrance of the Shinon cave, where they immediately felt a warm aura emanating from within. The reason Wukong only felt warmth was that he was impervious to heat and cold, while Siwa had once consumed a substance called yin-yang purple scroll. Wow, it's so hot, Si Rong exclaimed as she dismounted, fanning herself vigorously, unconcerned about her demeanor as she adjusted her collar. Indeed, it is said that the Shinon Cave is the birthplace of the Flame Emperor, where he cultivated herbs and tamed beasts. I only knew the location, but had never been inside before, Ling Sha remarked as she dismounted. After Mengli and Qingji joined them, Qingji commented, The intensity of this heat is quite unusual. I find it rather warm, Ling Sha responded after feeling the air. Tianhe, elder, sister, do you both feel warm as well? Mengli asked Wukong and Siwa, noticing they seemed unaffected. Yes, indeed, just pleasantly warm, Wukong nodded. It's so hot. Elder Qingyang, are you sure there's nothing wrong? In such a scorching place, how could there be something extremely cold and Qingji inquired, struggling against the oppressive heat. That seems improbable. Let us proceed and investigate, Siwa suggested, trusting that the elder would not speak without certainty. Inside the searing cave, Mengli, Qingji, and Si Rong endeavored to withstand the oppressive heat, yet they still found themselves sweating profusely. It is so hot. Husband, what should we do? It's unbearable, Si Rong exclaimed, unable to endure any longer. Wukong glanced at Mengli and Qingji, noticing their silent discomfort reflected in the beads of sweat on their brows, realizing they too were nearing their limits. Wukong rummaged through his ring and exclaimed, Aha! He produced something revealing this is ice. Just eat it, and you'll feel better. He handed 3 ice cubes to Mengli, Qingji, and Si Rong. Without hesitation, Si Rong consumed hers with a satisfying crunch, while Mengli and Qingji, despite their attempts to remain silent, could not help but join in. Much better. It's cool now, Si Rong exclaimed with delight, feeling the heat dissipate. Right? I have plenty more. This effect lasts only for a while, so if you feel hot again, just eat more, Wukong said, producing another box filled with ice cubes. Mine. Si Rong eagerly snatched a box and tucked it in her ring. Mengli and Qingji exchanged smiles as they too accepted a box. All right, let us continue on. I don't feel hot anymore, Si Rong declared, taking the lead. Be careful, Siwa cautioned. Suddenly, Si Rong exclaimed, Ah, a monster, you vile creature. Do not harm anyone, Siwa responded coldly, casting a spell that sent a wave of sword energy towards the monster, which fell into the molten lava. It's a girl, Ling Sha observed as she approached the spot where the monster had fallen. Discovering a girl lying there, Wukong and the others moved closer, noting the girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet her aura felt distinct. Is she all right? Qingji inquired. This does not seem like an ordinary faint. My incense is of no use, Mengli remarked after attempting a spell, finding it ineffective. How could this be? Ling Sha asked incredulously. Let me take a look, Yukong said as he crouched down to inspect her, only to hear a soft murmur from the girl. She opened her eyes, gazing dazedly at Yukong, prompting Se to exclaim, "Ah, she is awake." Yukong asked, "How are you? Are you injured?" The girl, however, was confused and merely asked, "Where am I?" As she looked around in bewilderment. Mengli explained, "We found you unconscious on the ground, nearly harmed by a monster." The girl gasped, "Ah, that was so dangerous." After a pause, she turned to the group and said, "You must have saved me." "Thank you," Sue inquired. "What is a girl like you doing here?" Seeing Sue's demeanor, the girl sensed no malice and replied, "My name is Chu Baihen. I reside in this Shinnon cave." "You live here?" Yukong asked excitedly. "Do you know of an extremely cold and substance?" Chu Baihen was taken aback, realizing Yukong was closest to her. "Who are you? What do you want with that?" The Qingjie remarked, "We are in need of that object for the purpose of saving lives. Might you be able to share its whereabouts?" After a brief silence, Chu Baihen responded, "To speak candidly, my sister, Chu Hanjing, and I reside in the moon's ethereal realm within the cave, where neither lava nor warmth can be found. Although we are both half-immortal beings, we are utterly incapable of enduring the sweltering heat beyond the moon's ethereal realm, let alone contend with the monsters that dwell there. And why perilous venture today is solely to seek a very important item." Her tone bore a hint of urgency. She then implored Yukong and the others, "Could you kindly assist me in returning home? My sister and I may have a means to help locate that object of utmost coldness and darkness." Seong chuckled, "Of course, we cannot simply abandon you here. Can we?" Chu Baihen smiled appreciatively. "Thank you, Dada. By the way, my sister is likely still asleep. Please do not inform her of my escapade." Yukong scratched his head and laughed. "Ha ha, it seems you two have a penchant for running away from home." "Don't you?" "I am not running away. I merely stated that I am out here searching for something." Chu Baihen retorted angrily. All right, I shall pretend I didn't say anything. "Now lead us inside," Yukong waved dismissively, adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. "Fine." Chu Baihen pouted, unwilling to argue further. As Yukong's grin stirred something within her, she pointed at Su Yu and Ling Sha. "Could you move a bit closer? Your chilly essence would alleviate the unbearable heat for me." "Certainly," Ling Sha nodded in agreement, and Su Yu followed suit without objection. Yukong, puzzled, asked Qingjie and Mengli, "Why does she want to be near Ling Sha and her mother?" Mengli contemplated and replied, "It appears this young lady finds the heat intolerable, and her sister and Ling Sha possess a cold nature. Thus proximity would provide her relief." Yukong scratched his head, bewildered, in the Emperor of Flames cave, within the moon's ethereal realm. "Ah, my heavens, it is unbearable. I am freezing to death." Ling Sha exclaimed as she rushed back into Yukong's embrace, clutching him tightly. Su too felt the chill and trembled as she sought refuge in Yukong's arms. Seeing the two ladies shiver, Yukong promptly embraced them tightly and summoned warmth with his energy. My goodness, this place is akin to the icy fire duality of the Forbidden Realm. Seong, being less susceptible to cold, remained relatively unscathed due to her cultivation of certain heart techniques. Mengli rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, "Heavens, this place is freezing, a stark contrast to the searing heat outside." Qingjie harnessed her energy to resist the cold. Grateful it was not too frigid. The outside was sweltering while the inside was icy to the bone. Truly, at that moment, Chu Baihen had already dashed ahead to a large tree, fortuitously discovering another young lady reclining beneath it. "She looks remarkably similar," Yukong remarked upon seeing the woman's visage. "Isn't that Chu Baihen's sister who she claimed was asleep here?" "They could very well be identical twins," Seong chuckled, feeling considerably better. Chu Hanjing opened her eyes. Upon spotting Chu Baihen, she instinctively wished to speak, but the prowess of her half-immortal body alerted her to the presence of others. How could there be living beings here? Chu Hanjing exclaimed upon seeing Yukong and his companions. Chu Baihen quickly reassured her, "Sister, do not be alarmed. They are here to seek an object of utmost coldness and darkness, with the intent to save lives." Su lifted herself from Yukong's embrace, feeling much improved, and bowed politely. I apologize for the intrusion. It is a matter of necessity. If you know anything, we will be most grateful for your guidance. Chu Hanjing remained silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, You must leave. I have nothing to share. Sister, you cannot be so unyielding. Chu Baihen's voice grew frantic. In all these years, only these individuals have entered this cave, and they possess magical abilities. If we let this opportunity slip by, who knows how long we will wait for someone to help us find the blaze stone. Chu Hanjing frowned at Chu Baihen, saying, Baihen, do you still hold on to hope? I cannot abandon hope. I dream of finding that stone. Chu Baihen declared resolutely. Seu interjected, If you ladies are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to share. Perhaps we can assist. Chu Hanjing dismissed Su Yu's striking beauty without a second thought, retorting, You must leave. Quickly, sister. Chu Baihen hesitated, then turned to Wukong and the others, saying, Allow me to explain. The object you seek, the essence of utmost coldness and darkness, is most likely the Sororo fruit from the Sororo tree. Chu Hanjing cried out. Baihen Wukong glanced up at the tree, clearing his throat. Though I am reluctant to say this, it seems unavoidable. But there are only leaves on this tree, no fruit. Chu Baihen clarified, My sister and I are the Sororo tree spirits. Long ago, our master infused this tree with spiritual energy, granting us half-immortal bodies, yet we are imbued solely with cold essence. Once we come of age, we shall utilize a spiritual item known as the blaze stone to merge with our beings, at which point the tree shall bear fruit, and we will ascend to true earth immortals, no longer confined to this cave. Qin Jie inquired, May I ask, who is your esteemed master? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Baihen replied, Our master is Shen Nong, known alongside Fuxi and Yuhua as one of the three sovereigns. Meng Li gasped, Shen Nong? Where is he now? A somber expression crossed Chu Hanjing's face as she spoke. Our master may no longer be of this world. At that time, he was embroiled in a conflict with another deity, Fuxi, and after departing, he never returned. Had he not perished in defeat, he would never have abandoned this place. His heart was ever so kind, cherishing every blade of grass and tree in this realm. Good heavens, Shen Nong, Fuxi, and Yuhua, those are mere legends. If true, how many years have you been here? Xiong inquired, astonished. Chu Hanjing shook her head. I do not know. It has simply been an eternity. She then continued, This cave has gradually succumbed to climatic imbalance, becoming increasingly heated and a gathering place for monsters. Initially, my sister and I could hardly maintain our human forms. But after cultivating for countless years, we finally succeeded, only to find that the outside world had become teeming with monsters and unbearably hot. Ling Sha frowned, crossing her arms. That does not seem right. From my perspective, the feng shui here does not suggest a place of desolation and peril. How could so many monsters congregate? He appeared quite the expert. Chu Hanjing shook her head, saying, I fail to comprehend your meaning. But the master has indeed nurtured numerous beasts within the cave, all of which ultimately transformed into demons. Chu Baihen, in a tone of earnest supplication, implored, I beg you, assist my sister and me in locating that blazing stone within the cave. Would you? Another quarrel is brewing, Baihen. Chu Hanjing called out once more, her voice resonating with an authority that seemed wasted on anything but guarding the gates. Chu Baihen turned to her sister, urging, Sister, please tell them where the stone lies. The master only disclosed it to you. Absolutely not. The demons lurk within the cave, making this venture far too perilous for mortals. Chu Hanjing firmly refused. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, Fear not. We are unafraid of demons. Yet Chu Hanjing maintained her indifferent tone, stating, I will not acquiesce, in desperation. Chu Baihen suddenly burst into tears, observing her sister's tears. Chu Hanjing inquired, Baihen, You are crying? Through her sobs, Chu Baihen lamented, You perpetually insist on saying no, but do you understand the depths of my suffering? I yearn to see what lies beyond the cave, rather than remain here indefinitely, forever confronting the same individual. Sister, your coldness is unbearable. The moon's ethereal realm is surrounded by molten lava, yet my heart has long since turned to ice, seeing her sister's heartache. Even Chu Hanjing's icy demeanor began to thaw. Baihen. Ling Sha, Having heard Chu Bai Hen's words, expressed her compassion. This is truly lamentable that we know someone who has been imprisoned for over a decade, which is already a profound solitude. How much more so for you, confined for hundreds or even thousands of years. Dear girl, allow us to offer our meager assistance. Su's voice was forever gentle. With a sigh, Chu Han Jing remarked, Alas, Bai Hen, do you not realize that merging with the blazing stone is fraught with uncertainties? You have made your decision. Are you resolute in not regretting it? Chu Bai Hen ceased her weeping, looking at her sister with surprise. Sister, have you agreed? She wiped her tears, exclaiming, I have long contemplated this. Even if it leads me to the netherworld, I willingly accept. Anything is preferable to this endless waiting. Given that, I must request all of you to venture to the northwest of the moon's ethereal realm to retrieve that blazing stone. It emits an immense heat, and there is no chance of misidentification. Chu Han Jing finally spoke. Wukong then asked, Does this mean we cannot take the solo fruit? Chu Han Jing replied, It is of no consequence. The solo fruit is merely a means of support, and should one truly become an immortal, it would lose its significance. Consider it a gift from me in gratitude. Wukong laughed heartily. Marvelous! Just you wait. We shall return shortly. As Wukong led the group deeper into the cave, Chu Bai Hen smiled at her sister, saying, Sister, we are about to become true immortals. Why do you appear so unexcited? Chu Han Jing offered a slight smile. Silly girl. In the depths of the cave. Ah, that was close. The magma splashed, nearly searing Si Rong, who was left pale with fright. This was no trifling matter. Everyone be cautious. The magma here seems formidable. Su cautioned to her words. The group grew vigilant, and suddenly a creature leaped from the magma with a resounding splash. Ha! Why does the demon's cry invoke such wild imaginings? Be careful. The demon unleashed a fiery projectile, prompting Qinji to shout as everyone dodged. Meng Li drew her instrument and played a note, sending a wave of sound that countered the demon's fiery attack, restoring its original form from the magma's embrace. Wow! Meng Li, how impressive! What was that move? Si Rong and Ling Sha inquired with astonishment. Meng Li smiled gently. That was the return spell, meant to dispel malevolent thoughts or inner demons, aiding one in regaining their true nature. The demon, hazily glancing at Wukong and the others, scampered away in haste. All right, let us proceed. The group continued deeper into the cave until they finally spotted a shimmering object floating atop the magma. As they approached, Su Yu exclaimed, This crystal radiates astonishing heat. It must be the one. Just as they reveled in their discovery, a deep roar reverberated through the air. Roar? What's happening? Si Rong asked, her voice laced with concern. Wukong, suddenly shifting to a serious demeanor, turned his back to the girls, declaring, Such potent killing intent. Quickly, take the stone and return. I will hold them off. No, Tianhe, I will not leave. Su Yu grasped Wukong's hand firmly. We too. We will not depart. Seeing the girl's unwavering resolve, Wukong knew he could not utter anything harsh, such as implying they would hinder him. Roar. Planning to flee? None shall escape. The roar was thick with lethal intent. Quickly, this foe is beyond your capabilities. Take the stone and return. I will deal with it and catch up to you later. I cannot let you stay. Wukong urged desperately, and Su Yu wanted to shake her head, but Wukong's next gesture compelled her to relent. Wukong tenderly caressed Su Yu's cheek. Hurry, do not worry, I will be fine. Clutching the stone, Su Yu cast one last anxious glance at Wukong. Go. Si Rong, Ling Sha, Meng Li, and Qinji understood that Su Yu was not cowardly, but rather that remaining here might genuinely impede Wukong. And that would not do. My beloved, please be careful. Tianhe, I await your return. Let us move swiftly. Wukong nodded, and upon receiving his affirmation, the girls retreated step by step, glancing back until they vanished from sight. Once alone, Wukong smiled, stretching his limbs and settling into a relaxed posture. It seems yet another battle awaits. This opponent appears formidable. Meanwhile, as the girls made their way back, Su Yu, leading the way, touched her lips with a sweet smile. Thinking, Tianhe, you kissed me. I am so happy. You must return. I will await you in the realm of mystical creatures. The rather embarrassing spirit beast, with its fiery form resembling that of a Qilin, elicited a curious inquiry from Wukong. "What is your esteemed surname?" To his astonishment, this question seemed to provoke no fear in the creature, which would typically send an ordinary person into a state of panic. With a mighty roar, the beast proclaimed, "I am the Lava Beast King. Foolish mortal, upon encountering me, should you not kneel and plead for mercy? Where is the blazing stone?" Wukong regarded the creature with a dismissive gaze, responding calmly, "Is that so? I have only just realized." The beast, infuriated, bellowed, "Those who dare to touch the blazing stone shall perish." Wukong scratched his ear and muttered, "Wow, that was far more grating than whatever that mirror was called." The flames enveloping the beast surged ominously, its once clear pupils now obscured by the inferno. "How dare you tamper with the blazing stone?" Having lingered in this place for some time, Wukong understood the importance of courtesy. "We seek this blazing stone to aid others. Might you show some understanding and relinquish it? As a high-ranking spirit beast, surely you do not covet such a trivial stone." The beast retorted, "I, the Lava Beast King, heed only the commands of the great Shen-Nong, and owe nothing to the humans of Niuhua." "Is that so? Then it appears we must resort to force," Wukong replied, his demeanor turning serious. "Roar, ignorant mortal! Witness as I reduce you to ashes." With that, the beast unleashed a massive fireball from its maw. Hurtling directly towards Wukong, Wukong's brow furrowed. Yet he remained steadfast, effortlessly batting the fireball aside. Quite the lad, able to deflect my fireball with bare hand. I shall see what other tricks you possess." The beast, taken aback by Wukong's ease in countering its attack, wondered if he was truly a mere mortal. "Very well, come forth. I shall not retaliate." Wukong smiled slightly, returning to a relaxed stance before the beast. "You dare to belittle my prowess? I shall ensure you learn the consequences." The beast, enraged, unleashed a barrage of fireballs at Wukong. The explosions echoed through the air, reaching the ears of Siyue and her companions, who halted in their tracks at the entrance of the blazing cave. Cradling the blazing stone, Siyue anxiously peered around. "Is he truly unharmed? My husband assured me he could handle it. I have faith in his abilities," Sihong declared resolutely, though her tone betrayed a hint of worry. "Sister, fret not. We must trust in Tianhe. It will be fine," Jinji reassured her. Yet, Siyue's concern lingered, her heart consumed by thoughts of Wukong, overshadowing all else. Returning to Wukong, the beast exclaimed incredulously, You. Are you truly human?" It gaped at Wukong, who stood unscathed despite enduring countless fireballs and fiery assaults. "Pray tell, if I were not human, how could I possess 2 hands and 2 feet?" Wukong jested, raising his hands in mockery. "Now, enough of this. Have you finished your attacks? It is my turn." With a crack of his knuckles, the Lava Beast King, normally a formidable creature, now looked upon Wukong with wariness. Wukong lifted his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. "Prepare yourself." The beast, underestimating Wukong's capabilities, charged forward. Wukong pushed forward with both hands. The ground beneath him trembled as the beast collided with his force. Yet Wukong struggled to maintain his footing against the overwhelming momentum. Feudal mortal, accept your demise," the beast boasted, oblivious to Wukong's gradual adaptation to the onslaught. "Is that so?" Wukong retorted, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I am not so easily defeated." With a fierce glare, he shouted, summoning his strength to lift the beast with ease. "How is this possible?" The beast gasped in disbelief as Wukong hurled it away. Carving a deep scar in the earth, the flames surrounding the beast dimmed significantly, and to its astonishment, wounds began to mar its once impenetrable form. "This cannot be. I am a spirit beast," it murmured incredulously. "I refuse to be vanquished by a wretched mortal." The beast growled, struggling to rise, its flames reigniting with fervor. Wukong, shaking his head with a smile, inquired, "Do you truly believe you can triumph over me?" "What do you mean? Do you look down upon me?" The beast spat, its fiery glare piercing through the air. "Not at all. Rather, your strength is, quite frankly, unimpressive," Wukong replied, a slight smile gracing his features as he approached the beast. "Prepare yourself," the beast roared, unleashing another fireball, but Wukong deftly evaded to the side. Another fireball shot forth as Wukong's figure once again flickered to the right, steadily advancing towards the Beast King. How infuriating. The Beast King relentlessly spewed fireballs, yet Wukong effortlessly dodged them and continued forward. Finally, he stood before the Beast King, who unleashed one last fireball. However, it was not merely a pretense. This truly was the Beast King's final attempt. Wukong cast a fleeting glance, his palm facing the Beast King, his expression turning icy as he declared, "This is how energy should be utilized." A surge of energy gathered in Wukong's palm, and just as he prepared to unleash it, a heart-wrenching sound pierced the air. Ah! That sound was enough to pale the flowers that Wukong's eyes widened in shock, and he spun around, exclaiming, "Mother!" It turned out that the agonizing cry had come from Suyu. Oddly enough, had she not left? In truth, at the moment Wukong had called out, Suyu, deeply worried, had left the blazing stone behind and hurried back here. However, upon realizing that Wukong was unharmed, she was about to call out to him in delight when she was struck by a sudden fireball. Wukong swiftly dashed to Suyu's side, embracing her and calling out anxiously, "Mother, are you all right?" Suyu, lacking Wukong's formidable strength, though she possessed considerable power, was still merely flesh and blood. The Beast King's fireball was no trivial matter. Suyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes fluttering open to meet Wukong's. Forcing a smile, she stammered, "Tian, I'm sorry. I returned without permission. I never expected it would turn out like this. Mother, please don't speak. I will save you. Just hold on," Wukong urged, channeling healing energy into Su as Wukong's mother. If one were to ask him who the most important person in his life was at that moment, it was undoubtedly Suyu. Anyone who harmed her would face death. Seeing that Suyu's condition had stabilized, Wukong gently propped her against a stone and softly said, "Mother, rest for a while. Allow me to seek vengeance for you." Suyu nodded, for Wukong had become her heart's sovereign. Whatever he wished to do, she would hardly oppose, especially since it was to aid her. Wukong rose, his expression cold as he approached the Beast King. The Beast King had merely inadvertently struck Suyu, yet the pain of harming her was far more dreadful than injuring Wukong himself. With each step Wukong took, it felt as though he was treading upon the Beast King's heart. At that moment, it bore no semblance of a noble spirit, appearing instead like a cowardly wretch. What do you intend to do? I am a spirit beast. The Beast King quivered, now pleading for mercy. "You cannot kill me. You cannot." Wukong stood before the Beast King, gazing at this colossal creature now groveling before him. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "So now you plead for mercy. I have long stated that I only borrowed the stone for a moment. Yet you were aggressive. Now, you have harmed the most important person in my life. Let me tell you, in your next life, do not return as a spirit beast. And no." The Beast King looked at Wukong in terror as Wukong's fist struck its nose. The wail that followed was bone-chilling, yet Wukong remained unfazed, for this was his masterpiece. With relentless fury, Wukong unleashed a barrage of punches upon the Beast King. Blow after blow, the Beast King finally succumbed. Blood spilling forth that I demand you cough up 10 times the blood my mother has lost. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Upon finishing his declaration, Wukong delivered an even more ferocious punch. What? The Beast King expelled an overwhelming amount of blood, staining the ground. This moment, the Beast King lay crumpled on the ground, devoid of the imposing presence it once had, resembling nothing more than a helpless child. Die. Wukong seemed to be possessed. No, upon closer inspection, his pupils glowed crimson. As the energy wave in Wukong's hand grew ever larger, it became capable of obliterating the Beast King. No. Please, Tian. Suddenly, Wukong regained his senses. What was happening? He pondered. Yet upon hearing that voice, Wukong rushed back to Suyu's side, asking, "Mother, how do you fare?" He then produced a magical bean for her to consume. Indeed, Suyu's complexion improved significantly. Her injuries were severe, but her recovery was merely slow. I am fine. Suyu felt immensely touched, for when she heard Wukong proclaim her as the most important person in his life, she felt her existence was fulfilled. Wukong hurriedly embraced Suyu, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was too careless, causing you to be injured. I truly deserve to be punished. In his fervor, Wukong slapped his own face with a resounding crack. Suyu was taken aback, and when she saw Wukong preparing to strike himself again, she hastily grasped his hand, exclaiming, Tianhe, please don't do that. I bear you no grudge. If anyone should be blamed, it is I for not trusting your abilities that is I who should apologize. That Wukong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Suyu and asked, Mother, why won't you let me take revenge on it? Suyu smiled softly, shaking her head. It's all right. Regardless, it was loyal and also a life. Besides, I am feeling much better now. I'm not gravely injured, so let it go. Wukong hesitated for a moment, then smiled at Suyu. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. He tossed a magical bean behind him, which landed perfectly in the Beast King's mouth. The Beast King's body slowly rose. It stared at Wukong, at a loss for words. You may leave. I shall not kill you. However, remember to tread carefully in the future. Wukong replied coldly. The Beast King, recalling Wukong's power, finally lowered its head and turned to depart. Wukong scooped up Suyu in his arms. Mother, let us be on our way. You still call me mother? Then Wukong faltered. What should I call you? Oh, little you. Oh dear, there is no helping it. One grows old. Tianhe, your earlier demeanor truly frightened me. I thought you had lost your senses, Suyu remarked as Wukong carried her back. Is that so? It was all for you, little you. You were injured, and I stated that anyone who harmed you shall face death. Wukong smiled, though the latter part was delivered with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Suyu felt warmth in her heart, softly responding, What do you mean by death? Such harsh words. Wukong smiled slightly. Little, you are simply too soft-hearted. Do you not feel the same? The fox demon was merely sent back to its original form. Had I not called for you, you would have unleashed a slaughter. Suyu's tone was one of delicate reproach, as if she were both shy and upset. In an unexpected moment, Wukong uttered a heartfelt declaration. So what? If anyone dares to harm you or Ling Sha and the others, I will ensure they pay with their life. The words stirred emotions within Suyu, causing tears to well in her eyes. Her domineering tone and fierce spirit were palpable, yet the gentleness she often exhibited shone through Wukong's demeanor. Suyu found herself utterly entranced, lamenting why fate had not brought her to Wukong sooner. For then she could have offered him her perfect self. I loathe the fact that you did not allow me to meet you 19 years earlier. Why did heaven send you to care for me and love me so deeply, while I am left a withered flower, unable to present myself to you in all my glory? Suyu expressed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Withered flower? What does that mean? Wukong asked, genuinely puzzled. Suyu lifted her gaze to meet his, her voice barely a whisper. It means, her cheeks flushed crimson, a blush that any woman would experience when discussing such matters. A maiden, I still do not comprehend. Wukong furrowed his brow. Oh, you not feel wronged? I am no longer. Suyu spoke with a sense of melancholy. Wukong halted, fixing his gaze on Suyu with unwavering resolve. Little, you, listen closely. If anyone is to feel wronged, it should be me for causing you such feelings. I understand that a man can love only one woman, yet I find myself entangled with Meng Li and the others. Therefore, the one who owes an apology is Suyu was deeply moved by Wukong's unexpected words, and in a moment of impulse, she kissed him lightly, closing her eyes to relish the warmth of his embrace. You are truly wonderful. I do not feel wronged in the slightest. All right, we are nearly there, she continued. Oh, by the way, that stone felt incredibly hot when I touched it, and why efforts to resist its heat had only a slight effect. I suspect Ling Sha and the others are still at the cave entrance, Suyu recalled. Was it truly that hot? Wukong furrowed his brow. Suyu nodded. Indeed, it was quite scorching. However, a sudden smile broke across her face. If you were to handle it, you might not find it so hot. Wukong smirked. Ha! Then I shall give it a try. My husband, Tian, Meng Li, Qin Ji, Si Rong, and Ling Sha, upon seeing their beloved return triumphantly, were on the verge of tears. Yet, upon noticing Wukong cradling Suyu, with blood at the corner of her mouth, they gasped. Sister, you are injured? Suyu shook her head and smiled. I am fine. Tian, he has already healed me. How could that be? Did you not take revenge for your sister? Si Rong asked, her anger palpable, while Ling Sha mirrored her indignation. What do you think? That monster was nearly killed by Tian He. If I had not shouted, he would have surely slain it, Su Yu replied. All right, enough of this by the way, what about the stone? Wu Kong set Su Yu down, and Si Rong and Ling Sha immediately rushed to support her. Tian He, it is here, but it's too hot for us to handle, Qin Ji remarked, stepping aside to reveal the blazing stone on the ground. Let me give it a try, Wu Kong stated, clapping his hands as he approached the fiery stone. Wow, so hot, he exclaimed, flailing his arms, the very person who had been boasting moments before. What? You find it hot too? Si Rong and Ling Sha could hardly believe it, given that Wu Kong had faced the icy cold of the Jihan too without flinching. Yet now he was daunted by this stone's heat. Wow, this temperature is unreal. It must be at least 6,000 degrees, akin to the surface of the SU, and oh wonder it's scorching, Wu Kong exclaimed, shaking his hands repeatedly. Meng Li stepped forward to massage his hands. If even Tian He finds it hot, how are we supposed to carry it? Indeed, we cannot simply leave it here, Qin Ji frowned. After a moment's thought, Su Yu suggested, perhaps I should try. I can manage it with my abilities, and my constitution is cold in nature. That moment. Wu Kong smacked his forehead. Ah, how could I forget? We can simply use ice-based techniques. Exactly. How could we forget? Ling Sha chuckled, also tapping her forehead in realization. The others, Meng Li, Qin Ji, and Si Rong, shared in her amusement, perhaps still shaken from earlier tension. Wu Kong, hands on his hips, sighed. Alas, I am growing old. My mind is failing me. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the group. In the realm of the moon shadow, Wu Kong approached Chu Hanjing and Chu Baihen, presenting the fiery stone for both women to see. You truly obtained it? Chu Hanjing expressed her astonishment at Wu Kong and the others' prowess, for such an accomplishment was no small feat, and within it lay a creature. The fiery stone elicited an unexpected reaction from Chu Baihen, who displayed a mixture of excitement and, perhaps, greed, her eyes fixed intently on the stone in Wu Kong's grasp. In a swift motion, she snatched the fiery stone from his hand. Wait, stop, Ling Sha called out. Chu Baihen resolutely shook her head. There is no time to wait. She turned to Chu Hanjing, declaring, Sister, how pitiful it is that I am on the cusp of becoming a true celestial body, while you are destined to dissipate into nothingness. Yet this is simply the way of things. What are you saying? The women gasped in disbelief, and Wu Kong was equally taken aback. What could this mean? Chu Hanjing remained silent, her expression inscrutable. Chu Baihen scoffed. In truth, I have known since the beginning. The sorrows of the tree infused with spiritual power resulted in the appearance of the two of us, which greatly exceeded the master's expectations that we are one entity, yet not. The sorrows of the tree bears only a single fruit in its lifetime. Thus, should one of us ascend to immortality, the other must perish. Correct? Chu Hanjing continued to remain silent, prompting Meng Li to speak up. Are you hesitant to reveal who will ascend and who will perish, which is why you have refrained from disclosing the stone's whereabouts? Chu Baihen's tone shifted abruptly. Sister, those matters I overheard between the master and you, yet you refuse to share. It is because you do not want me to ascend, is it not? The more you withhold, the greater my suffering. I have ventured out several times, aimlessly searching, and nearly lost my life. Chu Hanjing finally broke her silence. You have heard the words exchanged between the master and me, and you should understand that only a kind heart can enable you to transcend into immortality. If you harbor selfish thoughts, you will merely bring forth the fruit of the sorrel tree, leading to your own destruction. Chu Bing scoffed. Ha ha, sister, do you still think you can deceive me? With a cold gaze, Chu Bing stared at her elder sister. Do you accuse me of selfishness? Wishing to escape this dreadful place is not selfishness. My life should be determined by me alone. Neither the master nor you shall dictate my fate. As her eyes began to shimmer with a faint glow, even her body radiated a soft light. She looked at Chu Hanjing and declared, Farewell, sister. Once I ascend to immortality, I shall forever remember you. With that, she silently chanted an incantation, and the blazing stone floated from her hand to the sorrel tree. The stone began to emit a dazzling golden light, blinding in its brilliance. Gradually, the piercing golden rays directed themselves towards the sorrel tree below. Bihung, no, you will die if you do that. Chu Hanjing cried out in desperation. But alas, she could not halt her sister's actions. However, there was one who could. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Chu Bihing thought she was on the verge of ascending, yet suddenly her spell faltered. Opening her eyes, she found herself facing Wukong, the very one who had brought her the blazing stone. Though she appreciated Wukong and his companions for delivering the stone, she was furious for interrupting her moment of ascension. Wukong unexpectedly seized the blazing stone and placed it before Chu Hanjing. Chu Bihing was consumed with rage. You! She pointed an accusatory finger at Wukong, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to tear him apart. Wukong set down the stone and swiftly moved to confront Chu Bihing in midair. Before she could react, the sound of his hand meeting her cheek echoed through the air. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, witnessing the usually gentle Wukong striking a girl, and on her face, no less, with 2 resounding slaps. Yet Wukong had controlled his strength sufficiently. Otherwise, Chu Bihing would have been sent flying. How dare you hit me? Chu Bihing glared at Wukong, seething with indignation. This is the first time in my life I have struck a woman, but you have gone too far. Setting aside your selfishness, you dare to toy with your own life. Wukong retorted, throwing Chu Bihing to the ground. What do you mean? Is it wrong for me to ascend? What does it have to do with my life? Chu Bihing showed no signs of conceding to Wukong. Qin Ji stepped forward, asserting, you only understand that the blazing stone can lead to ascension, which is not erroneous. But have you considered whether it is truly sufficient? One must comprehend all aspects of any endeavor. Rushing in blindly, as you have, is a path to failure, as you had long sought to speak your mind regarding Chu Bihing. Moreover, with your restless, selfish nature, thinking only of yourself, do you truly believe that possessing this blazing stone will guarantee your success in becoming immortal? You are a fool, Do you think your sister wishes to ascend and abandon you. Si Rong lamented on behalf of Chu Hanjing. Chu Bihing found herself at a loss for words, having been rendered speechless by Wukong and Su Yu's words. Initially, she had intended to respond in anger, but upon reflection, she realized that every immortal had to endure numerous trials. Her sister was right. Could she truly rely solely on the blazing stone? As she pondered this, the others refrained from interrupting. Chu Hanjing, with gratitude in her heart, approached Chu Bihing and gently took her hand, speaking softly. Dear sister, I have known for a long time that you harbor deep resentment towards me, believing me to be a threat to your ascension. Indeed, Wukong confessed, I dislike owing anyone anything. Sister? Chu Bihing looked at her elder sibling with a mixture of emotions. Yes, if one of us were to ascend, the other would inevitably have to sacrifice. The reason I did not disclose the location of the blazing stone is that I do not wish to part with you, that I know your temperament. And I must be frank. Even if you find the blazing stone, you cannot achieve immortality. In fact, you would face annihilation. Chu Hanjing explained slowly. What? Sister, you are deceiving me. Chu Bihing gazed incredulously at her sister, her tone filled with astonishment. Chu Hanjing shook her head. Why would I deceive you? I cannot bear to watch you vanish. Thus, I have no desire for the blazing stone. Together we may endure the eternal solitude. But it is preferable to the outcome I envision in my heart, is it not? Had that gentleman not intervened earlier, Bihing, you would have truly regretted it. Upon hearing her sister's words, Chu Bihing realized she had misjudged her all along. Believing her sister to be selfish and intent on abandoning her, in truth, her sister had withheld the stone's location to keep her from leaving, not wishing to depart from her side. She wept. Throwing herself into Chu Hanjing's embrace, sister, with a gentle smile, Chu Hanjing patted Chu Bihing's back. Bihing, as long as you understand. Moved by this touching scene, the onlookers instinctively gravitated towards Wukong. Their hearts lightened. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. Si Rong exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Though I may not ascend, is it not better to remain with those I hold dear? Meng Li reflected. Yet this tender moment was interrupted by Wukong's voice. Could you all not crowd around me? I'm quite warm. Warm. Ling Sha exclaimed in disbelief. It is freezing here. How can you claim to be warm? Indeed, my body seems to be in a constant dispute with the temperature. When it is warm, I feel cold, and when it is cold, I feel warm. Wukong pouted. Hey. Before anyone realized, the tearful Chu Bihung had stood before Wukong, fuming. What do you say about hitting me just now? This Wukong scratched his head at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, Chu Hanjing came to his aid. Bihung, how can you say that? If it were not for this gentleman, you would have... Oh, sister, I was just frustrated. Why stop me and then hit me? You know I've never been struck before. Now that I've been, of course, I must retaliate. Chu Bihung pouted, resembling a spoiled child, shedding her earlier fierce demeanor. Well, if that is the case, I suppose I will allow you to hit me back, Wukong said after a moment of contemplation. And why, dear? Tina, the girls couldn't help but urge Wukong, but he merely smiled gently. It is fine. I do not wish to owe anyone anything. He then leaned forward, offering his cheek. Go ahead, strike. Chu Bihung was taken aback by Wukong's gentle and chivalrous demeanor. He was tender when appropriate, yet unyielding when angered. Raising her small hand, she prepared to slap Wukong's face. Don't. Please don't. Su Yu and the other women wished to persuade once more, while Chu Hanjing cast a glance filled with longing, as if she desired to retract herself. Wukong, however, merely shook his head in response. Aren't you going to strike me? Why are you touching me? With his eyes closed, Wukong felt not the anticipated slap, but rather an unsettling sensation that made the hairs on his body stand on end. Dream Li and the others stood there, dumbfounded. Chu Baihen withdrew her hand, triumphantly declaring, just because you said you would retaliate, does that mean I must strike back? Look at you, so handsome. If I were to bruise you, wouldn't your wives tear my skin off? Baihen, Chu Hanjing said urgently. Hee, giggled Chu Baihen, her laughter reminiscent of a playful child. Wukong touched his face and chuckled. Well, it's up to you. I owe you nothing now. By the way, which is the item we seek? Chu Hanjing replied, what you need should be the fruit of the Sora tree. Upon hearing this, they realized the tree bore no fruit. Ling Sha looked up and confirmed the absence of any fruit. If you hadn't stopped me just now, there would have been fruit. Chu Baihen pouted at Wukong, clearly displeased with his earlier actions, showing no regard for the fact that he had just saved her. So, can we use this blazing stone now to make it bear fruit? Qinji inquired. Tea should be possible, but if Baihen and I harness our divine power to drive the Sora fruit, it might. Chu Hanjing hesitated. Fear not, leave it to me. You just hand over the technique, and I will channel it, Wukong proclaimed, patting his chest. Can you really do that? Chu Baihen scrutinized Wukong, her small brows knitted in skepticism. What's wrong? I just brought this stone down with ease. Why wouldn't I be able to do it? Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. Well, it's up to you. If something goes awry, I won't take responsibility. Chu Baihen shrugged nonchalantly. Chu Hanjing shot a reproachful glance at Chu Baihen. Chu Baihen stuck out her little tongue and rolled her eyes at Wukong. If Wukong were a lecher, he might have thought, wow, what beautiful eyes when she glances back. Chu Hanjing then imparted the technique to Wukong and continued to the other women, you should assist young Master Yuan by his side. Perhaps together you can yield more than one Sora fruit. Really? That would be splendid. Be sure to save one for me. Si Rong clapped her hands in delight. Well, I can only speculate, as the chances may be slim. Chu Hanjing replied apologetically, oh, that's all right. I'm indifferent. But if there are extras, do set one aside for me. Si Rong waved her hand dismissively. Certainly, Chu Hanjing smiled. 6 Sora fruits have been produced. It worked, it really worked. Wow. And not just one. The excited exclamations of the little girls echoed. Quiet down. If you disturb the Tian He and it fails, it would be quite troublesome, so you quickly admonished Ling Sha and Si Rong, who were truly he. Dream Li and Qinji exchanged amused glances, while Ling Sha and Si Rong shyly stuck out their tongues, then turned their gaze back to Wukong, who was casting his spell. At that moment, Wukong tilted his head back towards the sky, hands positioned behind him, murmuring incantations. The brilliance emanating from the Sora tree now far surpassed that which it exhibited when driven by Chu Baihen. Sister, look at him! How can he be even more impressive than me? Chu Baihen whispered to her sister. Chu Hanjing shot her sister an exasperated look. You little one, they managed to bring the blazing stone back from that beast king unscathed. Do you really think they are inferior to us? Chu Bai-hen pouted, gazing at Wukong, who was deep in his chant, grumbling, "Humph, nasty fellow, big bad guy, but looking at him now, he is not so bad either." Chu Hanjing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her sister to utter such words, and noticed a hint of something indistinct in her sister's gaze directed at Wukong. This revelation astonished Chu Hanjing even further. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she harbored a similar sentiment deep within her heart. Bai-hen, do you have feelings for him? Chu Hanjing inquired. Chu Bai-hen was startled, quickly replying, "How could that be? I could never like him. This is our first meeting. Besides, he just hit me." Her tone hardly conveyed genuine anger. It sounded more like a sulk. Chu Hanjing looked at her sister with a complex expression, while the sulking Chu Bai-hen, catching sight of her sister's gaze, hurriedly turned away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wukong, on his end, ceased his incantations. "The Tian, he has stopped," Qinji announced. The women turned to Wukong, who had finally opened his eyes. "How many have we produced?" Wukong asked Suyu and the others. "Let me count," Suyu replied as she looked up and began tallying. "We have 6, she finally answered after a moment. "6. Is it?" Wukong scratched his head. "There's nothing to be done. That blazing stone has run out of spiritual energy." With a thud, the now powerless blazing stone fell to the ground, transforming into an ordinary rock. "Incredible!" Chu Hanjing exclaimed in astonishment, while Chu Bai-hen, realizing they had produced 6 fruits, cried out in excitement. "Wow, there are 6. Why are you so thrilled?" Wukong asked, puzzled. Chu Bai-hen, puffing out her chest, replied, "You don't know? Just producing 1 Sora fruit is already impressive. And now there are 6. How can I not be excited?" Wukong rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, I say, this was all achieved through my husband's magic, and you don't even say thank you?" Si Rong interjected, unable to tolerate Chu Bai-hen's spoiled attitude. Chu Bai-hen stuck her tongue out at Wukong, rendered speechless. "Can we take them down now?" dreamily asked Chu Hanjing. Chu Hanjing nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wukong soared to the top of the tree, grabbed a fruit, and tossed it towards Si Rong. "Catch!" Another fruit flew towards Ling Sha. "Third one." So you call from below, Tian He, "Throw it down." "Ill catch it." Wukong cast down the 3rd fruit, tossed the 4th to Mengli, and handed the 5th to Qiji. For the 6th. Wukong cradled it himself. Hey. What about ours?" Chu Bai-hen, noticing that she and her sister had yet to receive theirs. Couldn't he help but feel exasperated. "Bai-hen," Chu Hanjing admonished her younger sister, "have you forgotten what I just said?" Chu Bai-hen huffed in discontent. Wukong and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Wukong turned to Suyu, who, understanding his intent, handed the fruit to him. Wukong approached Chu Bai-hen and Chu Hanjing, presenting them with the 2 fruits, saying, "Here, for you." Chu Bai-hen gleefully accepted them without hesitation. Chu Hanjing opened her mouth to speak, but Wukong interjected with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. We wouldn't to use so many anyway. These 2 are just right for you, that if you wish to ascend, feel free to use them whenever you like." "In that case, thank you very much," Chu Hanjing replied, her heart inexplicably racing at Wukong's smile. "What is happening to me?" She pondered silently, maintaining her composure. "I also have some for you," Mengli chimed in, retrieving her share. "And mine too," Qinji added, following suit. "You all..." Chu Hanjing was a loss for words. "It's fine. We have no use for them. It's better to give them to those in need," Mengli said with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Chu Hanjing's eyes misted with gratitude. "Do not bully Ling Sha." "There's no need for formality," Qinji smiled. "All right, we have completed our task. It is time to seek the next cold artifact," Wukong declared as he turned away. The girls nodded in agreement. Wukong addressed Chu Hanjing and Chu Bai-hen. "We shall take our leave now." "Are you leaving?" Chu Bai-hen seemed reluctant to part. "Is there something else we can assist you with?" Suyu inquired. "No, nothing at all. I just want to express my deep gratitude." Chu Bai-hen sincerely thanked Wukong and the others, realizing she would have been lost without their help. It was just a small effort. "No need for thanks. We shall take our leave. Until we meet again," Wukong said with a respectful gesture. As Wukong and his companions gradually faded from view under the gazes of Chu Hanjing and Chu Bai-hen, the latter sighed, "I must have developed feelings for that young Master Yin, right?" Hmm? Hee. It seems it has been revealed that, sister, you. How infuriating. Laughter erupted from the cave. Meanwhile, Wukong and the others, having arrived at the entrance of Shinnong Cave, heard the sounds of mirth within, with Lingsha remarking, "The two sisters seem to have reconciled. Ultimately, it is all thanks to our husband," Sarong said, linking her arm with Wukong's, who bashfully scratched his nose, having stayed for so long. "Let us return to Qianghua sect," Su Yu suggested after a moment of levity. Seeing no objections from the others, Wukong summoned Wang Shu, and together with Su Yu, they ascended, flying towards Qianghua sect. To the gates of Qianghua sect, they were greeted by an urgent voice belonging to a girl. "Little junior brother, this is terrible. This is terrible." Upon closer inspection, it was the little girl Xuanji who rushed toward them. However, four disciples intercepted them. Wukong recognized them, though not intimately. Ming Jing, Ming Huan, Huaishi, and Ming Kai. "Han Lingsha, do you think that just because you have entered Qianghua sect as a disciple, no one knows about your past?" Ming Huan confronted Han Lingsha bluntly. Han Lingsha was taken aback and fell silent, while Huaishi continued, "Our Qianghua sect has strict regulations for accepting disciples. We cannot allow someone of your background to mingle among us." Ming Kai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Huayan is already reported to the sect leader, requesting the expulsion of this thief." Ming Jing added, "Now, sending you down the mountain may already be too late. Who knows if our sect has lost anything?" As the disciples' accusations grew increasingly outrageous, the expressions of the girls, except for Han Lingsha, turned unfriendly. However, it was Wukong who was most angered. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but not towards the woman he cherished. "What did you just say? Repeat that." Wukong glared at Ming Jing and the others, his grip tightening around Wang Shu. Ming Jing was startled. Are you insane? How dare you draw weapons against fellow disciples?" Wukong coldly retorted, "I care not whether you are fellow disciples. No one shall speak ill of Lingsha. If anyone dares to utter another word, I shall make them regret it." Ming Huan fumed. "How outrageous!" "Everyone, step back." At that moment, Xing appeared before them. Ming Jing seemed to find a confidant in Xing, stating, "Martial ant, look at how arrogant he is." Xing scolded, "Silence. All of you return at once." After a pause, she continued, "Since you have reported this matter to the sect leader, it is for the sect leader to decide." "Martial ant." Huaishi attempted to protest, but Xing shot him a stern glare, "Return." Huaishi, gritting his teeth in frustration, cast a resentful glance at Wukong. "Curse be this," and reluctantly turned away. Once the four departed, Xuanji immediately expressed her discontent. "Martial and Xing, they have gone too far. I tried to stop them, but they still insisted on reporting to the sect leader." Xing's tone softened considerably. "Xuanji, you, and Huaishua should return as well. I will personally seek out the sect leader on this matter." "I want to go too." Xuanji stamped her foot. "Xuanji, listen to your martial aunt. Even if you go, it may not be of any help, so you gently advised." Xuanji, feeling helpless, conceded, "All right, Lingsha, do you perhaps have some unspoken difficulties regarding your past as a thief?" As Xing went to request an audience with the sect leader, Su Yu began to inquire about Lingsha's truth. To her surprise, Su Yu was perceptive enough to quickly guess her hidden troubles. Lingsha was startled but maintained a facade of calm, saying, "It's nothing, dear auntie. Rest assured, I merely took the wealth of the deceased to assist the living. I would never commit any heinous acts. Nor would I covet anything from Xianghua sect." Regardless, it seemed that many were already aware of this matter. "We should swiftly seek out sect leader Suyao to clarify the situation," Qinji remarked. Mengli nodded. "Indeed, those people understand nothing. Their words are sheer nonsense." "Mengli, Sister Qinji." Ling Sha felt touched as Irone waved her small fist. "Rest assured, Sister Ling Sha, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall lend you my fist. If I am unable, my husband shall assist." Upon hearing this, Wukong gently patted Ling Sha's shoulder. "Ling Sha, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Pausing for a moment, seeing the tears welling in Ling Sha's eyes, he continued, "I shall go seek the sect leader and discuss this matter. Rest assured, you will not be expelled from the sect." "Yes, indeed, I shall accompany Tian He. My senior sister will surely grant me some face." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Thank you. Thank you. Ling Sha could no longer contain her tears, overwhelmed by the care and concern of those around her. Zheng Jun, this promise shall be kept for a lifetime. Brother Ziying, the sect leader has decreed that no one may approach Xianghua Palace. Ziying arrived outside the main hall of the sect leader, where a gatekeeper disciple informed him of the situation. Ziying inquired, "What is the reason for such caution?" Su Yi replied, "The sect leader has stated there are important matters to attend to and cannot be disturbed. Perhaps for half a day or possibly a full day." Understood. Thank you. Ziying said, then approached Wukong and the others, lamenting, "Unfortunately, we must wait here." Reluctantly, the group settled down to wait outside, time stretching on. It was no longer half a day, and the sky had darkened. Ziying paced back and forth alone, appearing far more restless than Wukong and the others had ever seen him. "I feel as though my eyes are going cross-eyed from all this walking," Wukong muttered, on the verge of collapsing. Suyu quickly steadied Wukong, whispering, "Be careful. Just avoid looking at Ziying." Wukong nodded, but refraining from gazing at Ziying meant he would have to look at women, which was not his style, so he turned his gaze to the moon. The moon was large, resembling a giant pancake. Wukong gazed up at the moon, murmuring to himself, chuckling softly, "Huh." At that moment, the long-awaited Ziying spoke. "Let's return. It is quite late now, and the sect leader will not meet with us. Perhaps I shall come again in the morning to seek an audience." That Wukong suddenly lost his earlier jovial demeanor, looking seriously at Ziying. What is it?" Ziying, surprised by Wukong's uncharacteristic seriousness, wondered if it was something of great importance. Do you find joy in the mountains, or rather, is cultivating immortality truly enjoyable? Wukong asked. Not only Ziying, but also Siyu, Mengli, Qinji, Rong, and Ling Sha were taken aback, unable to believe Wukong would pose such a question. After a moment of silence, Ziying finally responded, "Seeking immortality and vanquishing demons has been my life's pursuit. How could I not find joy in doing what I desire? Is that so? However, after arriving at Xianghua sect, I discovered that cultivation seems akin to reciting various mantras and incantations, rather dull indeed. One can act heroically without being an immortal. Why not live freely and joyfully?" Ziying shook her head. "It is not so," Wukong continued. "I had heard that swordplay was exhilarating and practical. Yet when I truly engaged in cultivation, I realized that it is not always beneficial." "What do you mean by that?" Ziying asked, puzzled. That Wukong smiled slightly and shook his head. "I am rather simple-minded, relying solely on my own limited experiences to draw conclusions. Tianhe, you have indeed matured." Mother, when she initially joined Xianghua sect, was also somewhat curious, wishing to uncover its mysteries. However, after experiencing the battle in the demon realm, she realized that cultivation can also bring suffering and sorrow. So you spoke softly. "Mother, do you share these thoughts?" In truth, had Chu Baihen successfully ascended using the Ji Yin stone back then, it would have resulted in yet another tragedy. In essence, it is the pursuit of immortality that brings about such calamities, Wukong remarked. Gazing at Suyu, "I had believed I could discover the secrets to eternal life here. Yet alas, I have found nothing. Should I venture to other sects? Here, there is not a single immortal, and it is filled with many unhappy matters, just like the world below." Ling Sha lamented. "The secret to eternal life?" Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Ling Sha, do you wish to live forever?" "Oh, no. Ling Sha quickly realized her slip of the tongue and shifted the topic, asking Mengli, "What do you think?" Mengli, "Me? I originally intended to travel and explore, not particularly concerned with cultivation. As long as I am with you all, I am content to go anywhere. Xianghua sect is indeed powerful, but does not prioritize the path to immortality that Ling Sha seeks. Since Tianhe and the others do not wish to remain here, neither do I," Mengli replied. "Then, what about you, Sister Qinji?" Ling Sha inquired of me. "I'm like Mengli, I do not mind where we go. As Tianhe said, as long as we can live happily, that is enough," Qinji said with a gentle smile. Rong, what about you?" Ling Sha asked Rong, who pouted and linked her arm with Wukong's, declaring, "Wherever my husband goes, I shall follow, even if he goes to that place." "What place?" Ziying asked, puzzled. Just that Rong's face, if it were not for the night, would undoubtedly be flushed crimson. A brothel," Wukong said without hesitation. "Yes," Si Rong replied without a second thought. The others were rendered speechless. Then, it is settled. After assisting my elder brother, we shall descend the mountain together. Wukong contemplated before speaking. Elder brother, the girls, and Zi Ying exchanged puzzled glances. Oh, I mean Xian Xiao. Wukong promptly recounted the details of his oath of brotherhood with Xian Xiao. He remains unchanged, carefree, and unburdened by worldly concerns. Su Yu remarked nonchalantly. Are you all truly planning to descend the mountain? Zi Ying inquired. Yes, Wukong nodded, then added, do not worry. We will stay at the foot of the mountain. Should that demon realm ever attack, we will be able to assist you. Wukong confidently patted his chest. Unaware of whether he would truly act when the time came, Zi Ying softly stated, I understand. It is not that I am worried about that. It is simply, oh, I see, you must be reluctant to part with us. Correct? Ling Sha smiled and said, you all come and go in such haste. Have you truly given it much thought? Zi Ying inquired once more. Each person harbors their own desires. If you believe that cultivating immortality is the most joyous pursuit, then you should resolutely continue on that path, Si Rong remarked. Is that so? In the past, I would occasionally feel quite despondent due to various circumstances. However, ever since I met all of you, I have pondered many things, and a number of matters have become clear to me. Ultimately, it is not the people and things around us that matter most, but rather one's own state of mind, Ling Sha expressed. The Qingjie added, indeed, everything varies from person to person. Not every positive circumstance is entirely right, and conversely, not every negative occurrence is necessarily wrong. Did you not claim to be a sword hero? When the day comes that you become a sword immortal, do not forget to visit us, haha. At that time, I shall treat you to a delightful roasted pig. Wukong chuckled while patting Zing's shoulder. Ying's heart was a mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of gratitude. All right, I promise you all, I shall uphold this vow for a lifetime, Zing declared with unwavering resolve. The group exchanged knowing smiles, and then Zing said, you should all return to rest. I will seek out the sect leader at dawn. With that, she turned and departed. Alas, I have spoken so much today that is unlike me at all, Ling Sha sighed, touching her cheek. What of it? Did not your husband also utter many extraordinary words? Si Rong replied nonchalantly. The vicissitudes of life inevitably bring a touch of melancholy. Meng Li added with a hint of sorrow. Not necessarily. Sometimes a brief parting is merely a prelude to a more profound reunion. Wukong said with a smile. Su gazed at Wukong with tender eyes and said, Heaven and earth, you have changed so much. The innocent you of the past seems a distant memory. Indeed, Qingjie interjected. We only lack one final item near Chao Lake. Let us search for it after dawn. It will surely be no trouble. Nearby, by the shores of Chao Lake, a fisherman, dressed in fishing attire, anxiously shook a man who had fainted before him. Wake up! Please wake up! Suddenly, several figures appeared before him, and before he could cry out, one of them asked, What is happening here? The fisherman, now visibly excited upon seeing several beautiful women, exclaimed, Wow! Fairies! Ling Sha was taken aback. What fairies? Please tell us, has this man drowned? The fisherman quickly responded, and no, he is not drowned. He was harmed by a water demon from the lake. A water demon? Where is it? Su Yu immediately inquired. What is going on? Why are demons appearing everywhere? The fisherman shook his head. I do not know. In the past, we fished in this lake without issue, but recently, people have been going missing, only to be found fainted on the shore days later. They must have been harmed by the water demon. At that moment, Meng Li had already begun to chant a healing incantation, and a beam of healing light enveloped the unconscious fisherman, who then stirred and murmured. Ugh, a monster! The first fisherman exclaimed with delight. He has awakened. He turned to the others with excitement. Are you truly immortals? The group remained silent, while Qingjie countered, Pray tell, do you remember how you encountered the demon? The second fisherman, still dazed, replied, I cannot recall clearly. I paddled my boat nearby Ling Island and was sucked into a whirlpool. The boat was lost, and there seemed to be many terrifying demons beneath the water. Then, I just woke up. Ling Sha furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. I have only heard of strange birds residing on by Ling Island. I was unaware there were demons lurking beneath the water. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Could it be related to that ancient ruin? What ruin? Si Rong inquired. Ling Sha continued. It is said that there once was a small kingdom by Chao Lake that angered the divine and was punished by having the entire nation submerged beneath the lake. However, that was long ago, during the Yin and Shang dynasties, and its truth remains uncertain. Such ancient sites, if left untouched for long, can easily become places where spirits gather, Su remarked, regardless of its veracity. We must investigate. The first fisherman excitedly asked, Immortals, are you going to exorcise the demon? Without answering them, Yukong urged the two, you should leave this place quickly. The second fisherman, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Yes, yes, thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. Wait a moment, Ling Sha called out to the departing you have a boat we could borrow. We wish to investigate nearby Ling Island, especially since it is said the water demon often harms fishermen. I am curious to see what the water demon has in store for us. The first fisherman hurriedly replied, Yes, of course, I have a rickety boat, but I fear it may not be worthy of the ferries. The boat is right here by the shore. Yukong scratched his head and asked, So, how much do you want for it? The first fisherman, bewildered, waved his hands. No, we can never accept payment if immortals are going to exorcise the demon. We, the common folk, can only express our immense gratitude. The second fisherman chimed in. Indeed, we must hurry to inform others of this good news. With that, they dashed away with a speed that would astonish even the Nimbus cloud. Is it truly necessary to run so fast? Si Rong asked, intrigued. Naturally, mortals harbor a great fear of demons and monsters. Such a reaction is entirely understandable. Siyu smiled slightly, though she too was startled by the fisherman's speed. No payment. Yukong chuckled foolishly. No need for payment? How delightful. Once we finish our business, we can return the boat that IT may come in handy later. Lu Mingli giggled. Hee, do you plan to fly the boat through the air? Wow, you could guess that. Yukong was astonished that Meng Li had discerned his thoughts. Indeed, he did intend to fly the boat, a rather imaginative notion. With a soft laugh, Su Yu and the others couldn't help but chuckle at Yukong's words. Su Yu playfully tapped Yukong's forehead. You truly. How can you make such jokes? And Meng Li, how come you and Yukong share the same thoughts? Meng Li replied with a smile. After spending so much time with Tianhe, one can guess a thing or two. Wow. Meng Li is impressive. How come I couldn't figure it out? Siren pouted enviously and remarked, Be why this time? Yukong had already arrived at the lakeside and discovered the dilapidated boat. Gazing at the worn vessel and then at the six of them, he pondered how much durability it had left. Once Chinja boarded, she called out to the others, Come aboard. Let's go. One by one, they stepped onto the boat, which began to sway precariously. This boat is truly... Without a bitter laugh. There was no choice. They couldn't possibly repair the boat first. Chinja also chuckled wryly. Siren had already untied the ropes. But seeing that Yukong was still on the shore, she couldn't help but ask, Darling, why aren't you coming aboard? Yukong replied with a rueful grin. If I get on, this boat will surely become legendary. Then, Tianhe, what will you do? Siwa, of course, didn't believe Yukong was afraid. It was ludicrous. Yukong had ventured into the underworld. What was there to fear? Me. Forget it, I'll just fly. That way, I can see clearly into the water from above. Yukong said with a laugh, If that's the case, then very well, Siwa nodded. Chinji announced, Everyone, take your seats. I'm about to start rowing. With that, she picked up a wooden pole to push off, while Yukong utilized his flying technique to hover above the boat. Upon reaching the destination at Chaohubalan Island, Yukong exclaimed in astonishment, Wow! What a massive whirlpool! The whirlpool before them was unlike any he had seen before. Previously, he had encountered either clockwise or counterclockwise ones. But this one astonishingly spun half clockwise and half counterclockwise. Yukong rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't imagining things. Indeed, even this whirlpool was extraordinary. Suyue frowned as she observed it. Should we just wait here? Do you think the monsters will come out on their own? Yukong scratched his head and inquired. The others were similarly puzzled and uncertain. Suddenly, Suyue spoke up. I have an idea. Sister, please share. Chinji approached Suyue eagerly. Suyue explained, When I was at the Chionghua sect, I learned the water-breathing technique, which allows one to breathe normally underwater. Wow, that's impressive, Lingsha exclaimed, her round little mouth agape. Indeed, Siwa nodded and proceeded to relay the incantation to everyone. Tianhe, aren't you going to learn it? Wu Kong smiled slightly. No need. I practiced it while fishing in the water before. You truly are, Siwa sighed, resigned to Wu Kong's ways. So, can we go in now? Meng Li asked. Everyone nodded, and with Wu Kong leading the way, they approached the whirlpool. Hold on tight. Do not let this current sweep you away, or it will be troublesome. Wu Kong shouted loudly, I in front. Siwa firmly grasped Wu Kong's hand, followed closely by Meng Li, Qingjia, Ling Sha, and Siren, who all held on tightly to each other. A powerful current swept through, and when the group opened their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by a vast expanse of blue. Once they recognized their surroundings, Ling Sha exclaimed in astonishment, These are bronze tripods and bronze-faced figures. Indeed, this is the relic of the Yinshang kingdom. Indeed, the area was filled with structures made of bronze. The monsters living here are quite peculiar. They look rather interesting, Wu Kong observed, gazing at the bizarre creatures, some resembling crabs and others taking on strange shapes, all distinctly unique. Haha, that's true, Siren chuckled as she glanced around. Though the aura of demons is thick here, it seems the spiritual energy is not weak either, Siwa noted. Granny, I wish Xing shared the same sentiment as you. Ling Sha remarked. Siwa questioned, what does that have to do with him? Meng Li clarified, not long ago Ling Sha, Tianhe, and I encountered a ground covered with the corpses of Huai demons while on our way to Enluo Cliff. And upon finding a few surviving Huai demons, we learned this was the work of Xing. Siwa sighed. Well, it's no wonder. The Qianhua sect has always acted without distinction between good and evil. Kill all demons. I too was drawn into this due to that reason. Let's not dwell on unhappy matters that be by the way. Qingjia, do you think there might be Kuan scales hidden in this kingdom? Ling Sha changed the topic. Qingjia paused, then replied, Kuan scales? I have never seen them and don't know what they look like. What are Kuan scales? Are they powerful? Wu Kong inquired, sensing trouble brewing. Understanding Wu Kong's nature, Siwa immediately playfully punched him, chiding, Are you itching for a fight again? Wu Kong grinned foolishly, his face turning red, but he suddenly noticed the others staring at him in surprise. Glancing at Siwa, he realized she had been gazing at him in astonishment after her playful punch. Wu Kong touched his face and asked, What are you all looking at? Is there something on my face? Meng Li stammered, Tianhe. Your eyes at my eyes. Wu Kong was puzzled at first, then laughed in realization. Oh, that I forgot to tell you all. He shared with the group about having acquired the rainbow seven-colored eyes, and when he mentioned the last color, purple, Siwa immediately grasped Wu Kong's hand anxiously and said, Tianhe, promise me that no matter what, you will not take your own life. Not for us, but for yourself. Wu Kong was taken aback and replied, Is it really necessary to be this emotional? Of course. The 5 women responded in unison. Qingjia approached Wu Kong and said, Tianhe, without you, our existence holds no meaning, so you must promise us to never allow the purple pupils to emerge. Yes, darling, you must promise us, Siren pressed. Wu Kong smiled faintly. All right, I promise you all. Is that satisfactory? Siren nodded, smiling sweetly as she stood on tiptoe to kiss Wu Kong. His face flushed again, and after receiving kisses from Qingjia, Meng Li, and Ling Sha, his pupils had turned orange. All right, let us get down to business. Otherwise, our darling might not be able to handle it. Ling Sha giggled. Wu Kong, feeling shy, scratched his head, and then, when it came to serious matters, everyone grew solemn. Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid conflict with the monsters here, Siwa stated earnestly. The others nodded in agreement with Wu Kong, hoping to resolve matters peacefully, as he believed these water demons likely did not intend to harm the fishermen. Qingjia remarked, Look, 108 has acquired the scales of Kuan, just as the crowd approached the nearest building. Meng Li suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze, and only Wu Kong and Ling Sha expressed their delight. It's Huai Mi and the others. Indeed, these small meows were none other than the few surviving Huai demons that Wu Kong, Ling Sha, and Meng Li had encountered at New Luo Rock. Huaiji inquired, Meow, how did you come to Ji Chao country? It's truly wonderful to see you again, Huaiji. Have you all been well? Meng Li smiled gently. Meanwhile, Suyu, Qinji, and Sirong were all asking Wu Kong about the circumstances surrounding this event. After a brief yet clear explanation, the three women finally grasped the situation. Meow, your attire. It resembles that person S. Huaimi remarked at that moment. This, Ling Sha, and the others also noticed their own outfits. As for Suyu, she hadn't changed her clothes much, still wearing the same Cheonghua attire from 19 years ago. Meow, so you are all like that person. Huaimi said, somewhat vexed. It's not like that. Wukong replied with a gentle smile. Although we have joined the Cheonghua sect, we certainly do not wish to emulate Zi Ying's reckless ways of killing. Meow. Huaimi merely mewed without further comment. Rest assured, we will not harm you. Suyu's warmth was indeed a formidable weapon that dispelled all animosity. Upon hearing Suyu's tone and seeing her radiant smile, the previously irate Huai demons found their anger dissipating like smoke. Meow. Then why have you come to Ji Chao country? Huaimi inquired. Qin Ji explained, we initially intended to investigate the recent incidents of demons harming people. And we're also in search of something known as Kuan Lin. Meng Li asked, and what about you? How did you come to reside here? Huaiji replied, Meow, after our leader took us away from New Luo Rock. We encountered some kind-hearted demons who informed us that we could come here. Meow, there are many demons here, but they are all very kind and do not harm others indiscriminately. Meng Li smiled. Ever since you left New Luo Rock, I often worried about you. Now that I see you all safe and sound, I can finally rest easy. Though Huaiji's expression was unreadable, its tone conveyed immense joy. Meow. Thank you, you are good people. At that moment, Huaimi said meow. The Kuan-Lin you mentioned, is it a type of fish scale? Oh, you know about it? Si Rong exclaimed in surprise. Huaimi responded, meow. I have heard the elder of Ji Chao country mention it. I will help you inquire with him. As she spoke, Huaimi turned and began walking away, adding, follow me. Meow. Keep up. A group of little followers trailed behind her as Wukong and the others followed suit. Meng Li asked, is this truly all right? Last time, you gifted us the Earth Spirit Pearl. Huaimi replied, meow. I told you, friends are friends, enemies are enemies, that if a friend is in need, one must help. Come quickly. I'll take my younger siblings to the Elder S place on the top level of this platform. You LL join us shortly. I will inform the other demons that you are not foes. Meow, thank you, my friend. Meng Li whispered as several Huai demons climbed up the platform, observing these adorable Huai demons. So you couldn't help but say, in truth, demons can also embody kindness, much like humans. Yet, why was it impossible to reconcile with the demon realm back then? Meng Li replied, sister, this is beyond your control. There is no need for self-reproach. Qin Ji added, sister, do not be too sorrowful. Although the demon realm may soon resurface, perhaps there will be better ways to avoid conflicts with them than .seu side. Alas, I know it's just that the thought of not only